Hello and welcome to day 2 of Yokohama World Time Attack. My name's Jared McLean. Alongside me, Keziah Dawn. Day 2. What an incredible day 1 we had.
Absolutely. There was so much action and excitement, and you can really see the drivers trying to push the limits. So it's a good indication of what we are going to see out there today. And obviously those 2 new categories, the Yokohama Advent Nova tuner class, we've just had the 5-minute call, so they will be out first thing this morning. And we also have the brand new Hypercar class as well, and we saw James Golding really trying to give it to it there.
Really cool to see an Australian manufactured car hailing from South Australia going to the top of the very first Time Attack Challenge competition for the Hypercar category. Amazing stuff.
Amazing stuff, amazing start to the weekend as well, but today is really when we're going to see those other cars really trying to push limits as well. Slade is very familiar with this track and the Time Attack rhythm, so could see plenty out of the Pagani this morning as well.
The first session for our higher class categories is always renowned as being a fast one. This is where any teams that haven't placed a banker lap in the account are really going to be trying to maximise. Now, there has been some early performance, but we are looking for some big improvements from teams like Tanuki, who had some issues with Todd Hazelwood at the wheel. The problems were multitudinous. I mean, it just kept coming. It was hard for them to catch a break, not making the final session. Of course, Tim Slade creeping up on it in the Sydney Motorsports car, and Rullo doing a great job in the IntelliSpatial Fleet Care Racing Lamborghini. But there is so much to come here today. We're at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're about 40 kilometres west of Sydney. Beautiful conditions, expected to be around 21 degrees with calm wind conditions. It doesn't get any better. I mean, how good does the Shannon Stylised car show, brought to you by Donut Garage, look over our shoulder right there? It is already humming. Did you get a chance to go through last night?
I actually didn't. I was flat out with the drifting last night, and there was plenty of door-to-door action going on. Plenty more to happen tonight as well. So I didn't get a chance, but I'm going to wander over today at some point, because my job will be wandering through the paddock and trying to bring you all of the colour and action from not just on track, but what's happening around the circuit as well.
Well, I'll be joined by Emily Duggan down in pit lane, but here to give us a run through of what else is going on today, our commentators in the box, Matthew Kavanagh and Chris Diggles.
Yeah, thanks, Jay Mack. It's another fantastic day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and the sun is out. We are ready to get underway. Chris Diggles, the voice of World Time Attack Challenge.
It's still there.
Yeah, I can see the excitement is building. It came out yesterday. We've bottled it overnight, and we're going to let it pop out today.
Oh, look, you know, anytime we come to this amazing venue, Destination New South Wales, Sydney Motorsport Park, 35 years of being one of the most demanding circuits and technical circuits around. Perfect for Time Attack. Here is our track map now, thanks to BOSCH Motorsport. Turn 1, it favours the brave. BOSCH turn 2, double apex, and then after that, I'd say turn 8's one of my favourites. You can really tell when someone's on a fly when they come through there with intent. If you're powering out of turn 8, you are on a flyer or gearing up for one. But tell you what, there are that many little idiosyncrasies for this circuit, the Garland GP circuit, that most racers, if they didn't know about by now, are certainly going to remember from yesterday and going to apply that today. Because of this format, you do get various sessions on both Friday and Saturday to clock a quick time in your respective classes. They will stay, they will stick, and if you're lucky enough, fast enough, talented enough, luck's a big thing, as we said initially. You will be in that top 5 for the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout in every single category. Geez, all quiet in the drift pits for now, but geez, last night that was not the case in there, Matty Cav. It was hectic in there last night.
It was a hive of excitement down there. I mean, we saw a lot of things happening last night. The drifting is going to be back tonight, of course, the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Cup. But we've got our Yokohama Advent Nova tuner class are going to be the first rank out today. We saw them out first yesterday, and the cool air in the morning really favoured us. And we saw that first session yesterday where we saw some incredible times. It only got beaten late yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, and it's a brand new class. I love it. Must run the factory type engine. Radiator suspension must be factory locations. Basically, factory everything. Aftermarket brakes must fit factory locations. That's important. Factory subframes, no billet blocks, dry subs, but nitrous or aftermarket transmissions, no Lexus windows. So it can't just be a stripped out race car. Entrants must run the Yokohama Advan Nova 8009. We've already proven on that control tyre just how quick some of our sort of, lightly, well, I shouldn't say lightly tuned. Nothing in Australia is these days lightly tuned, but they are essentially street cars on steroids. And look who was out there initially straight up. The guy that is pretty much at the pointy end after, I think, 3 laps yesterday, Adam Kazmiri out on track. Whether Jordan Cox is out in this session as well, we're going to see it all light up here this morning. But we were absolutely stunned yesterday when we saw times in the minute 30s nearly straight up from Kazmiri and Cox. Now, of course, Cox driving the BMW M2, Kazmiri driving that amazing Toyota Yaris GR for Lamb Speed Racing. Well, Lamb Speed, they know about those Yaris GRs, and you know what? When we go back to this sort of category, which I suppose you could say was like a version of Club Sprint 10 plus years ago, before Club Sprint's gone fully hectic and really, I mean, now in Club Sprint you can have billet blocks and sequential shift and everything like that. But of course now tuner is a class that's had to evolve to incorporate and retain current or existing standard street cars, and doesn't matter what you're driving in this class. The class of 2025 is our first ever induction for that class, and I think it's got legs. Matty Cav, it's going to go on for a fair while yet, because we've got amazing cars. People are going to keep using them. That's the whole idea of owning a car. Use the thing. So we're going to see more of the late model Supras. We're going to see more of the Yarises in the future. Throw in some Euro stuff. Throw in some of the traditional old school stuff that we're going to have here in as well. It doesn't matter what you bring. You've still got to adhere to those rules, and then just put that Advan Neova 8009 on there. So right now we've got our first guy on camera that we're seeing is Damien Lococo in his GR Supra. He's ready to do a flying lap. Also out there, Xiaofeng Wang. Now look, she's from she's, I think, from China, for Toyota Supra for Max Euro. Xiaofeng is out there ready to run and get a flying lap down. But right now, all eyes on Lococo. Other guys having flyers now. Nick Callis, good to see the Spartan out there. Yes, Jordan Cox is just coming past the main straight, so there are a few in this class. Matty Cav, will we see a minute? Oh, I'll tell you what, whether they're not warm enough or just too much effort there from Lococo, but that corner does upset a few people if you unload that off the exit to that corner. But he's still back on it. These things pretty much got straight out of the box. First flying lap coming up now for Kazmiri. So he is on the main straight now. Adam Kazmiri in the Lamb Speed car. Jordan Cox is now starting to register a few sector times. We're keeping an eye out there in Damien Lococo, not lighting up any sectors just yet, but give him a lap or two, Matty Cav. It could change.
Well, they're essentially most of the street cars out there. I mean, a lot of them still have their rego plates on. So, look, it's going to take, I reckon, a good couple of laps to probably get the brake temperatures up to where they want to be. Yesterday, Jordan Cox did 3 laps in total. So, you know, that's all it took. The same as Kazmiri, it was less than 4 laps. So they've already set those amazing times. And they sat out yesterday choosing to save the tyres. Only 6 tyres allocated for them for this weekend. So 6 sessions. Oh, no. That's Kazmiri.
That's Kazmiri. That is Kazmiri. We want to see if we can try and catch.
Is that smoke coming out from under the car, though?
We just want to catch the beginning of that. I know we just saw the end of it, but I want to know if we can catch the beginning out there now. Sean Atherton in the BRZ. Yesterday, he was stranded off the side of the track for the whole session near the end of the day, so he didn't really get a representative time in at all. Let's go to the action replay. Kazmiri coming out of turn 1. Oh, flame out. A full flame out there. Now, geez, you don't see that every day. I mean, we had a little fire there yesterday, one of our Club Sprint cars, but that is a hell of a flame out. And now we've got the WRX off to the side there as well, and trying to work out which one that is.
Is it? Scott Driver, I think that is.
So we need a red there for a reason. We've got 2 stranded ones there, and that's not a good start to our day, but it's an automobile. Things happen, especially when you decide that we want to make them go fast. You're going to get all sorts of things pop up that the normally reliable, well-tuned, well-maintained, professionally, prepared vehicles can still have happen to them. And you know what? This is one of our best teams around. They know how to make these things go quick, but something went astray, and they are now racing for fire extinguisher, fire suppression. Kazmiri there pulling the pin.
Oh, there's flame.
Yeah, no, it's got some good stuff in there. It's got some good stuff in there. He's borrowed a fire extinguisher off Nick Spartan. Right now, we're obviously needing to get some more fire suppression down there. I thought he might have had one in the car himself, Adam Kazmiri, but this action replay again shows us through turn 1 into turn 2, and then it's just, that thing was still under power. Like, he was still coming to the corner under power when that thing just flamed out. You could hear that thing. I know, you know, they run on, they're a 3-cylinder engine, but I mean, it made a horrible noise near the end that just flamed out, and drama. We didn't really talk about this much because we've just started here on day 2 of Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. What we saw yesterday is always like the first half of the book. We're going to write the rest of the story today, and this is just another piece of drama that we know we've come to, well, I don't know whether we enjoy it at the moment, but when you look back over the weekend and you say, well, that's a very critical part of the whole story every year. If no one did anything wrong or made any mistakes, then I suppose it's not as exciting. But when you see drama like that, now remember, Kazmiri already is at the top of the pops. We'll talk about that in a sec. We've got our first pit report of the morning. Good morning to Emily.
Good morning, guys. I've got Josh Muggleton here. That looked pretty wild into turn 1 and coming into turn 2 with Adam, apologies. What goes through a driver's head when something like that happens?
Well, you never like to see fire, obviously, so first thing is to try and get out and then get your extinguisher and try and save the car. So it was really cool to see Nick Callis stop and lend a fire extinguisher as well. That's great sportsmanship, but that's the bloke he is. So, yeah, look, hopefully they get that car sorted. Hopefully it's not too bad. Might be a line of some description that may have popped off, so just wait and see.
And you're going into, you've got the 2 cars, you've given the drive over to your teammate. What's the strategy for the whole day?
Oh, the strategy, like the track's the best it's going to be today, this morning, so it's unfortunate these red flags come out because there'll be a lot of people wanting to set green sectors here. So, look, currently it's 3rd. It's good for us, I suppose. We're holding on to that at the moment by the skin of our teeth. So, yeah, we'll just see if it gets started again and see what Dan can do.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's probably something I want to talk about, Chris, was that, yeah, this is the optimal time at the moment. Cool air, clean track, get out there and get this done. So to cut the first session potentially short is really going to hurt a lot of these drivers that we didn't see yesterday. They came out in the first session, laid the time down and said, we're going to save all this for tomorrow. So, you know, there's a few chapters still to play out today, but the book is getting written, and it's going to be whether you can make that top 5, because we talk about that Super Cheap Auto Super Lap, you know, shootout that we're going to have later on today. It's only the top 5. So if you're in there, you're going to get some really good, cool conditions tonight to try it again. But if you're not in there, potentially you're going to miss out.
Well, we've heard from a lot of teams yesterday that were adamant that this was the session they all wanted to attend. That first one in the morning, the air's still a little bit crisp. The track is a little bit on the cold side, but if you can get the tyres up as hot as you can, find a little bit of room out in your session and get a good clean lap in there, yeah, might light up a few green sectors there or consolidate what you did, of course, yesterday. But look, one of the twists and turns to the story is, of course, Kazmiri at the top of the leaderboard right now. Now the whole day to try and fix that, if it can be fixed. As we heard from Josh Muggleton's sort of take on it, is that, you know, maybe it was a loose line or something like that that's caused the flame. The noise that I heard from there, though, didn't, you know what I mean? It could have done something a little bit worse than that. It was weird. It was on the downshift that it did it as well. You know, well, it wasn't really on the downshift. He was still trying to keep that throttle down, I'm sure, for late braking for Kazmiri there, and that was still on the throttle when that thing went all astray. The question is it fixable? If it's not, well, someone's got to try and beat that 35 by the end of today. I don't think it can happen right now. So sometimes the best thing you can do is just sit back and either just say, well, I can't fix it, or patch it to turn up at the shootout. Even if you say that you're out of the shootout, we'll normally take the 6th person in there, and that way the 2nd person becomes the 1st, and so on and so forth. But again, at the end of the day, you've still got to light up the sectors. You've still got to run a time quicker than what's already there in order to do anything as far as shuffling that order. And Kazmiri, yesterday we're talking about him in the clubhouse as in-house as the course leader, but now that's completely changed. But you know what? Let's ramp it up a little bit right now, because we've got some amazing in-car footage from none other than Mr. Tim Slade in none other than the Pagani Huayra R. No talking to do here, Matty Cav. absolutely, what an amazing piece of machinery, and the Pagani wasn't too bad either.
Yeah, the Pagani sounded all right, didn't it?
Oh,
What
look,
did you call it? A symphony of valves.
yeah, it was a mechanical symphony, and even just to hear it from inside, it's not near as cool sounding inside as it is, obviously, when you're listening to it from outside. And, you know, 8,000 RPM, I picked up there, about 8 grand, 300 on the straight. Geez, he can hit that thing with commitment, but Tim even said yesterday, it's a little bit like, for him as a pro driver, he's right on the edge. I mean, it didn't look like he was on the edge, but, I mean, really, he starts to remind himself about what they're worth and then decides he doesn't need to give it 10 tenths. 9.5 tenths from Tim Slade is enough. All right, we're back into a session here. We've still got a little bit of that Advan Neova. Looks like we do.
Jordan Cox back out in the Southern BMW M2 competition car. Like I said, did very few laps yesterday. Probably just got the tyres and the brakes up to temperature in that start of the session before we had that red flag. So Jordan Cox, well, he might want to try and go one more. 136.66 is his time at the moment. He's in second position. It's a whole second behind Kazmiri, but with Kazmiri at the moment looking ominous with the amount of flames that came out of that car, right now is the time to have a bit of a push while the weather's still good out there. Still got that nice cool air at the moment. Got some clean track. Jordan Cox, a very experienced racer. Shot in fame with taking those little front-wheel drive cars over the Mount Panorama, but we've seen him in Trans Am. We've seen him obviously take on so many things around Australia in all forms of racing, whether it be front-wheel drive cars, Pulsars, BMWs. We saw him in TCR Australia as well. So a very accomplished driver in his own right, and does some spanners on these cars as well. He builds cars for people. So you know, good bloke to have in your garage.
Well, I mean, you know, not a professional racer, but semi-pro and more seat time than the average Joe. And considering he's deep in the industry, where you're living and breathing this every day, they do become more natural proponents of time attack, no matter what class. And then look at the M2, put it on the Advan Neovas, and we're competitive already. But it's also a tribute to the various platforms we're running in all of our categories, but especially the Advan Neova tuner class. Just because, you know, this is race tyres for the street, and they do perform pretty well. They can stand on their own. They can stand on their own as a fantastic dual-purpose tyre. Race tyres for the street. Imagine to be able to just turn up with your Advan Neovas on it and go out and do your track day and drive home with not having to carry another set of tyres with you. They do. And even Eleanor Terry was saying that she'll use just the full set of 4 for the whole weekend. You know, probably 6-8 sessions. All right, Daniel Burton. Now keep an eye out on this. So this is the GR Yaris. Of course, V-Sport by Friction. Josh Muggleton was driving it, but it's handed over to Dan Burton when his car, I think, packed it in early on Thursday. So straight away, Josh Muggleton's decision to give Dan Burton the keys is paying off nicely. Dan's getting a bit of steer time. Josh, one less car to steer today. And yeah, you've got to trust the guy to hand it over and let him have a steer. Looks like Eleanor's just in front of him there in her Hyundai, but here comes a fly for the Yaris. Eleanor goes a new PB, minute 55.19. Burton, minute 41.827. Yesterday's minute 49.24 from the car. Still keeps him in third spot for now, but a few more minutes left in this session where various cars can get a run down. Now, this is a guy that was stuck on the side of the road yesterday afternoon. I don't know what the problem was. This is the thing, we never quite get down to every single problem, every single entrant encounters, but when we see them back out in later sessions, we can only assume the thing's either been completely fixed or patched up. Callis goes minute 42.118, that's the best for him. Davison a minute 47, 396, and Atherton minute 41.081. Some good numbers lighting up in behind us here.
Well, it's that push now to get into the top 5. This is Lamb just gone out in the 91 car. He just goes up to third fastest, a 140.51. So Lamb in the Trust the Line Honda Civic Type R back in the top 5. We're sitting there on that, we're going to call it the bump spot. That's the bit where you need to be in the top 5 position if you want to go into the Supercar, Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout later on today. So we've got a couple more sessions to get underway. So only a couple of things moving there. Lamb moving up to third position in that dying stage of this session. Burton jumps in there as well.
I tell you what, Sean Atherton might just, if he can come back in the next couple of sessions today, it's not too much between getting out of the top 5 and being in it. Even Andre Rivera could probably get himself a minute 41 something, but all the way down. Eleanor improving as well, minute 55.19. So good to see some green sectors light up for a few of our competitors this morning. As we would normally expect, doing this event for so long, it happens on that Saturday morning. Now, first of all, a very good morning now in the pits to Keziah.
Thank you, guys. Well, I'm standing by with Kim from Sakura. Now, this is her livery merchandise stand that she does have here in the paddock, one of the vendors of the weekend here at World Time Attack. But she also has a beautiful show and shine car, and she's got a little mini model here. Kim, I want you to tell me all about this car.
So this is a car that he actually designed. This is Steve from Secure Creative. Yeah. And obviously the inspiration was One Piece. And I've had this car for the last 10 years. And we thought that we'd just spice it up a little bit. We started this business back in 2022, and when it was the first car that we did, it was a collaboration with Orifel. And yeah, it's got a beautiful laminate. It's an over laminate that's got like a copper through it, so it sparkles. Did you want to?
Yeah, so the design itself, we've probably done about 40 hours of work just designing it. It was all vector illustrated, so a lot of time down just in illustration work. And there's a lot of key kind of subtle differences in the car as well if people want to make the way up there and try find them themselves. I put like a nice manga piece in the back, just in the boot area to kind of blend it in, something a bit cool and interesting. But yeah, we just try to make the design kind of suit the seats. It's got the option B interior in the orange, so we made the Nami kind of suit the seating as well. But yeah, it's a really unique car. We love it. We met with our Sylvias. That's how we kind of introduced ourselves together. This is our other one here on the day as well, the S14. That's our new car that we've done work on as well.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful cars, and everyone, you can make your way down. You can check out the car here and also in the show and shine section. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the weekend. I'm going to head back up to you guys in commentary.
Oh, look, the colour. We knew we had colour here, and Keziah's going to get around and bring us a little bit more of that today. So very early in the piece here Saturday morning, but you know what? It's going to absolutely pump. Give us an hour or two, and we will be filling Sydney Motorsport Park with about as much colour as you're ever going to get. Stick with us. We'll take our first break of the morning and back with more soon.
Yokohama. Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Yes, Club Sprint first session of Saturday morning. Thanks to Haltech, and yeah, take the tuner class and let's throw a little bit more extreme into it. I mean, again, this was sort of our entry-level class many years ago, but look what's happened over the years, Matty Cav. Evolution of the species.
Oh, I think it's an understatement to say evolution. It's progressed so quickly here where we start to let a few more changes go when we come to our club switch. We see one of the cars already pulling up. We don't want to see that in this early session, like we say, very important. Now we've got two groups when it comes to our Howtech Club Sprint class as well, because we've got over 30 entrants here this weekend. This is how much it's grown, and considering that our tuner class, it's brand new for 2025, has taken some cars back out of it. Yeah, we could have potentially seen 50 cars in this category here this weekend. So it's an ever-evolving category, but it's where you take that next step and we see the Rego plates start to go out the window, because we can start to do a couple more things. Of course, no pro driver, but we're allowed to get some aftermarket uprights. We're allowed to do some custom radiators. We've got a choice of two different types of Yokohama Advan Neova tyres with the 8009 or the 8052. We're allowed billet blocks, forced induction, aftermarket ABS, which is a big one there, so they can brake as late as possible, paddle shift, transmissions, and dry sumps. So we can really start to ramp things up here when it comes to our Howtech Club Sprint class.
You know what sort of came first that really started to see the numbers tumble? It's the horsepower, right? Because, you know, these engine platforms, whether it's the Subaru EJ20 or EJ25, the 4G63, in the Evo Lancers. Josh Muggleton now on a fly, that's good to see. Even the Supras. So the horsepower came first, the aero kind of came second, then the Motorsport ABS and the aero increases from there came after that. Because remember, we've been running them on the AEO 52s for a long time, so it can't be where the tyres have given them the advantage, but they've got better at making power, better at the aero, better now with paddle shift, and that Motorsport ABS has really just brought these cars down in times throughout the years. Now Muggleton on a flyer, we don't see him in the top three here as yet, so this is going to be lighting up maybe some segments that maybe he's going to need quicker than a 32.705 to make it to that Super Lap shootout tonight. Big flyer there now, comes on through 32.722. Oh, you missed it. He missed it by only 32.722. He missed it by 17 thousandths.
Yeah, he's in position number 6, just outside that top one bump spot. The other one, which will come out in the second group though, Mikowski with a hill come out. But Trent Grubel is back from what I hear down the pits. Let's head down though to find more from our BOSCH Motorsports Pit Report with Emily.
Hi everyone, I'm down here with Jordan Cox. Now you're racing in the Tuner Series in the BMW M2. You're currently second, 1.2 off the pace. Are you banking on the last session to just pull it out and win the class?
Yeah, for sure. We're pretty confident we'll be in the shootout with that one. So we've been saving 2 rear tyres for that now too. So hoping the track rubber's in throughout the day, stays in good condition, and we'll have a red-hot crack in the shootout.
That'll be exciting. Now, what's your favourite part about this racetrack? Is it turn 1, turn 14? Do you have a favourite corner?
Oh, it's got to be turn 1. You know, like with these cars, with the aero, you've got to be quite committed. And the more committed you are, generally, it rewards you, getting the splitter down and getting the downforce working. So, yeah, like turn 1 through a 10.
Well, good luck on green tyres for the last session.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Bring it on.
Yeah, I tell you what, I love the attitude of Jordan Cox. Yeah, we just got that sort of laid-back Aussie hot shoe, don't we? Like and you know more than I would, Matty Cav, but just how many of them are, you know, they're guns. They're a little bit more laid back. Got that really sort of that laid-back Aussie attitude to them. But we know these things are quick and can steer. We're probably the best in the world if we were to compare them. Apples for apples. Now that is not good, because we've seen Johnny Boz in trouble before. This is not good coming out of pit lane, Matty Cav, and pulling up literally at the first flag tower. That is not good for our man Johnny Boz driving that car today.
So I believe that might have had some transmission issues yesterday.
Ah, gotcha. All right, well, it could be again.
That's something I heard last night. So we'll wait and confirm that a little bit later too.
Here's a lady that's getting plenty of on-screen time, and that, of course, from South Korea, Miji Kang, driving this amazing little K24 powered Honda Civic for Shockworks. So Shockworks have given her so they fixed, obviously, that suspension failure or whatever that was yesterday. Remember, right now, on the end of just before turn 1, she decided to run down the exit road, and that left-hand front was just not aligned with anything. So it looks like they fixed that there for Miji, and she's out there punting it around.
Well, she got the fastest third sector as well she's ever had, so her personal best there. So just a couple of seconds off what we've seen her do in the 149, so expect that car's really just starting to get that tyre temperature up. So I think the next couple of laps we could see that Still just circulating, and that's Nathan Wheeler there in the IOR Motorsports entry. And there's the Skyline GDR. Now, he's probably looking for some fresh air, letting Miji go, knowing with the power you'd expect out of the Skyline could probably catch Miji down some of these straights pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, you're on it, Matty Cav. It's about getting in the minds of these competitors in their session. It's like, let people go in front of you, start to warm their tyres up, get some room. Normally, the first vision of that is when you come back onto the straight, who's in front of you? Am I going to round this person up? Are they on a flyer? The only thing that it's hard to work out is who's on a flyer and who's not. There's something in each car that's a great invention that people should use it a lot more. It's called the mirrors, right? That's to keep an eye out. If you're not on a flyer, look in your mirrors and see if someone is coming up at a great rate of knots, and just be ready to be out of their way, because some of these people, when they are coming through, the first time you see them in your mirrors, the next time they're right beside you. So it's all about giving them room at the critical points, and that's, right on apexes, staying off the line. I love this little car. It's just trying to find its way around on a clean lap. That's the ED Civic of Craig Klingbeil, Tintacar Honda Civic. They're never going to go away, the little Hondas. We're going to have them forever, and I particularly love that shape. I do love the old ED Civics, I really do. So many classic shapes that are going to be around with us forever, as long as these owners continue to love them and find the passion to use them. Because they're certainly a lot better out here on a track getting thrashed than they are sitting in a garage somewhere. And another one, Team Takumi, Di Newan in the 350Z.
Yeah, Team Takumi at the moment just coming around. Almost going to finish this lap. Let's quickly head down to pit lane though with Keziah.
Hello guys, thank you so much. I'm here with Herman from Platinum Racing Products. Now I really love the merchandise stand down here. It's very colourful, it's very fun. The music's pumping. Please tell us what is PRP?
Well, we just like to bring a bit of a show, but we also make car parts. It's more of a merchandise sort of stand lately, but we do bring colourful parts to an exciting field of RB goodness. We do a lot of JDM sort of parts. We support Time Attack as well as all the drag racing type stuff. But yes, we are full of colour. We're boasting with all sorts of action, and we try and bring the show.
You do bring the show, and you bring a little bit of life as well, because if I can get my cameraman to pan back over here, when we say there is fun merchandise, you have to check out these shorts. These are the new PRP merchandise shorts. They are available along with hoodies, t-shirts, and if you look at all their engine parts, they are very colourful. I love this. It's never just plain with you.
When we started full on in the industry, which was 2018, every engine was black, and I just love colour. So I started bringing in some colour, and people were pushing back pretty hard at the time, and I remember it. And then you see some engine builders, they try a purple thing here and there, and it was sort of the beginning. And now it's like we're doing colour fades and all sorts of stuff, and the engine actually pops out of the car because people are sort of putting so much time, effort, money into their builds, and they might have a coloured car, it's a blue car, and then the blue engine goes with it. It's like, well, who are we to say, no, you can't have a green engine? You can do whatever you want with PRP, so it's been fun.
Absolutely, and that is the beauty of the cars that we have down here at World Time Attack, is the beauty, the design, the passion that goes into it. So thank you so much for joining us. We are going to get more action down here and have more fun in the paddock.
Thank you, Herman. Thank you, Keziah. Herman loves colour, and of course, when he does wear his shorts, I think he goes to the gym in the morning and gets on the treadmill and gets the legs pumped there. He's definitely not missing leg day, our Herman from PRP. And yeah, colour is life, and we've got so much colour on and off the track, and as we said to Keziah earlier, she's going to bring us that colour. I didn't know physically she was going to bring us all that billet anodised colour early on, but it's so good that she has. We're still keeping an eye here on Di in the 350Z. Where was he in the list? Oh, he's 19th with a minute 41.272, but how's this for quality, Matty Kev? We've got that many cars. Like now, what are we up to? Not 15 cars under minute 40, and then a whole bunch between a minute 40 and a minute 42. Club Sprint, they're not always racing for sheep stations. All they're trying to do is just beat their own times, perhaps from last year, perhaps from yesterday, and just be part of that 2025 intake for World Time Attack and Haltech Club Sprint.
We spoke of this last year. The bump was a minute 34.49. Now,
yeah,
you've got to go way under that to make the top 5 this year. Minute 32.705.
Yeah, how's that for Muggleton? Yeah. 32.722 and not in the 5. So to run a 32 and not be there, that is one hectic club sprint class, considering last year Trent Grubel won it with a 32.234. So to have all these other cars under that from last year, it's Groundhog Day. You know, we've been doing this long enough to know that that's what we've come to expect at a World Time Attack. People continue to chop times down. Meiji.
Just having a look. Jeff Cotter as well has just gone round on a personal best.
All right.
Just across the line, went up to 17th position from 18th. So
okay, George Jeff Cotter.
Position.
That's the 86 shot, but more eyes on Meiji again. Let's have a listen to the ladies' whole attitude. Let's listen to the downshifts, the power application. Let's have a listen here. She's still giving it some. That's an NA K24 powered Civic EG. And you know, many years ago, Matty Cav, if you wanted to grab an EG Civic, you could get it for a couple of $1,000. Now you try and get an EG Civic anywhere that's in decent shape, and you're paying more than that, definitely. They're cars that weren't initially tuner cars until people started to modify them, and now they've become a tuning icon. Was Honda themselves ever thinking about making a Civic a tuning icon? Well, they certainly didn't set out to do that, but look what happened. Look what the aftermarket did from there. And of course, we've got Spoon royalty here this weekend as well as part of 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack. So they took, of course, Honda into the counterculture, and this is what happens with counterculture like this. It takes what the manufacturers produced and made it so much cooler. The first group for Heltec Club Sprint through. No changes anywhere that we can see other than a couple of little personal best coming in. That run there by Josh Muggleton just missed him out of the top 5. David Calabria there in 7th, Ruben Martin, Kim Tai and Alex Luther rounding out the top 10. No more improvements through the middle there. Some of those names you're seeing there now are about to come out in the next session, and let's see how they go out on this, I should say cleaner track. We give it a little bit of a blow off overnight, give it a little bit of primping and prepping. But it is a cold track, cold conditions, good horsepower for anyone that's got it, and who knows what elapsed time drop we can see in any of these categories as they get their flyers through. So the first group of Heltec's through, second group not too far away, but we're hoping and hearing. And is that a man I see there? Now that is a man in an aircraft. Now it just looks like a normal aircraft to me, but well, I actually thought it was the man himself. Isn't that good? How good's our cameraman? There's a plane in the sky. Is it Matt Hall? We had a quick look. No, it's not. It's just some other dude, unless Matt's hijacked another plane. I don't know. But yeah, that was quite interesting to have the plane going overhead, because we were going to have him touch down here first thing this morning. But hey, guess what? He had a little magneto issue or something that he had to fix. Everybody got problems. Everybody got problems. Even the greatest can have problems. Even the best preparation you can do, you can still see problems with it. If it's mechanical, you can have problems with it. We've already seen that already Thursday, Friday, and today. Hopefully a lot of that's ironed out. The rest of the story is going to be written in all the categories. And there's a story right there in front of us. I can see on the screen now the man, Trent Grubel, out there ready to go. He set the standard yesterday when he came out, but then what about 2 laps in, Matty Cav? Next thing you know, they're talking about taking it back to the workshop and swapping the engine out.
I believe that they finished that at about 4:30 a.m. this morning.
Geez, so that's a big. That is a big engine swap story, and I know we've got more stories coming from the pits now. Emily, you got more for us?
We're down here in Trent Grubel's garage, and the suspense is really high right now, because they might possibly be going for a lap. It did work until 4:30 this morning. I don't think anyone slept. There's been a lot of coffee consumed, so fingers crossed we see something in this session.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out, won't we? And the question's going to be, is that engine they put in, is it of the same calibre of the one they started the weekend with, or have we just found an engine, a spare one laying around? Is it the same level? Were we seeing the same amount of boost? Will they try and just put a banker and get some data on this, maybe on the computer, get some feedback?
But it just shows you the commitment. Like, you know, you can set up something safe, and then you can set up something that's, you know, beyond the limits, which you know has the is the possibility of maybe failing on you. And you know, they're well-worn and well-trodden paths with these cars now, especially the engine platforms, if you're familiar with them. If you've been racing boosted Subarus for 10 years, well, you know where to fix them and where not to. The same with Evos, no matter what. But these guys, they don't come to play. Yes, again, we remind us that a lot of us are doing this for recreation. That, yes, we still have professional teams there that want to perform on track because that's in their ethos, that's in their work ethic. They want to get out there and they want to perform. They want to do better than they did last year. And Grubel's got the eye on the prize. He'd love to go 3 in a row. He'd love to do a 3-peat. So that's one thing about Club Sprint that we've got to explain to people. Yes, you can do engine swaps. It's got to be the same brand and the same number of cylinders. Factory subframes must be retained. That's the key to Club Sprint. Paddle shifters are now allowed. Radiators are allowed to be repositioned up to 75mm from the factory. Still can't have Lex and windows though, but you know what? Dry sump it, billet block it, put an aftermarket transmission in. You're allowed to do that now. Your minimum weight's still got to stay 1425 kilos or OEM minus 5%, so you'll get some of those Hondas. That's nice. You can use the Yokohama Advan 8009, that would be the Neova, or you can use that AO52 that we've been using for years. But hey, haven't the standards dropped over the last 10 years as far as times are concerned? Like, we have been chopping it still, even Club Sprint, we're still chopping times all nearly every year.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this session goes. At the moment, it's Mikowski at the moment with a 131.580 is the fastest car out there, and sat out most of yesterday after that morning session where he set that time as well. But he's coming out. Yeah, we knew the morning session was going to be very interesting, really, and everyone said it yesterday. The morning session seemed to be where we want to be. Tonight, though, of course, that Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootouts after 5:30 p.m. So that'll be some nice, cool conditions. The sun should be going down in the background, and expect that to be absolutely entertaining tonight. But you got to make it in there. You got to be in the top 5. So this is the second group of our Howtech Club Sprint class.
There's some pointy ones in here. There's some machinery going to be coming around here now in Club Sprint that's going to light us right up here. There's Mikowski, Mr. Plasma Man himself. So this is going to be crazy. We've got Grubel out there as well. We've also got the we had the WRX there, the Got It Rex car as well. So they're all having a crack here this morning. Let's just see how this works out. Look, one of the other things that'll stop these guys lighting up the green sectors is the traffic. Look at the traffic at the moment. How does anyone get any space? Where's the fresh air to go quick? Yeah, it was Garland, the one I was thinking about there, of course, in the red Rex. So you're going to need quicker than a 32.705 to make it into the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout tonight. Mikowski, Grubel, I'd say Jamal Assad, all probably shoe-ins, you would imagine, but you cannot rule out someone like, you know, Calabria or Muggleton reeling off a cracker before the end of the day, although if they'd already tried to do it, they should have done it already in their session, because this is where the track has historically been quicker. First thing in the morning, everyone, that air's really cool, everyone's making maximum horsepower because, you know, all these guys are boosted and they've got them wound up to go quick. Emily, you quickly got something down in the pits there for us too.
Talking about boosted, so I've come over to Alex Plasman's garage just to talk with the engineers and the mechanics, and they have turned up the boost for this session. So they are going to wait until the final session for the shootout, but it's quite interesting to see these two top teams battle it out.
Oh, thank you, Emily. So how's that? The boost has been turned up. I bet you right now Grubel's got the boost up. Here goes Trent Grubel. He's not used to being in second place. He wants to be in first place. What's happened? What's happened coming to the end of the main straight? Smoke already from Grubel. That's not good. Not good if we've done an engine swap. We're looking at the back of the car. Plenty of smoke. Hasn't even lasted a flying lap just yet. Grubel has pulled the thing up in the grass. And look, you know, it might be able to stay stranded there to a small amount of time before they throw the red. But
the door's open already. He's trying to get out of that car really quickly, which is something surprising.
That is just. And again, initially when you see some smoke, you might think things like, you know, when you're doing something like a changeover, you might have some burn off, you might have a little bit of oil that might have gone somewhere and that was burning off, but it did not look good when it came down that main straight and it was on an absolute flyer, and it absolutely, well, it's hard to predict when you're looking at it here on the main screen, but when you hear the word out there that everyone's, you know, running a decent amount of boost in these cars. Trent, they did the engine rebuild yesterday. He was about to log a very quick fly, you can imagine, because you know how skillful the guys in the car. The BOSCH Motorsport Action Replay. Okay, here we go. All looking good here. Systems go. God knows how much boost is on board here with the big Subaru. Flat 4. Starts the lap. Flying down here. And yeah, whether it was on the back off or whether it started to hurt from there. I just don't think anything got to the track, lucky enough. But that, yeah, started to hurt badly. Trent's now got the extinguisher in there. Geez, we've had a few extinguishers out already this morning. Keziah's got a topic for us down there in the pit area.
Thank you. I've got Dane from BOSCH Motorsport, the Business and Market Development Manager. Tell us a little bit about BOSCH's involvement here at World Time Attack Challenge.
So a range of the vehicles have got our products in them. One of our key focuses this weekend is our BOSCH Motorsport ABS product. We're partnered with our New South Wales dealer, 909 Motorsport. One of the focuses for us this weekend is the Tanuki vehicle. We've brought some engineers over from Japan to work with Todd Hazelwood and the Tanuki team to really focus that Motorsport ABS activation into that vehicle so that Todd can maximise his lap in his attempt for the win. We've also got our sister company Motec is here. Their range of products is pretty much in all the vehicles. We've got a range of new products here on the stand as well. Everything from our ECUs, our dashboard display units, power distribution modules, as I mentioned, the BOSCH Motorsport ABS, fuel pumps, electronic throttle bodies, a range of sensors, and some display vehicles here that are on our stand that are using our products that have been installed or maintained by the team at 909 Motorsport. And S&J with their 1000 vehicle, that vehicle's got again a range of BOSCH Motorsport products in it. So we're quite proud to be here. We've been a partner with WTAC for quite some years now, and yeah, it's a pretty exciting day. The weather's great. Come down and see us.
Absolutely. Make sure you do come down here and see the guys at BOSCH. But also, I'm seeing BOSCH more and more involved in motorsport, expanding not just at World Time Attack Challenge, but in other areas as well. So what does the future look like for you? Yeah,
I think BOSCH has been involved in motorsport since 1901. We're an active player in all motorsport categories. I think as the future of motorsport's probably hybridisation, electrification of the fleet, and we're a key partner in that with our focus in the LMDH program in Europe. And we'd like to think that we can be a partner going forward as the fleet or the population of racing vehicles electrifies in the future, bring some of that carbon neutrality into to motorsport, but also focusing on the grassroots level of motorsport, which is what we see here today.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us, guys. Make sure you come down and check out Dane at the BOSCH Motorsport stand here in the paddock.
All right, strap yourself in. Let's go for a flying lap with Tanuki. Todd Hazelwood getting ready to ride the rocket. Let's go with him.
For Todd Hazelwood in Tanuki in the M-Tron Pro class in the early session yesterday. We're still here in Pro territory, but I'm in front of the pits of Alex Rillo. Now, I had a super quick chat with him before he got suited into the IntelliSpatial Fleet Care Racing Lamborghini Gallardo REX, and he said, look, I honestly don't know what the team have done with regards to setup changes. I asked, do you trust them? He's like, well, I do. Either they don't want to tell me what they've actually changed, or they haven't changed anything. So the proof will be in the pudding. We'll see what this early session for M-Tron Pro class looks like. Coming at you very shortly.
Oh, just something about the look of that thing, the sound of it warming up, just that thing that just gives you the chills, just something mechanical. And it's got to have that sound, Matty Cav. It's got to sound like it's making horsepower. Geez, haven't we got some thoroughbreds in the place this weekend? Honestly, more thoroughbreds than I think we've seen at a Magic Millions ever. You know what I mean? We have got the best four-wheeled thoroughbreds on the planet here, no matter what class you're talking about, whether it's the pro class, the open classes, our Haltech Club Sprint, which we've got one more session to do, even our tuner classes, that pro open. And of course, did I mention the hypercars? Did I mention the hypercars there at all, Matty Cat?
Oh, we did get a little bit excited about those. We went on board with Tim Slade a little bit earlier, but I mean, yesterday, James Golding in the Brabham BT50, the good old Australian engineered car, was the fastest one out there in the hypercar class. You just come for that. That is worth the price of admission, just to come in there and watch these hypercars do a couple of sessions around here today. It's great to see so many people starting to fill the venue now. You can see on top, just on top of the pits, we can see a little bit there, so many people crowding around. I think that's the beauty of it. Down that Mate Straight, you can hear all the noise of the cars go by. You can be right on top of the pits. You almost can touch these cars when you walk down the back of pit lane. And of course, later on, we actually get to do a pit walk.
Oh, the pit walk will be amazing. Make sure you're got yourself in that position for that time to do the pit walk. So right now, yeah, we'll just we won't mention the guy's name while he's there. Just a moment of contemplation before he gets in and straps himself into one of these land-locked rockets. Down to Keziah.
Hello guys, well I am out the back of the Tanuki garage and I just want to get my cameraman to pan across to some of these merchandise because they have more than just one of the best cars out there. They've got some really fun stuff here. I have Lorenzo and Vernon, so sorry, out here. They will be talking to everyone, but please tell us about this merch.
Yeah, just to represent and show what Tanuki is all about. We try to really portray the illustration of the Japanese raccoon and what the car's livery looks like as well on the merchandise. Yeah.
It is very, very fun. So tell us, what is Tanuki about?
Tanuki, we're all about having fun and winning. We're doing our best to win, obviously, this year with Todd Hazelwood driving in the Tanuki S13, and we've got Hannah Burton driving in the Yaris GL.
And they're doing a brilliant job out there. But guys, make sure you come down. Don't just check out the cars on track. Make sure you're checking out the garage, saying hi to these guys. And there is really cute stuff. This little teddy bear key ring, it has to be a favourite.
Yeah, I tell you what, beware of the mythical killer squirrel. I think that's what it is. It's a mythical killer squirrel, Tanuki, and I love that cars are getting names. I mean, yeah, when you go back to the beginning and we hear names like Cyber Evo, the car became an icon by its name. In the past we've had things like MCA Hammerhead, and that was a name. RP968 is an iconic name. So some of these cars too. Mighty Mouse is another one as well. So cars that get that iconic identity. So now Tanuki is the new era of Australian-built World Time Attack weapons, and it's good to see that there's a few teams, especially out of Queensland, building some amazing cars as well, and to have circuits like not only Sydney Motorsport Park here to let them rip, but Queensland Raceway up in Queensland where they do get to do a bit of testing as well, because no one wants to miss the big dance, Matty Cav. No one wants to miss what we call the Mount Everest of Time Attack City, baby. That's what it is here in Sydney Motorsport Park, and it's so good to see getting on board with the merchandise. I know my kids, especially my oldest son, he went nuts with the merchandise yesterday. He just about bought up the whole World Time Attack Challenge merchandise tent. Got these amazing gym bags and amazing jackets and everything like that. And they reckon they nearly sold out of everything nearly yesterday. So God knows what's left down there. But hey, all your Christmas shopping for all you cool car people walking around the place right now, you can do all your Christmas shopping today here in the one venue, as well as take on not only some of the best Time Attack cars on track, all the other weaponry, machinery rolling around. This is another one from Lamborghini. I think Lamborghini Sydney got Baker Revolto just to drive around in. So you might see the CEO driving either this one or that white one there.
Yeah, normally we see him like a golf cart, don't we? So that's a bit of an upgrade. Lamborghini have done a nice job there, just give him something else to get around in the bits in.
No, he said they just, I think on Thursday, he got a phone call to say, oh, where do you want these Lamborghinis dropped off, you know, and Lamborghini Sydney just gave them to him because they want to be a part of it. The prestige that is attached to this event spans the entire universe, and Mr. Baker is at the centre of all of that. Now on track now, here he is, one of my excitement machines, Jamal Assad. Jimmy had that decent off in the Evo, I think, last year. They have rebuilt the car. He can be quick when he needs to be, and he brings that 4G 63 horsepower to the ground. So let's see what Jamal can do. He's already going to be in the Super Lap shootout with that minute 32.248, but could there be a 31 somewhere? Let's have a look.
Well, a little bit of understeer there. I think tyres are cold. They pulled out of this lap, so they know they probably need to warm those tyres up a bit. And it's that small mistake knowing this is probably the best session to get a time done before we go into the Super Lap shootout later on today.
He was up in that first sector too, so it just went a little bit astray. Garland hanging out the back of the WRX there as well. Let's have a listen. I love the combination of the downshift and the sound. Oh, now that's not good. No, Jamal, maybe that's the shortcut, right? I don't know whether Jimmy had an issue. Like the thing was a little bit loose coming out of a corner, but I didn't think it was enough to stop him. He got way out of the way there for Garland. Garland's still on a fly here. So staying out of the way there is our friend in the Supra, being Ty, of course, in the Supra, but Garland is on a flyer. Garland is already in fourth, so can he get into third? He needs quicker than the 32.248. He's up in sector 2, Matty Cab. He's putting a good one in here. The sound of that front splitter banging against the tarmac there on D-Cell. And he is absolutely legging that flat four right through the traps. Here we go now, coming through. It's a 31.990. 31.990. Watch out, Michalski. Watch out, Michalski. That's not good for Chapman there at the moment either, but didn't we see Mr. Plasma Man go out in that session? We didn't see it.
Well, he was on a flying lap. We just heard him go past behind us, actually, on an out lap. But if we see any type of yellow or red flag, this could really hurt his run, because he is out there at the moment somewhere.
Oh, Jamal right off there. So again, it wasn't like he was just making room for Garland on a flyer. He's had to turn that thing off and put it off to the side. Drama, we can't get enough drama, Matty. Calabria puts a PB in, 33.263. Walker, 32.628. So we've just shaken it all up again. 32.628, 32.248 didn't improve. Grubel's 32.032's now kicked out because Garland's gone 31.990, breathing on the tail of Michalski's 31.580. But that's interesting, Matty Cab, that he came out for a flyer, Michalski, but now he's gone off our charts.
I think he's still out there. We just dropped down the time scheme. Victor Rahul at the moment, improves his time by 1:39.36 there for Victor. Goes up to 16th position overall here in the second session of the Howtech Club Sprint class, but I'm waiting for Michalski to come around at the moment. I heard him go by and sit.
Okay, let's just listen to the intent here in the Evo, whether or not he's got intent on board here, whether he's getting himself ready for the lap. Now, normally by now you want to be on it, you want to be really attacking it, whether it's just a systems check for Alec or whether he really does have an issue.
Well, he come flying past the main straight before, but that's unfortunate there. And oh no, the helmet's off, belts are loosened, and
Jamal, we don't know what's happened there for him. And you know what, Jimmy has been at the pointy end of Club Sprint for many, many years. And last year, I think he did have that incident where he did damage the car in one of the last sessions. Had a bit of an off around the back there, and he did clean up a barrier, and I think push the front end in enough to warrant him to have to park it for the weekend and get rid of his campaign for 2024. Here he is in 2025, already got the runs on the board, going to be in that Super Lap shootout tonight if no one kicks him out with another couple of 32s in there, but he was up on that sector too, so was Michalski, so there's a whole lot of what if should have gone down just then, but it didn't. So we just got to rely on the rest of the field to improve here at the moment, like Daniel Cunningham. The only VW Golf R we've got out there. Now, normally you would assume, along with current tuner trends at the moment, there's a lot of young fellas out in those Golf Rs. You see them on the streets. I hear them crackle past my place. So some of those guys obviously would rather just crackle than get serious enough to really hook into a club sprint class. But hey, it's good to see we've got one in the field to add up for the diversity. So the big mover was Michael Garland with that 31.990 into uncharted territory. We hadn't seen minute 31s before this year. We've got two of them out there right now. It's Evo Lancer, WRX, Evo Lancer, WRX, Evo Lancer, Tunehouse Racing, which is Martin, Kim Tide, the Supra, and all the way through the various platforms, all the way through. Still minute 30s all the way to 16th spot, 17th spot now, Dwayne Fisher, 17th spot. We've still got minute 30s happening here, and then a whole bunch of minute 40-something. Kazia's got more from the beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park.
Thank you. I'm having so much fun down in the back of the pit garages here. Now, we have Highland cars, we have so many fun things, but I'll just ask Justin Golianex, one of our drivers, how's it going? Justin, oh wait, hang on, you're over here.
How are we doing?
Sorry, I had to. Tell us, what is the story behind that?
That would be a quality partner who likes to have a little bit of fun with me. So that was a birthday present, so... It's a bit creepy and a little bit awkward.
I love it. It's so much fun. And also with the Highland cows, what is the story behind that as well?
That would also be my partner as well, who really likes Highland cows, and our team also likes to do a little bit of stirring. So peer pressured her at a service station to purchase that and carry it along. So now he's part of the team.
Well, I love it. Team mascot. We also have a full-size Justin here, so please come down and check him out. It really is.
Cool. Michael Garland, a massive move here. Give us a run through of that flying lap.
It was very slippery, sector one. There was a bit of oil on the track. Once I managed to get the car through there, took on board what the coaches are telling me and made some moves, and got to where I needed to be.
Man, a fantastic run. Happy with the car, everything's working all right, or are there any gremlins lurking underneath?
Car's an absolute weapon. Cannot fault the car at all. All the problems are with the driver. But yeah, no, Got It Rex and Racing Shocks Australia and everyone that's involved in the cars done an amazing job.
Awesome stuff. Well done.
Yep, cheers. Thanks, mate.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, good to see some movers and shakers here already at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are just getting started. Beautiful destination, New South Wales. We're going to a break. The show and shine is really kicking off. We'll be back with more here soon.
Yokohama.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first Saturday morning session for M-Tron Australia Pro Class. And what is Pro Class? Well, basically the kitchen sink. You can throw everything at it. Pro drivers allowed. Composite and carbon body materials allowed. Active aero not allowed. All factory glass can be replaced by Lexan. Minimum weight of 1,200 kilo or OEM weight minus 20%. Yes, you can have billet engines, aftermarket transmissions, paddle shifters, nitrous as well, any slick tyre of a reputable brand allowed. Oh, and Aeromatic cab. You can just about do everything except active aero. And of course, our current record is Barton Moore, the RP968 Porsche, 1 minute 17, 444 back last year. When will that ever get beaten? And what is the nearest probably competitor to that? Well, it's still daylight between that. But I love that these cars are coming on strong, especially the Queensland teams like right now. The Skura Motorsport Lotus with the Honda K Series in it. None other than Tim Slade behind the wheel. And J-Mac's got the hottest news down in the pits now.
Having a chat with Matt Plowman, the team principal for Skura Motorsport, and I was talking to him about tyre temperatures, and I asked him, without going into specifics, what tyre temps do you try and get the warmers onto these slicks? He says we send him out at 90 degrees. By the time he goes out, he should be at around about 70 degrees. Of course, talking about Tim Slade, who's getting himself finally checked in, ready to run a hot lap. So they are looking for at least 70 degrees. I asked, does he have real-time tyre temps on the dash? The answer is yes, among a host of other things. We're actually going to go through a little bit of a tour of the Skura Motorsport Lotus dash a little bit later in the day.
Yeah, there's so much information now they collect on these cars, isn't there? You get ride height sensors, tyre temperature sensors, all those sorts of things. But interesting for me, I'd like to know what happened yesterday, because we saw that coolant coming out and that car did not make the final session. Great to see that it's out here in session number 1 today, because he's just been chipping away at those times, hasn't he? Tim Slade in the Skura Lotus car. But, you know, for me, it's going to be whether Todd Hazelwood gets out for me, because I just want to know in that Tanuki Racing entry yesterday afternoon, yes it is, here it is, sensor issues, they were playing with it in the pits, they were hoping to get it out. This morning's going to be another cracking session for him, and he was on track to get into the teams yesterday and had that gearbox shifting issue. And then later on, we saw 2 purple sectors in the fastest first 2 sectors of anywhere, and this had that issue in the final sector. So again, can Todd Hazelwood put this in the teens this morning?
Yeah, Tanuki, they just had that little problem yesterday afternoon because they are running an electric compressor in the car that helps with the air shifting mechanism in the transmission, and they were not getting the PSI up for the air shift. It was in 4th gear and then remembering the shift. So here he goes, Tanuki on a flying lap now. Hazelwood's going to start his campaign. Let's have a look if he's in full commitment. Let's have a listen. Commitment through turn 1 and of course Bosch turn 2, and it looked like he all got through there nice. He was quick through the first 8 lengths. He is throwing one down there. Rula, he's purple. Hazelwood is purple, getting more out of Tanuki. Let's have a listen here. Oh, bottoming out that front splitter, that's all important. All right, commitment through here into the hairpin. Lights those brakes up. There we go, power out of here. Short shift, tiny amount of traction control out of that. But now it's all power through.
It's on again.
Yeah, here we go, folks. Sector. Hold on to your hats. I think we got a teen. If he gets this all right here, Mr. Todd Hazelwood, it is going to be a teen. It is going to be Tanuki's teen here in 2025. All of the corners done, all of the horsepower in. Here comes Tanuki down the flying straight. 1 minute 19. 1 minute 19, 365. Todd Hazelwood. And look, because it's on slicks, he might have another good lap in it. If everything engine-wise, transmission-wise is good, he might find he'll go another one here, Hazelwood. It looks like he's still on it. Oh, here we go, Rulo. Now, tell you what, hasn't the kid really come on strong in this car? More power too.
His personal best time as well in the first 2 sectors. A minute after the first 2 sectors, and we'll just wait and see as he crosses the line. 1:23.47 will improve his time as well for Rulo.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much an absolute weapon. And Rulo just nibbling more and more out of the performance of this car. Now here's Slade getting ready now. The Skura Motorsport car from Queensland. That K-Series Honda. I think they talked about they did an engine swap on this car on the Thursday. I think they heard it on the Thursday. Now, I think Slade continues to find performance in every other aspect. But I just think he says this thing is a go-kart, and you can see it there with all its aero, all of its horsepower. It gets to a certain level there, and as if a car that slippery can have a brick wall, when you have a look at all that aero on the car, at some stage there, you know, you're needing more horsepower to fight that aero. And I think on some occasions here, this car is absolutely packed. Now let's watch him here. He's going to be on a flyer, and I think we're just going to let this sink right now. Beautiful. Aussie-built time attack car. Tell you what, turn one was full commitment there. There was no lifting there. Now, hopefully I didn't just see Curlin out the corner there. Just had some vision there from the back again, whether I'm seeing things or not. Here we go, turn 8, the hairpin, the hairpin. Oh, I'm seeing it, I'm seeing it. He's up in turn, sector 2, but I can see a little bit of spray out of the back of the car. Can you there, Matty Cav?
Yeah, definitely. There's a little bit of fluid, obviously, yesterday, some coolants. Whether they've got issues, he'll still try and finish this lap.
Oh, no, he's candid. Jeez, he's candid, isn't he?
You wonder whether the crew chiefs can see that on the live stream as well, and they're hearing us and go and bring it in before we do any damage.
that was going to be on a fly. Here comes Todd Hazelwood out of the car. Minute 19.365. Yeah, you deserve to look that way, Todd Hazelwood. The quickest. He already said it was the quickest he'd ever been around yesterday, but now he can now go away and tell all his supercar mates, I went around minute 19. How quick have you been around there? That's a bit of a flex as a supercar driver.
Well, think back to 2020 when supercars actually went to Sydney numerous times back to back, didn't we, when they couldn't travel around. So he's got a lot of experience here at this track. Let's head down, though, for a BOSCH Motorsports pit update down there with J-Mac.
Todd Hazelwood, a fantastic run, a 1 minute 19. You set the benchmark here for M-Tron Pro. Tell me, in the rawest, most unfiltered terms, what was that like?
I feel like my hands are shaking. that was something special. Yeah, for whatever reason, I hit the bump really hard at turn 1 and actually went back to 5th on me. So again, there's a little bit more time left in it. The track conditions are a bit greasy, so it was a little bit pushy for my liking compared to what we had yesterday morning. So I think, looking at what we might be able to do this afternoon, I think there's no reason why we can't get into that minute 18 territory for sure. So what it feels like as a driver, the best way I could describe it is, imagine being like strapped to a rocket ship and you're the one that's got to steer it around the corner. It's a pretty surreal feeling. The forces behind the wheel, the accuracy that you got to have. This car is quite a short wheelbase. It's very twitchy, so it is good for turning on a dime, but you really got to be alive because it's basically trying to bite me as quick as I'm putting an input in. So whether that's on a turn-in point or a power down delivery. We turned up the week yesterday at power down, and now I'm really starting to lean on it. We worked on the traction control system last night, probably give you a bit more freedom on power down to stop it from stalling. And yeah, that felt better again. So yeah, I'm pumped. Yeah, I feel like the adrenaline is running through me like you wouldn't believe right now. It's really cool.
Wait for the conditions in the Super Lap shootout. I think it's going to be your time to shine.
Yeah, that's it. No, bring it on. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to drive, and can't thank the whole team here enough. They were here till nearly midnight last night. We had a few electrical dramas, and the boys dug deep. We got everything sorted. So big shout out to those guys, and big thanks to Wayne from Tanuki for the opportunity.
Well, fantastic. Thanks, Todd.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Oh, he does such a good job, and you can just tell in his voice the man is genuinely enthused, and the ability for him to now talk about the adjustments they can make. When you're in the confines of, say, supercars, you're not talking about the same stuff Todd Hazelwood's talking about there. You're infinitely adjusting this car. If you want more horsepower, you can have it. If you want to change your TC, you can have it. If you want to dial the whole horsepower in or out, you can have it. And he's loving how much grip he's got. He's loving how much power he's got. It's just intoxicating to watch. Speaking of intoxicating, some more colour from Keziah.
Absolutely. Well, this beautiful McLaren Senna caught my attention. This is one of my favourite track cars, but it's a friend of Haltech's here this weekend, so check it out. But also, I'm here with Anna and Richard from Haltech. Tell us, what are you doing here this weekend?
So we're always here. It's our favourite event of the year, or one of at least. We're always selling here our merchandise and showing our new products off.
Amazing. And one of those new products is the new plug-in. So Richard, tell us about it.
Yeah, we've got the new plug-in for the Skyline and for the Mazda RX-8, sorry. Might have been a slip about what's coming soon. Yeah, it's an awesome new product. It plugs straight into your factory location. It's very easy to set up with the app on your phone. We've also got the displays, the IC7 and UC10 displays that are now fully customizable, so you can put whatever you want on those. They're awesome. Yeah.
That was a very sneaky preview of what's to come in the future. So we'll just, pretend we didn't hear it. But guys, make sure you come down and check out all the action.
Certainly action aplenty here. People are pouring into Sydney Motorsport Park. Look at the army of people walking down through there on the left. If you're nearby, you should get down here. If not, enjoy the live stream. We'll have a break and back with more soon.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Yeah, beautiful venue indeed. Destination New South Wales, Sydney Motorsport Park. 35 years of bringing high-powered machinery to Sydney. It's now time for the Motec Pro Open class. Matty Cav and Chris Diggles on the mic with you, with, of course, Keziah, Emily and J-Mac giving us all the action and colour and excitement from out the venue. This is so good to see him back. It's the Dream Projects S15. It sounds strong. It's Rob Newan. And he is going to push this S15 through. He's got unfinished business from yesterday, Matty Cav.
Yeah, yesterday we saw this car coming with an issue. Still in number 4 was what we got told, and it looks like they've repaired that overnight. We are hearing might have just been an injector issue there, and it looks like it goes a little bit wide. But rumours are they have brought the spare engine to the track just to scare this one. just in case. You don't want to go in, you don't want out of the car. We're going to bring the spare one just in case.
I hear that they did swap. Oh, big one! A big one there. Cam Mcloud has put the 86 into an absolute diabolical spin. And I'm not saying that he put it in there himself. The car just cut loose on him. That was nothing really to do with other than, well, maximum effort, maximum speed, the wrong corner to have it bite you at, but it's not the first time turn one has bitten anyone. But I tell you what, that's a big one, especially for someone the likes of Cameron Mcloud, because, Cam, he's a seasoned driver and he definitely can, he's definitely capable of steering anything. But yeah, when that cuts loose like that, you're just a passenger. No matter how much driving experience you got, when you get to that situation, you are merely a passenger. We are going red nearly immediately because that was just too much action to take in one day, Matty Cav, right then.
I have a feel like those sheep stations have come out to play for, like we say in Australia, don't we? Like, everything's just ramped up another level today. Yesterday we saw some amazing times, already saw some records amongst every category out there almost. But today, this first session, everyone was talking about it, was where they were going to go down and try and cement their top 5 spots so they could make it to the Super Cheap Autos Super Lap Shootout this afternoon. And, well, they're going hard and they're pushing these cars to the extreme limits at the moment, and we're seeing them come unstuck already. It's going to be an exciting afternoon because I don't think we've reached the limits yet.
Oh, look, not yet, and look, I'm sure in no time we'll have some updates on Cam down there. But how about the Dream Projects S15 that was flying there, Rob Newan? And there he goes. He's out under his own steam, having a look at the car. Now, again, you'd like to think, oh, it's not too bad. You won't know till you get it back to the pits. Now, here we go. Flying down the front straight here. Cam Mcloud flying there, and whether or not... Yeah, That is weird to me. That is weird to me. He was off the throttle, so he was literally coasting. It was like he was coasting. That is a big high speed. He's lucky that he did not that didn't dig in and flip over there. Absolutely diabolical what we've seen there. He was off the throttle, rolling through one. He was literally rolling through one. I don't know what then set it off, unless something locked up or something. You know, it can be maybe that little lock up in the rear end, whether or not it was a gear down or whatever, but then the thing's locked up and then flipped itself around. And yeah, he was merely a passenger there. No matter what he could do, he was just going to have to hold on and brace for impact. And lucky enough through that area, we do have, you know, the grass that sort of, you do tend to skim across, but then you got that gravel which is supposed to slow you down, then the tyre barrier. So, look, washed off a little bit of speed before he got there, but geez, it can just happen in an instant. That just snapped on him. That was rolling. That wasn't under power at all. He was coasting, and then the thing did that. So that's interesting, whether there was a lock-up or something like that, whether that was brake or whether or not that was just something in the rear end locked up. No one will know. They'll have to check the data on that. They'll be able to check throttle position, they'll be able to check brake temps, they'll be able to see whether or not maybe it is something like that, drive shaft RPM or whatever. But that was a decent one for Cam Mcloud, and that is not good to see. We can't write any more into the script, Matty Cav. We are absolutely full of stories, sensational stories like that. And you know what? 30 seconds earlier, we were still trying to dissect what happened, what we saw with Rob Newan. Of course, the Dream Projects S15 was flying out, and then he just through turn 1, turn 2, then had that little moment where it sort of got a lot of oversteer. He had to back off, and we thought, well, he'll recover. But then next thing you know, we got Cam Mcloud flying off backwards at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Well, we've got plenty of drivers here this weekend taking on the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Let's get to know just a few of them who are down there in the paddock this weekend.
We're here at the World Time Attack Challenge media launch, and we're going to get to know the drivers better. What is your favorite snack to have at the track?
Ooh, Red Bull. That's, I don't know, it might not be a snack to some people, but like I can't eat when I'm driving at all throughout the day. So I'll probably be like about 4 or 5 Red Bulls deep by the end of the event.
Ooh, I'm pretty basic. I try to be healthy, so I like apples. Yeah, apples and fries. So.
Onigiri. It's so quick and easy and mess-free.
Ooh, favorite snack? It'd have to be a banana. Yeah, I'm a banana guy. Keeps me going. Or a coffee. Definitely coffee.
Just a chicken burger. My favorite snack is not by choice. I eat a lot of bananas on the track.
Have you had any Australian food before, and what is your favorite?
Wow, Australian food? Of course, Australian Wagyu. I love it.
I don't know a bunch of them, but I definitely know a Vegemite sandwich, and I know a Tim Tam. I want to do a Tim Tam slam at one point, so yeah.
Have you had a chance to see any Australian animal?
We were driving from the shop one night, and I think I saw some kangaroos off in the distance. So I think that's and then there's a bird that's black and then has a white belly. I have no idea what it is, but it's super loud.
What corner are you most nervous about at Sydney Motorsport Park?
Oh, I think definitely turn 1. You know, the fact that we could be approaching turn 1 at speeds of over 300 kilometres an hour, you know, and trying to make that commitment pre-turn 1 is going to be cool.
Always 1. Turn 1, it never gets easier. I mean, for my car, for sure, I'm approaching 190, which is like 300 kilometers, I think, something like that. So entering a corner that quick and not braking is always scary.
Turn 1 is pretty daunting. You got to have a lot of trust in the car, and we're still working with Aerobound, still trying to learn the car a lot. So I'm really excited for the middle section of the track where there's a lot of elevation change in mid-speed corners. Driving it is insane. You just have to completely trust the aero. You just have to get up to a high enough speed and let the thing hook.
And what are you looking forward to most at the World Time Attack Challenge?
Yeah, so it's gonna be first time, right? So we wanna see also Liberty Oak fans or family. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see so everybody.
Just experiencing the event, meeting all the people, and seeing the car finally run. I mean, it's kind of its first big event is going to be running at this event, and it's just going to be really cool to see it.
And what was the first car that you've ever owned?
First car I ever owned was a 1967 Ford Mustang. I built that with my father and just campaigned that to school for a while.
It's Mighty Mouse. That was my first car, believe it or not. Yeah, I've had it since 1997.
Oh, first car. It was not quite to the spec, but it was a Nissan. It was a U12 Nissan Pintara. So yeah, it was my good old faithful car. Got me from A to B, very reliable.
big upgrade. We can't wait to see you in the hot seat of this car this weekend. Thank you, Todd.
No, my pleasure. Thanks, Sarah, and looking forward to it.
We hope that you've gotten to know the drivers a little bit better. Now back to the action.
Oh, I love that stuff. Love to see it. Just that other personal side to everything, their reactions to being here in Australia. The atmosphere is hotting up. J-Max got more of that in a bottle.
Well, down here in front of the Dream Project S15 car, and we did have our eligibility scrutineers getting around with the wheel on a stick, as we colloquially call it. Pro Open has a minimum ride height of 50 millimeters. Of course, the wheel on the end of that stick is calibrated for that size. But the good thing here is it looks like the team skirts had just fallen down the fastener a little bit, and they will actually be able to get that back up. So the car's up on the jacks. They'll be able to go back out. The proper wording of the regulations is all sprung parts of the car need to be that minimum 50 millimeters off the ground. That includes all spoilers, skirts, wing end plates, all that kind of stuff. So haven't got a problem here. It is just something that we saw the scrutineers coming around and just had a bit of a heart in the mouth moment. But these guys are looking like they are getting set. We'll check in with the MCA team in a little while just to see how Cam Mcloud is going out there in that 86, but we shouldn't be too far away.
Thanks very much for that, J-Max. So, yeah, look, nothing to worry about just yet. I would have loved to have known what his reactions were to the first lap there, Rob Newan, but he's still all strapped in, so it's hard to talk to him. Matty Cav, it's an amazing day. All sorts of equipment we haven't seen before, and plenty of stuff you should be grabbing here today.
Yeah, you really need to head down to that merch tent, especially if you are here at the venue. If you're not, get down here today because your World Time Attack Challenge shirts, well, the common sizes, we're getting light on. Really, really light on. Yep. Like you said, you touched on it yesterday, so much merchandise sold out, but have a look at the venue as the people are filling. It's only early this morning on a Saturday morning. By lunchtime, you will not be able to see any of that bitumen that we're looking at right now. That will be completely covered by people. Well, let's to get more that's happening down there, let's head down to Keziah.
Yes, hearing about a busy paddock down here. We have a huge queue at the Super Cheap Auto set up here, and I have Emma, who is head of marketing. Emma, well, how can people get involved? You've got plenty of giveaways and games going on.
We do. So here in the paddock, we have our Super Cheap Auto spin and win wheel. So come and spin the wheel. We've got heaps of prizes. We've got 10mm sockets, duct tape, whatever you need to keep the car going today. We've got you covered. And then also on the other side, the grandstand side, we have our Super Cheap Auto Club Zone, a little bit of a chill out area, some chairs and tables. We'll be doing some signing sessions there later on today as well.
It's definitely a very fun setup, and I just want to quickly show you guys this. This is Rob White's build of a Porsche, but it's called an MX 911, and I was a little bit disappointed last night to find out it's actually an MX-5 under there, but it's a really awesome looking car, and you have seen it in a lot of the Super Cheap ads heading around the country. Well, Emma, so much fun happening down here. There's a huge queue already lined up, so I'm going to let these guys get through, get some prizes off you. If you're around the paddock, make sure you come to the Super Cheap Auto tent and check out the guys here.
How cool is that? And I love that Super Cheap Auto. They're really pitching towards the enthusiast. I love the advertising campaigns that we're seeing here on the live stream. Look at everyone lining up already. Absolutely right. And I love that they're got the 10mm socket giveaway as well. You never can do with enough 10mm sockets because you always seem to lose that one right underneath the car, right at the end. People tearing in, and as Matty Cav said, that World Time Attack merchandise for people walking into the venue now. Don't wait till later to go and grab it. You've got to go and grab it now, because when you go there later, there'll be a lot of sorry, we don't have that, sorry, we don't have that, sorry, we don't have that. You've got to get it now.
So they're restocked overnight.
Wow.
But it doesn't mean it's going to last all day. So don't wait till the end of the day thinking you're going to get it. Get in there nice and early. Make sure you get what you want. We love seeing everyone wearing the World Time Attack shirts and jumpers and everything else that's available down there. And here we go. Time to get our Motec Pro Open class back underway. Cam Mcloud, well, we saw that 86 come back in with a little bit of damage to the back and the rear splitter, but that's a massive difference when it comes to the aero. We can't just, it's not like a bit of race tape you see, like put the guard back on. We see in traditional style racing. That'll have a big effect on the car potentially until they get it off and see how much damage underneath. They might be able to patch it up and get it back out this afternoon, hopefully.
Well, look at it this way. I know that, look, if you could make it to the end of the day, you're still in the Super Lap shootout when well, technically we should have nearly 5 on track. We've got 4, which means he's a shoe-in to be in the shootout. Does he stay in 3rd spot when Rod Newan has not put in a representative time? So podium at the moment, podium, but until Newan gets his act together, I'd say Mcloud might be getting shoved here before the end of the day, just because the Dream Project's S15 has not put in a representative time. But rocket ships are plenty out there right now. And Nathan Morecambe going to let the Global Aircraft Services Evo eat here. So is the Extreme GTR of Tim Slade. Here we go, Morecambe going to be on a flyer right now. We'll stick with him. Maximum attack coming from both ends. Morecambe on a flyer. Slade is on a fly now too, so Extreme GTR and the Gas Evo on the one flying lap together. Oh, Timmy Slade, I think we've just got to let him go. We've got to let him go here. Let's listen. He's purple in the first sector, Tim Slade. That is exciting news. Full commitment here from Tim Slade and Extreme GTR. Newan's on a flyer as well. Newan is on a flyer as well behind him. Rob Newan on a flyer. 2 Nissans in full flight right now on the one lap. Motec Pro Open. All now down to Tim Slade. Got all the gears out. Newan on the one. We're going to have 2 guys line them up right now. Here we go. Tim Slade goes through. 23.377. Newan comes through. 23.09. 23.09 Dream Project. Back from an engine swap last night and then one go. Bang, bang. Back to back. Running the numbers down, I thought Slade was going to be a little bit quicker there. We thought it was going to line up something quicker than 23.375, that last sector, just no different. But Newan, just, he was coming. We could hear him behind us. We already saw Timmy Slade. We saw him out on track, and then Newan started catching and catching and catching. It's like, hang on a sec. The Sylvia's on a flyer as well. What a session. What a session.
I wonder whether Slade had just go around Morecambe there for a moment.
Yeah,
You saw that sector 2 time wasn't as quick after running a purple sector for this class, the Motec Pro Open class just before. So Timmy Slade, you're only talking a 1/10 of a second, but that's all it takes. He missed out on his time. Slade missed out on his time by 0.02 of a second.
Well, there was a moment there, and if you take it back to about turn 3, there was a moment he had to lift mid corner there. There was a lift there, and I'm sure Slade, they'll show it on the telemetry, that there was a lift there from Tim coming out of that turn. He is so good through turn 2. He is so good through 2. The power out of there was incredible. And then there was that little bit of a lift, I think, there between 3 and 4 that just cost him a bit. And then, as you said, coming to where Morecambe was, you're coming up over the hill, and there's Morecambe. Look at this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely pumped. That's the stuff that we love. This is why we keep coming back to World Time Attack every year, because people still care. They give a damn what happens here. And look at them. They're all super excited about it. That was some cracking laps to come out of both those guys. Morecambe was going to be on a fly there too. You just can't take your eyes off these things. Wasn't Extreme GTR on a fly? Do you hear that thing banging on the shifts there? That was crazy.
I reckon we've got more to come from Tim Slade. I reckon that you could see this is going to be a great showdown, I think, as we go into our Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout this afternoon. Newan now, we haven't seen a representative time from him all weekend, and he goes out to number 1 and nearly breaks into the 122s. He's only missed out by 0.09 of a second. This is on this afternoon. The story is writing itself. It's going to get better and better as the day goes on. session number 5. Very interesting when it comes to our Motec Pro Open class, as we can now see our GCG Turbos Open class starting to wait their way out. In the meantime, have a look at the crew. They're going to celebrate down there in the pits. Green Projects S15 comes in after going number 1 in the Motec Pro Open class in session number 5. And looking strong. That stuck injector yesterday in cylinder number 4, and well, it doesn't seem to have hurt too much on the engine.
Remember, he sort of calmly said yesterday, I think there could be a 22. He said a 22 is going to win it. So his prediction was, well, you go 23.092 and go, I think a 22 might come up before the end of the weekend. That is literally nearly 18 hours ago he said that. Since then, they've changed engines. And here he comes. He's very, very proud and happy team. That is some adrenaline right there. And, you know, here we are thinking, well, what are we going to see in this first session for everyone? And really the consensus is as much send as you can possibly have. Big one for Rob Newan from 4th to 1st. Tim Slade, 23.375. It's one of those what-if laps. It's still quicker than last year, but it was one of those what-if laps for Tim. Nathan Morcom couldn't get to stretch that Evo out on that particular one, and we know what happened to Cam Mcloud. An epic off for him on turn 1. You couldn't fit any more into one category at all. And we got the hot news now from J-Mac in the pits.
Rob Newan, you brought last year's motor just to scare this one into playing the ball. A stuck injector on the back of the motor yesterday. Didn't pose any issues on that run. A 23. We're a little bit closer to your prediction of World Time Attack Challenge 25 going down to a 22. Is it reachable?
100% reachable. As you can see, we should have normally go quickest on the first lap, but we got red flags. So in theory, the tyres on the second heat cycle already. There's definitely more time in there.
How have you balanced the performance of these slick tyres as far as your aero? These slick tyres have got a softer sidewall. It says there's been much to wrap your head around in that regard.
No, it's like with any category. You got to get a tyre in the correct window. There's a small window. Our car has probably a larger window than other cars. We're lacking that area.
Fantastic. It's awesome to see, and we're looking forward to the shootout.
Thank you. A little more.
Oh, he's playing that down, I reckon. Giggles. He's playing that right down.
Can steer. Absolutely. Quick, French Newan, as it says on the side on the car. Here we go. We're in the GCG Open class, and it doesn't get any less exciting. Are we going to see some shuffling here? There's room to shuffle here. Definite shuffle room for a lot of these contenders in this class.
Yeah, haven't seen any movement from that first session yesterday where Bishop was the top of the table. So this morning's session seems to be the one. How much are people going to push though? That's what we've seen in every other category, haven't we? There's been one car that's come out there and just gone a little bit too far. And will everyone keep it in the window this morning? Will we see some incredible times with that 127 drop down? Last year's GCG Open class, of course, is a 125.5. That was Newan actually did that in the Dream Projects S15, but stepped up into the Pro class this year. That's been, I suppose, formed to help some of those cars go into the slip tyre and go a little bit faster.
Here's Darren Bishop. He's going to light it up here. He's already in number 1 spot, but what does he do? He goes out and goes 26.819. 26.819, and just puts himself out a little bit further than the rest. I can just hear Johnny Boston on a fly. Minute 31.164. Bishop's now starting to cool down. Minute 26 territory, hey? Minute 26 territory.
Yeah, so Boston, they didn't get a good lap in yesterday either, did they? So, like, he's already gone up into 3rd position, so that's a big leap from them as well.
All right, let's keep an eye on Jimmy Tran out there now in the BYP Integra Road Trek Supercharged K-Series. And I know a lot of Honda fans out there love to hear these things go. Let's have a listen. Cars in the class.
Now, Boston and Trent, well, Tranlow with Benny Trent, his brother driving this car, actually went into the 20s last year. So Jimmy hasn't been in the car for a few years, not close to around World Time Attack anyway. So whether Tran can find those last couple of seconds, and that will dip into the 20s potentially, that car should be capable. Boston as well, capable of getting into the 20s like we saw last year. I would expect that the car's will get a little bit more power than last year. We wouldn't normally see Motor DVD come out with less horsepower than before, so he's potentially going to the 20s as well. So will we see that top 5 bump stop sort of head that way?
Well, it should be, and now lining up on screen is Yuki Kamakura up in Sector 1, so potentially what could be our quickest NA car in time attack history from Japan is getting quicker by the look of it. Jimmy Tran, here he goes, first flyer of the morning. He goes through for a minute 31, 4.75. Here he is, Kamakura. Let's get a bit of that quad rotor action out there now. All right, good to see Yuki Kamakura. He's in 7th spot with a minute 32.658. And that howling rotor, here we go, through turn 1. Whoa, we've had a little bit of something come off the back of the car on the long shot, whether it's a bit of carbon fibre or a little bit of rubber. I don't know what's just happened then. I do not know what's happened then, but we did see some stuff fly out from under the car. Tell you what, it's a battle zone out there at the moment. We've got all sorts of things going on. We might have a couple of wounded soldiers around the place, but I'll tell you what, the fight still goes on. Johnny Boss did get one down there with a minute 31.164. But they did get it, I think, from memory into the 20s last year. They went at 29, I think, last year. So
yeah, 29.8.
Yeah, they got it. I think Andrew put a new set of tyres on it for that last session just to say to Boz, absolutely send it. Nothing's holding us back. And they got it. Here's an action replay. So here's Kamakura's son coming around the corner here and think, oh, yeah. And then, yeah, not only that little bit, but then it's like, might have been bits of the front. Don't know whether it's a little bit of the front splitter or not, but whatever it was, threw a little bit of debris around the place. So
looks like something under the car near the rear, doesn't it?
Yeah, you might need dustpan and brush to turn 1 before too long. By the look of that, that was sort of flying up out of the way. You do see the occasional little thing has blown across the track there as well. Remember yesterday in the afternoon, the breeze came up quite a lot and all sorts of stuff was blowing around the place. And I suppose it can affect you. Well, it doesn't affect you until it affects you, if you know what I mean. All right, then Trevana back out there, lighting up a couple of sectors here for Refinish Motorsport. The Evo 8 having his first crack of the morning in the GCG Open class. Here we go, flying through. Does he light it up all green? He does. 36.482. 36.482. He's in 9th spot, and they start to spread out from Kamakura on. Powson, of course, we saw yesterday that we got a story that I think they won't be back today because issues with the front diff, I do believe. I think the story came through. Was that right, Matty?
Yeah, Croydon Developments, GDR. Yeah, that looks like it's get that fixed for today as well, which is unfortunate because we saw how quick that was in that one-lap dash that Paulson finally got in there yesterday, that 132. It just came out of nowhere. Hall, unfortunately, suffering a little bit of vertigo yesterday and decided to step out of the car. Not bad when you got Paulson just up the road and you know, a couple of garages up and you go, do you want another car to drive this week?
Okay, here we go. Julian Hicks is lining up the sectors. This MRS probably as quick as it's ever been. 35.914 yesterday. 35.945, something in that last sector. Was just not able to be repeated and not speeded up. All right, here we go. Another guy, Cole Powson. At least Cole's got some steering to do here. Well, actually, he was in the pro team yesterday. This is the other car. Of course, Cole Powson is driving. Now, Cole needs a 31.763 to be in that shootout tonight. So let's see how he goes on his first fly here. Al Cole from Utah, of course.
33.03, so just outside of 32. Yesterday. He's just outside that bump spot, so he needs to take a second out of his time.
Sure does.
So at least get into the mid-131s.
Trevana continues to improve. Check that out, 35.506. Trevana 35.506. Good needs we saw before with the MRS. And it sounds like he is back out there, Kamakura's son. So that screaming rotary, he's not done yet. Whatever that might have been, it's not bothering him at all. But yeah, Trevana picking up. Maybe a new set of tyres. Maybe he had a set of Saturday tyres. And a few of these guys do. You are allowed a couple of sets. So whether or not you want to spend that money or not, if you want to cycle through your tyres, you can only expect X amount of result though, isn't it? If you're going to only have 2 sets of tyres and you wear them all out by yesterday, you're going to mix and match today and don't expect to be any quicker, of course. Down to Kazai with more colour from the Paddock.
Thanks, guys. I'm actually in the drift pit, so you can just see behind me Mad Mike's first E-Wagon. So he did say I could pull him out from under the car when we were ready to go on air, but last time I saw him last night, he was desperately trying to find a welder to pull this beast together. Now, he's just gone under the car. He was on standby before. So we have some, they're basically working on the car, but we are hopeful it's going to be back out for demos very shortly, which is great news for everyone standing by out there today, and obviously brilliant news for tonight as well. Mike, I'm so sorry, but can I steal you very, very quickly? How is it going?
We're getting there. I mean, from all the damaged stuff, radiator, oil coolers, we bent the bracket for the alternator. There was a lot of damaged stuff at the front. Cosmetically, it looks all right. That stuff's fine, but we've just gone to go drop it down and now realised that our rack is actually all bent. The mounts may be broken on that, which we just didn't even look at the steering last night. It was a solid impact straight into the back. So confident all the engine, everything's going to run. Thanks to Pack Performance last night. They boosted to their shop. Guys went out there, picked up a radiator. We've mounted that. Mad props to K's Fabrication with his van here. Has been able to, we've done a long night and then an early morning. And like I say, I think engine-wise we're good. Now we just have to suss the steering out. It's obviously an important part of being able to drive a car sideways.
Absolutely, and to get it around this circuit. So definitely hopeful for tonight. That should be definitely okay.
I'm not going to say definitely. We'll just do our best. But I got the best of we're a skeleton crew, but you can see the support, the camaraderie between all the teams here. Even we've got just Tanaka, like I say, skeleton crew with Tanaka and Naoto, but the support's been incredible. We'll do our best. Main thing is I got the license plate back on the front, so I managed to get that. The rest of the front is just gone, but it's got a different personality and different character tonight if it's going.
Well, it's been around for a long time. It has to have a little bit of change sometime. Just for those standing by for the demos during the day today, could we see you out there?
Yeah, I hope so. Like I said, it's just that it comes down to the steering. Now we've only just discovered that literally as I was under the car a couple of minutes ago. So I'm not going to say definitely, but we'll do our best. And if we do, it's going to be epic. We're with Fabino, we've competed with Fabino in D1GP, Formula Drift Japan. To be able to go out there and enjoy the track with him, entertain a little bit. Like yesterday's demo, we actually filled up with smoke. I couldn't see a thing. Usually it's a lot of momentum through the section. We've taken the rear windows out. You can see so that was our plan last night to be able to just let some of the smoke out. But it's full time tech. Lots of guys. We've got a merch booth. We've been signing and lots of other stuff outside of the on-track stuff going on today.
Well, thank you so much for giving us this time right now. We'll let you get back to it.
Oh, isn't he just so professional? I mean, here he's in full thrash, but Mad Mike comes out and gives us the calculated, laid-back, typical sort of Kiwi attitude that we know and love. The guy's just one of the true gifts of the game, he will get it out there, I am sure.
The international superstar, isn't he? It was a big impact last night. Hopefully they can get that fixed. Still that GCG Open class, and I just listened to that go down there in the unhinged Honda Civic with Andy Thomas. How does he go? He goes a 137. He's done 136 before, so just almost sounded like he was trying to grab a gear or hitting the limiter as he was going down the main straight. Really pushing at the moment. Bishop's the one, though, at the moment, sitting up the top there with the 126.819, which was 1 second improvement from what he did yesterday as well. So that's our big mover at the moment there. Muggleton is second. Boston, though, finally got a time up there, didn't he? And it's some sort of indicative time, but we know that car is capable of probably another second and a half minimum. Jimmy Tran, that car's also got a little bit more speed than I reckon. Jimmy's just getting his head around at the moment, but he's cemented in that 5. As we sit right now, Dan Day, well, the question will be whether they can get back out there as well. So Cole Palston is the one on the outer. There's still a couple more sessions, though. Can he get the Got It Rex WRX into that top 5?
I tell you what, I love that Yuki Kamakura has got that into the 32s. Minute 32, 6.58. Our quickest NA car, I would dare say, let's pencil that in and call that a milestone. You know what? Let's catch our breath for a moment, have a quick break, and we'll be back here at beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park shortly.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise, and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Plasma Man Pro class, and again, we don't need probably much commentary in this one, Matty Cab, because I'm going to let the screaming twin turbo LS of Ferris Katumi give us a little bit of that audible mechanical sympathy that sympathy that we normally expect here. Of course, now Pro drivers still not allowed. Minimum weight 1,200 kilos or OEM weight minus 20%. Composite carbon body materials allowed, and you can see everyone's got plenty of it. You can use aftermarket subframes, brake suspension uprights allowed. All factory glass can be replaced with Alexa. Yes, you can have the billet engines, the aftermarket transmissions, paddle shifters. Nitrous is allowed, and Ferris has got that on board just in case. Any slick tyre of a reputable brand is allowed. The record is minute 24.630. That is going to go. It's already gone, I think, when we have a look at that. 24.630. That was Costa, of course, Matilda Nevo back in 2018. So that is a 7-year-old record that's going to be toppled. And at 24.630, Ferris wants that record. He wants 24.630 or quicker to go home with a Pro-Am mark. He's already the quickest American around here with a 25.380. He takes pride in being in Team USA. And you know what? When the guy says he wants to come back, he's got unfinished business. That's music to our Time Attack fans' ears. You know what I mean? Because Ferris has got himself... Look, for people that didn't know who Ferris Katumi was 2 years ago, they certainly know who he is now, especially on this side of the world. He does pro drifting as well. I mean, the man can steer a variety of different things. But to have this affinity for Sydney Motorsport Park and this event, it's like Mad Mike. You just want him to come back every year. He's a true legend. He's in our group. Yeah, he's our people. He's one of our people from the other side of the world, and I'm sure all he does is spread good word about this event to everyone else, and I think that brings people back with him as well every single time. So Ferris is getting himself warmed up there, and I think this will be the session where, you know, you think he's going to try and throw that record down, Matty Cab. He's already set up for the shootout. Here we go.
I think if he's got the clear run, he'll definitely go for it. It's obviously his personal best time. Beat last year's time by 1/10 of a second, but he wants the record. He wants to beat that 24.8. It's what he wants. Pro-Am, the 24.63. That is what he's chasing. All eyes on Ferris at the moment. How good does the Corvette look as well?
All right, here we go.
Turbos, they spool up. Will he give it a shot of nitrous they get around here?
This car spends a fair amount of time on traction control. You can hear it go a bit fluttery out of the turns. Might just need the nitrous on the way.
Might take another lap, maybe just get those tyres in a little bit behind, but we have seen some blistering sector 3 times. That's only sector 1 at the moment. He's not too far off.
Nitrous oxide, I think, is good for the straight if he needs it. Oh, Ferris! Oh, lights it up. He probably uses the nitrous everywhere. Who knows?
That's the tricky part of the track too. It starts to go off camber that corner. Very hard to hold on to. A lot of pace going in there. He'll reset for this one. I reckon he can get a couple of laps in. Knowing he had a very limited tyre bank here this weekend, didn't bring too many with him. Decided yesterday that garage was shut. He was spectating yesterday afternoon, just enjoying the festivities here. I don't think we're going to see his lap record on this one, but will he go again?
I think he's going to go again. There's a couple of moments there that weren't perfect. Oh, that's screaming twin turbo LS on his first flyer. Minute 25.797. We're going to have an action replay. Overcook it much? That's Ferris. And you know what? You see many moments out of him where he is trying too hard. The man is not perfect. Yes, he's a fast driver, but you can never accuse him of not having a crack. He's our type of guy, Ferris Katumi. And there's a lot of guys out there that lovely Corvette a couple of years ago. If we were to have V8s at World Time Attack, the world would be all blowing up. Oh, why we've got V8s? You know, it's all about, you know, our import cars, our import engines. But hey, when it's quick, we don't discriminate.
He was only 4/10 too off his best lap as well, as Moody goes a 1:22.2. That's to the second sector there. That's why there. So personal best there for Moody at the moment. Guy on a personal best run too, so we'll have to wait and see how they turn out. A lot cleaner through there for Ferris. Keeps the back end reasonably straight. I wouldn't say it was the grippiest we've seen it, but as quick as it could go. He's almost there. He's just a little bit slower than his best time around at the moment in the first 2 sectors. Maybe he's put a little bit more boost in this morning. Yep. He's trying to find that traction. Sometimes too much power can hurt you when you're trying to get out of these corners. Is he going to go again? I think he is. We're going to get another lap in. We'll wait and see. As Ferris comes across the line. It's a 1:26. He's actually slowed down on that one.
I think he's going to try here now. Here we go. He's trying. I think the tyres are up the temp. There's one thing about the slick tyres now is that, you know, they're good for a couple of laps. If you can get that in that heat cycle and they're good and they're still giving you good grip feedback, he is going to push. He just loves the laps,
So Paulson, who actually stepped into the Core Developments GDR, he will not be back out in that car. That's had front diff damage that they aren't going to repair overnight. That car will be out for the second half just after. Again, he had to get his head around that car. So being asked to drive it, going over there, stepping in, spun it out a couple of times in the sessions, but it was a blistering 127. Kazakowski, will he come out though? The number 8 car and really try and lay the time down. That's still open to see if that will happen.
Tell you what, Plasma Man Pro-Am class always dishes it out, and we can see that beautiful Alfa Romeo 4C. They're having a good old crack. That's Brad Moody. He's going to maybe light up a few sectors here, so it's starting to make inroads with the Alfa Romeo. Let's have a look this time for Moody. Comes through for a minute 46.62 there, chopped a fair bit off it. Flying lap now there for Day at the Porsche. As we said, the Porsche just do it all day. Ferris screams through now. Ferris goes 27.201, and there we go. This is World Time Attack, Sydney, Australia. We've got, well, horsepower, kangaroo power. What was that, Skip? Ferris needs to put the foot down a bit more. I agree. Here we go. Gaia having a cool-off lap now, coming back for another fly. That's screaming RB. Let's have a listen. People not only come to World Time Attack for the cars, they come for the noise they make. I mean, when you're walking around this venue, whether you're watching everything on track like we are now, or just walking around taking everything in, when you've got that all surrounding you, the sound of engines in anger, the sound of horsepower surrounding you, that's all part of your admission ticket. I think a lot of people appreciate the sounds as much as the sights, no doubt about it. All right, some screaming RB up here. Ferris cooling down, you can see out the front there. The Alfa Romeo still on a push, as is the Porsche. It'll do it all day, Sean Day. If there was a 24-hour time attack, he'd probably win the damn thing because he can just repeat with that car. He doesn't seem to be, have any sort of problems. He just belts out those low minute 40s. Moody's fast again here too, so they found some speed in that Alfa. All right, he already went through for that minute 46 this time. Improve again.
I think he's going to smash it. There you go, 1:45. Takes another second out of his time for Moody. Day a reliable 1:43. That car, that Porsche, is just within 1.5 seconds every lap.
It sure is. Guy goes minute 37.560, so starting to whittle down the performance. Minute 37.560. I mean, it's daylight to the podium there, but we have not seen Kazakowski either. Like we saw Kazakowski yesterday, like 3 laps in and then nothing more. So that's interesting to see. There's some other dramas happening around the place. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of them. And down to the pits now with more info is J-Mac.
Yeah, we were having a chat about Brad Moody in the Alfa Romeo 4C here in Pro-Am. He's managed to run a better time, but hasn't been without issues throughout the course of the weekend. Been struggling with a lambda sensor controller, apparently, that they had to change out. So luckily they had the technology, they had the parts, and a new PB for the event today, rewarding the Alpha team.
No, it's a fantastic car to be putting in there, and we just love and embrace any platform that's wishing to turn a lap in anger. You can bring anything down there and we're going to cheer you on for it, because that shows the intent to participate in the whole time attack family that we have. The class of 2025's got plenty of new faces, new names, new cars, and some great machinery that you cannot underestimate at all. But Day, you know what Day's going to do here? It'll be another minute 41 something. So repeatable, this car. Flogged these things all weekend. 42.008, 41.115, his best so far in the car. So he can just do it. Lap in, lap out. Other cars, you know, especially the boosted ones, highly strung. They're all built there for one purpose. But, whoa, just as I did that, I put the mocker on him coming through turn 2. When I say he can do that all day, he doesn't have to do that all day.
That'll turn that front tire into a 50-cent piece if it keeps going like that.
All right, here we go. Show us the beautiful jewellery under the carbon fibre hood there for Ferris. There it is, that twin-turbo LS. Ferris Katumi, yeah, have a look at all that, folks. Yeah, a little bit of US muscle here. We don't mind. We don't mind at all. It is quick. It is cool, and the man is committed to Sydney Motorsport Park like no other visitor. He really does just, you know, want to be here, and I'm sure if we asked him already, he'll be here again next year. So just after I gave him a wrap in the Porsche, straight after I give him a wrap, then he does that. So there we go. There we go. So
Just a break like that.
Let's just put that on the list of the amount of times that we've talked someone up, and then right in front of us, they have a moment they wish they didn't have. But anyway, that's motor racing, that's automobile racing, and this is four-wheeled heaven right now. And Kazia's got more beautiful colour stories for us down in the paddock.
Yes, I also have 4 very beautiful girls who are wandering around the show and shine section here today. Please tell me, what have you got for everyone?
We have Time Attack merch, so we've got some really cool air fresheners and also lanyards. We're walking around Show and Shine, so please come see us if you want some merch. There's also a really cool merch stand on the side. They're selling bucket hats and a lot of the Liberty Walk merch.
Lots of fun stuff, so make sure you get your hands on it. We're just also going to pan back around here. If you look in the Show and Shine section, we have so many beautiful cars here. There is a black F-Truck here. I think this is my favorite so far, but I'll continue to wander. Make sure you come down and check out these beautiful beasts.
The Shannon's Insurance Show car setup out there. It's an incredible deal. You're putting on a bit of a show out here, bringing your drift background to the 4 around Sydney Motorsport Park. Ferris, run us through some of the big oh-bugger moments out there. I mean, if you know what oh-bugger really means.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's not the fastest way out of a corner, but, you know, being able to drift has actually made me really comfortable when those moments happen. So, you know, just as many laps as I can get around here, the better, since I don't have the most laps, but, you know, the pace really wasn't there for me. Like I said yesterday, I'm dealing with a front-end push, so I'm trying to make the car do things that it doesn't want to do, and I'm trying to be more patient, but all that does is just take away lap time when I'm just sitting in a corner waiting. I tried some point and shoot, and then I just, obviously, as you saw, I tried to be really aggressive on corner exit, and the rear of the car didn't comply very much, but luckily, you know, the Michelin's kept me in check. The Motec TC kind of held me at that slip angle, and I just kind of sat there and did what I do, so.
So is it set up, or is it going to come down to what you throw at the car? Pick one.
Honestly, it's going to be probably down to me, because I think I've thrown everything setup-wise that I possibly can at the car. And that time we tried a little bit more angle in the front splitter, so it didn't really seem to help at all. So I think at the end of the day, a fresh set of sticker tires, those were like all from yesterday. So I only had 2 sets of stickers coming into this event. So I was going to hope to get through all 2 days on that one set, and then the evening session shootout on the other sticker. But it doesn't seem like that will happen. So I got to pick and choose here. If I just go practice now on this U set, don't get any more lap time, and save the stickers for later, or try to get that 24 now and then just kind of deal with it later on throughout the night.
Well, a little bit of strategy about to play out down here for Ferris. Best of luck, mate.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Oh man, how good is it to listen to the man that not only talks about what he can bring to the equipment, what the equipment can bring to him, and then meet somewhere in between. Our leaderboard for Plasma Man Pro Class, the man himself, Ferris Katumi, 25.380, but I'm sure in the back of his mind he wants that 24, wants that record. Cole Powelson, of course, we broke the front diff in that car, but still, minute 27.742. Alec Kazakowski, where are you? We don't know where he is. In fact, if you're trying to find your friends here at Sydney Motorsport Park, take this opportunity to give them a call, a shout out, or a hooroo, and we'll see you on the other end of this break as well.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
All right, the tuner class is back thanks to Yokohama Advan Neova 8009, and that's the track, that's the street tyre you can take to the track, or is that the track tyre you can take to the street? Either or, fantastic looking tyre. I was looking at them rolling a few of those out this morning, some of the teams, and they're a good looking tyre. I mean, you talk about some cred on the street car, that could be one that you could definitely consider putting on your car if you want to do a few track days. Don't even have to change them over. You can use your Neovas on and off the track. But everyone's got to run them in this class here today, and our next session just about to come up. But before that, another word from Keziah.
Thank you. Well, I have Stephen from the police committee here, and they've got a really fun stand here. We're going to start on the GSR Turbo. This was one of the original police vehicles from the 1980s.
Yeah, that's right. So while they were waiting for the new Commodore, which is now very old, they went with the Cordia Turbo, which was a bit controversial at the time. It was a front-wheel drive, but they're quite popular now.
Absolutely, and then obviously the police force upgraded to the Commodore, which we have seen very iconically over the last couple of decades.
Yeah, it was sad to see that local production stop with the Commodore and the Falcon, but there's probably worse things you could be driving around than a BMW, I think.
Absolutely, I think you guys are doing pretty good with the BMWs. Well, guys, make sure you come down, have a look at the stand. There's lots of fun giveaways here as well.
Yeah, love to see that. Yeah, Cordia, the old Cordia Turbo, Matty Cav. You were probably too young to remember them.
Oh, a couple of kids haven't grown up. They're an exciting little machine, and I suppose just they weren't the Australian muscle, I suppose, when you grew up in the 80s and 90s, were they? So, you know, there's only a few people that recognised them and took them on board, but you ever got in one,
yes,
you knew they were a hidden gem.
Oh, well, you knew about what torque steer was after you hopped in one of those. And, of course, then the iconic VL Commodore from 1986 onward, the VL Turbo. I wonder whether Australian coppers had the first ever turbocharged highway patrol cars, because the VL Turbos, not too many cars back in the day could catch them. Now these days, if you're in a highway patrol car and you're trying to catch a guy in a VL Commodore, give it up, you won't catch him. All right, into session number 6, Eddie Movers and Shakers. Let's have a look. Normally it's about consolidation. If you've got a set of tyres, you're either on the end of them or, you know, you're trying to make them last to the end of today. Jeremy Morris continues to nibble past here with the i30 for T Motorsports. It's good to see these later production cars getting in there and having a crack. it's just crazy to see on track what's happening. And off track, Emily's got more there down in pit lane.
I'm here with Adam Kashmiri. Now, tell us what happened through turn 1 and into turn 2.
Yeah, come around turn 1 on the first section of my hot lap and saw some flames out the bonnet and it wasn't good, so pulled over, tried to not drop too much oil for everyone, so onto the grass and onto the exit of turn 2, and then luckily very generous competitor Nick Callis came and gave me a second extinguisher. We used the firebomb, the extinguisher in the car, and then luckily the marshals were quick to get onto it. But yeah, it burnt part of the wiring loom. I think it was an oil fire. The engine actually was still going. I managed to turn it off, so it's still got oil in the engine, so we're just going to try and repair what we can and see if we can get out for the shootout. So.
Yeah, I was talking to the guys before, and they're in the garage trying hard to fix that. They've changed the wiring loom, and hopefully you would go back out for the shootout?
Yeah, that's the plan. So just have to get it started and see if the engine's still okay. So.
Okay, well, thanks so much for that, Adam.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's a gun, absolute gun. So there you go. Again, that another one of our hot shoes out there that knows how to steer around Sydney Motorsport Park, and just so laid back, just an everyday guy, a little bit casual. Oh yeah, well, we had a little bit of a fire there, but we fixed it, you know. And it's like, yeah, we'll try and get it out for the shootout. Just love that attitude. I suppose you've got to have a little bit of that on board, or else it's just going to tear you up. It's going to really tear you up if you take it. I know they all still take it seriously, but when it comes to things like that, you've got to take them in their stride, and they seem to do a really good job of that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point getting too frantic out there. Hopefully they can repair that, because they look like they definitely, at the moment, got a big chance they're still going to be in that Super Cheap Autos Super Lap shootout here this afternoon after 5 p.m. You can see he's just going through some traffic there now. We're on board with the Ichiban Subaru WRX, Scott Driver.
Yeah, the OG WRX. These things still, as far as resale is concerned, you got a good one, you're going to be able to get good dollars for it. And it's so good to see that. Look, you know what? Somewhere amongst this group, someone could jump up there and do a 41.0, you know, out of these cars. Lakoko hanging on to 5th at the moment, which is, you know, our anchor point for the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout. But any of these guys, once they find their rhythm, you just never know what's lurking. And again, we don't mind that, you know, they can do an upgrade. We don't restrict them on boost or anything. So if they want to wind the wick up on some of these things, well, it's at their peril. Remember, you still got to try and keep, you know, pretty decent levels of grip and reliability to actually make the thing get around one whole lap. Now, it was interesting to see that Morris actually improved again, Jeremy, with that car. He went out and went minute 45.178 the previous sort of lap, and he's lighting up a few green sectors out there. But, you know, when you're out there developing something like an i30 sedan N, I mean, you know, it's got to be a tribute to your own workshop to be able to set something up when the factory kind of took it so far, and then you take it the rest of the way. And yeah, well, I tell you what, finding the limits, I think, you know, being a front-wheel drive car, but this is great R&D for Yoki as well, as far as the Advan, the Over 8009, a good street tyre / track tyre, and I'm sure they'll get a lot of feedback from the weekend in regards to how they benefit the various platforms, whether it's the four-wheel drive car, whether it's the front-wheel drive car, whether it's the rear-wheel drive car. Then the Overs work in so many different ways on so many different cars. Here's the Hocus Pocus Focus, one of my favourite team names this weekend, the Hocus Pocus Focus. The licence plate I love as well. Fat. So you'd say 5-cylinder. Pushing some understeer there, big understeer, but hey, that's Daniel Laycock. That's a crazy run coming up for Laycock, and some more news there from Emily.
So guys, actually that Focus Hocus Pocus is actually the guy, I was speaking with Danny, and he said that he just entered that name as a placeholder. So he's been laughing about the commentary and absolutely loves it. So we're just going to go with the Hocus Pocus Pocus.
Well, you know, it sticks. You put anything on an entry form and we're going to take it from there. Now, you choose very carefully when you enter a vehicle here that you're going to get called exactly what's on the entry form, and I love it. I think it's stuck. If you're not doing merch with that car next year, I don't know what is, because there's still quite a few Focus fans out there, a lot of RS Focus fans. They are cemented in history as a hot hatch, and it's good to see guys like Daniel Laycock taking it to the next level, including renaming itself, thanks to us, apparently. Hocus Pocus Focus is going to stick.
Should we get a magician next year?
Yeah, there'll be David Copperfield.
Yeah, he could get down there in the pits. Maybe, you know, the Magic Man could be the driver.
He could be the Magic Man. What are we going to get Cal Norton Jr. down there?
Yeah.
We're going to get Cal Norton Jr.
We could, yeah.
The Magic Man.
We could dress him up for next year. I'm sure we can. Plenty of things can happen in 12 months.
Yeah, well, I love that. He used that as the placement for the entrant. Just so, well, what can you call it? Well, let's just call it the Hocus Pocus. I love it. You got it forever. I don't care whether you change it next year. If I see you next year, Daniel Laycock, and it's not on there, I'm just going to start calling you the Hocus Pocus Focus anyway. Here we go. Now, this is the guy that's in the car. Daniel Burton, of course, Josh Muggleton was peddling this around, but these GR Yaris's, this is for V Sport by Comp Friction, and he's doing so well in this car, anchoring the 5th spot at the moment. It's a nice lineup. Yaris, BMW, Honda Civic Type R, that's snuck in there. Atherton there in a BRZ, and Burton in the Yaris. So 2 Yaris's, push, push, push. Tell you what, pushing these little cars to the absolute limit, but just tribute to Toyota and V Sport and anyone that can lean on these things. And you know what, here in Australia, we do a pretty good Yaris.
We do, and have a look at Hunter, though, down in 9th position. Another one of the Toyota Yaris is out there as well. Chris Hunter, there's the garage in there. So potentially we could see that go a little bit faster as well. So just waiting for a few things to play out as these sessions go on in the Advan Neova 8009 tuner class.
I think Australian workshops, I know it's an international car that's all over the world, the GR Yaris, but geez, in Australia we do a good Yaris. We do a good everything. And it's good to see that World Time Attack's one of those events that just gets the workshops, you know, inspired to do it, and then to be measured. Now, you can be measured every other day of the year, whether or not you want to run things in improved production, or do you want to rub fenders in normal motorsport to prove your workshop's worth, or do you just want to have nice committed customers or workshops that want to come to World Time Attack every year and base their whole success and their abilities on getting measured amongst their peers? And that's what I love about it. They just rise to the occasion every single time. And what about Zhao Feng Wang? Another lady from, I believe, China, the Toyota Supra, Zhao Feng. 4 ladies in the event, which is, I think, an all-time record for the most amount of girls competing in Time Attack. Yeah, we've had the drift girls before, and it's great to see more girls than ever before, more ladies than ever before competing in Time Attack. But that's 4 in there: Eleanor, Zhao Feng Wang, Hannah Burton, and Miji. So good to see them all in the various classes. But Zhao Feng getting plenty of time in the Max Euro Supra right now.
Yeah, he goes a 142.93, Wang, as well. Just a couple of tenths off the best, but got a personal best in sector 1 and 3. So clean that middle sector up. We saw that. Looks like going to probably pull out of this flying lap now. Let the car maybe just cycle those tyres for a second.
I just don't know whether we saw the flag. Maybe we saw the flag then, we don't know. But it looks like there's a bit of cooling down, a few people popping into to the pit area. So at the moment, Burton's still anchored there at minute 49.24. Yeah, there's our checkered flag to indicate why everyone's on a cool down. No movement for Kazmiri, but news about Kazmiri at least there that, yeah, whatever it was, an oil line or whatever, they're going to try and salvage the wiring loom in it. He said it's still got all the oil in it, which is a good sign. Cox in the BMW didn't have to do too much in that session. That hot rod, geez, it's a hot rod straight out of the factory, but just goes to prove in our top 5 spots what we've got there. GR Yaris, BMW M2, Honda Civic Type R, Atherton in a Subaru BRZ, and Burton in the other GR Yaris. So that is a great spread of platforms there in the Yokohama Advan Neova tuner class. I love that diversity. Tight times and a nice mix of vehicles. It's not just one of the same brand all the way through. All those platforms, very, very competitive each end.
I'm just checking the weather out today. It's a little bit warmer at the moment. And this morning we didn't have to have a jacket on, which we did yesterday morning. So could be slightly warmer today. It's great for the crowd, though, because have a look at them. They are piling in here to Sydney Motorsport Park.
I'll tell you what, there's some good news coming through that not only is everyone in here enjoying the amazing sights and sounds, if you come through the tunnel to the grandstand side, free Dodgem cars and bouncy slide for the kids. Sorry, adults. Free Dodgem cars, bouncy slide for the kids on the grandstand side. Get through the tunnel and come over and check us out on this side. Adam Kazmiri, Jordan Cox, Terrence Lamb, Sean Atherton, Daniel Burton, the top 5, Lakoko so close, Nick Callis getting a good lap in there, Andre Rivera, Chris Hunter, and Zhaofang Wang in the top 10 with the Supra, looking so good for our first ever class of 2025 Yokohama Advan Neova tuner class. Some new personal best in there as well. So that's a communication for everyone that's out there that's got kids. You want free dodgems, you want free jumping castle, they're on the other side near the grandstands. Now down to the pits for more news from Emily. We'll get some news there from that. Looked like Trent Grubel down there with Emily. So we'll get them audio through from her soon. So yeah, just a word that's come through from management that yes, I've seen them set up here on the grandstand side. If you want to come through the tunnel into the grandstand side on the main straight, in behind there for the kids, free dodgems. I can't believe it. Free dodgems. We should go and have a crack at lunchtime. Free dodgems, free jumping castles there for the kids if you want to get through and entertain them. That might be a good time later in the day, nearing flying 500 time if you are coming to watch in the grandstands. But please, if you want to have a bit of a break and get over and check that out, well, we've got it all there. Plenty more to see, plenty more to do, and plenty more to bring you on the live stream shortly. A break and back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park. Destination, New South Wales.
Yokohama. Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA, laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Let's try that again, everyone. I'm down here with Trent Grubel. Now, it was so heartbreaking. We spoke to your team before. We know that the whole team has been up since 4:30 or going till 4:30 a.m. Tell us how it's feeling.
Yeah, look, it's definitely heartbreaking for the team. They put so much effort in year after year. You know, we had on Wednesday a ball joint snap and rip a corner off, and then the motor yesterday. For them to stay up all late to try and give me the best chance again for another win this year. I'm absolutely gutted for them, you know. I can't thank them enough.
I know, it's heartbreaking to see. Now, you're off duty, so are you going to explore? Are you going to look at all the cool cars that we've got here at World Time Attack?
Yeah, definitely going to have a look around. There's some cars on the show and shine. I know Baker's got some cool things planned on the main straight. The bar does open up at 11 a.m, so I might head up there to, you know, kind of lick the wounds a little bit. But yeah, definitely going to hang around. We are still in P3 at the moment, so being a bit selfish, hopefully no one else goes faster. And yeah, I'll be able to, you know, join the podium a little bit later on.
That'll be awesome to see. Thanks so much, Trent.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, that's a little bit disappointing there. You can tell with the disappointment in his voice there, because I know that one thing we didn't broach then is that, you know, he was going for a hat trick as well. That's the thing. He won the last 2 years, and then to have that happen to him at the beginning of the final day, absolutely gut-wrenching, and you can tell that, yeah, he's still going to be podium, but how does it all end up at the end of it? Who knows? Who knows? At the moment, though, there are some flyers out there now. Wheeler, McCauley, Maurice, Klingbeil, Kovaceski, Boston, Jeff Cott, and Dan Newan, Newan in Team Takumi. And look, good to see that at least the S13 for the first time this morning is not getting towed back somewhere. So Boz is going to have a crack in this thing.
Where is Assad? That's the question. We see Assad make it back out there after stopping on that corner where we see him towed back to the pits. So wait and see a couple of things unfold throughout this session for the Haltech Club Sprint class. And of course, there's two groups as well. So some of these names that we're bringing up now, we're going to have to wait till the second group to see if they come back out on track. Over 30 entries in it this year. The 2025 Yokohama World Time Tacker Challenge in Boston. Will he get a lap in this time? It's just like every time we get set for a flying lap in this S13, it just doesn't want to go to plan. I do believe that they've only spent the last 6 or 8 weeks building most of this car as well, putting it together to get here for the World Time Attack Challenge.
It's a beautiful car, the S13, and as it says, NA13DE, so maybe just a full NA SR20 DE on board. Plenty of Nissans out there for the fans. Don Newan in his 350Z for Team Takumi. And Johnny Boston, minute 47.99. Well, that was always going to light up green for Johnny Boston. Paul Kovaceski, minute 46, 5.20. Paul, some big lap improvements there. Minute 46, 5.20 from the Porsche 944, our only Porsche 944 there. And he's been a mainstay of World Time Attack and Club Sprint for a very, very long time, Paulie. And doing a very good job. Minute 46, 5.20. He'll be absolutely stoked with that. He wanted to chop some time down in that car, and every year just be nibbling at it, and that's what happens when you turn up every year. If you continue to enter this class, I suppose the standard you're looking to set or reset is the one from last year. Oh, Bloom goes out, minute 42, 7.43. Oh, I tell you what, that's not good. Right on the apex there.
Dwayne Fisher.
It might be Dwayne Fisher.
Motorsport entry, yeah, I think it is the Evo.
So James Blum in the Lotus XE just lit up all the sectors for him to go PB. Wheeler on a fly now, we see going there. Meiji on a fly there as well. And just caught a nice lock up there. Beautiful little lock up. Caught it, Darren Maurice, the Evo 10. But yeah, a couple of guys experiencing some issues on this lap. You see the odd stranded one, something in distress, something not moving to its full momentum. Other people just sort of slow down, wait for that spot, you know. And remember, you've probably got to set your own little stopwatch in the car, knowing that when you saw the session start, how much time you've got in that session to do something. So yeah, there's a challenge there to not only get a good lap time down, but just make sure that you can do it. You're almost looking into the future, a couple of corners in to make sure you're not going to get interrupted. Here he is, Paul Kovaceski. He's got that new wrap on the bonnet there, which of course is what Ricky Bobby put on his bonnet when he made his comeback. So this is Paul's, well, it's not his comeback, he's normally here every year, but it looks great. We'll see if we can get a shot of that thing with the bonnet on it. He told me he was going to do it. He goes, what do you think I should do for this? And sure enough, he shows me it's the picture of the panther or the tiger on the bonnet, you know, which was Ricky Bobby back in the movie. But Paul's got it on the top of the Porsche, and I'm sure when he's coming down pit lane, you'll see it all as he comes through anyway. But he's got to be stoked with that. Minute 46, 3.95 there for Paul Kovaceski. There it is. BK on the bonnet. I think it's great. It's great. Paulie's looks forward to this event. You know, sometimes we all talk about you need some moments of sanity or moments that you look forward to in your life throughout the year. This is one event I know Paul certainly looks forward to doing, and we all look forward to getting here because we just don't know what we're going to see. We don't know how the script ever pans out. All we know is when we turn up, the whole intent is to have a good time on four wheels. And we certainly do that, and everyone else does as well. Meiji continues to flog the little Honda around. Munro out there now, Jonathan Munro in his Mitsubishi Ralliart. And Evo 10s. Again, no less affordable than any other Evo, you know what I mean? Like, you want to get into a cheap Evo, where would you even start these days?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you just got to commit to one. Whatever one's available in the right condition is the answer to that one.
Well, to me, I prefer like 3s or 6s. My brother's got a 6.5 Tommy, which is before they got heavy. You know what I mean? Before the Evos and the Rexes got heavy. Those are those early ones that I think I always truly admire. Evo 10s, yes, they're weapons. They, of course, went to the slightly different motor. Of course, they still make plenty of power out of the 4B11 engines. But the old 4G63s, where all the horsepower people were getting in the early days, they can give so much, the old 4G63s. Here we go, a little bit of flat 4 action. It is a BRZ because the license plate tells us so. And Emily's got some more information down in the pits for us.
Talking about the Evos, we've got an Evo 6 with Alex. Now, Garland is breathing down your neck at only 4 tenths behind you.
Yeah, we've got a very fast car, but we just haven't been able to put a lap down today, so we're just going to go out and check a few things and get ready for the shootout tonight.
And that's where you're going to put the greens on?
Yeah, we're going to put the greens on. The car's got a lot more in it. We're just got to put it all together, that's all.
Are you chasing a certain time?
Yeah, we're chasing a 30.
Oh, nice. All right, well, we'll leave you to it, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, that's talk of sending it into a new stratosphere there. I mean, here we are thinking we'd love to see a 31 just to nibble it down from the 32 we saw last year from Trent. But then to say, well, you know what? We're in the 31s, and he just, without batting an eyelid, said, we want to see a 30. So if anyone can do it, it'll be that team. Make it all that Plasma Man horsepower. He's back on track now. Whatever that problem was for Dwayne Fisher, he's at least circulating around and keeping himself out of trouble. But that was a horrible place to be stranded, sort of on the apex there, as we've got a few guys trying to hit it. But that's just one of the problems when you get out in traffic in your own session, isn't it, Matty Cav? You just got to space yourself out, hope that then the thing behaves itself for 10 minutes at least, and you can get a couple of good laps out of it.
Yeah, surprisingly, Control-Alt-Delete sometimes all they need.
This is probably Exhibit G or Exhibit H right now. We've just got an issue where this thing, of course, the normally reliable 350Z of Team Takumi, is stranded there after turn 8 by the look of that. It's off the track, so look, yeah, maybe we don't need to wave the flag and stop everything, but we're kind of getting to the end of that first group anyway for Haltech Club Sprint. But yeah, that's nice news to know from Emily that Mikowski's coming out in this session. From what we can gather there, that's a systems check. Doesn't sound like he's swinging this time. Not going to swing this time. But remember, if you're going to do a 30, you've got to do yourself a low 31 here. Like, you know, I'm not driver coach at all, but you know, when you want to start talking about taking another half a second off and you've got 1 lap to do it tonight, you're trusting yourself a lot to do it all in the 1 lap tonight. That any session between now and then, you don't want to risk it all to get the biscuit. You've already got half the biscuit in your mouth. But it's also about making sure that you just don't come out and do a couple of 33s and then go, well, tonight I'm going to go 30. I think you've got to give it a real shake near that 31.580 now in this session. If that ain't another 31 something for Mikowski, then I suppose it's like, you know, if you really want to scratch the surface, you've got to do a fair scratch of it now, because you can't leave that and find another half second tonight, you wouldn't think. That 1 lap's a lot harder than people think, but it's amazing when you set the human element to it. If you can get them up enough for that 1 lap, it can be done. We've seen it. And, you know, I'm going to go to 11 tonight if that happens, because I just love that 1 shot at it in each class for each of the 5 competitors, and a couple of shuffles can happen during that time as well.
There's a lot of mental strength, isn't it? To sit back and compose yourself. And you go out there and look at sector times. We've seen that in a lot of professional racing, where they'll go and just get the car perfect in sector 1. Then they'll just worry about sector 2. And then they'll worry about sector 3. And then they'll try and put that together in 1 flying lap. But, you know, the mental, your prowess, you need to do that. And, you know, you need to have that strength in there to be able to know, and that confidence that you're going to put that all together in 1 lap. And we see that from our professional racing drivers. But like you say, a lot of these guys are weekend racers, amateurs. They're in the racing world, but to come out and do those, they're not doing every weekend at a track. Somewhere doing that on a professional level. So, yeah, I think you're right. Needs to get out, get some track times. So we see the wildlife here in Australia likes to come out. They love motorsport as well. Everyone loves a bit of motorsport here in Australia. Sydney Motorsport Park, and have a look at the people still coming through the gate on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. We're just
morning still.
We've just hit 11 o'clock now. Again, doesn't it feel like we're already at lunchtime? We've seen so much already from the beginning at about 8:30, and it's good that we're getting that whole bunch of people through. And, you know, it's Sydney. I mean, people are travelling from not only from just the normal surrounds, they're travelling quite a few hours to be here. And welcome as you're walking in the gates here at Sydney Motorsport Park. You are still thick in the middle of Haltech Club Sprint, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge for 2025, and more action to come. I'm glad that you've joined us, but you know what, as those people are walking in the gate, I better give you this little bit of inside information right now as we start to ramp up for the next club sprint session. You better go straight to the World Time Attack Challenge merchandise and grab what's left. If you come here, decide to see a few things first and then go grab your merch, wrong decision. You better go and grab that now. And as you said, they restocked last night, but it's just flying off the shelves this year. They did a collaboration with Liberty Walk, and that stuff's going off the shelves as well. And the guys at Liberty Walk, they're selling merch like nothing else. Who would know the following that Liberty Walk would have until you're here? But then again, that's Ian Baker for you. He knows what's cool. He knows what the kids are excited about. And remember, the guy's the same age as me, so he knows what all the young guys are thinking. I love that he's got that he's got that great crew, of course, with Elaine, and Elaine's kind of being the link between, you know, the older generation and the current generation, and Elaine gets what Baker's about, and he's instrumental with a lot of what's happened to be able to link our cultures together. And really, back in the day, if you were a circuit guy, you might be here. If you're a drag guy, you weren't. Now, anyone that's in the cars in this country is at World Time Attack Challenge because it is just so cool. You can't walk around and go, oh, I'm not impressed. If you're not impressed at least a dozen times before you leave, well, I feel like I'll give you a complimentary staff shirt when I'm done, if you like. I've got to check your pulse first to make sure you're not stone cold, because if you don't get a kick out of this stuff, well, I don't know what's left for you. Maybe join a bridge club or do some lawn bowls. I don't know. All right, here he goes. Mikowski right down the main straight, Matty Cab on a flyer.
Yeah, well, this is going to answer our questions, isn't it? Whether he's going to go out there and put some sort of lap together, or are we going to see just a purely systems check? He looks fairly committed into turn number one, and that looks like maybe just a little bit of rubbing on the tyre there as he sends it in. We're confident, though, there are no green tyres on this. He's still there are no stickers. These are a used, eroded set of tyres. So, you know, if he can get that in the 31s again, that'll be a stout effort. We'll wait for some of these sector times to come up just to see how close potentially he's going to run it. That 27.24 to sector number one. It's not his personal best, but that's still pretty quick here in the Haltech Club Sprint class. The second group where we've seen most of the front runners really placed. Unfortunately, Grubel, more issues there in that car. Looks like that is out now for the weekend. So in third position at the moment, 32.03. They've done that engine swap overnight, and it didn't pay off in session number one with more damage to the car. So they've had to step out. Assad, as he made it back out on tracks. I'm looking for the number 49, circulating at times, but haven't seen that.
No, we have not seen Jamal Assad out in this session. Okay.
Mikowski with the personal best in sector two.
All right, here we go. So this is going to be hopefully one of those laps that we know he needed to do. If he's going to start talking about trying to do a 30 on brand new tyres, it had to be a 31 something in this session right now. All right, might have some stranded stuff shortly. Ruben out there. Getting out of the way there is the WRX. Here we go. Mikowski on his first flyer for today. Look, 32.792. That'll do for now, but there's no 31.580 on new tyres. So, look, maybe the 30 will come on. And if we're going to send it to the moon, and Garland is not jumping down his neck here, Garland 31.990, you've got to be careful because that car might be able to do it as well. Here's David Calabria. He's in seventh with a 33.263. Just goes 33.314, so that's pretty consistent. He did light up the first sector there as a PB, but here's an action replay thanks to BOSCH Motorsport. Coming into BOSCH turn two. It's a hard turn. It's a hard turn to pull it up him. If you don't get that brake marker, if you don't get your brake, you don't get your brakes on at the right time there, it's going to look exactly what it did there, and that's a little bit messy. Enough wash off there. You can. As long as you hit your brake point next time, you'll be okay.
Yeah, double apex too at turn number two. So it's weird if you've never been here, and some of the angles, I suppose, from the cameras don't really give you an indication of what it's like out there. So you see them diving in, God, they're shallow. They're not going out wide and moving in. Well, there's a reason for that. It's not the right line if you want to go fast.
So there's three master proponents of turn two: Barton Moore, Tim Slade, and of course our new whiz kid in the in Tanuki.
Todd Hazelwood.
Todd Hazelwood. Those three, turn 2, they absolutely mastered. And Slade's done it. I've seen him do it twice in Skura and Extreme GTR. So 2 different cars, the same corner. Just beautiful the way that they execute. They know every inch of where you've got to send it to get the perfect apex on the second apex there. All right, so a few guys flying around there, but yeah, getting your brake, whether it was cold brakes, cold tyres, I don't know what it was, but he seems to be on a flyer now. So that's Ruben Martin, and that's no good to see Luke Lastini out there with the Supra. I want to know what happened right now. Here's a replay. Here's that turn 2 again. In goes the I-30. There's that brake marker. That's 2 there. I'm just starting to wonder, common denominator, do we have a little bit of something out there? Mind you, nearly everyone would be doing the same thing if there was something there, I would imagine. But 2 in the space of half a lap, that's a little odd. And that's not good to see Martin there too. Is there another moment that we've just missed there? Because number 52 is, here's another one, two highlights in the one lap. Let's have a look. I know that's the same one. Yeah, that's a hard one to grab, isn't it?
Just a bit of that kitty litter down there making a bit of a difference potentially. I don't know. You know, a couple of the drivers this morning mentioned it's a little bit greasier today than it was yesterday. It wasn't about what, you know, the fluids or anything on track. It was more just about changing conditions. It's a little bit different to yesterday. They're hoping it would rubber up as the day went on. So
we do put a lot of cool stuff around this track. So, you know, all that coolness sometimes can be mistaken for greasiness. All right, here we go, the VW. All your VW fans out there, CA Hill Financial Services, Daniel Cunningham, and yeah, as I said, the future is going to involve a fair few many of these because, yeah, when you can't buy into a cool JDM car these days as a young guy, you can always grab some cool Euro. It's still relatively affordable, and these things can be absolute weapons. Cunningham goes minute 43.32 to get himself on the list there. But, yeah, not a bad deal. More BOSCH Motorsport pit information coming there from Emily.
Hi guys, I heard you talking about why Jamal wasn't on track or wanting to know exactly. So I've got the man himself. Tell me about what's happening behind us.
So unfortunately, first session we broke the diff. We were on for a flying lap, and we turned it up a bit this morning. Fresh set of tyres. We're going to go for it, and yeah, sector 1 we're up green, so I stayed in it. And yeah, after turn 4 or 5, I heard a noise from the diff, so it's unfortunate. But the boys are onto it, so we got our new diff in. We're just waiting for some parts quickly in an Uber, and we'll get it out.
We love it, that's what it's all about. So once it's fixed, are you going to go out for the next session, or will you wait for the shootout?
Well, our session's out now, so unfortunately we couldn't make it out. But third session, hopefully we'll turn it up again and go for it.
Go hard, full send.
Full send.
Thanks, Jamal.
Yeah, no, it puts a smile on my face, Jamal Jimmy Assad. He does give 110% commitment. And how's that? Parts coming in the Uber. It's not the last time we're going to probably hear that. It happens a lot in motorsport, especially when you're trying to patch and fix to stay in the game, not just pack it up and go home. When you're in the game, you will do that. You'll pull out all stops. Sydney, one of the best places if you do need parts. You're going to get some parts, aren't we? And look, they obviously had spares. Some of these teams, they know what they break. They'll keep some spares. It's good that they had the spare diff. It's already gone in. He's got the crew on it, but a few other knickknacks coming in an Uber, probably from the shop.
What do we do before that? You had to go around finding parts yourself. Now you just ring up the shop and go, I'll send an Uber around. He'll grab it, bring it out. We'll get this car back under there. Great to see, though. He's going to send it out, he reckons, in one session before the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout as well. So, I mean, he's not leaving anything on the table, Assad. He wants a win.
Well, I think he was going to try and get it into minute 31 territory there. If you reckoned he was up on that and he was flying, he had half the lap done and then he did the diff in it. 32.248 was definitely looking like a 31 something, which would be unheard of to have, you know, 4 cars go under last year's mark. It's just amazing how much improvement everyone can make in a year. All right, he's got some power on board here now. Oh, well, just when we thought he did, he's on the brakes. That's interesting. It was on a flyer there, and then he decides to hit the picks. I thought maybe the session's over. That's Overtime Motorsports' Stuart Walker. I mean, we can see all sorts of little bits and pieces getting flung up around the place. You know, on occasion you will see the odd thing flicker around, but these cars, when they're at full speed and they've got, you know, diffusers and so much downforces, yeah, it definitely sucks stuff up and redistribute it around the track. And that's what these cars are doing. And you can see the evolution of the modern Club Sprint car, you know, with the extra aero off the back of the car. Not super extreme, but just enough subtle stuff that helps make the car quicker. And I thought he was on a fly there, but it didn't happen. The Money Me Lotus out there now as well. He's had more than the one moment out there. Alex Luther had a decent one there at turn 1 yesterday from memory. So fond memories. I suppose if they're all running GoPros in there, you get yourself a pretty decent highlights reel by the end of the event. But he definitely got a lot of screen time for Money Me yesterday by heading off into turn 1 a little bit too hot. All right, it's still circulating around here. That Supra looks fantastic in the livery. Nothing stops you from putting a race car paint job on the street cars, doesn't matter, Cav. And how much of a flex is it when you get to drive this thing down to the shops, you know, to grab the shopping, the race car.
Yeah, it's that crossover, isn't it? The Howtech Club Sprint compared to our new one, which is the tuner class, obviously, where we see a lot more registration plates on it. But that next step up, Alex Mikowski went out and did a couple of laps, but we knew that wasn't going to be a big assault on that 131.58. Off Garland on the second, Trent Grubel. Well, some sad news out of the pits there during this session that he looks like he will not be back out for our top 5 later on. Jamal Assad hurt diff in session number 1 this morning. So he reckons he will be back out for the next session. Stuart Walker in our top, said our top 5 bump spot there as well. So a few little movements further down, but we're sort of starting to set that challenge in the top 5, and there's a few just outside that could potentially send it in big at the end with a whole boost. And that's what I mean. If you're outside the 5 and you really don't want to put another 10-pounder boost in the car, another 5-pounder boost to find that 2 or 3 tenths, you got nothing to lose in that last session.
Never say never in this world, let me tell you. This is where the Festival of Sand, that's a little side note that we call it, but it is beautiful. Sydney Motorsport Park. We'll take a breath. We'll be back with you folks shortly with a break and more messages soon.
Yokohama.
Yes, indeed. We love this time of the morning when we decide to bring out the big boys, the M-Tron Pro Class, a small but quality-packed field of pro cars. I mean, these cars are serious builds, and if you've been coming to World Time Attack for years like you and I have, Matty Cav, you just know that is an extra commitment when you want to build a pro class car. That is just, that's like Formula One engineering, but you know, you can't have the Formula One budget. It's not a $200 million car, but I mean, the speed that you get out of these things, it's equivalent to Formula One performances around this circuit, very, very close to it indeed. They are still flocking in here. Beautiful sights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is the Mount Everest of Time Attack. This is the Festival of Sand, Attack City, whatever you want to call it. This place is where all good Time Attack cars are measured. J-Mac's got some more news for us, J-Mac. It is humming here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Alex Rullo in the Lamborghini Gallardo. This is a GT3 REX car built by Rita Engineering, and he has a bit of a mixed crew of WA and Sydney siders all helping out to try and push this thing for one perfect lap. Now, the team have come back from previous sessions noting some right rear tyre damage. The sidewall on these slicks tending to bulge out under a heap of load. So they're looking at making some setup changes to try and mitigate that. But what they're also looking to do, they think they may have found the silver bullet to push this thing that bit quicker. So we are just waiting for him to make his way out of the garage. Let's see what Alex Rullo has to deliver.
Yes, thanks, J-Mac. On the spot, as usual. M-Tron Pro class, you know, what have we got? What have we got left in there? Tanuki Racing S13, the Rullo Motorsport Lamborghini Gallardo, and the Skira Motorsport Lotus Exige. That's our class of 2025. Of course, a couple of our stars fallen by the wayside during Thursday, but you know what? The local boys' time to shine. And as we said, that mixture of a Sydney and WA team, and then 2 Queensland teams with Skira and, of course, Team Tanuki.
Yeah, will they get out on track? I'm sure Tim Slade will want to get out there and get a car full of laps in, but again, we saw that coolant coming out, and he ended that lap just a little bit early coming into the main straight, so they may want to put that coolant machine. Todd Hazelwood. Well, the crew worked tirelessly overnight fixing an electrical gremlin in that car, and they had some success there with the 119.365, and they pushed that car a little bit more. I think, you know, Todd Hazelwood said it himself. That's probably got a 118 in it. There was a couple of moments there, a couple of small adjustments to the car, but they're in that window at the moment.
Yeah, and the question will be, does Skira and Tanuki choose to use this session? Or is it just going to be Rullo on his own for this session? Because, you know, traditionally this time of the day, they don't get much results-wise out there on the track. You know, that UV is hooked in. There is a little bit of overcast conditions, so yeah, the track can cool off a little bit. You can see patches of areas there where it's not direct sunlight. So yeah, is the track good enough to handle these cars in the middle of the day? A lot of the times they do prefer those later sessions to really try. All right. Rullo on a fly. Let's have a listen to this thing eat. Definitely pushing out there, Alex Rullo.
We're looking for something, like I said, that rear tyre just getting stressed to the extreme with the setup they had in the car, so they've made a change. Have they unlocked a little bit more speed for Rullo? It's not his fastest first sector yet. Might be a little bit off. This might mean that we are just starting to get into the window of that tyre. It might take one more lap for Rullo. We know they don't have too many laps when it comes to our M-Tron Pro class. You probably get 2 flying laps out there and 1 to warm up. The first one may stick, it may not. You get a second one potentially there with the setup of the cars. They're right on the ragged edge, and the amount of downforce they're starting to put, those tyres are being punished. He's just off a 124.21, so he's about 0.8 of a second behind his best lap so far. Will this be the lap? Wait for him to come around to the first sector. He has to stick this second turn. Gets double apex.
No, it looks a little less intense that time. That was the one lap that he was going to really try and push on. And as you said, Matty Cap, once you start to cycle the heat in these slicks, they can give you more than 1 lap, and we're talking to Barton about that last year, is that he finds that, you know, he's got more in those tyres that allows him to maybe do, you know, nearly a 9/10 lap and then try a 10th lap after that. J-Mac's got more news down in the pits.
I'm down here in the pits with Tanuki and the pilot here. We're watching a little bit of CAD design, cardboard-aided design that is. Todd, give us a rundown. What are we actually watching the guys doing here on the front wing?
We're watching some glorified arts and crafts, I think, but no, the boys are getting basically a template ready. They're going to reinforce the end plate. Unfortunately, we did have a bit of an issue with this during practice, during testing, and we actually lost the whole front end plate there. And it's obviously, with such an aero-sensitive car, when you lose that, it's pivotal to lap time and performance. So we've reinforced 2 out of the 3 mounts, and now the 3rd mount that we haven't reinforced has failed on the backside. So now we're just throwing caution to the wind. We're going to do some reinforcing, the boys are going to work their magic and we'll get it tuned up for tonight.
Now, of course, the reasoning behind sitting this session out, when you're working with these kinds of resins and bonding agents, they do need time to cure for maximum strength. The concern is if you were to try and rush the repair, send it out for this session, that we may actually see some of those aerodynamic components come away from the car. Tell me, what's it like when a car like this actually loses aerodynamic efficiency?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, what we found in the practice day the other day, we rushed to try and get it sorted. We thought we gave I guess about 3 hours worth of bonding, and it blew off through turn 1. And then going down the front straight, it actually started to create a lot of lift. So basically the rear of the car was overtaking the front. The whole car started to porpoise. So as each bump, the car is getting higher and higher on the front, and it feels like it's generating lift. Felt like I was getting ready to take off to the moon. So when that fails, even just one side, it's very evil. So hence why we got to obviously take all the precautions necessary, and we know the car is capable of being faster as well, so we want to give ourselves the best opportunity for this afternoon, and hopefully we'll come out swinging, and if it can hold on through turn 1 for the lap 1, that's all we need. We just need one more lap, and we'll finish this weekend happy, hopefully.
The hunt for one perfect lap down here with Todd Hazelwood and Tanuki. Back to you.
Oh, gee, I could watch those guys work all day with the cardboard and the tin snips to cut your cardboard up with. And again, this is something that Todd probably wouldn't experience in supercars too much. But here we go. The main stage activity is on, and it's good to see the girls and the boys drift team having that Q&A session there, hosted by Tony Bish. Plenty of our ladies in motorsport down there. It's so good to see. You know what? You've got to get your walking shoes on here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Look at the crowd already lined up to have a look at that. You can get to see every nook and cranny of beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. Make sure you do before the end of the day. We'll be back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. Slight reprieve from that glorious sunshine, a little bit overcast, but that's fine. Just knocking a little bit of temperature out of that track, which I'm sure a lot of our teams are appreciating. We are into Motec Pro Open, and there's the man out there. Now, look, I've got to make a correction immediately there. I made a claim that they changed engines last night. The word is they didn't have to. All they had to do was pull the spare engine out, put it next to the existing engine, and it scared itself straight. That was the word back. They're a group of jokers down there. I love it. They put a picture of the spare beside it and said, well, the other engine's not coming out yet. They threw a few eggplants around, a few aubergines around it, and the thing came good all by itself. How amazing is that?
Wasn't it a blistering time as well that he set before, a 1:23.0892 to go up the top, and a little bit of smoke on the downshift there. Sometimes we see that, there's a bit of back pressure on the turbo potentially, that's all that is, or puff and tyre smoke potentially. Slade hasn't come out yet, more comms still to come, and Mcloud, will they get that car back out? Will we see the 86 return the MCA suspension entry there after that massive moment down to turn number 1 where he backed it in over the gravel?
Massive wheel spin there for France, Newan. France, that's what it says on the side there. Again, these guys are jokers from Queensland. Look, he's going to abort that run by the look of it. Plenty of wheel spin out of turn 8. Going to have another crack at it there, or whether or not that was just a systems check. Looking for incrementals there. Nothing too indicative, but just having a general systems check. And by all means, it was making plenty of that horsepower that billet SR20 is known to be making. This is the guy that, in between everything, between having Rob Newan out there, in between having Cameron Mcloud at that big moment, he has not got a big one through Nathan Morecambe, and this thing has been wild over the bumps. like really wild over the ripple strips. But maybe now the Global Aircraft Services Evo with a lot more space on track, hopefully gets himself a good flying lap through here. So let's have a listen to this amazing 4G sing around here.
That might have been a bit of a warm-up, like I say there. About 4 seconds off what we've seen the best from Morecambe. That's a bit of commitment through turn 1, but this is where we know when they come out of turn 2, are they on another flying lap?
Judging by the attitude of the car, like you can hear the RPM there, like he's really rolling off there. You know, normally when you're in attack mode to turn 2, you are late on the brakes right there, and he rolled to the corner there. So again, nothing all perfect there for Nate. Remember, he is in that top 3. He's in there. Well, there's only 4 in the class, so he's going to be in the Super Lap Shootout anyway. Do you save your bacon until then? You've got cars like Tim Slade and Rob Newan in front of you. Do you really think that now you could probably chop 2 seconds off your time? For what reason? It doesn't matter. You can try that in the Super Lap Shootout. It's about getting everything in a row, lining everything up, that hopefully tonight everything goes well for that one perfect lap that they're looking for to finish off with the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. And it's a shame because we know how quick this car is, and we know with Morecambe behind the wheel, it is a formidable beast. But to be honest, I can't remember the thing bounce around so much from last year. Whether we got more aero load on the car mid-corner and it's actually bottoming everything out. Remember Extreme GTR yesterday was the same thing. And then we heard the news that they went from LSD to a spool. So maybe it's the differential, playing games, you know, but just trying to split the torque between the outside wheel and the inside wheel, giving it all the bouncing. I'm no physicist, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but all I know is that this Evo this year has been violently bouncy coming out of the turns on power. So it's an absolute shame that couldn't really replicate the minute 25.191 that it did yesterday. But we know the potential in these cars is absolutely enormous. And look, I don't know what we're going to see with Cam Mcloud. I would say, to me, when you saw the damage there, they're not going to try and race to fix that. You wouldn't think. I don't know. Murray Coote, he was an Australian rally champion. I suppose if you were still in a rally and you hurt something, you'd probably fix it, you know, to make the next stage. This is a different sort of kettle of fish. You don't know whether or not that's going to be on his priority list, or whether it's like, no, we'll pack that away. No point stretching it. Our 2025 may be over, but you never know. Never say never in this sport, I can tell you that. So look, that Motec Pro Open class, a little taste of a few things there. No Extreme GTR. Now that's interesting as well. And you know what? Every team's got the right to skip a session. You know how high maintenance these cars can be. You know how many things that they need to address. So I guess the old Extreme GTR just needed to cool its little billet heels for a little while, and maybe we'll see it in the next session. More news from the pits. Thanks to BOSCH Motorsport. Thanks to J-Mac.
Well, it's fitting, Chris, that you were talking about Extreme GTR, because that is where I find myself here. And it is pretty much exactly like you said. They are just looking after the car, making sure they give themselves plenty of time with their checks and balances. Also trying to get the most out of their tyre bank that they have here at World Time Attack Challenge. They're also giving themselves the extra time to implement some setup changes as the conditions change throughout the course of the day in towards the Super Lap Shootout situation. Of course, top 5 cars going in. Tim Slade has a berth there, but they are looking to try and unlock a little bit more potential. It's all happening here at Sydney Motorsport Park. How's this? Out in the back, the hypercars. James Golding driving the Brabham BT62. I can't wait to get up close and personal with that later.
I tell you what, don't go anywhere. Take this quick break and be back very shortly here at Sydney Motorsport Park, because the hypercar's not too far away.
Get your turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts.
All right, back on track now, and it's time for the GCG Open Class next session for them, and the beautiful drone shots here of that iconic Turn 8. As much as Turn 1 is an icon, Turn 8, you know when someone's on the fly, when they're in Turn 8 at full noise and powering out of Turn 8 especially. That Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout tonight is going to be fantastic in all of our categories, and that's where you see them one last time. And normally by then, I know we do it on dusk. Normally the program sort of sees us on dusk, but who knows tonight? All right, trying to get another flyer in there is our friend Cole Palsom in that fantastic Got It Rex Kua WRX STI. He's in 6th spot, so Cole needs to make a move soon, or else he won't get into that shootout.
He's outside that bum spot. But have you gone and got your selfie with the turbo head yet?
No, I haven't.
Tag yourself.
I know. Well,
GCG turbos, you can win some stuff, get around. There's plenty. GCG turbos are everywhere here when it comes to World Time Attack.
Well, you know, we had to be here at 10 to 8 to get in this box, so it's not like I've toddled off down the hill considering we've been on since then. So I'll go get my turbo head. Yeah, you're right. I'll go get my turbo head and all the gear, of course, GCG is doing, interacting with the crowd. And the audience. Got a free shirt yesterday myself, just walking around. The lovely GCG girls. But all eyes on Jimmy Tran right now, starting to really hone himself down. Oh, and again, here we go. Let's write another story. That's been reliable all weekend so far, and I didn't get to say that until then because I didn't get to put the kiss of death on that car. It already happened. Andy Thomas, the unhinged Honda. It's been so good up till now. And then now this has happened, and we've got some leakage out of there. I think we might be steam. I don't think we're smoke. We could be steam there. The thing might be cooked. Full course red as a result. So where has he pulled up? We'll see if we can find something in regards to the progress of that car up to them. But where has he been, Danny Thomas, in our list there? He's been doing not too bad. Oh, yeah, no, hang on a sec. That's a lot worse at the beginning than at the end. Like it was making, that's not just steam, folks. That's a whole bunch of smoke there. But right at the end there, we do get to see quite a lot of leakage coming out of there. Minute 36.70, he'd gone up till then, is that right? Minute 36.70.
Yeah, in 10th position overall.
Yeah, no, that is not good what it's doing there. And you know what happens when we're boosting these power plants? That can be anything. You know, pressurising the cooling system can be, lifting a head. That's one thing that will do it 100% of the time. Lifting the head, that could be it. But it's also got some coolant there. Obviously, it's just coolant because if it's oil, no one just goes and stands in the oil, do they? If it's coolant, you'll stand in the coolant. But if it's a whole lot of oil, I ain't standing in that. You slip over in no time. So that's blowing a lot of coolant out by the look of that. Ain't good when you pop one. Look, I can't really criticise the Honda K-Series engine too much, but I have noticed a little bit more than ever that, yeah, you can still lift the good old-fashioned head lift. You get too much boost into these things and you can lift them. And that's not making all the right... Our vision's not all perfect there. That is just not happy at all. I hope he's not pointing at a hole down in there. You know what I mean? He's pointing down the front there, whether it's got a leg out of bed or whatever.
What I'm liking about that is all weekend, been very quick to get a fire extinguisher out. I haven't seen any fire extinguisher unloaded on that car. So that's a better sign than what we've seen so far from a few of them.
We've seen some stuff, honestly. For a non-contact motorsport, remember, we're non-contact. Normally the incidents in motorsport happen when someone's into each other. We're a non-contact motorsport. We get to create enough damage as we do all on our own, and that's in the relentless pursuit of horsepower is normally how this becomes a news story, and that's, mechanical failure. You have anything mechanical, yes, it's going to fail at some stage. That's what a mechanical failure is all about. The only time that we can ever guarantee you a day where we don't have any mechanical failures if we all just decided to drive Teslas around the place. But then again, no one's going to pay to listen to basically overgrown remote control cars go around the track. You're here not only to see how fast these cars are, but to hear these things, to feel these things. And I think, you know, Baker's tapped into that years ago. People know that it's not about how good they look, it's also about how they sound. And I suppose when, you know, later on when we get the hypercars out, we rest our case when you hear that. There is nothing better. And honestly, if you were to ask people out there, if you had a little top 5 engines I like this weekend, and you got everyone to fill out a little 5-engine questionnaire, would it be the Pagani? Will it be Extreme GTR? You know what I mean? Will it be there's a lot of people out there that loves the old screaming boxer engines as well. This is a guy that loves all things internal combustion. J-Mac with more info in the pits.
I got to say, I have a very soft spot for the hunker man-made in the driver's seat here of the Newton Racing Team machine. This Ford Focus flashed ahead. They sent the head away to get milled on Thursday night. The team, JP and the crew, they thrashed to get this thing back onto track for the 4:30 session yesterday. But unfortunately, every single time this car has come out to the track, red flag, session cut short. Dave Newton from New Zealand has not been able to put down a lap in anger. So let's come in, let's have a close look. Team's already done a little bit of cleanup work, but it is showing signs that there are some coolant sort of overpressurization happening here. But just take a moment. This is a fresh build. JP, step on in here, mate. Come in and tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here under the bonnet of this Ford Focus.
So it's a 2.5 litre, it's actually a Volvo engine that was shared platform between Ford and Volvo. It is, all the goodies inside with a big massive EFR sitting on the side of it. But unfortunately on Wednesday we dropped the liner and we have effectively done some modifications to the block that involved a flappy wheel and some Hylamar and everything like that. And we're trying to get it to stay together just so we can cut that lap. Still having a few teething issues. Obviously the car's not that happy, but we'll get it done hopefully, except we keep getting these damn red flags.
Yeah, red flags, the bane of every World Time Attack Challenge competitor. Tell me, do we have any horsepower figures on this thing?
Yeah, so it made back at home, it made 850 to the crank, so we're on high boost, we're about 730-ish to the wheels, but we're close on 1,000 Newton meters, so it makes a bit of torque.
And what sort of curb weight are we talking?
It's quite heavy. We're sort of just around that 1,300 kg mark. So, I mean, again, it is a fresh build, and originally it was designed for Targa. So it's, we've still got a lot of weight to take out of the car. We're going to, when we get it back home, make a few more carbon bits and that type of thing. And, yeah, we've learned a lot in the few days that we've been here already.
Fantastic stuff. JP, they've been the mastermind behind getting this thing back together, wrangling the crew. Let's take a moment to appreciate just some of the touches here on this Ford Focus RS. You can actually, now that he's told us, you can actually appreciate some of the rallying sort of influences here. All it is, change of wheels, tyres, maybe bring up a little bit more ride height. You could send this thing out there for a round of the Targa. Brilliant stuff from the Newton Team Racing to actually even get it to this point over here at Sydney Motorsport Park for Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. It's looking a little bit quiet here in the lanes, but I rest assured I'm going to chase up a little bit more for you guys. We'll be back soon.
Yeah, thanks, J-Mac. But yeah, how unlucky is that? And that's always been, as he said, the bane of our existences. When you're ready to, just when you fixed everything yourself on your own car, someone else goes and encounters their first problem of the weekend at the wrong possible time. But it's so good to see. Great story. Again, 5-cylinder engines. They are a thing people love there as well. It's crazy to see. Hey, we've got some news and a big shout out. Good morning to Mr. Tony Bishop.
Yeah, g'day guys. I've been out here cruising around in the pits and I've caught up with Brett from GCG. So thank you again for joining us. You're one of the brands that are the heritage suppliers for World Time Attack. What keeps bringing you guys back?
It's the punters and the cars. Listen, we've been here since day one, sponsored the event. Now we do the open class and have done that for a number of years. And it's pretty competitive class, so that's why we like doing it. And the quality of car this year.
Yeah, well, it's all happening out there, and I tell you what, talk about talk about action. GCG, of course, one of our great sponsors of the Open class, and I even just saw on the table there, did you see that, Matty Cav? All the great merch, including looks like Pit Vipers, GCG Pit Vipers.
Did you also see the QR code? You can go down and scan and actually vote for your favourite Open class car, and you can win that great pack they had behind you there. I think they had all the goodies in there. They've got the backpack, the cooler, the drink bottle, the travel mug. It's basically an ultimate road trip Yeti pack. So go down to the QR, find the QR codes. You can also get the lanyards, got the QR codes on. Go and check out all the GC Open class cars and vote for them.
And I'm still looking to see Turbo Head. We obviously got to try and get our cameras and find the GCG Turbo Head around the place. But they are a great supply. You can see them down there now. And look at the fans everywhere, just filling in every vantage point possible. Still walking in from around the place. And remember, for any people with kids, if you want to come through the tunnel to the main grandstand side, free dodgems, free jumping castle. And I know there's a few sort of larger kids here that would love to probably do both. Could we do dodgem car time attack? I just wonder whether that would, the lap would be about 8 seconds, and round and round and round we go. Knowing our luck, I'll end up with the slowest one of the lot, as I normally do. But hey, I tell you what, that little bit of overcast sort of sight out there is a bit of a godsend, isn't it? Because when we had the sun out all day yesterday, it was hot. The old Aussie sun, when it comes out, if you're in it, it's a bit hard to be protected from it unless you go and grab yourself all that great merchandise, the caps, get the sunscreen on. But the overcast conditions right now, it's going to be good for the competitors if we can keep some of that residual heat out of the surface. It's been an absolute war zone at the moment. Like, I'm looking at this beautiful venue here, of course, owned by the New South Wales government, been here since 1990, home to many, many things, of course, to do with horsepower. They also had a massive Bon Jovi concert here, I think, remember, years ago. But this venue is known for one thing, and one thing that we're particularly fond of, and that's Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Since coming here all those years ago, I think was it 2011, I think we got here, 2010, this place has just attracted the world here. To know that we've got teams that just hit the simulator, knowing they've never been to Sydney Motorsport Park, but they're hitting that GP circuit on their simulators. Hundreds of laps is what you'll need, obviously, to get acquainted with the place. We feel so familiar with this circuit. Other guys see it in their sleep. I suppose they go corner to corner in their sleep before the day. This is truly a spiritual place, not only during the day when we do time attack, but also at night then when we send all the drifters up the hill there. I was part of being a spectator last night after, of course, the time attack stuff here. I was able to watch the Flying 500 from the grandstands with all the rest of the punters. This is a perfect venue for that sort of stuff too, the roll racing, you name it. And then everyone migrated up the hill once the Flying 500. Half of them went in the tunnel and went into the pits. The other half went up the hill, and by the end of the night, well, we're having a fat time up the hill. And all the eliminations that, of course, happened with that, not only yesterday but tonight. Tony B, we've got him back there somewhere in the pits. All that personal magnetism, that's what happened. That's what it was.
Look, these things happen, technology, it's all good. But we're here with Brett from GCG, a long-term supplier and partner of World Time Attack. Thank you, Brett, for being here again. What brings you back to World Time Attack year on year?
Oh, it's the crowds and the cars. We love being here every year. We've been here since day one. We're a foundation sponsor, and open classes, our baby, and we like to come back and see the quality of cars running in open class.
And look, it just grows year on year, the intensity on track, it's just amazing to see. But you've given me this card. There's a bit of a promo going on. Talk us through that.
Okay, so we've got a couple of lovely girls walking around, and there's a lot of signs around the place handing out lanyards with our promo. On the back, there's a QR code. You vote for your favourite open class, which is our class, and that's a People's Choice Award. And if you go in the draw for a Yeti pack worth $1,200, which is here behind me, that'll be drawn on Monday. So if you give us your details and vote for your favourite car, you could win the Yeti pack. So.
Absolutely love it. That's what it's about as well. A bit of crowd engagement, promo giveaways. But I also spotted these Pontiacs behind us. What's the significance on the stand?
So when we knew the Hammerhead was coming out, the Pontiac from the US, we'd actually weren't going to display any cars, but we had 2 customers that we just currently rebuilt their turbochargers on their factory turbo Pontiac engines, and we thought, what a connection. Let's have 2 Pontiacs with the Hammerhead. There'll be only 3 Pontiacs in the whole paddock, so that's why they're both on our stand.
I think it's great. It gives a bit of American muscle, a bit of turbocharged history, and it showcases what you guys do at GCG. Absolutely love to see it. There you go.
Yeah.
I've been reading the rules of the Club Sprint class, and now you're not allowed to be a professional driver and enter the class. However, it doesn't mean that you can't hire a professional driver to coach you through it, and that's exactly what we've got Harry Hayek coaching James Bloom. So they're going through data and vision through their GoPro. So the stuff that they will go through throughout the weekend is your braking pressure, your throttle inputs, your braking marker, the race line, and more importantly, how to maximize a green set of tyres. So James Bloom, he's already done 3 seconds faster than his time on Thursday, so it is paying off, and hopefully we'll get to see what he does next session.
Well, knowing your racing credentials, Emily, I think it's only a matter of time before we could get Emily in a time attack car. No time at all. The ladies had plenty of experience in that, and I tell you what, we're all just flapping our wings here, enjoying this beautiful serenity, Australian nature, automotive flora and fauna. More of that to come shortly here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Back on track. Let's see if we can resume this session that we started, and it was Plasma Man Pro-Am. Well, our opens, they sort of came out there and had a crack, but yeah, boy, oh boy, drama with a capital D. We can't fit anything more into it. We couldn't even do a Netflix series. You'd be binge watching for about a year, this sort of stuff that goes on here. Twists, turns, twists. I don't know about the twist. It's just basically the flow, the way this flows. There's always going to be battler stories. The Triumph, we're going to have to wait to the end of the day, Matty Cav. No one's won anything yet. That's what we've got to remind everyone about.
We're looking for the top 5, aren't we? Yeah. That's what's going to go into the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. So yeah, there's a couple of categories where we've only got those numbers in there. They know they're going to take it into this afternoon, but a couple of them haven't really got indicative lap times in there. Still chasing some setup, a tune-up in the car, things and issues that are going on, but there's quite a few, though, that are in that top 5 that have come out today and had issues with their car, and now they're frantically down in the pits trying to fix it. The Plasma Man Pro-Am class, well, we've got 7 cars, so 2 are not going to make it to that Super Shootout later on today, and that's Day and Moody at the moment. Now, Day, he's in that Porsche GT3 RSR. That has been super reliable, but he needs to find himself about 3 seconds there to try and project himself into that top 5, but pretty tight once you go from there, isn't it? James Guy, they're both on a 37, then it's Kazakowski there that's on a 28, so that's a big jump. Like, we're talking 9 seconds. Paulson, well, he's not there either. That's another one of the cars that we're not going to see in that top 5 after that. And then Ferris out of the States. Will he come out and try and get another lap in, because he's on a very limited tyre bank, and he was trying to save some green tyres because he's already number 1, but he wants the record, which means he's got to dip into the 24s. laps.
Well, we know our friend Ferris by now. If he was coming out in this session, you know that Corvette always seems to be at the front ready to go. You know what I mean? If it's time for a session and he's ready, that car's normally nearly the first one out. Loves getting that clean track, and who wouldn't want to be first? You know what I mean? When you tow out and go, right, here's the session, off you go, mate. If you're the first guy out, why aren't you warming up as quick as you can? If you can get half a lap out on everyone else, hopefully by the time you get a flyer, everyone else has woken up to the fact and you meet them on the main straight and round them up on the next lap. Now, this is a guy, there's no award for the most amount of laps. I just love that Sean Day is probably getting the most amount of steer time out of any car in any class. Tony Bish got some more info from the pits.
Yeah, guys, I guess there's plenty of racing on track, right? But there's a lot of traders and a lot of vendors all the way around this venue. There's a lot to see off track as well as on track. So make sure you get a chance to really get around and have a look at all the promos, all the products and merchandise, t-shirts. You might grab something that you just never seen before. So get around it.
And don't forget, of course, Father's Day tomorrow, so it should be the perfect day to be buying your dad, your father figure, your male role model, whoever it is, get them a Father's Day present here today. There's so much cool stuff. Whoa, I just saw a little glimpse of a Corvette, which means our friend Ferris is back. What is he doing lurking around out there, Matty Cav? I don't know, but maybe because it's overcast, he sees an opportunity. Tell you one thing you won't like is all of that dust and powder out of, what are we, 3 out of 3 into there. That's not nice.
Yeah, up into turn 4, yeah, we saw that. We think it's cool coming out, so he'll go and have an inspection first, I'm sure. And they've got some setup changes, like you said, we changed the front wing. It's not really happy at the moment, so wait and see how we go. Moody, though, that's another car that's out there doing plenty of laps as well. It's great to see Brad Moody in the Alfa Romeo 4C BSM Motorsports.
Yeah, Ferris is still hunting for front-end grip, isn't he? That's one thing that he doesn't hide. One thing he's really honest, a lot of our drivers, like when we ask them, there's no secret squirrel. They're not having to worry about not telling another team or having another team find out about it. They'll just share their dramas with everyone else because we're all talking these dramas. Minute 36, 3:43 there for Gaia out there and absolutely flying.
How's that? Pete Shiveris, Top Fuel legend, championship winner now in supercars as well, down having a bit of a look. And, you know, could we spark a bit of interest with Pete? How would that be if we could spark a bit of interest and maybe get him down here? Slade, surely he's come down to see Slade, he's ex-supercar driver.
Oh, look, I absolutely hope that, you know, the bug bites with Mr. Pete Shiveris. I mean, what does the man do? He's got a Top Fuel dragster. When he doesn't own V8 supercar teams, he'll run the Top Fuel dragster. But I think he's giving the fueler a little bit of a rest for the moment. And who knows? Let's get the bug to bite If someone needs to bite Mr. Shiveris on the backside, I'll put my hand up. Back there. All right. Yeah, Ferris. Yeah, no, he's still feeding it here. So we should get a T-shirt saying "Feed it, Ferris. Feed me more." And this twin turbo LS making the rounds. J-Mac with more news from the pits.
Well, we've got him up on screen and he is out there testing some settings. They made some adjustments to rear ride height and also to rebound just to try and get this car working a little bit more optimally around all parts of the course. What is interesting to note, he is out there on very used tyres, because if we have a look down at the back of Ferris Katumi's garage, that is a full set of 4 fresh sticker tyres. The cleanup crew's doing their thing here in the garages, but Ferris will be looking to make some inroads on that 24-second lap that he's been hunting for this time around at World Time Attack Challenge.
There you go, one set of stickies left. So if he's out there on very second-hand tyres, you've got to hand it to him. If he's still trying to find grip, what better way than to try and find it on old tyres, I would imagine.
There's a 1:27.69 that time. I'd say it's a little bit off where we want to be, but like just looking for some setup changes. Whether you'll try and go for one more flyer, he would have barely got any temperature into that setup of that car to start with. Maybe just getting a bit of a feel for things. It sounds like he's off that. Put that one lap in, really guard on that one. Looking a lot smoother over the bumps though, I think, this time, whereas that was on the ragged edge last time I saw that come out in the session.
All right, it's up to Nick Geyer to utilise the most of what's left in this session. We've got screamers out there now flying. The Porsche of Day continues to flow through. And yeah, how many more laps can you put on that GT3 RSR? They're still in 6th position, but it's Gaia that should be, in theory, should be making the inroads. The potential in this car, it is enormous. It's about Nick Gaia getting the laps in his own vehicle and becoming accustomed to it. You've got to be familiar with it firstly before you can go quick in it. So I mean, you can try and go quick in it, but until the thing starts to give you a few crucial feedback moments, you won't know where the edge is. He doesn't want to find the edge. No one wants to find that edge until they're completely confident, especially in a brand new car. You're not going out there to try and find the limit of this, but every lap that Nick does today in between now and next year is going to benefit him. So yeah, why wouldn't you take the opportunity if it's ready? You just come out no matter what the session, no matter what the gravity of the situation is, no matter what we're doing at the end of the day. He knows that getting a 28 will be near impossible out of the car today. So yeah, he won't be podium, but he's still going to be in that super lap shootout and get one more free lap at the end of the day. But the car looks fantastic. It's a real tribute to him. It's been a passion. It takes more than 1 year to put a car like this together, and it's taken him a fair few to get to this journey. And you know what it's like with cars. You spend nearly every last dollar on them, and then all you want to do is have the thing stay together. Gaia, 35, he chopped a fair bit off there. So it went from 37.56 to 35.98. So finding some chunks in that combo, but yeah, you normally spend your last dollar on it, and you just want to go and get the thing. You want the thing to stay together for a while after that. If anything go wrong with it, normally it's got to just go in the garage and look at it another day, or go and look at it when it stops annoying you when you think about it. I think it's the other thing.
Well, we see Harry James come out as well in that that K-swapped 86.
Well, he might have just worn the thing out yesterday. Like he did a million laps in that little K-swapped Toyota 86. But
it had a moment too, so whether they found an issue overnight or whether they are saving. Same thing with tyres. Could be saving it for this afternoon. Currently sitting on that bump spot in the 5th position. The Supercheap Auto Super Lap Shootout this afternoon after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, that would have been a little, as J-Mac had alluded to before he went out, it was about, just trying out, again, looking for front-end grip but using really bad tyres. I suppose that's a nice way to work out whether you've got front-end grip, if you can get something to turn in on really bad tyres. And Alfa Romeo out there for Brad Moody. He's done not too bad, but I know he can improve as well. Sean Day still there in 6th. The top 5 is Harry James, Nick Gaia, who's the only guy that moved there. Alec Kazakowski, haven't seen him since yesterday morning. Where is he? We don't know. Cole Powelson, well, again, they blew the front diff in that car, so we may not see the black carbon R34 out. And Ferris, well, he had a crack in there. At least he's sort of, not that everyone's committed to each session, but at least he's getting out there and having a crack. And Tony Bish is having a crack there in the paddock as well.
Anywhere you walk around, you're going to find something to look at for sure. Miji Kang's driving the Shockworks Nissan 1VR, and they've been changing some settings. They had a splitter failure, unfortunately. We're seeing some repairs at the track right now so they can get back on circuit and go for another hot lap. Plenty of action here at World Time Attack.
Look, it doesn't matter how we get it back together, whether it's zip ties, masking tape, Bondo, whatever it is, we're working hard in the pits, working hard all over the venue, and all you're doing is enjoying every minute. I hope you are. Let's have a break. We'll be back with more of this fantastic thrash and action that we've got here down under.
Everything looks better slams, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever that we can recall, and you know, a lot of people have had a lot of eyes and ears on the world, that a hypercar class, a specific hypercar time attack class, for the first time ever has been carried out here in Sydney, Australia. Of course, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Of course, big hats off to Adrian Van Diemen and the collection. And these two Paganis in the collection out there right now, I don't mind them. Stevenson and I think Timmy Slade out there.
It's a song about people, isn't it? Right, yeah, as it gets around the hypercar class, a great addition here to the World Time Attack Challenge in 2025, and I think it's a warm-up lap, but I'm happy to listen to these cars, especially once we get this on the main straight. Wait till they come around to that point. Listen.
There's Slade just zinging the tyres there, gear change after gear change. And you know what, isn't it amazing? Like watching the in-car there of Slade on the flying lap, you assume these things are going to 11,000 RPM. He's got that right on about $8,000, that thing. And what it sounds like at $8,000 is just surreal. It sounds like it's doing 11. All right, so the Zonda and the Huara. A few $1 million out there just in the two, eh? So probably, I'd say, Nelly, the whole club sprint class in 2 cars, maybe, I don't know. But here they go, let's let them eat down here. There we go. Beautiful for the fans here watching. Just got here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Where do you get to see the hypercars do this, eh? It's a hypercar playground here today. And I think we have set a very high standard for ourselves, because this is what happens after you're coming down off an amazing first day. And Baker's talking about, how about them hypercars? He goes, you know, Adrian Van Diemen, his eyes are as big as dinner plates, and he's getting such a kick out of what these cars are giving the crowd. And he goes, these cars don't deserve to be, this is coming from the owner of these cars, these cars do not deserve to be sitting in a collection somewhere gathering dust. They are built to be driven, and driven hard, and just to see them in their natural habitat, their natural feeding ground, which is to do basically flat out, preferably around a track ideally, and that's what we're seeing here. And then we started to dream and go, well, if this is where you measure your hypercars, then what would happen if we had, I don't know, 10 or 12 of them? And we can truly measure what is the baddest hypercar on the planet, track proven, at the Mount Everest of time attack, Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, I don't see why we can't do it in the coming years. Why don't we put the call out there? See how many hypercars want to come and join us next year with this collection, and whether we can get some more out there. I'm sure Ian Baker is ready to take those phone calls.
He's ready to take those calls.
He's handing his number out to anyone that owns a hypercar right now. So, Brian, look at the crowd. You've got to get down the main straight. Listen to them go down. Six litres of V12 just screaming down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Tim Slade, he said, you know, surprisingly, it's not as grippy as you think in the car. And he goes, in the back of your mind, you know the value of the vehicle, and you think, oh, just tone it down a couple of %. But, you know, being just offered a drive in one of these vehicles, it's not the type of car you can take up to the shop. They're not designed for that. They're not going to enjoy putting around at 60 kilometres an hour on a normal suburban street. It's great to take them out and show them off, but this is where they really want to be. This is their habitat.
Yeah, sure, they look good outside a coffee shop on a Sunday, but, you know, you're not sharing the rest of the car. Yes, you're sharing the visuals and the ultimate flex, but this is where this is the ultimate hypercar flex right here. And you know what? I didn't give the old FXX much of a rap yesterday because, as I said, it's like having two sisters. They're both good looking. One of them can sing better than the other, so, you know, you gravitate towards the sister that can sing. But my son was doing a lot of filming on the side of the track yesterday, and even when you get it by itself, the old FXX, it's got a set of lungs on it. You just don't hear it over the other one. And I'm all about lungs in this one, Matty Cav. And remember, every single one of these ones are all naturally aspirated. So
it's just a moment of time you get, isn't it? It's great. All this is going to echo in my head all night, for the coming weeks.
And here's Kamakura-san trying to be the quickest aspirated time attack car around here. Well, 34s will do it, but 25s from the Brabham, 26 from Slade, 32 from Ross. They're the quickest NA time attack cars we've got, technically. Yes, if we did have a budget limit, well, yeah, well, it's not in there, right? So let's just say he's got the quickest Aspo rotary around here, probably nearly the quickest rotary around here. Especially NA rotary for sure, Kamakura-san, but how good is this? Absolutely crazy. Let's listen to these things getting out there and getting around.
James Golding just goes a 1:24.39 in the Brabham BT62. Incredible speed.
J-Mac down in the pits. What are the noises like down there, mate? It's unbelievable.
The noises from out on track are amazing. The noises that Ian Baker, the steward of World Time Attack Challenges, even better. Hypercars, this was your idea. How is it now that you've seen it come to fruition?
This is every boy's dream, right? Like, I mean, listen to this. I'll just stop for a second so you can hear it. Yeah, I mean, we're making history here today. I believe this is the first time this has been done anywhere in the world, where we've got four of the rarest hypercar, track-only hypercars in the world, and we've got professional drivers at a public event. You know, normally these cars are driven by the owners at a private track day event where this is, you know, we were certainly making history. And a big thank you to Adrian Van Diemen, the owner of these cars, that, you know, he's one of us. He's a car guy, and, you know, much respect that, yeah, we're all on the same page. And, yeah, what a show.
I know that this, the majority of good deals get made at racing events. Has your phone been blowing up with people saying, hell yeah, I want to be a part of Hypercars next year?
It wouldn't surprise me if we see manufacturer involvement in this moving forward. If it goes the way that it looks like it's going to go. I mean, a lot of them go to Nürburgring to do that, which is understandable. It's in Europe, but, you know, this is the time attack circuit of the world. So if you really want to set a time and set a precedent, you probably need to be here.
Fantastic. I can't wait to see what 2026 is going to hold. But there's still so much left here for World Time Attack Challenge 2025. Ian Baker, the man that's put this all together from way back when. Are you having fun before we let you go?
Mate, I'm having fun. I just want to say thank you to all our fans that turned up here to support us and all around the world tuning in the live stream, man. You guys rock.
Ian Baker, ladies and gentlemen. If you see him, give him a fist bump. Tell him how much of a good job, how much of a good show he's put on here at Sydney Motorsport Park for Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2025.
Thanks, J-Mac, but again, we're just, our brief is to let these things eat, let the lungs breathe. James Golding, 24.321. So Fraser Ross improved 2 minute 31.987.
Let a Felicia little bit today, haven't they? Fraser Ross and that Ferrari.
Sydney, one more time. We interrupt this program to just let you know that we did not lose audio there. We're instructed. We've got to let those things eat, and it just sounds like Slade's starting to cool the old wire down. Meanwhile, the Zonda still doing pretty well. I think Fraser Ross swapped cars there, and then he's out there in the Zonda having a crack there too. But oh my goodness. If you don't think you got your value, you got your price value for your admission ticket, I'd say after that, you'd say, well, I think I've fairly well been, got my money's worth, because, I mean, to listen to millions of dollars of machinery going around at full noise, to hear that interview with J Mac and Ian Baker, and as he says, you know, normally the man's predictions end up true. He can see normally a couple of steps ahead of anything I've ever brought up with him. He sees 3 steps ahead of anything I say, and normally within that 3 steps, we've either come up with something or he's shot it down. Normally he's shot it down. But this is amazing, and as he says, who knows? Maybe manufacturers. Well, he said in the past that you know, well, he got the first wire brought over. Pagani sent that over. We put Sachia in the car. I mean, it's not like we haven't danced around the surface of hypercar involvement at World Time Attack. And remember when Sachia-san put that thing around, did you think he found the limits of that? He found nearly all the limits of that thing brand new. And Pagani themselves, they wanted it here. They sent it to the other side of the world to do exactly that. Maybe Pagani head office, we should pop them a little email on Monday saying about the feedback from the World Time Attack fans was off the charts, the reaction. And as Baker says, you know, Nürburgring's a measuring stick as well, but that's a hell of a lap, the old Nürburgring. I think any hypercar owner would like to settle for little minute 20s, minute 30s. I think Nürburgring's a fair thrash, I would dare say. I think a lot of the owners would probably appreciate this. So we did see some movement there though, Matty Cav. It was interesting to see that not only did James Golding take the Brabham up a little bit into the 24s, but Fraser Ross minute 31, I think, in the Zonda.
Yeah, Pagani a little bit quicker in that one, wasn't he, over the Ferrari that he was driving yesterday. But the crowd are here. I tell you what, they got them on the edge of excitement. So much happening here at the venue. Let's head down, though, for a BOSCH Motorsport pit report from J-Mac.
Well, we are in the pit garage of Extreme GTR with Sam Diasnas from DAS. Tell us a little bit about this incredible carbon fibre artwork behind us and what sticks it to the ground.
Yeah, so one of the things that I really love about Time Attack is aerodynamics, and this car is a great example of how much aerodynamics we can use in this class. Aerodynamics for these cars really help them have great lap times because they produce a lot of downforce. The downforce is really important for helping with generating grip, the grip is really important for helping accelerate, for helping braking, for helping cornering speeds. Basically, grip is king when it comes to these cars. So how do these aerodynamic devices generate these downforce which we require for grip? Basically, if you look at this shape, its job is to curve the air up and kick it up. The more air that you can rise up into the sky, the more downforce that these geometries are going to generate, simply speaking. So one of the bad things about generating this downforce, though, is it comes with the consequence of drag. Now, drag is actually quite helpful under braking, and that's why these high downforce cars, if you really watch them in the braking zones, they can attack them really, really hard. They're very aggressive under brakes. You can see the brakes lighting up a lot, but the drag is also helping slow these cars down. But the other negative of drag is that you need a lot of horsepower to overcome that. And that's why, in my mind, the aerodynamics of these race cars are a great way to exchange power, horsepower coming from the engine, for grip. You can trade that off. The designers are using that when they're designing the car. The engineers are using that when they're setting up the car to try and optimize what the lap time is going to be. So the one perfect lap for these cars is going to be the optimum trade-off between the amount of downforce and drag you have to carry and the amount of horsepower that you're going to have being generated by your engine. There is one new introduction this year, which is in the Hypercar class, we have seen for the first time active aerodynamics at World Time Attack. And why is that so special? Why is that tech so incredible? It's because now automatically the computers on board those cars are determining at what angle will be best to be running those wings, and they can tune the downforce and the drag of the car to suit the requirements of what the car is trying to do at that particular point in time on the track. So that's a fascinating development that we have at World Time Attack this year in the Hyper class, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of envious teams in the other classes wishing that they could have some of those active aerodynamics as well, so they wouldn't have to carry as much drag. That's what I've seen this week at Time Attack.
Oh, you know what? I can listen to the man all day. Honestly, you can talk aerodynamics forever, Dr. Sammy. Absolutely love it. The man knows. He's worked in Formula One. Of course, he's the chief aerodynamicist for RP968, which is still out and out the world's quickest time attack car until someone else reckons they can challenge that. So he stands on his merits. And now that everyone's brain's filled with inspiration and aerodynamic talk, think about all those vortices in your head for a moment. We'll have a break and back with more soon from Sydney.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search BOSCH Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Hi, it's Blake Jones from BOSCH Motorsport. We're down here at World Time Attack Challenge today. We've got some fantastic machinery on display. So come with me and let's check out the cars. So any car enthusiast will instantly recognise the vehicle before me here. This is of course a WRC style Subaru Impreza. It's been built by Damien Brand from South Australia. Damien's a hill climb competitor and he's been developing this over years to basically be his ultimate iteration of a hill climb beast. It's got the same engine as SJ1000, including a massive turbocharger, 8 Bosch injectors, Bosch fuel pump, even CO2 cooling on the intercooler to make sure the power output is at the absolute maximum off the start line. This thing's just had the covers pulled off. It's a brand new build, but it's going to be competing around the country in hill climbs throughout 25 and 26. We can't wait to see it on track. Next to me here, it's small, but it absolutely packs a punch. This is a Mini that's been developed by a customer in New South Wales here. It's just freshly finished for World Time Attack Challenge and we're really stoked to have it on the stand. The electronics package in this car is actually akin to what you'd see from a brand new GT3 car from the likes of AMG, Porsche or BMW. What that means is a Bosch MS6 ECU, PBX90 power distribution module, a DDU9 dash and of course BOSCH Motorsport ABS. So from the outside, this Mini is obviously very different to what you would have expected from the factory back in the 60s with the wide body, aerodynamics and so on, but it gets even better inside with custom cantilever suspension, front and rear. So World Time Attack fans will be familiar, of course, with the Lamb Speed Yaris. So this vehicle has actually competed at World Time Attack Challenge in the past. Now, as you see it here, it's in its drag racing configuration. and it's actually managed a 9.4 on the drag strip, making it currently the world's fastest GR Yaris. Incredibly, the vehicle incorporates BOSCH Motorsport ABS from its time attack days, but I guess that's great, pulling you up at the end of a high-speed drag run as well. So if you're coming down to World Time Attack Challenge, find us on the main thoroughfare between Block A and Block B. Now let's get back to racing.
Heartbreak for the MCA 86 with Cam Mcloud unfortunately meeting with incident in turn 1. What has been amazing is the development journey of this car since Josh used to drive it and handing over to Cam now with the MCA crew. They have massively updated the aero on the front, and that's actually created some issues. So we're running an electric power steering system earlier in the event. That was actually binding up under load, making it impossible for Cam to actually get the car turned in. So they went back to a hydraulic steering rack. The pickups and the ratios and everything were all completely wrong. So they've had to do a major amount of work for that. Some custom fabrication, and the car was steering well. Then we saw him in the final session that we saw the Pro Open cars out in, and off into turn 1. It was noted that the car understeered slightly going into turn 1 and then all of a sudden snap oversteer. What we didn't see lay beneath the boot skin right here, this wing mount. If you can see that point right there, I'll just put a bit of white behind it just so it's a little bit easier to spot. That is where it all started to come unstuck. Of course, once you have an unstable aerodynamic surface, all advantage just absolutely disappears. And at that point, Cam Mcloud was nothing but a passenger. But what I do know is the team from MCA will rebuild. They will get this thing back out at a later event, and they will come back harder and faster than ever before.
Oh, just some of the action from yesterday. And you know what? If you weren't here yesterday and just saw that then and got excited about it, well, you're going to have your mind blown when you're here live to see it this afternoon. We've got all of that yet to come here again. We are filling up here at Sydney Motorsport Park. As usual, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge each year here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It is on everyone's list to be one of those events that you must attend. And it's great to have J-Mac back here at World Time Attack again with more news from the pits.
Well, it's been a long time between drinks, so it was about time I came back to Sydney Motorsport Park. 2019 was the last year I was here, and I was looking at Rob Newan in the Mighty Mouse, and I think he was just making his entry into the Dream Project S15. What has happened since then has been astronomical. We actually saw Rob go to a 123.09 on a pretty tough session that was red flagged in Pro Open. Technically, when they resumed, the tyres were actually on their second heat cycle, so there was so much more to be had. one thing about these tyres, Pro Open now has a slick tyre. And we can see that Rob's actually running the Yokohama Advance, the A60s. But what Rob Newan has actually come up with to identify keeping a little bit more brake temperature, he's actually got these aero discs that attach behind the spokes of his Vogue wheels. And it just helps to keep that little bit more temperature inside the body of the wheel. It's these little things, it's these thousandths of a second. By keeping brake temperature in the optimum window, you can guarantee that you're going to have good bite, good feel, good feedback throughout the rest of the lap when you really need it, when you're pushing for that one perfect lap. I have to say, I am really impressed with how Rob Newan and the Dream Project S15 have been gone. Fingers crossed we see something new come out of the bag.
Thank you, J-Mac. We are now going to head to the sky. We've seen all about everything about wings along the ground. Now we're going to talk about wings in the sky. That is none other than Mr. Matt Gold himself. Matt Hall, sorry. It's Katie Gold that we have here beside us. Katie, you know more about probably this man than most. This is an amazing feat. A very skilled pilot, but again, this aeronautics, the air show, he's just gone all over the world with this, and he's world famous for what he does. How do you fit in with this, Katie?
Yeah, I manage Matt. I manage his events, his sponsors, his media, his marketing.
Wow.
I've worked with him and probably spoken with him every day for the last 5 years.
Oh, well, okay. So you'd say you're in each other's lives a fair bit there. And have you ever, it's only the one seat, this plane, but has the man ever taken you up in any other aircraft just to sort of show you his craft? Or
He's taken me up in the Sea Ray, but I'm looking at him here now. He's got his smoke on. He's coming into land, I think.
I don't know.
Not quite.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, he does a variety of different stunts. Just incredible what the man goes through. I mean, he's too fast for our cameras. Oh, my goodness, Matt, are you okay? Is he okay in there?
Yeah, he does this every day of the week. He doesn't get sick. He doesn't get disoriented. I think you've got to have the constitution to fly like this.
Well, I mean, you know, when they talk about Top Gun and the right stuff, I mean, this man has done pretty much it all when it comes to aircraft. We've got a lot of guys here that have done it all with cars, but aeroplanes, they're a different beast altogether. And I mean, unbelievable his efforts in the past with the Red Bull Air Race and everything like that. But as a stunt pilot, there's not too many in the world that get to probably do this as a living.
No, they don't. Like, oh, just a minute. He is coming into land.
Is that an indication? Is it? Yep.
Yeah, he can't see over the top of the top of the canopy, so he's got to sort of tilt the plane sideways so we can get a view of where he's landing.
All right, well, that looks like we're coming in for a landing. Now, I want everyone in the grandstands, anywhere here at Sydney Motorsport Park, if you see this man come down, I need you to clap, cheer and whistle for the man when he comes in, because he's going to do some stuff here for us, not only now, but very, very soon. There we go. Touches it down. How good is that? Give him a big clap, cheer and a whistle. Sydney Motorsport Park, Mr. Matt Hall has arrived. And of course, look, we don't have to talk about too much about what happened this morning. We normally have him down, touching down early this morning. And I think I saw you ladies out here early. Was that right? Were you out there on the straight waiting for him? And I saw you on the phone to him or something. And
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he had a magneto issue. He's going to do a donut or two. Everyone loves a donut.
Well, I mean, you know, I like the food ones. I like the car ones. I like anything to do with the word donut I love. And you know, we've had him for a couple of years come and do all of this. And I suppose, you know, with the amount of sort of bookings, I mean, what does it take to book Matt Hall? What sort of things? I mean, obviously air shows is one thing. But, you know, what's the most unusual turn-up? Would this be nearly the closest unusual turn-up for a stunt plane to be at?
Yeah, Matt loves World Time Attack. Okay, it's one of his favourite events for the year. He doesn't land on a racetrack often. You can see him here moving, zigzagging down the straight, and that's how he gets to see where he's going, by zigzagging.
All right, here's the donut. Here is the donut. Lighten it up. Come on, give him a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. We want you to be interactive. Normally he's, you know, way in the air and can't hear you, so maybe try and get us out there, get a bit of a clap, cheer and a whistle happening. Hopefully he catches a couple of people in the crowd clapping him and cheering him, but it's good to see we've got everyone engaged with what he does. Truly amazing. I suppose, does this take you around the world, managing this man?
Yeah, not at the moment, I must say. He does a lot of corporate keynotes in Australia and overseas. He's been asked to fly in China and America and has done so in America the last few years, but that's probably the only international travel he's done with his aircraft.
No, well, I do appreciate you coming down. Of course, this big wave. Give us a wave to the camera. There she is. Of course, mum and daughter here, Katie Gold, of Matt Hall's manager. It's quite an amazing experience, I suppose, when you've got, I suppose, you know, we rate to agents, I suppose, for professional athletes of all types. What's it like to try and manage this guy? He's not a high needs sort of prima donna, though, is he? He's just one of those guys I think has got ice in his veins.
Yeah, he's a country boy.
Yep.
He's grown up in Morisset out of Newcastle on a farm. Grew up in a machinery shed, literally with on a stretcher with no running water.
Wow.
So he's got very humble beginnings. He's tough, and he just gets on with it.
Yeah, it's just amazing, that journey. Has anyone written a book on the man yet, or are we looking at a book deal? Do we need a ghostwriter? It sounds like you could probably throw a few words together for him in a book. I'd love to hear the whole story, the Matt Hall story, to where he's got to, because it's truly incredible. Anyone that can do what they do in an aircraft like that truly does deserve all the accolades they can get. There he is. He's got the cabin open there. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle if you're down there, Sydney. Make some noise, please. Make some noise so we can hear you. Bit of a showman, that's good to see. He's got that where'd that little showman streak come? I suppose when you're doing what you're doing in the air, and I think that's what's going to be happening shortly, I imagine. Do you know every trick he's going to do as his manager? Are you obliged to know what he does with every trick, or?
With his aerobatic flying?
Yes.
I do. I know his display off by heart, and we're going to see some tumbles. He's going to some knife edge flying. We're going to see some race simulation. He will be going up to 12G and down to minus 4G. Here he goes now.
All right, people, look to the sky. The next few minutes you are not going to ever forget. Yokohama World Time Attack, here he comes. Off you go, Katie. Let's get into it. Talk us through it. Well, I'll talk. I don't know, I wish I had a live G meter to measure Matt Hall's intestinal fortitude right now, but he's going to go through a series of loops here, stuff that, you know, I love the stall stuff especially too, when you can put it up there, hang that thing up on the prop. To me, this is where it's like, all right, you've lost me right there. This is one of those, oh my God, I'm glad it's Matt Hall doing that and no one else.
Yeah, he's just hovering here now.
That is crazy. And then this is what I can't believe. He just comes out of that with amazing accuracy. And of course, you know, he's got to do flight plans and everything like that, I suppose, as an aviator. So how do you, as a stunt plane pilot, how do you do a flight plan? Oh, this takeoff from here, oh, a little bit of aerobatics in the middle, and then I'll be touching down. Here we go. Oh, look at that big broadside there. That's like flicking the tail out. And then it's just amazing, these machines. Oh, upside down. Throw the G meter out the window. That is some incredible Gs. And this man knows Sydney Motorsport Park. And I'm glad that you've said, Katie, that he rates this as one of his more favourite events, because it is a little bit left of field. It's not an air show. It's just a car show. We're all committed to speed. And, you know, we see landlocked aerobatics, but it's just what we see in the air. Just incredible. Bangs that thing up there, like just the skill. Oh, I'm not a big fan of that one. One can lose one's lunch quite quickly. I don't know, Matt mustn't eat during the day. Oh, Matthew, please. Yeah, what's he do on day? Do you have to feed him? Like, does he just not eat much at all, or what?
Yeah, he won't go into this with a full stomach.
No.
He just doesn't get sick. He doesn't feel it at all. It's just, he's done it so much. It's part of his body. It's part of his cells. And he feels the G-forces. Okay, so when you're going up to 12G or negative 4G, it hurts.
Oh, my goodness, that's some G right there. Just turning that around.
Just turning that corner, yeah.
Yeah, turning that on, and you're just putting it on for all you fans out there. You've all got a great vantage point to see it. This is the Red Bull plane show. And it just, oh man, accurate. And yeah, he's you talk about a guy that's probably got a very strong core in his in his body. You need that. And here's another one of these favourite ones. Oh, this one, slow motion, almost in slow motion. A plane that can probably do 400 mile an hour doing 0. And then that side, I don't get how honestly, we almost need an aeronautics engineer in here to explain why that shouldn't work in a normal aircraft. I suppose the short wings, it's a more chuckable plane, so to speak. And oh my goodness. It is so good to see the man in action as usual.
Here he goes.
Oh.
There's a lovely tumble here. How he doesn't get disoriented, I do not know.
No, I don't know. That stuns me. That one when he does tumble it, randomly tumble it, it stuns me how we can do it.
So this is his retired race plane here. It's an MX plane. It was made in Perth, Western Australia.
Right.
It's got the beautiful winglets there on the side. You can see the little winglets there, which obviously you're familiar with in motorsport.
Yeah, they definitely help control cars, but I don't know about planes because it just seems like there's no control there at all. But that's the best thing about that is that's complete control. That's what complete control sometimes looks like, doesn't it? It looks out of control, but it's not because the man makes it look that way. And I'll talk about speed. Anyone that loves straight line speed, he's got it.
Yeah, that's right. It's got the straight line speed, but this thing can rotate 420 degrees a second, so it's got a really high roll rate.
That was nuts. One of those manoeuvres there where he did the turn on the outside, so there's some G's throwing him up against the cockpit. I can't get that stuff either. That is just crazy. Upside down, pushing every law of physics that we know. And then, yeah, this is one of my favourite bits. This stall in the air. It's
up and over.
An up and over. And then there's just random throw. What is that one? Just this flat drift there where it's just letting the thing, got it on a string. Oh. Yeah, what is that one? The upside down dangler, what's that one called? I wish we had a top 20 nicknames for all of these manoeuvres. I think we've got to stick to these nicknames because I just love that dangler. Oh, that is fantastic to see. I suppose it wouldn't be a dull day in your life, Katie, when you're managing this man. He keeps himself busy, obviously, and the man, of course, with the aircraft, he's all over that thing with a fine-tooth comb every second he's got, I would imagine. Man and machine together. This is just an amazing blend. Mr. Matt Hall continues with the Red Bull plane show for you folks.
Oh, that's tight.
That's tight, all right.
Yeah, he's got very, very strong neck muscles. He's got a strong core. He's like a rugby league player.
He would be solid. He would be a fairly sinewy man with the bulletproof neck, the bulletproof stomach. You're going to need the bulletproof stomach. Your sensory perception is at a premium indeed. And it's just so good to see. I mean, he's pretty much the equivalent of our pro drivers here that are, can drive a car fast around a track, but, there's only so many pilots in the world that can carry this out.
Yeah, Matt likes his cars too.
Yeah.
He's got the, what is it, a Mercedes 63C or something?
Oh, has he? Oh, well, that's a handy thing to have playing around.
Yeah.
We might have to get Matt Hall into a couple of time attack laps in the future. But, the hot rod, it certainly is one hell of a hot rod, this plane. As you said, it was his retired race plane, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. He ended up upgrading to an Edge, which is probably a higher spec aircraft. But this got him through for several years in Red Bull Air Race until he upgraded.
As part of your role, did you have to go to a few rounds of the Red Bull Air Races in the past? That stuff looks insane.
Yeah, it is insane. Yeah, it was amazing, and I think one of the best parts of his life, really.
Yeah, it's honestly, if aerobatics aren't enough, it's the actual racing of these aircrafts, which is amazing that they do. And I mean, it's not like it's a time attack; it's everyone racing at once. So it is absolutely crazy what we can see out of not only one guy doing it by himself, but a whole group of them trying to race. So you imagine probably a dozen Matt Halls all racing against each other. That would be crazy to see. But I tell you what, That has been amazing. Now, what do we see here, Katie? Are we just sort of just chilling out for a sec there? Does he have a little finale he does here, or what's he starting to gear up for now?
I'm not quite sure where he is in his sequence, but I know that he's going to do a little hot lap of the track.
Oh, this could be it now. This could be it now. It sounds like he's going down the straight, doesn't it? So yeah, he's going to, if he goes left, here we go, turn 1. Turn down, remember there's a hairpin up here, so does he get tighter? Here we go, turn 2. Yeah, there we go, turn 2 is tight.
Ouch.
Yeah, turn 3, here we go, into 4. All right, coming down to 5 and 6. He's going to set a new lap record here by the look of it.
He'll be loving this, like his Red Bull Air Race again.
He's just, yeah, look, he's cutting a few curbs there, but we're not going to penalise him for that. Okay, here we go, up over the top. There's going to be a real tight hairpin here in a sec. Pulls the hairpin out. I think we're in 8, about turn 8 there. All right, we're going to get a 9, 10 and 11. Curled around. It looks like he's been on an absolute flyer. Probably the best lap he's done so far. Matt Hall could be on a PB here for the flying lap of Sydney Motorsport Park, albeit a couple of 100 metres in the air. And yeah, I'd say that's a lap of Sydney Motorsport Park for us. How good is it to do the one perfect lap? Yeah, here we go. I love this. Just reckless chuck, like it's just a chuck to me.
Yeah, he just throws the plane around.
That's just a chuck. That's just a chuck to me. It's just amazing how he makes the thing look so random and just nowhere in control. But every single moment of that, he just knows what it's going to do. That is man and machine personified. And I know we've got a lot of car fans that appreciate the man and machine, but it's when you see it in a plane, you truly do appreciate that. You know, we're all mere mortals, and some of us are more mortal than the rest of us, and an enigma in a way. I'd like to say that he is a little. Tell him I called him an enigma in case he hasn't been called that ever. Here we go. Lovely little drop in there. Look at this little side drift. And again, as you said, he can only see that way. Is that right? So he's got to cock it in that way to see.
Yeah, he's got to cock it in that way, and then just before he puts it down, he's got to bring it straight and level again. Oh, but he's coming up.
Oh, you want more, folks? All right, we want more. Maybe a bit more. That's a little bit of a flex.
Oh, he's just waving goodbye, everyone.
That's a wave. That's the wave goodbye, is it?
Yeah, that's a wave goodbye.
Is he heading off or we're going to land it again? I don't know. Is he going to keep it here or what's he going to do? He's got to take it back to base or?
He's taking it back to Bankstown
he goes back to Bankstown.
Yeah, this is his farewell.
That's his farewell there. All right. No, well, I'm glad that he touched down and said hello to us. I mean, normally the plan is we have him first thing in the morning and then he takes off and goes back to Bankstown. But he's had to take off, come here, do the show, touch down to say g'day, waves goodbye to us as he toddles off from there. But it's so good to see him back here at World Time Attack. Katie, were you here last year?
No. Last time we did World Time Attack was 2023.
All right, so you've been here and you've sampled it all before, the atmosphere. What's it like to come to something different when Matt's performing here? I suppose you get a fair bit of energy out of a few events when the man's there, but how does this rate? It's a different vibe, isn't it?
Oh, it's a different vibe. It's up there. There are a lot of passionate people out there. There is something happening all the time. The exhibits are amazing, and I think it's just the variety, the sheer variety all day. There's something interesting going on at all times.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here, Katie, and of course your lovely girl in here having fun as well, and she's on the comms as well. And we've seen Matt Hall in the sky. We've seen unbelievable feats of aeronautical brilliance. We're going to get back to see some amazing feats of automotive brilliance right now with more of our entertaining show here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But Katie Gold, it's been an absolute pleasure. And tell Matt he's an enigma. If you didn't already know that, he's an enigma in our eyes.
Enigma. Very enigmatic.
He's very enigmatic. And yeah, he's got the strongest neck muscles, I think, out of anyone. So he wanted to go down and teach Tim, get into Tim Slade. Tim, he's got some neck problems at the moment because he's been G-forcing around laterally here on the circuit. So Matt Hall, go down and get into Slade's neck as well there. That's some tough stuff. Well, thank you, Katie. That's fantastic. We're doing that. Now we're going to get back on to what's on track here. And I can't believe it. He has fixed it. Mr. Mad Mike has fixed it. Over to Wazza.
Thank you so much, Chris Diggles. BDE all day, Big Digs, Energy, and Mad Mike has done an overnight rebuild. The full front end has been rebuilt on that car, and this is how they shake it down. Are you staying to talk to me, Katie? What's, like, you watched some of it. We just watched some plane drifting. Now we've got some car drifting going on track. Feel free to jump on the headset if you want to. Have you watched this before? Yeah, jump on in. Jump on, and we're all about different experiences here at the World Time Attack. This is, of course, Mad Mike Woodette, the mad one out of New Zealand. Firsty is a 596 horsepower, it's an RX3 or an estate wagon, so to speak. Have you seen this before? What do we think of this?
You know what? I'm going to come clean. I'm a ball sports type of a person.
Ooh,
I've never
okay.
been to a track before. I've never seen anything like it. It is incredible.
Well, I know a joke about that too, but I'm not going to say it on the air because it's a family show and your daughter's sitting right there enjoying herself. But Mad Mike is shaking things down there. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, full rebuild overnight. They were politely escorted off the premise at 12 o'clock last night and asked to stop working on the car. They were back here first thing this morning, and they put a basically almost a whole new front on that car. Now, the interesting thing about that car is it's steel. Everything else pretty much in the pits is going to be fiberglass or aftermarket, something like that. But Mad Mike's car, that's the original, the Firsty, the Legacy, the OG car. That is all steel. Now, from all steel to the fantastic creation that is the Liberty Walk quad rotor turbo machine out of Japan. Wataru Katu and Tetsuya Hibino have come across the Tasman, have come across the ocean. So come across the Tasman because I'm here from New Zealand, of course. Chris Diggles is laughing at me because I've forgotten where I'm from. But Hibino-san has the flag proudly flying out the window there, and he's just going to have some fun here. He'll put on a little bit of a demonstration. I'll go quiet as he comes down the main straight just so that you can listen to the sounds of the quad rotor screaming. That is, of course, the Liberty Walk machine. The boys will be on stage later on with Bino-san and the Liberty Walk crew. There's still plenty of World Time Attack Liberty Walk merchandise available, but the bigger sizes are moving quickly, so you will want to get those sooner rather than later. Chris Diggles, you're a man who loves the sound of a rotary engine.
Oh, look, you know, it's the sound of our people, I suppose. If you don't like them, you're rotorist. If you don't like internal combustion, you're motorist, right? Anti-motorist. But the Liberty Walk boys, I mean, they are loving not only the fans. Like, I've never seen someone, and again, you know, Japanese are known as a humble race, but then to come here and just acknowledge that they've got this fan base, that's why the Aussie flag's out the window. They are so proud to be here, and it's not like they don't spare this thing. This thing has been trashed, fired up, revved, ever since it got out of the container. They have used this car so much, it's not funny.
Yeah, it's the FD competition car. I think we're just going to see a little bit of a demonstration of donuts here. So for the benefit of the crowd on the main straight, we'll just go silent for a moment.
Oh yeah, clap, cheer and whistle, folks. Make some noise down there. He'll be looking out the window, looking on the grandstand side. They want to see clapping. They want to see smiles. They want to see fist pumping in the air, high-fiving. He wants to see it all. You give it to him, folks. You give it to him. Hey, we've got to get JDA on here. Let me get him on. Jared Deander here is now with Watts.
The voice of drifting, Jared Deander, the one, the only, the 20-year-plus veteran of the Formula Drift Series. As we watch the Japanese flag now proudly flying out the window. We've got a Japanese, we've got an Australian. They are just showcasing the synonymous love between the two car cultures. Japan and Australia come together each year for the World Time Attack. Jared Deander, hello.
Hello, good afternoon to you. And this is not Bump City. This is not drag racing, right? This is Smoke City, baby. That's what we're doing here. We're line locking, clutching kicks, hair flicks as we see the Hey the Girls later, hair flicks and clutch kicks later on. But the Liberty Walk S15, it's a disruptor, man. That seems to be the trend. You know, Mad Mike taking this wagon, putting some box flares on a big four rotor under here. I mean, putting box flares on an S15, which is just already out of the box, I think one of the most beautiful line cars, similar to an FDR X7, kind of that JDM yesteryear. Then you throw a four rotor at it. So this is an amalgamation of some would consider obscene. but I love it.
Well, firstly, congratulations for getting some Diggleisms in there. I love that. Bump City, right?
How can I not? Bump City. Bump City.
Bringing your own little BDE.
It's a family show, so we can't fire off the BMB, you know what I mean, or BCB.
All right, a little bit of a rolling burnout there on the main straight here from Tetsuya Habeno. And you're right, Jared, it is such an iconic silhouette, made even more pretty in the eyes of many, and it's amazing just to see the fan fanaticism down there just lining up, wanting autographs, wanting merchandise. I've seen so many of those Liberty Walk jackets as I wander through the pits there.
Did you got some?
I did get a t-shirt yesterday. I don't have the jacket just yet. It's a little bit warm here for me to be fair. Coming out of a colder climate.
You run at a higher temp.
I do, because I'm insulated intentionally. How good is it to see a Rotary out there putting on a show for us at the World Time Attack. This is, of course, a bit of a precursor. Jared and I will be your host tonight for the International Drifting Cup, brought to you by Garrett Advancing Motion. So our drifters will be on track later on tonight putting on a show. We've got the conclusion of the pool battles and then into the Great 8 knockouts. And Jared, I reckon we'll see a little bit of this tonight.
Yeah.
You can see the, in the words of the Japanese, tire finish.
What?
Tire finish.
Tire finish.
Tire finish.
Got it,
And I got that from...
like tire what?
No, tire finish. That was, I went for a ride around... I was lucky enough to go for a ride with Suinaga-san in the Team Orange Evo.
Oh,
and he got to the end and he went, tire finish.
Tire finish.
that was all I got out of it.
What a legendary card. Yeah. Good for you. That's epic.
Yeah, I don't... I'm a bit like you, right? We're lucky enough that... You and I were just talking off camera about this.
Yeah.
We're offered these amazing experiences just to go for rides, and quite often you and I will turn them down because we want other people to have them and experience them. But yeah, that was a legendary car, right? A near 1,000 horsepower rear-wheel drive Evo at the time that no one had them. And for a guy like me, who's like, I'm an Evo guy, right? I'm a Mitsubishi guy. I got the Evo 3 still at home in the garage. And yeah, you're right. That was a legendary experience put together.
And like you being so that's kind of what I was getting at with a rotary S15 box flares, kind of a Trans Am wing. Some people are scratching their heads. What the heck is Liberty Walk doing? If you don't know Liberty Walk, look them up. They like to ruffle feathers, cutting up an F40, putting a wide body kit on it. What was that? The one at Drift Games Europe? They just did a little. It's like an F20. It's like a little zing, something like that. But the Dave at Drift Games, they did that. Zestino BMW, but also Celebrations Hill. Just want to mention that again. That's where, as Matty Hill goes up there in that brand new, beautiful spares box, Mark V Supra. He's running a 2J under the hood. So a little bit of Toyota old school engineering with a new school body. So it's kind of like when you get a heart transplant.
Yeah, this is what the Hills do for fun, right? So that's Warwick and Matty, who are the two Hill brothers. We see that Warwick has got a passenger on board there, so has Matty. So I think it's some of our hard-working grid staff actually who have given the opportunity to go for rides. As we take a look at some of the field for the International Drifting Cup, that's Alex the Shark of the Barra-powered Sylvia S14. Back to a look at the Warwick Hill BMW. Here are 2JZ, well, it's a 2JZ powered BMW. What is the engine code in the A90? Is it still?
I'm not sure. In the no, it's not. It's that joint Toyota BMW engine. That's an inline turbo hybrid 6. In the States, Frederick Osbo and Papadakis can tune that thing up quite a bit. It is quite a power plant. It's the same power plant from the Supra that they use in the Ineos Grenadier, actually. So it's a very capable, versatile power plant. It comes with an intercooler in the intake plenum, but you can modify it. If you look it up, look up Papadakis Racing, what they've done with that motor. It is very, very impressive.
Right, this is the one thing that every driver
Angie, baby.
I was going to turn that round just about. Warwick Hill, lock. The lock, stop. And we're off the side. And the Hill brothers...
Stop City. Yeah. That's where we're at now.
We're at Stop City. That's a new one. We don't have Stop City, but we do now. The Hill boys putting on a show. I imagine that the young lady in the passenger seat of that car probably has just had the ride of her life with
Well, we
Warwick.
provide the helmets. The diapers are optional. You know what I mean? Like, if you gotta go for a wee, you got a little Zestino on it, which Zestino sounds, you know, for those that don't know, when they go and transition back and forth down a straight, or even when they go to initiate, it's called a mangi. And, you know, obviously in Italian, it's mangi, eat. Let the dogs eat, as they say. And then Zestino sounds like a spice you put on something. So I love Zestino's been around for quite a bit, but put some Zestino on it, baby. Come on, man. You know, where's the emoji at?
Oh, I love it. Action replay. International Drifting Cup coming to you. We're looking at a shot there of Derek Newsom proudly representing Ireland, the Irish drifting community, doing huge things globally at the moment.
When you talk to him, I had no idea he was from Ireland.
Isn't it?
I'm being sarcastic.
That would be, be unusual.
Like it's like watching Game of Thrones. Like I talked to him in the pits yesterday, and I like needed closed captioning. I'm like, hold on, slow down real quick. Like, and I love accents because I have a big dumb American accent. So believe me, when it comes to accents, mine's the biggest and dumbest. But I absolutely love the variety of vehicles here and the variety of people. It's really awesome. But hey, let's bring in another member of our broadcast team, Tony Bish. Tony Bishop, where you at?
Hi guys, I'm here with Kaz down at the Shannon Stylized Car Show. All things pretty and beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much.
Human
I really
and automotive.
appreciate you saying that. That was such a nice compliment.
Well, look, we're here seeing everything that's going on. There are some incredible machines, and it comes down to just creative imagination, right? You just have a look at some of the wheel choices and the ride height. Have you seen anything that you love?
There are a couple that I really like. If you look at some of the colours down near actually where the Shannon's truck is, who are sponsoring this show and shine section, there are some, I really love the purple. I've got a massive fan of lavender lately. So
yes.
There's a very, very beautiful, I think it's a Nissan from here that I can see from
that
here.
That lilac-y purpley colour, it's absolutely
stunning.
Gorgeous.
And then I was talking to Sakura, they do liveries. I was having a chat to them a little bit earlier this morning. They've got two really cool cars here that have really good graphics on them. And I love seeing some of these wraps come to life. Not traditional show and shine, but it's just something a bit fun and different, especially with the kind of crowd that comes out here to World Time Attack. And also, there's a really cool F-Truck.
F100.
Have you seen that?
I have not yet. I got stuck at the Ghostbusters machine. I'm a massive
sick.
Ghostbusters fan from a child. And Ecto 1 is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go catch some ghosts later on.
Yeah, where's your white suit?
I know. Maybe I shouldn't wear it.
You've got to get the soundtrack down pat. We've got to get you singing this one.
Well, look, the show and shine from the Stylized crew is happening right now. Obviously, we're right in the middle here near the Red Bull DJ booth.
It's a party.
It's a party. It's such a vibe.
Happening.
Check out Ecto 1. I love that. MX-5's in the house. There's Integras. There's combinations of kind of drift car style, stance style. There's a bit of there's like a Caterham, like an open wheel sort of thing there. There is everything here.
Yeah, there really is. And it's such a variety. Like, you've got your really sleek, like, this is your vibe. Is this yours?
GTR.
Did you just roll that out here?
I love it.
But it's sexy GTR, but then you've got that, right next to some of the more old school, Japanese, modified. I quite like it. Is it a Datsun truck?
Yeah, like a little key truck from Japan. I think the point is, it's automotive passion, showing off whatever you've got, It doesn't matter if it's JDM or Euro, if it's a race type car or a street type car,
This is the thing, though, and you and I talk about this all the time. I love aftermarket parts. I love modifying things. You love your drifting, your Japanese, absolutely. It's about what makes you happy. Like when you're doing a show and shine car, whether you're building a car to go out on track, whether you're doing a drift competition, even the guys in the garages doing, building these World Time Attack cars, you're putting your heart and soul and your personality into it. So no car is going to be, oh yeah, that's the coolest car, because everyone, it's art.
There is no perfect show car, I don't think, because it's down to taste and interpretation, exactly what you're saying. Someone might like
this artwork.
The drift car vibe.
Our cameraman's wandered off over here, but I'm just loving these waves. Drift a car through the waves over here. We have Steve, our incredible cameraman, who is just
getting
doing everything we tell him to do. He just wanders around. But the art pieces on these cars, it is very Japanese.
It's so cool. And then we've got Euro back here as well. So everywhere
you can drive that down to the shop.
It's still got registration. That's cool. And that's a Sunday drive sort of thing, right?
Yeah, you're cruising in that. Look at that leather interior. Are you kidding me? That's beautiful.
I think everywhere you look, there's something different. Oh, there's the F truck over to the
Yeah,
left.
I love it. It's sexy.
Black chrome looks amazing.
I wish I had the guts to, well, the money to own one and then the guts to drive that down to a maini.
I get too nervous. I can't have a nice car. I just get paranoid.
You have a nice car.
Okay, I got a couple. I go okay.
I have a race car and otherwise no car at all.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, look, we've loved being down here at this Stylized Show and Shine. There's so much. We're going to do another lap around, I think, and try and choose our favourites.
Also, there's some different merchandise. Like, we have the Keep It Reet, which is...
Jason Farron's team.
Absolutely, and that's obviously his brand that he runs monthly events at Calvin Park doing the drifting. So very much, we've got a few different merchandise options over here. We've also got Mad Mike's stand, and you can actually buy little Hot Wheels versions of the, what's it called, Frosty?
Yeah, the 808.
No, yeah, I forgot the
808
name. I do know
That's
which
okay.
it is. I've just blanked.
Well, look, I'm going to try and scab some of those. I'm going to use my charm to try and take one home with me. But I guess that's a wrap for now from the Show and Shine, but we're going to hang out a bit longer.
Absolutely. I've got plenty of things I want to see. You guys come down and check it out too.
Thank you so much there, Kez and Tony down there pit side, and they'll be bringing you the BOSCH Motorsport pit report later on during the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drifting Cup. Right out on track now for NZ GT Radio out in New Zealand. It is Michael Thorley, custom drift. He is a former pro sport champion behind the wheel of an 800 horsepower 180 SX. There's the big old RB underneath the bonnet. Jared, this guy last night was pretty good. Nick Owen came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Nick, he looks like part of the Hey the Girls thing I was talking about. I met one of the drifters. She was in the blue camo S chassis. She was over there doing the podcast, and I felt like the Hey the Girls, like a gender reveal party. You had boys, you had girls, and she had the blue camo one. She came out and she had a blue vehicle, but Nick Owens changed things up with the pink livery. It stands out. A lot of pastels in the color palettes. I feel like it's in American baseball as well. I know some fans across the globe. My boy Adam Jabay from Grid Life, he's tuning in right now. So shout out to them. They're having a heat exchanger watch party. He just messaged me and said they're watching on the Midwest.
Right. Is it sort of personal, like body heat exchange, or what is a heat exchange?
Don't
party?
ask questions.
Don't ask questions.
Don't make it weird. You inquiring makes it weirder. Okay. I just got a text.
I thought about it after I said.
What's cool about it is people are watching. Also, bring up the vehicle and the personality is Low Standard J. He's in the building. He's got a Honda Odyssey that basically is like an RC car. Speaking of an RC car, talk about amalgamation, but Low Standard J has a Nissan Z with a Honda Odyssey body, so it's kind of an interesting vehicle. Also, he's got the rotary, what is that? Is that bright yellow car?
VL Commodore. I think we're actually about to see both of those come out. So Jay Duca will be behind the wheel of the, I think, do you call it BT1? Is that right? BT1 is the color code here in Australia for the infamous yellow Commodore. It's an Australian thing. Yeah, there's always been a competition, particularly in Diggle's World, for the fastest BT1 Commodore. Diggle's World. Yeah, Diggle's World. It's like Wayne's World.
I drove past it on the way here.
Diggle's World.
There's like
the very
this weird mouse character came out. Slambo here. This vehicle is a Lamborghini kit car with the BMW skeleton with a heart of a rotary.
Yes.
Did I say that properly?
Yeah, 100% correct.
And it's got an Optima battery fueling the spark.
Yeah, Mike Lake.
And active arrow. Active arrow with that rear hatch opening.
Mike Lake, a guy who just describes himself as just a YouTuber who just likes building cool stuff, and he's always got something on the go. He had a rear-wheel drive Evo. He's just done some other projects. One of those guys that kind of gives stuff away a bit like Jay Duca does.
Didn't you call him a scientist as well?
Mad scientist, yeah, mad scientist, mad fabricator. Speaking of, Jared Klingberg takes a 1980s Corolla and chops the firewall and has two cylinders back behind where the firewall would be.
Is he straddling? Yeah, is he shifting between his legs?
Yeah, it's like an old school speedway car, sitting over the gear stick and just hope it doesn't go boom, because otherwise you're not going to be in a good way. Mike Lake's still got that active aero going on in the Optima Batteries machine. Now this is Callum Matthews, McLovin Bank. I did have a good catch up with Callum this morning. I said to him, mate, no, I'm sorry, I've got no idea what's going on with this car. He said, don't worry, I've got no idea what's going on behind the wheel either. I'm just out here having the time of my life. But how good does that big R35 look? They're a big car. They're a bit of work to get them sliding properly.
Big back.
Yeah,
is that what Jordan says?
That is what Jordan says. Big back, a little bit thick.
Thick. How many C's? Like 8? 8 C's?
Yeah.
Thick.
Whole bag of CCs. Whole bag of CCs. Doritos. blazing it down the straight. Again, this is one of the real highlights. This is one of the reasons the drivers come and attend World Time Attack each year, because it's the only time you're allowed to blaze. There is J3. There's your boy.
Love
Mr.
this
Low
dude.
Standard.
And he is, it's so funny. This morning I woke up and he's like, dude, one of the hardest working dudes. He gave Mad Mike his flowers, as the kids say. Jay worked so damn hard. He built a rotary golf cart buggy thing. Did you see it? It's like a Cushman cart that had like a cart motor in it, and you could ride it, and it's rotary. Go look at it in the pit. The dude builds the wackiest cars. Mad Mike Summer Bash, we're going to be there December, first weekend of December. Join us, myself, Warren. We're just byproducts of being there. But Mad Mike, I believe Jay's going to be there. That's what he says. And he's building, he has that rotary van that he built for Summer Nats. I believe he's going to bring that over.
Oh, is it the van or the bus that you
We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe I said too much. I don't know. I don't know much, but I know I love you.
Giving away spoilers.
Yeah.
Plot twist.
Yeah, we'll see. That was a little Easter egg right there. It's not even Easter egg.
Just planted that little seed out there. But yeah, if you want to catch up with Jared and I, we'll be spinning some yarns on the PA and watching some of the top sliders. I'm hearing a lot of drivers wanting to head over from Australia too. Every year that event gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we're looking at Riftzilla. This is a quad rotor RX-7. Oh, here we go, Jared. Now, you got offered a ride in this before, but you had a previous commitment here at the company, so great to see the XD Rat Rod, the Levi Clark, I call it a tribute build now. It is still very much within the Clark family, the Pandemic, as it's known. It's a pull-and-built LS3 motor, which it just screams.
It's really cool talking to his team, and yeah, as you said, it's not about me, it's about we. And Levi Clark left a lasting mark, not only with his family, but his friends and even strangers. He built really cool cars many moons ago. He won in his Exidy. He was always sponsored by Exidy. There it is still. The 324 award, we're going to implement that for the first time this year, I believe. Basically, it's kind of the X factor. Let's just call it has that Levi personality. It could be something, maybe you didn't win the event, but you won our hearts. And that's what it's really about. The 324 award presented by Levi Clark and his team, as we saw Naoki-san here. And look at this guy. You know, all this guy, and then this guy shows up, bringing the soccer team with him. The Nissan Patrol, short and squatting underneath. Again, here's another RC car drift car, a 370Z or a 350Z underneath that shortened, squatted, chopped, screwed, twisted, and sliding Luke Fink Nissan Patrol.
Yeah, the man they say could just drive anything, right? He's just that bit. Yeah,
you say that quite a bit.
Yeah,
I believe it.
Thing now. Good. You're the only person who believes anything I say over the PA. Congratulations, there is now population 1, a bit like Planet Diggles. All right, we're going to go down to Tony Bishop in the pit area.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Turbo Smart, having a look at the Flying 500 cars that are going to be on track in just a couple of hours' time. I'm always so excited about the Flying 500. There's something about thousands of horsepower racing down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. You get a great view from up top. You get a great view on the grandstand. But it's a combination right now of JDM versus Euro. There's superchargers, turbochargers, nitrous, you name it, these guys are bringing it. And I'll tell you what, there's a few moments at World Time Attack where you just hold your breath and watch and listen to the sound of horsepower flying down the front straight. And I'll tell you what, some of the egos down here in Flying 500 are pretty mega as well. Look at the size of the turbocharger on that Evo. These guys are working away at it. We're going to see some Lambos out there as well. There is a lot to see, so make sure you get trackside for the Flying 500 later on today.
Thank you so much, Tony Bishop. Yeah, you're right. We had a little chat with James Wilden, who's over here from New Zealand, in the machine known as 40 PSI, and he said if you don't have 2,000 horsepower, don't bother turning up.
Ooh.
That is the type of number it takes to make a mark in roll racing. And we were watching last night, Diggles, you and Mr. Turbo Smart, I think we're up here just calling the action, and it was just phenomenal watching the way that those cars put the power down. But they're not that stable. Like, you've got to be pretty brave. It felt to me like watching an old it's like a Roadrunner cartoon, right? Strap yourself to an Acme rocket, let it go, and it just went.
Meep. Yeah.
Yeah. If you see anything trackside that says TNT, just walk away.
Yeah, Acme.
Yeah. So
that would be a good dope livery for a Wile E. Coyote, little Acme.
An Acme car.
Yeah,
All right, we're going to the girls now. The Drift Cat, the OG Cat Hewitson. This car is built by her and her husband in the Chicken Flag tuning shop there.
Chicken Flag tuning shop?
Chicken Flag.
Checkered flag. I literally thought you said chicken flat.
Chicken flat. No, that was
like, all right. That's a new one.
That was a different discussion that we had with Sam Tabooch last night, who offered us some Lebanese charcoal chicken.
You keep bringing it up. I feel like you're getting a sponsorship deal.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. I try to pump Tony B out yesterday, get him some gigs. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, Drift Cat out on track. She is a pioneer. She blazed the trail for female drifters in Australia since 2003. She's been to Chile, been to the United States, been to Japan, been sliding all over the world. It's great to see her out here putting on a show and leading the way for the YTG squad. And Jared, did you see the queue at the YTG autographs?
I did, and it's very impressive. And I think what's really cool is we have to treat this, and they got to treat this like it's everybody's first time. And I think that's a compliment to the motorsport, the diversity, and also, just being seen. Everybody's got a story, man. And when I overheard, going over here and recording the Living the Dream podcast, they have a trailer over here, and she was telling her story. She got pretty emotional about it. And what she loved most about it was, I have some mates, I have some friends. Here it is, Suicide Prevention Month, and she says, I have some friends that I can drift with, and some other females. So there's young girls over here that are like, I don't want to go to this car event, and then they're like, yo, I want to go to this thing, and then they get to see these ladies chucking a deuce out the window. It's always a good sign.
Chucking it. She's going to hit turn one. I've never seen one of the YTG ladies.
Girl.
Oh, Cat, you're just doing it for the girls.
The claws and the fangs are out, baby.
She's a little ball of energy too. She will be so pumped behind the wheel. Speaking of drivers who've been busy this weekend, Miji Racer behind the wheel of the hard-tuned Sylvia S13. She's been spinning circuit laps today as well, hasn't she? So she is the only one. I think she's the only one on double duty this weekend, isn't she? Only one doing time attack, and that puts you in very illustrious company too, because the only two other guys that have done time attack and drifting are a guy called Mad Mike and another guy called Shane Van Gisbergen. So there's a couple of names that no one knows much about right now.
GMM and
he's making a name for himself. Now, speaking of making a name for herself, Sarah Jane Holland out of Essendon. Jared, you referenced this car before. With the only difference really that you can tell from far away at the moment is that SJ's still got the big wing on the back. So she's maybe looking for a little bit more grip, whereas Nick's tried to loosen up, maybe free up that car to get it sliding a little bit.
Or styles for miles.
Yeah, just all about the style. Styles and smiles for miles.
Keep it easy for kilometers. Yeah, it really off the tongue, does it?
Yeah. Had a great chat with SJ down there on the interview panel, and she was very clear in her goal. She wants to be back here next year. She wants to be in the main field. She wants to be a driver. That is it. She is just a driver. There's nothing else to it. She's going to come back here, stick it on some doors, and hey, she's doing the right things. She's been on the podium down there in WA for their drifting series. So great to see the SNN team here this weekend making a name for themselves as they come up the hill. Now, that hill that you're looking at the moment will be the place to be later on tonight, the Celebrations Drift Hill. You'll be up there enjoying potentially the same view as our drift judges. Jared and I, we call from a slightly different perspective. We call into the screen. It is important that we point that out, that we call to the cameras, whereas the judges are looking very much down the barrel. Speaking of looking down the barrel, from NZ, out of Australia, Kim Thorley, the drift mama. She's done some good things this weekend too.
Yeah, the NZ R34 here comes out of it, a little unwound. Let's fire up a donut there if you didn't have any breakfast. Smoke-filled, not jelly-filled. No sprinkles there. Ideally, no sprinkles. Beautiful weather we've had here this weekend, which makes for a great event. Some unfortunate things, but they are race cars, so they're highly tuned. The Horizon, the Hammerhead vehicle, obviously the Soarer getting into it. Just whatever. Even Matty, the plane, the hot rod in the sky. He was a little, unfortunately, he's okay. But I'm just saying the plane decided to, a little check up a little bit. But what a show it's been here. Just creating the FOMO. Would love to have everybody over here from the States. A lot of, like I said, there's nothing like this in the world. Having gone to a lot of events, Goodwood Festival of Speed, different events in the States and all around the globe, Japan and all that. There's nothing like WATAC, as I've called it, so lovingly, given it kind of just a quick name, but Ian Baker does such a good job, him and his team and everybody involved, it comes from a very, very passionate place.
Yeah, it certainly is a very passionate place. And speaking of passion, I did get asked by Kim to send a shout out to her girls, Lily and Lou, who are at home. They weren't able to travel this weekend. Every other event, they are the crew chiefs for Mum. They're always on the tools, always keeping that car clean, always keeping it looking good for the sponsors. We go now to a renowned Toyota enthusiast. Now, Jared, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's a front-wheel drive Camry motor in a Cressida.
You know, a lot of these vehicles just don't make sense, and the reality of it is you know, that's I think that drifting has complemented motorsports in such a different way where, like I said, many moons ago, these punk kids, it's kind of like snowboarders on mountains, you know, and now it's like, oh, it's accepted. You know, watch the Jake Burton documentary about snowboarding and what that disrupted and how it did. Drifting did just that. It's no longer punk kids. There's manufacturers that have electronic drift brakes that were developed with Von Gittin Jr. Toyota launches a GR Corolla in the States. Nissan, their only signature edition vehicle is with a Pro Drifter, the Forsberg edition Nissan Titan. They've only done Nismo this and Nismo that, but never an edition of a vehicle with somebody's name. So all that to say is a compliment to innovation, progression, different motorsports, throwing the horns out the window, and precision driving. That's what it is about. And you know, drag racing, grip racing, drifting, all of it is just really celebrated here. I mean, you can have clouds as wing canards. You know, I think that's, you know, you have that style. It's freestyle motocross.
Clouds on clouds on clouds, tire smoke clouds. Look, I want to just pay homage, I suppose, to the work that you guys have done. And, well, like Formula Drift has kind of lifted the game, right? And then Formula Drift came along, and then Drift Master said, right, I see you, and I'm going to raise you. And then you guys went check, and then now we're going backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Where is the style headed globally, and everyone finds what they love within it, and that's the beauty of drifting. That is, you find what you love within it, and you can find what you don't love within it, and then you just get so invested in the sport, and you come out here and you do what you want to do. You build your car for you. You were right. The reason the vehicles are so diverse is because they're an extension of the person themselves. They're just a reflection of the personality behind the wheel. Speaking of personalities behind the wheel, the Mercurial Mouse, has there been anyone busier this weekend?
Yeah, she's been jamming, and her story, as you told me, you know, through this weekend, you know, just being kind of down on her luck. She's a giver. She's putting on smiles. That's complimentary, but gifts, she doesn't sell merch. She gives it out.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Yeah, very cool. She basically expressed to me that she never wanted anyone to come to an event and feel like they couldn't go home with something. So if you wanted a sticker, if you wanted a t-shirt, if you wanted something else, Mercurial Mouse has got you covered there, and it's great to see her out there. I know she was feeling
this like
her. This is Carly Bell, so Carly Bell, fresh build for her, and I tell you what, Jared, she came out last night, and that last lap of hers, she sent that thing. Like, look, I'm going to borrow from you. She licked the stamp and just sent that
baby.
thing.
COD, cash on delivery, baby. Yeah, I walked in the podcast booth, and I just sat down, came in, her and her dude were sitting there, and she had no idea who I was. and I'm not saying like she needed to at all. And she's like, oh, cool, and we're talking, and you know, obviously we're in there, and we elaborate, and she was so stoked. She was over the moon. And that's her dude's car. So she took the keys, but she gave him her R34. So kind of car swap. That's why I was jokingly, lovingly saying it's like a gender reveal. You know, the girl, the pink and the blue, didn't know, you know, what gender we're coming out here and celebrating.
Look,
is that a thing here in Oz or in New Zealand?
The gender reveals, yeah, very, very, very big, particularly amongst the burnout community. Yeah.
I like the fails. Yeah. They like have the smoke cannons and shoot themselves, like it ends up in their face. Those are amazing. I'm all for those, dude.
Yeah. I have seen a couple of them, and you see the ones that go wrong, like when the engine goes boom and the smoke comes out great. What's happening? Nothing. The wheels aren't spinning and there's engine smoke everywhere. Carly Bell out there having a great time. Yeah, the girls, how good has this been? A welcome addition to Ian Baker's circus this year. Again, just repeating, the place you want to be tonight is up on the Celebrations Hill. That is up on turn 18. Caroline Kajala, Racer Industries back 8-6. She's had some interesting conversations over the course of the weekend because she happens to be fluent in Polish. So she was able to basically tell a story yesterday. And the question I put to her was, what would you tell a young girl who wants to get into drifting? And it was really interesting to see how all the ladies relayed that, because a lot of the fans who were there waiting for autographs, etc., with the little girls looking at them going, I want to be here to be you in the next 10 years, right? And it was literally the message, if I surmised it, would be, don't be afraid. Put your hand up and go, I want to do that. I deserve to be here. And I can drive.
You have to start somewhere.
Yeah, everyone's got to start somewhere, right? Actually, out of interest, I don't think I've ever asked you this before. How did you how did you get started? Did someone just chuck your microphone one day?
It was a cold night, October 19th, 1978, when I was born. My mother and my father.
Hey,
no,
wait, hang on, November.
Yeah,
that means I'm older than you.
No, yes. Oh, dude, whatever, bro. I mean, yes, age ain't nothing but a number, baby. Jim Lau, co-founder of Formula Drift, and I were talking this morning about just progression.
Yeah.
And speaking of Jim Lau, Ryan Sage and him started Formula Drift in 04, and they said, hey, you're charismatic, why don't you try it?
Right.
But I grew up street racing in San Diego.
Right.
My hot rod was a Honda. It was the EK Civic hatchback. So seeing the Spoon Sports EK here was absolutely, I started sucking my thumb immediately as a sort of thing. So it was amazing. Jason Farron, the Keep It Read, the backup R34.
I'm sorry, Jared, I just cut you off. I know I shouldn't do this, but that's actually Denver.
Oh,
Denver
my bad.
Sylvia's has been given the keys by
baby.
Jason Farron. So how cool a story is that? So Denver unfortunately had an issue with her car yesterday, suffered some damage. Jason Farron stepped up and went, hey, you know what? You're here to drive.
Keep it read.
You can drive. Keep it read. So Denver Sylvia is behind the wheel of the Jason Farron R34, and she hasn't driven this car before. Like, this is literally the first time she's driven the car.
Yeah, don't outkick your coverage, dude. Just chill.
Yeah, here's a...
Yeah, great looking car. And the Keep It Read family, again, having getting to know Jason over the last few years, him and his family are fantastic. The Farron boys, I call them the Farron Ferals. They are animals in a great way. They're like the Lost Boys in Peter Pan. They're just all over the place, just good in a great way. You know, Danny, his wife, and Jason, they're great people. Love their energy.
There's so much energy in that difference between Jason Farron, and you think about Luke Fink, you think about Saxon Moyes, these guys who are just bouncing off the wall. You've got the always-on energy of Mad Mike, just the personalities down there. And the great thing about it is those pits are open right now. If you want to wander down there and have a chat to each and every one of those drivers, they'll happily just make time for you now. So how good is it?
High fives and handshakes.
Yeah, how good is it to see Denver back on the track? And we go down now to Keziah.
Thanks, guys. I've actually got Jason Farron here with me. Now, the reason I want to have a quick chat to you is we've got Denver Sylvia out there in one of your cars. So when you saw what happened to her yesterday, what made you make that decision to hand over the keys to one of yours?
I just know the devastation she'd be going through in that situation. And I just know the amount of effort it takes to come to these events. This is one of the biggest events in Australia. And when you get that invite, it's such an amazing feeling, and you just want to do everything you can to put on a great show and, you know, be out there for your sponsors, all that sort of stuff. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, I knew the wagon was going. That car was just sitting there, not getting used. So I was like, great opportunity, throw her the keys, get out there, do your thing. Be there for the girls too, of course. So, yeah, had to do it.
I love it because it is what you're about. You're really about supporting anybody in this industry, but especially getting behind the girls. So I just get my camera and just have a pan of your new wagon build here. This is gorgeous. This is what we're seeing you compete in last night and also tonight. And then we're going to have a wander over to Matty Hill as well, because he's got a brand new Toyota Supra that is freshly built just for this weekend, I think. But we've seen him out him just before doing a few skids around on the track.
Yeah, look, we did really well in our first battle last night against Yokoi. We won that one, and then after we had a few issues. So we're still fighting a few little electrical issues right now, and we're still trying to iron them out. Just went out for our demos, and there's still a slight problem. So we're not too sure what that is yet. We have about 8 hours to get it ready, so we've got plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Did not look like you were having any issues at all. How fun is it getting out there and getting in front of the fans?
Look, it's insane. We get to represent our family, our sponsors, our friends. You know, everyone gets together for these events, and it's huge. Ian Baker does an amazing job putting these events on for everyone. There's a huge crowd. It's very excited to be on track, especially demos. Like, we don't get to do big track demos very frequently. And I drove with my brother for the very first time, tandems. Like, how good's that? You can't beat it.
That is awesome, and you have such a good family atmosphere around your team. It always has been like that. I've seen it for the last decade. We'll just get a quick look at the car here with the bonnets open. It's such a beautiful, beautiful build. Plenty of awesome stuff down here. If you get a chance, wander down to the drift pits. They're just past the show and shine.
Thank you so much, Keziah, doing a great job as we cut back to track. And there is Christina Vithoulkas. There is no bigger personality in the pits. Isn't Christina just an amazing character, Jared? I know you've been getting to know her over the course of the weekend. Her story, phenomenal. She freaked me out because she said to me, well, I used to jump 55 feet on a bike for fun.
Well, I had a message exchange with a mutual friend of ours, which is Rob Parsons, and he operates CageKits.com in the States, and he's operating now Cage Kits Australia. And like I said, he was full able-bodied, crashed on a motorcycle, broke his back, so he's in a wheelchair, but it does not define him. So I was messaged because she reposted what we were talking about, this, that, and the other thing. And again, it's not a disability. It's just a quick little, again, it's a speed bump. Might slow you down, but you got to keep on moving.
You do have to keep on moving, but to get to where you need to go, you need to have been somewhere first. Let's take a look at a recap of Friday.
The tension is electric here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The hunt for the fastest lap is on. It's man, machine, and the clock.
Day one, World Time Attack, Breakfast of Champions, let's get it.
World Time Attack 2025.
Let's get it done. First thing, P1.
Walking like you wanna me, Jesus. Me, I'm back at it, never gon' dumb it down. If they wanna come around, I can go 100 rounds. Let me show the people in the city, man, who run a town. The flow's sitting pretty, but don't make a sound.
Day one, let's go.
Singing the backstabbers, put the method to madness. None of my stats average. No little weapon you form can act lavish. You know you talk to a king, it's savage. Yeah, you know the stats. I hear him talking in the back, where you at? They want laugh in my face, man, relax. The fact of the matter is that
I haven't even seen a drift before.
Really?
It was okay. Just morning session was definitely probably the best conditions I've had. Pretty stoked. Hopefully we can keep chipping down. I really want to get in the 24s, and we're so close. So
It was tracking along really good, but unfortunately just lost gearbox pressure, so the shifter wasn't playing nicely for me towards the end of the lap. So still got 3 laps that are okay, and then coming on the front straight wouldn't go out of 4th gear. So unfortunately had to cruise across the line to finish, but I do think that was going to be even faster than what we did this morning. So we'll change it up for the next one, have another go. Another problem this morning, missed opportunity of new tyres, but we're going to send it anyway to get a readout for tomorrow morning. Next session we'll send it.
Tim Slade here. I think I'm all wrapped up here today, day one of Time Attack, World Time Attack 2025. Just finished the last Hypercar class session for the day. Yeah, it was all good, round and round. It's nice. The Time Attack cars, they're really only good for a lap or two at a time, whereas yeah, the Hypercars, we can basically run out the whole 10 or 15 minute session. So it's cool to be able to do multiple laps at a time. I think we're putting on a pretty good show. That was the whole idea. Cars look amazing, they sound awesome, and yeah, good fun to drive. So looking forward to more of the same tomorrow.
That's a bit shaking. My heart stops in its car.
Okay, the last session I was feel some steering was lost. Yeah, but I have no idea about this happens. So my team gonna figure out what problem was it. So and then hopefully everything goes well and hopefully I can race tomorrow.
Tanuki S13. This thing is wild. It cannot compare to anything I've driven before. It's got a huge amount of downforce, probably triple the amount of power that anything I'm used to. The braking's phenomenal. It is an absolute monster, and I'm having an absolute blast. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably a little bit scared. It's a car that really does require massive commitment, but it's been a lot of fun.
Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2025. Jared McLean and Matt Kavanagh out of the box and down here on pit lane for the pit walk. How cool is this? We do it every year at World Time Attack Challenge. You can actually come on down, get up close and personal with every single one of these machines.
Yeah, it's a real opportunity for the crowd to come down and have a look at the cars up close and personal. We know you can get out the back and you can sort of look through the garages, but you get to get a sense of a feel, the excitement out here, talk to the drivers, have a look under the bonnets, and for no better word, I suppose, for a bit of Australian slang, is it's pretty mad.
It is friggin' awesome. It is unreal. There is nowhere else where you can come out. And the great thing is, so many of the teams, they're actually just waiting off in the wings. Maybe they'll be hanging around in the shade. If you have questions about any of these cars, go and have a chat to them. Almost all of them. In fact, I'd be safe in saying the vast majority are more than happy to have a chat with you. No one's really closed off here.
No, and it's really for the crowd to come down. Like you say, you're not closed off. You can have a close look at what's going on, talk about some of the modifications, but it's sort of laid out as well throughout the pits as we start off with our tuner class up this end. We go to our club sprint, we get further and further, and of course, the hypercars are out here, which means you can actually go to those amazing $1 million machines, get up close and personal. You can't touch them.
Don't touch them.
But you can smell them.
Yeah.
You can get close enough.
Just don't make it weird. All right. But we are right here in tuner territory. Now, this is a new category for World Time Attack Challenge 2025 because, like with anything, technology, trends, fashion, over time, it has a tendency to evolve. So our previous grassroots category, Club Sprint, has moved on. This has essentially come in to replace what Club Sprint used to be, give people an opportunity to come in and get to know what this is all about with an idea of keeping things affordable, but still dynamic.
Well, you basically split the field, haven't you? Because these are I suppose, less modified. They're not allowed to do too much to the vehicle. Basically, it's all about safety. If you want to come over and have a look at a couple of these cars, they're stuck on an Advan Niobe 8009 tyre as well, if you have a look down there. So every car is on the same tyre. They put some safety equipment in them, and basically you can only shred about 1% of the weight. So it's a real class to get into. If we still had the Club Sprint class with these cars in it, we'd have over 50 entries this weekend. So to split that, where we've got almost 20 entries when we come into this brand new tuner class, and we've got over 30 entries in Club Sprint, I think it just was evolving. That's how it had to happen.
100%. So having a look, something like this BMW, this one piloted by Jordan Cox, mild sort of aero, bit of a carbon fibre dam on the front here. I've got to say, there is a bit of nice, just blingy carbon fibre just to really dress this thing up. Of course, control tyre. Now, they actually have a tyre bank for the tuner category, don't they?
Yeah, only 6 tyres for the weekend. So people like Jordan Cox, who's sitting in there very quietly on his phone over there, you can see a little bit of a smile. He's saved a lot of tyres because we've only seen him going out in both the morning sessions. So he's currently sitting in second position when it comes to our tuner category. So at the moment, he's in the bump spot in that top 5 to go to that Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout this afternoon.
How about you, we go and have a chat to him, mate? Let's go in and let's put the hard word in. I'm going to just jump in front of the camera here. What are you doing, man? You scrolling Tinder or what?
I'm actually searching the sector times from this morning, so just trying to make a comparison with some other cars. So, and we also ran out of chairs in the garage, so I'm sitting inside the car instead.
Tell me, run us through your World Time Attack Challenge 2025 campaign. You are on the bump spot as we look to try and get into the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout. How you feeling?
Yeah, super excited. Whenever you get the racetrack to yourself for a one-lap dash is always awesome, and driving these cars around here is a great thrill. So we've got a crowd here as well, which is cool. So hopefully we put on a bit of a show and they all enjoy it. So yeah, we can't wait.
I reckon let's get the camera over this side. Let's have a look through. If you can just have a look and see, run us through what's going on with your steering wheel and what functions you have available to you.
Yeah, so the Zestec steering wheel is pretty unique. It's got, with BMWs, as most of we know, if you're a BMW fan, you've got your different M modes. So I've configured the M1 and M2 mode for different like throttle settings and steering inputs. So depending on the grip levels and whatnot, I might tweak it to my own personal preference.
And do any of the rotary knobs further on down the wheel do anything?
Not at the minute, no.
But in a perfect world, what would they control? If you could do anything outside of the tuner class rules, what do you reckon you'd set it up for?
Oh, definitely traction control, ABS. If you had actually an active rear diff, you'd do something there. So, yeah, there'd be a few things you could do for sure.
Room for upgrades, I reckon. Move up another class.
Yeah, absolutely. I might tell the car owner and come back next year. Yeah.
Sounds good. Jordan Cox running in the tuner category. Matty Cav, we're down here. Club Sprint also around here, peppered through. What's caught your eye?
Oh, look, there's a couple of things when you come to the Club Sprint class. I mean, we just see the aero that they start to put on the cars there, where they can modify them a little bit more. We see billet blocks come into that as well. So that's where we see that real horsepower gain. And I think what's scary about Club Sprint is we're probably seeing nothing under 500 or 600 horsepower.
You really need to make sure you do bring a gun to a gunfight here because, yeah, there is no room for error because they will just run away from you. We're still here in sort of tuner territory here. How much of a response has the Fat Ford Focus had?
The Hocus Pocus Focus, that's the brand new name for that one. We're going to get the Magician out next year. We were talking a little bit about that, weren't we? I mean, I think the Hocus Pocus, it's got the name now. It's been a real struggle, though, this weekend for them. And I tell you what, it's a lot of kilometres to come over from New Zealand, get that car over here, and they haven't really turned an indicative lap yet. So it's pretty scary to know how fast that's going to go because it's on the ragged edge. They've already had to do a sleeve in that engine, but, you know, if they can get a chance in this next session, they could be very quick.
It's interesting you say they've had a sleeve in that engine because the other Ford Focus RS has actually also, well, that dropped the liner and flashed the head earlier. That was,
I might be getting confused down here because they're both blue.
I think these guys are all right. But that's all right. We've had you cooped up in the box with Chris Diggles. It's all right. You had to come out and get some fresh air.
I finally got some fresh air. But how good is the crowd down here? Because where else in an automotive experience in any of the shows you've ever been to around Australia or around the world did you get to come and do a walk down between such cool cars like this? All the aero you get to have a look at. There are all so many over 1,000 horsepower and you actually get to take a time. It's not like we rush this either. We've got a good 50 minutes for you to come down and enjoy it. It's part of your ticket when you come in. I mean, it's an experience from the moment you walk into World Time Attack Challenge until you leave, isn't it? Like you come through the gates and the moment you go through that tunnel, you've got the show and shine on the right-hand side. We've got the roll race and the Flying 500 on the left-hand side, all thanks to TurboSmart. Twin-turboed Lamborghinis, crazy cars like that. Huge 1,200 horsepower GDRs, some of them pushing 1,700 horsepower. You continue on, you've got all the trade stands, all the colour that's in there. We've got the show and shine, the drifting as well, and then you get down to what is World Time Attack Challenge.
Of course, we move up now into the Club Sprint territory. Alex Mikowski looking good in the Plasma Man Evo. This thing surged to the top of the charts. We were looking at Trent Grubel. I mean, coming into this event, he was looking to try and lock down a third year on the trot in Club Sprint. Unfortunately, wasn't to be. Actually had some issues on day one with a motor letting go. Took the car back, got a new motor into it, came out today and issues again.
Yeah, that's sad for them, really. They were last year's winner as well. So it's a bit of a shame they haven't been able to repair that car. What's impressive, though, in this category is last year we were around the 132s. We're already in the 131s, and we haven't even hit that super lap or that afternoon where it cools down. So massive improvements in this category, over 1 second. That is huge.
So looks like Grubel still is in with a spot for the super lap shootout. But top spot currently belonging to the Plasma Man Evo, and that thing has just been looking so good all day long. I mean, Alex has been doing a fantastic job.
Look, I don't want to predict too much, but if they are going to go to that super lap shootout and we do get some cool weather this afternoon, we're already at a 131.58. Potentially we could see a high 130, especially if someone wants to put a little bit more boost into that car as well, because they do save it for the afternoon. They're trying to get through the weekend. Of course, now they've sort of cemented their top 5 position, but it's not secured till the very end.
Well, let's keep on walking here. Luckily, we've got a spotter in the form of Emily Duggan, just making sure that our camera operator can stay with us. But, I mean, the pit lane walk, this is unreal. I mean, unless you've got a wristband here that lets you get into the hot zone, this is an area that you don't get to look at. I mean, you can go up to the top deck and get a bit of a taste of it, but right down here on ground level, I got to say, World Time Attack Challenge always brings out some stunning liveries and some new stuff always coming out. This is cool.
I'm just seeing Eleanor over there. She's hiding. Look, she's hiding a little bit. Give her a wave over there. She's in the tuner class as well in this Hyundai i20N. She's done a fantastic job as well. I know last year Diggles gave her a bit of a nickname, the Dangles, and unfortunately it came to a bit of an incident last year, but she's doing very well this year as well. And that's what I mean. There's so many different cars throughout the categories. Obviously, this is in the club sprint, the Hyundai i30, so a little bit bigger. I mean, they already come out of the box, really. We've driven a couple of Hyundai N series as well, you and I, to and from the airport. Gets all the snap, crackle, pop. You can really just press the R-type button. Let's go.
Once you find the N mode button, that's a shout out to Dan McCarthy. We drove about 40 minutes on a 50-minute trip, and we didn't find the N button until the 40th minute. He pressed that thing, and he's like, oh, my God, where has this been all my life?
I'll tell you what, J-Mac, one of the things I notice is on top of the pits and in the spectator grandstand, that has been packed since about 9:30 this morning, and they have all ventured down to the pit walk. I mean, that is just goes to show how much the crowd love this part of the show, really, where they can be involved and, you know, like come down and experience. Like you say, and normally, unless you're part of a pit crew, you're a racer, you don't get a chance to come out here on pit lane.
It's been 100% an incredible experience, and so many people enjoying it. Great chance to get those up close and personal sort of photos. I could just see the PRP promo girls getting through. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that would like to get some photos there. But draw your attention to the Evo versus WRX rivalry that's really come alive here at World Time Attack Challenge 2025.
The Haltech Club Sprint class. Well, it is pretty much Evo and WRX at the top of the table, and they're going to fight it out to see if they can stay in that top 5, because they've got one more session this afternoon. So potentially we could see a little bit of a change up there, but the sun is out at the moment, and that's probably not the conditions they want. The crowd is enjoying it, but the drivers, they want to see that cloud come over and maybe just take a few degrees out of that track temperature. Obviously, it's great that we've actually got a little bit of rubber out on the track now, because this morning a few of our drivers were saying it was just a little bit greasy out there. But we noticed in our last session, especially when the hypercars came out, James Golding started to just take those times down a little bit. So I think the tide's, it's turning.
All right, we're going to grab our camera operator and we're going to come around because we need to see this. He has been a big draw card here this weekend, and he's having a great time with the crowd. It looks like they're having a great time with him. Ferris, we're just going to interrupt super quick in the pit walk. Mate, how cool is it to have such a following come out and check things out here with the Corvette?
Oh, no, it's rad. You know, I feel like I'm an Aussie. Like I said the other day, I brought the Tim Tams into the pits, and everyone's like, oh, he's a real Aussie now. So I'm super stoked to be here. I mean, we don't have things like this in Time Attack in the States, and hopefully one day we can grow it to be like this. But yeah, the fans here are amazing, and it's really probably one of the only reasons why I really come here.
Awesome. We're going to let you get back to the adoring fans. We can't wait to see you out there for the shootout. Good conditions. We're looking for a 24, aren't we?
We're looking for a 24 or maybe a 23. I don't know. I'm going to turn the boost way the fuck up, so hopefully we can make it happen.
Ferris, keep an eye out for him. It's going to be hard to miss. I reckon we need to get you over with our other US entry and have a bit of a chat.
We might come around the back here, actually, because I think we're going to run out of a bit of room. Come around here. This is an amazing vehicle that we haven't seen out on the track, unfortunately, this weekend. It hasn't all gone to plan for the Horizon Motorsports crew, but it's been a massive weekend from Cole Paulson. We're going to come over here and just, he's signing for the fans, but Cole, we're going to have a quick chat with you here on air. I mean, this car here, the Horizon Motorsports Pontiac, didn't quite make it out on track yet, but just to have a visual look at it, I've been stuck in the commentary box, but to actually visually come and have a look at this, it's an amazing car.
It's incredible. It's really, words can't describe it. I'm so glad everybody's here at the pit walk to put their eyes on it. I can say without a doubt, it's the nicest Time Attack car in North America, you know, as a representative of North America. And they're just getting started. This is the first competition event for this car. And to get down here in front of the crowds, to see the high level of other cars being built around the world has really motivated the team. I think you can expect a whole host of upgrades and a strong return next year.
I tell you what is some of the feedback you've had from the fans here this weekend?
They're saying it's their favorite car. No, I've heard it on plenty of occasions. So, and once you see it up person, it's pretty clear. It's a nice piece of kit.
Now, you've jumped into a couple of cars this weekend. You've been lucky enough to even get the call up for an extra car as well. What has been how have the Australians received you over here, and how are you enjoying the event?
I'm basically half Australian now. You know, this is my 7th time competing here. 1 year I worked as a commentator as well, so you can't keep me away from this event. It's the greatest motorsport event in the world, so I'm going to continue to come back in any capacity that I can, and love to see it grow, love to hang out with the fans, and it's just a staple on my calendar every single year.
Mate, we love having you come back. Doesn't matter how you're here, whether you're here with a car, whether you're in the commentary box, we love having you. And look, we'll let you get back to your fans. You've got to sign away. You're going to have a sore right hand soon.
Yeah, that's all right, man. I love it. Cheers.
Awesome stuff. All right, we're going to go around the back and just drink in some of this incredible machine. Now, you know, back in 1973, where this car actually hails from, if you wanted the Screaming Chicken over the bonnet, have a guess how much that was in US dollars back then?
80.
$53 for the WW77 option, direct from Pontiac. They just called it the large bird logo. I did the calculations. That same option code would cost you $678 in today's Australian dollars. Oh, to be alive back then.
How much was it to come up with this option in the Pontiac, with the suspension set up and the twin turbo and everything?
Your firstborn child.
At least one kidney, maybe a liver as well.
Having a good look at the IndyCar suspension on that, this thing is amazing. A product of IndyCar expertise. Just stunning. Absolutely wild. The fuel system in the back.
We're actually speechless for the first time of the day, aren't we?
Just drink it in. Absolutely unreal. What we might do is we might just duck around through the back here if we can. We'll bring the camera with us.
We'll make a bit of room. It's a massive wing on the back here, but we'll try and get around. The crowd is just building still here. I know we're probably about halfway through their chance to get out here on the pit walk, but have a look at it. Yeah, the fans are enjoying today as well. We're getting plenty of people shouting out. Tell you what, Moody, he was just getting faster and faster. They found some speed in this car as well. It's great to see the Alpha out here. That's what I mean. It's a real selection of motor cars, isn't it? It's not like we're trying to feed one. We don't have one thing on the menu. It's not a very limited menu. It's a broad menu. Like you're going to a smorgasbord, really, of motor vehicles.
Yeah, it's absolutely unreal. Hasn't been the greatest weekend here for the Alfa Romeo 4C. I mean, this is the first time that we've actually seen a 4C entered into World Time Attack Challenge, and they have had to overcome rather some of the electrical issues that putting these things out on track at 100% can bring with them. But Brad's done a great job. He's always had a great attitude. In fact, I can see him out the back of the garage. Let's get him out here to have a chat. Come on over, Brad. Thanks for coming out. Now, this is the first time that we've had an Alfa Romeo 4C out here at World Time Attack Challenge, not without its own troubles. I mean, run us through some of the issues you've had to jump over this year.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a battle, a bit of a tough few days. Long night last night, finished up about 11 here at 6 a.m. this morning, and we were out probably 5 minutes before our session this morning, ready to go. So it's been tough, but proud to be out here flying the flag. Team's been working immensely hard to make it all happen. But yeah, just a suite of electrical issues, really. We had exhaust, we had issues with oxygen sensors, then we lost variable valve timing control on the intake. We had short circuit issues, and you name it, we've been chasing our tail. But yeah, just happy to be out here, really, and look onto bigger things, and hopefully here many, many years to come, and keep building this platform.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for your time, mate.
Always appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, J-Mac, I suppose over the years of World Time Attack Challenge, one of the staples on the menu has been the Skyline GTRs that come out, whether it be the 32s, the 33s or the 34s, and Nathan Wheeler's, well, it's just another one of those RB-powered power plants, isn't it, in the Howtech Club Sprint class. I mean, we got to love a screaming RB26 on this one, of course. We see them, you know, they put a huge amount of boost in them. The turbo, well, keep a small child's arm away from that one, because that could suck that in. And that's what we love about it. They still keep coming back to Skylines. It's such a great platform as well. And he's slowly creeping up on it this weekend. And then alongside, you go over to our pro class and you see a Lamborghini. Now, this one's got a bit of a story this weekend, doesn't it, J-Mac? But the improvements they've made in that last session, where they made a few changes, where they said they were really pressuring the back tyres there and causing a few issues. Slight change in the aero, and he took some time out of his lap.
Yeah, the IntelliSpatial Fleet Care Racing Lamborghini Gallardo. This is a GT3 spec car. it's an unreal machine piloted by Alex Rullo, all the way from WA. A twin-turbo 5.2-litre V10. Now, when the team actually came out for the first session of the weekend, they were struggling with it was misfiring in the rear two cylinders, so they've managed to sort that issue out. And then as the course of the weekend went on, more and more things highlighted themselves. So what we also saw was tyres slipping on the wheels. Now, everybody in the team says that is totally normal. To me, that is just staggering that they are putting down so much power. They are getting that rim slip inside the wheel. This has got Olin suspension tuned by MCA, a massive, massive aero package. Of course, this is not your standard GT3 aero platform, but absolutely unreal amounts of downforce, and it is great to see that they have been able to develop this car over the course of the last 2 days and really get him into a very respectable time. It was the only car, Matt, that actually came out for the final session of Pro and came away with a new PB. So it's been some incredible stuff. In fact, there's the man. Let's go and have a chat with Alex. Yes, that was the 405 to Parramatta that we just threw you under there, Alex. Tell me, how cool is it to drive this Lamborghini?
Yeah, it's off its chops. So, yeah, pretty happy with how it's going for a new build, to be honest. It's feeling good out there, and we're just getting quicker and quicker each time, and we've made a lot of changes, and yeah, just trying to get the most out of the car. So I think we're getting pretty close, and already we've got some good ideas for things to improve for next year.
Talking about improvements, if there was one thing that you could instantly change in this car in the final session to make it handle better, to make it charge harder, and make it put that one perfect lap together, what would it be? What is the one thing that you want to improve straight away?
I think the track temp in the shootouts is going to help us the most, to be honest. More than any change we can probably do on the car. Biggest thing after that's probably me, I think. We're sort of getting to the limit of the car, so we'll turn it up a bit if Brad lets us. And yeah, I think we got the downforce pretty optimised for the package we have. So yeah, it's credit to Sydney Composites. They've given us a good bit of kit. We've sort of trusted them with what to do with this thing, and yeah, it's performing well. So yeah, we'll turn it up a bit, get it a bit cooler, and I'll pull my finger out for turn one.
Looking forward to it, of course. Big shout out there to Sydney Composites. You can see just the swaths and swaths of carbon fibre all over this machine.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and another one of the cars. We're going to try and get through the crowd in just a second, because this car, well, it's made plenty of appearances when it comes to World Time Attack Challenge, and it never fails to really bring the excitement and goes down to the pointy end every time it comes out, and that's, of course, Extreme GTR, which is just across here. We're going to fight the crowd. Yep, we're going to push our way through. I'm sure they'll make some room for my cameraman who's coming over here. Tim Slade obviously piloting this car once again. It's all in the name, Extreme. I mean, is it the Extreme GTR down here? He's currently sitting pretty, he was on a way to run the fastest lap, but he just lost it out there, went through a little bit of traffic. I reckon they're saving this one up now, though, for that final Super Lap shootout that we're going to see later on this afternoon after 5 o'clock, because I tell you what, it's got a number of trophies when it comes to World Time Attack Challenge, and it's looking for another one.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch the way that the team were attacking some of the issues with traction out there. They originally started the event with an LSD installed into the rear. Then, thanks to the eagle eyes of Emily Duggan, my pit lane reporter, co-commentator, they actually changed it out for a spool diff just to try and help keep that inside wheel down on the ground and applying the traction. So it's interesting to sort of see the tools that they have here at their disposal to try and get the most out of it for this lap. I'm excited to sort of see what Tim Slade can bring out in the shootout.
We're saying that name a lot today, aren't we, Tim Slade? I'm obviously synonymous when it comes to V8 supercars, but this is one of the other cars that he's got in Pro Class here this weekend. And of course, this is the Lotus Exige from the Sakura Motorsports entry as well. Now, he's been pushing this one. They've been making some changes over the weekend, a little bit of coolant coming out of the back, which they've been fighting. Now, they had a motor change overnight on Thursday night. Obviously, some testing that damaged the motor a little bit. It's been third fastest so far when it comes to our Pro Class. So, you know, we'll wait and see what Tim can do with this one. There's a lot of aero on the front, as you can see, the wings, but it's an impressive bit of kit. The only car we're missing is that Pagani that he's been driving.
If we had them all lined up here, Tim Slade, he's arguably got the most track time out of any driver here this weekend. Look at that absolute tray table of a front splitter. I do like the way that the canards up on the wheel arches do actually run in with the profile of the car. Functional top scoop and a massive rear wing here, double element. It's just so much that goes into it. Big spill plates on the end. They were complaining that they did have some head issues after the last time we saw the Skura Motorsport car. Fingers crossed they can get that one out for the session later today.
Well, it is a Honda K swap engine in that one as well, and we know we were talking to some people up in Queensland earlier in the year. So for they're under $1,000 to get a K motor nowadays. Of course, this would be like a billet version though. It'd be very different to what we're talking about. Let's go down here because Todd Hazelwood has been the fastest car on track this year at the moment. And he's out in the M-Tron Pro class, of course. Now, the Tanuki entry, the S13. They've got 2 cars here this weekend, but this is what all eyes are on at the moment. They had some issues yesterday afternoon, some sensor issues, a little bit of electrical gremlin. They finally worked through that, and today he finally got a 119 in the books.
Yeah, I had a chat with Dave, the crew chief here, and he was saying that, yes, we 100% knew that the 19 was capable. There was possibly an outside chance of an 18, but that'll be something that we'll see in the better conditions if it's going to happen at all. What was interesting, let's come on over and have a look at the front left corner, because we saw them doing some repairs. Excuse me, guys, we'll jump in here. So having a look down here around the Infinity wing, you'll see that it's essentially a dual element wing. So we have the big tray table down the front, the big splitter, and then we have these curved side sections. And you'll actually be able to see the carbon work is fantastic, but you can see that they've actually been reinforcing these mounting points with the brackets. You can see they've got extra bits of aluminium in there, this carbon fibre upright. We've also got some right angle extrusion here. This is what kept them off the track during the last pro session. This is what they were letting cure so that they didn't basically stress these bonds too much. Because I was talking to Todd about what the car was doing on Thursday. He said, yeah, we had a little bit of an aero failure. And as you go faster and you hit bumps, the front unloads even more, and all of a sudden you just start looking up at the sky. The thing feels like a jet plane about to try and take off. So that is what they were trying to avoid. Of course, Todd Hazelwood, he's got the unenviable task of balancing risk with reward. This is a car that has won World Time Attack Challenge previously on 2 separate occasions, and he's looking to try and add a number 3 trophy to the account.
Look, one of the things for me is they're working with the BOSCH Motorsports crew this weekend too on traction control. So they have got the overseas brains trust over here at the moment. They're doing a lot of work to adapt it to the driver, the car, the conditions and everything like that as well. So there's a lot going on in the background. But for me, it's the smile that Todd Hazelwood had when he got out, because this is the fastest he's ever gone around Sydney Motorsport Park, and he has done thousands of laps here. So Todd Hazelwood had a fantastic outing in that. One of the more popular cars, we see the Club Sprint next door, of course, the Toyota GR Yaris. Now, we've got a few of these here this weekend. Very, very quick though, and we've seen them obviously come out in the tuner class as well. So in there, they're dominating at the moment when it comes to speed, but we've seen a couple just have a little bit of a moment out there. Hannah Burton in this one, another one of our female competitors. She's done the World Time Attack over on the West Coast over in America, but racing over in Japan as well. And you can see her there with some of her fans. We might just try and get in to see if we can catch up with Hannah. She looks very, very busy.
Just while you're waiting for that, Matt Kavanagh, do you know what a Tanuki actually is?
It's a spiritual animal.
It is. It's a Japanese raccoon dog.
Well, there you go.
Well done. There you go. There's your bit of factual info for the day. Everything else is just a story.
It's great to see her actually liaising with the fans here, where they're talking about, you know, the motorsport they've taken care of. I suppose there's so many ladies starting to take part in this event. We've got 4 racing in the Time Attack. We've got, the girls when it comes to the international drifting as well. They're out doing demonstrations. So it's just a growing category, I think, within, you wouldn't know whether it's a female or male in the car when you see the times out there, the way they're driven. And it's this great mix that we're starting to get here at World Time Attack Challenge. I'm just going to jump in here with Hannah very quickly. Look, welcome. We just got you up on the stream here because we know you've got so many fans around the world. What's it like being here in Australia at World Time Attack Challenge?
It's been really great. Everyone has been so kind and the track has been really fun. I actually have one of our drivers for the Circuit Orange brand here. She races for us in Japan. So we're kind of switching places here because she's actually from Australia.
What's it like being back home? Obviously, you're over in Japan and racing with the team.
It's great to be back home and actually be able to have a conversation with people. I'm not actually very great at speaking Japanese, but I'm learning. The motorsport culture in Japan is just amazing, so I'm super grateful to have the opportunity to be able to race there. Thanks to Hannah and Circuit Orange.
I tell you what, this is very unique in Australia where we get to have the pit walk like this for so long. What's it like interacting with the fans?
It's been really great. Like, everyone has been so kind and following my content and asking about the van build I'm doing right now. So it's great to connect with everyone here.
Well, look, we love the big smile and good luck this afternoon. I tell you what, it's great to have you here. It's great to have everybody here at World Time Attack Challenge as we try and make... We're only about 2/3 of the way through, but J-Mac, you've got some fans in the crowd.
Now, I couldn't help but notice what you were getting handed as signs. First of all, what's your name?
Amy.
Amy, give us a run through. What have you got here?
So this is a little Subaru. So Jura and I were actually part of the Girls on Track program together in 2023 that's held alongside the F1. So it's great to see her obviously out with Hannah and stuff. So I've been following Hannah for ages. So everything's coming together, which is fantastic. So I've currently got a Subaru myself. It's my first project car. So I figured it's totally fitting for them to both sign it for me. So
that is brilliant. I love some of the stories that are coming out of World Time Attack Challenge 2025. Tell me, how's your spin on the weekend? Have you enjoyed it so far?
Oh, it's fantastic. I've done a little bit of work in motorsport the last couple of years, but there is nothing like World Time Attack. It's absolutely fantastic. If you're an enthusiast, you have to be here. You have to see it.
There we go, wise advice. We're going to let you guys get back to it. You're only about 1/3 of the way down pit lane. You've got so much more, and we only have a little bit of time left. We're going to come across the lane here, and I'm going to talk to you about the Dream Project S15. Rob Newan, how's this? First of all, let's deal with the elephant in the room.
What does that emoji? What does that emoji stand for?
Look, I've heard any number of things, but they do keep popping up. Actually, we've got eggplant stickers on all of the signs surrounding Rob Newan's pit bay. He's got eggplants all through the thing. He's got an eggplant cable tied to the roll cage. He's got some sort of fixation. I just don't know if it's healthy or not.
Look, I think the funniest thing out of this weekend is that they thought they'd heard an engine yesterday. Luckily, that turned out to be a stuck injector, but they bought last year's winning engine here just to scare it.
And to be honest, actually scared me. I saw the post up on Facebook. I'll be honest, I was absolutely suckered into it. I thought the team had been turning spanners on this thing all night to get last year's 1,450 horsepower engine, Lily they've called it, into the engine bay here. I came out, I said, no, that looks the same. They didn't do any work to it. This thing is unreal.
I tell you what, he's hiding over here.
I'll go get him.
We might go and get him. Come over here. Come out in the sun. We know. Come on, we're going to get a bit of sun in you. Look, you got Franz on the side. Tell us all about why it's Franz Newan.
Those who don't know the backstory, Max Verstappen, we all know who he is, 4-time world champion. He wanted to test the GT3 car at Nürburgring, and he wanted to be an unknown. So he wanted to be as German as possible. He called himself Franz Hermann, and he broke the lap record in the first session. So I'm hoping to carry that through at World Time Attack. I decided to call myself Franz Newan.
Are we going to see a bit of vegetable stew later? There's a lot of eggplant getting around the car.
Yeah, that's a very underrated veggie. So I'm encouraging everyone to get more eggplants. So yeah, more power. We're going to run 1,500 horsepower for Shootout tonight.
Look, you said a 122 is probably what it's going to take to win this event. You flicked the switch there. You've armed the missile. Are you going to send it tonight?
Yeah, definitely, because that was my only lap this morning. It was a very good baseline, and we're sure we'll go faster.
Big smile on your face. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, I don't want to be the angel of death here, but I have come through the garages, and of course you couldn't ignore some of the issues that Rob Newan had in the Dream Project S15. Fly-by-wire throttle, this module down here, they have actually grabbed a couple of spares just in case they have any issues. They're running out of chances to fine-tune any kinks. Hopefully we don't have any problems. We did also, like we mentioned earlier, see the number 4 injector hung wide open, putting the flame out, and there was potential concern that there may have been some issues moving into today's competition. That is put to bed, not a problem. This thing is a rock-solid bullet. We cannot wait to see Rob Newan go to some major numbers. So many people out here, I can't even see through them to see what cars we've actually got. I'm just operating off muscle memory.
I'm running down here because I'm trying to find some of the hypercars, because they are actually out in a session very shortly. Now, I don't know about you, J-Mac, but there wasn't a sound that compared to the Pagani that went down the main straight. The Brabham BT62 was super impressive, 5.4 litres of V8 power. I mean, it's really got that Australian DNA heritage in it. But the Pagani, the noise of that 6-litre V12, mate, all those valves in harmony just coming down the main straight. We actually were quiet in commentary and just let that talk for itself.
Yeah, and we were glad for that. I mean, it was amazing just hearing this thing coming down the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. There wasn't a sound like it. In fact, the only thing that even kind of came close was maybe the Liberty Walk four-rotor. I mean, that thing was absolutely wild. But it's awesome to see the Brabham BT62. As we mentioned, coming out of Adelaide, it's got a great power-to-weight ratio. I mean, it's just over 1,000 kilos. Not the biggest horsepower out of everybody, but it's able to, especially with James Golding at the wheel, put down some absolutely wild times. I mean, he's up there in around some of the pro sort of times in that BT62.
Yeah, Golding reeled off a 124 earlier. Let's Miji Kang's actually out here at the moment in this Honda Civic, all thanks to Shockworks. She's just getting along with the fans. We might catch up with Miji in just a second. Miji, it's great to have you here this weekend. I know, big smile on your face. You had a bit of a moment down there yesterday. Did you know that was coming when you went down the main straight? You're going to have a suspension issue?
Oh, it was actually not a suspension issue. Cause I use Shockworks. There's no problem with the Shockworks, I'm sure. And there's also just like board issue. The board came out middle of the track, so I just decided to stop the car in the like straight place because I didn't want to disrupt other drivers like attack. So yeah, it was like luckily good choice for me and my team and my car.
Luckily overnight, I don't know what you've done to the car, but you shaved a couple of seconds off your time this morning. You've gone a little bit quicker, haven't you? Like you're really starting to get in tune with the vehicle and you're finding the setup here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Oh yeah, so I've already broken my record last year, so yeah, I am so happy and proud of me, but I'm still thirsty. So yeah, I'm gonna try and modify something setup, and then I will hit the track after this pit walk.
Well, good luck with that. We love having you out here in Australia. It's great being part of the Shockworks crew. They do a fantastic job, and you'll find their stickers pretty much on half the field getting around here as well. Australian brand, what they can do for so many of these cars, especially in the drifting pits as well. A lot of Shockworks there as well. We're just trying to make our way back down. We haven't even made it all the way down pit lane. And
no.
Have a look at the amount of people. We've got to get these people off soon because we've actually got to get back underway with Time Attack Challenge.
It's going to be absolutely phenomenal, but it is great to have everyone enjoying themselves so much out here. Thank you to everyone that's bought a ticket, bought some merchandise. I mean, it looks like there is money to just burn here, but the event relies on your support. So if you missed out on it this year, or maybe you didn't clear the spot in your calendar, word to the wise, make sure you clear pretty much the entire month next year just to make sure that you don't have any problems getting back here. I mean, it's been a long time between drinks for me. I've been here since, or haven't been here since 2019. It is so good to come back, and it has changed so much.
It just continues to grow. One man who likes to get on the camera, Andrew Hawkins. He's no stranger to being in front of here, mate. Big week for you. You've just got back from the States, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been all around the world recently, just trying to take the Australian dream across the world with GTR Festival, and got back Saturday. We committed late to this event and walked into Red Sun at lunchtime on Monday. The block and head arrived at 6 p.m. and we built an engine by midnight Monday night. Had the whole car running, I think 3:30 in the morning, Thursday morning it ran. And then we installed Delta Motorsport ABS into the car on Thursday, and then we got here Friday morning and straight into it. So it's been very, very, very busy week at Red Sun.
Is it nice to say you've had a couple of challenges yesterday?
I think using the word a couple of challenges would be an extreme understatement of what we've been through. But my team and John have just always stuck together and made sure we did it. So yesterday we had a clerical, an electrical and a sequential issue back to back. And we had to, Sean from Gearbox Masters actually went back to the shop and fixed the sequential gearbox last night. We got it back in the car. And then, yeah, we were ready to be on track. I think 10 p.m. last night it ran again. And we went from last place to third place in our first lap of today.
Yeah, no, it was a fly. John's over there. He's got a big smile on his face. One thing I have to ask you, you've gone all around the world to so many events, even recently. How does World Time Attack Challenge compare to that? Because the crowd absolutely love it here.
Look, I say this to people is that we're very sport in Australia. Between this event, obviously my own event, we put a lot of effort into making sure the crowd get not just racing, they get a festival, they get an experience. I go overseas and yeah, there's some good events there, but it's almost like they haven't had a taste of just how good an event can really be, so they don't really know. So the people from overseas, they come to World Time Attack and they're just blown away. Like, I've been coming since the first one, and I can't help myself. Every year I'm just like, why do we do this? And then you get back and you go, yeah, I can't help it. So
it's like an addiction, isn't it?
Yeah, we're addicted to it. You chase that feeling in the shootout, but World Time Attack Challenge is definitely a world-class event. I can't. The only other event I can go like that's a big event worth going to is Goodwood.
And have you hit Baker up for a drive in one of those hypercars?
Too slow, mate. We've got Jet 200. Don't worry about that.
There we go. John Boston's over here. We might quickly grab him as well.
Go
John,
on, grab him.
It's been a tough weekend as well. You've got a couple of cars here this weekend, but you're starting to find your strides.
Yeah, it's good. So 2 Sylvias. Obviously, we're sharing the garage. The motive car, as Hawkeye said, it's had its challenges, and we have generally found Fridays aren't nice to us. So Saturday is race day. So as long as we can make the shootout and give it a crack this evening, we'll be happy. Chris's car from Shockworks, that's a brand new car. It hadn't gone over 40 kilometres an hour before yesterday morning. So, you know, we're finding all sorts of things with that car. It's got a BMW 8-speed automatic gearbox behind a billet SR20. So apart from brake issues, steering issues, gearbox issues, and what else? I don't know.
Is there much else to go wrong?
Oh, look, you know, all I want to try and do is bank a lap for it to be nice. But, you know, I was just keen for the boys to get out there this weekend. It's a learning experience for all of them with a brand new car. And obviously it'll give an incentive to come back bigger and better for next year.
Now, you've done it before. What is the difference between all the sessions we have Friday and Saturday and that Super Lap shootout?
The Super Lap shootout is just something special, like just getting the track to yourself and knowing you've got the track to yourself in the cooler conditions and with the crowd. It's just everybody's pumped and everybody's at 110%. So, you know, we turn the car up to 11 and give it a big crack, and we know there's going to be PBs later on this evening.
Well, hopefully you're still carrying that smile later on. Good luck.
Mate, always. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
We are going to wind it up over 100% this afternoon, that Super Lap shootout. Now, we're trying to get down the end here because we are running out of time. We didn't think we were going to fill 50 minutes of pit lane walk, did we? But we managed to do that quite easily.
It's World Time Attack Challenge. There's so much to look at. There's 3 cars right along here that I think we really need to draw attention to. We've got, ordinarily, we'd see Benny Tran at the wheel of the BYP Integra. Jimmy's actually going to be driving that, has been driving it all weekend, has found some fantastic performance. Moving along before they hustle us out, the Croydon Racing Developments GTR. Now, Matty Kavanagh, this has been a bit of a heartbreaker. I mean, you broke the news about Drew Hall. We saw Cole Powelson jump in yesterday. Yeah. What was going on?
Oh, he jumped that thing up into second position yesterday as well, but they've done a front diff, and they've decided, Drew Hall obviously owning the cars, decided we're not going to fix it for this event. We're going to go home and try and get that done. Obviously, in the off-season, we've got 12 months to bring this car back. But what it shows me is the Croydon Developments, well, if you've seen a CRD engine in drag racing, anywhere else, a street engine, you know it's got all the horsepower in the world. They're actually getting their head around this car. So next year, I reckon, watch for this because it's going to be a very different setting. Now, alongside of me to the left here as well, we've got Yuki Kamakura as well, who's got a 4-rotor on board and is trying to be the fastest NA car ever to get around here. And where is he? He's over here. We're going to get on and catch up with Yuki. I tell you what, you're chasing that natural aspirator record. How are you going?
What? Very, very good.
How are you enjoying Sydney Motorsport Park and the layout?
このサーキット難しいけど
technical, very difficult.
この31秒頑張ります
But he's going to try and attain his time of 31 seconds, 1 minute 31.
31 is the number. There you go. We need to try and get to 31 seconds. We'll get the 4-rotor. Absolutely awesome car. We love having you here in Australia. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Oh, I tell you what, that's an impressive 4-rotor.
Absolutely stunning stuff, and what an incredible machine. So the pit lane walk officially wrapping up. We're starting to move people out. But, Matty Kavanagh, it has been an incredible day and a half of competition. I mean, we still have so much. We still have a session for every single category. Then we move into the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. But what boggles the mind is what has gone into getting to this point. And if you've been following on with the World Time Attack Challenge socials, you would have seen what's coming up next. This is an idea of what it takes to travel the road to World Time Attack.
This is where the road to WTAC has brought us. Let's make 2025 unforgettable.
We are finally at the end of the Road to World Time Attack Challenge series brought to you by Supercheap Auto. Today we're here at the media launch at an iconic Sydney location to show off the cars to the general public ahead of the big weekend. We'll be speaking to the drivers and the teams to see how they're feeling. We're here with Hannah Burton, and for those who don't know who you are, Hannah, could you introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Hannah Burton. I am a Japanese-American racing driver, currently racing a Formula 4 hybrid car in Kyojo Cup, as well as some other spot entry and single-seaters in Japan. I started loving cars from Time Attack. I used to work for HAS actually, which got me into cars.
This is your first time racing at the World Time Attack Challenge, but also your first time in Australia. How are you feeling?
I was expecting Australia to be red rocks and kangaroos. It's not that way. It's actually pretty nice. I'm really excited about driving Sydney Motorsport Park for the first time. I didn't really get to try it on the sim, but I watched some videos and that turn 1 looks so exciting, so I'm ready for it.
Could you tell us a bit about the car that you're driving for Team Tanuki?
So I'm driving a Pandem Toyota GR Yaris for Tanuki. They just had it built. I haven't seen it yet.
I have no doubt that you'll get used to it in no time. We're now here with Todd Hazelwood, who will be racing for Team Tanuki. Todd, this is your first time competing with this car at the World Time Attack Challenge. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, thanks, Sarah. It's really excited to be here in Sydney, be part of World Time Attack Challenge for the first time. So to make my debut with Tanuki Racing in this absolute monster that Wayne and his team has built behind me here is a real honour. Looking forward to the challenge, and it's certainly got some stiff competition coming to this event, so very much looking forward to seeing how we go. Been really fortunate to do a lot in my 20-odd years of racing and motorsport, and both here in Australia but also around the world as well. So probably most well known for running in the Supercars Championship, raced full-time for 8 years. And last year we won the crown jewel of Australian motorsport with the Bathurst 1000 victory with my good friend Brody Kostecki. So and also running in the Trans Am series as well, which we're leading the championship in that. So certainly keep myself busy in Australian motorsport here, and just living my dream.
And I've seen that you've recently tested this car out on track. How has the transition been from a supercar to this?
Biggest thing is just trying to get my head around the power. Probably quadruple the amount of power that I'm used to, and a hell of a lot more downforce as well. So it's a totally different mentality, I guess. For me, it feels like you're basically strapping yourself into a rocket ship and you're just hanging on for the ride. It certainly feels like, it's got the power of like a drag car. So you're trying to get the car squared up, trying to get the power to the ground is probably the biggest challenge, and that wasn't with all the power turned up. So looking forward to seeing what it feels like at Sydney, really going, obviously generating some more downforce. The faster flowing corners of Sydney Motorsport Park is going to be a really key, interesting part of this car. Obviously, there's a lot of aero, a lot of big wings hanging off this car. Looking forward to putting it into full force.
We can't wait to see it. What are your expectations for the big weekend?
For me, just coming here with an open mind. It'll be my first laps and angle with this car properly. From my point of view, just come here to enjoy it, be part of the experience and have some fun.
I'm here with Nick York and the Gas Evo. Nick, how are you and the team feeling for this weekend?
Well, pretty tired at the moment. It's been a massive, probably 3 months of development on this car to get it here today. So I think most of the guys were working quite late last night to get this ready for a tow truck this morning. The car's been tested last week at Wakefield, which was great. Looking forward to getting it out to Sydney Motorsport Park to see what it will do when it gets a bit faster down the straight.
Have you had any major changes to the car since last year?
Yeah, it's undergone a massive aero change. So the package is all brand new compared to what it was last year, which we would have seen in the open class, and now we're going to Pro Open. So we've decided, we've got a slick tyre, so let's throw some more aero at it. Last year obviously did a 25.8, I think, is where we're at. So with the slick we should pick up a couple of seconds hopefully, and let's see what the aero can do to help us get around the track.
What are you looking forward to most at the World Time Attack Challenge?
From me, as the amount of work I put into it, is this the shootout at the end of the night. Just you're one race left or one lap left, and we can put it back on the trailer and take it home. There's so much effort goes into these builds. The guys at Sydney Composites and Insight Motorsports, the efforts they do behind the scenes, people don't really see. They just see this car turn up and it's like, wow, it's all done. But you know, there've been plenty of late nights, so I think everyone wants a good break at the end of it, put a good show on for the crowd. And you know, from previous experience, the open class has always put a good show on. So let's see what we can wind up at the end of the night and send these things to the moon.
To get super deals and discounts, join the Super Cheap Auto Club membership. And big thanks to Super Cheap Auto for making the Road to World Time Attack Challenge super. I am joined with Ferris Katumi all the way from Team US with his Corvette. Ferris, how are you feeling?
Doing great. I mean, I'm in Sydney. I'm at the Harbour Bridge in the Opera House, surrounded by amazing cars. Like, couldn't be better.
What are your expectations for this weekend?
This weekend, I'm after the record. I want it so bad. It's my third year here. I have a really well-prepped car. I'm feeling pretty good, so I don't want to leave without it.
Have you been able to test this car at Sydney Motorsport Park ahead of the event?
I have not, but I've been doing a lot of sim time. You know, I got some practice tomorrow and on Thursday, so, you know, gonna run some really low boost and just hope for the best.
Is there like a lap time that you can share with us that you're aiming for?
Sub 24 is it possible. The Tilton Evo ran at 24.4, I believe, and that's the record. So anything under that, and I'll be stoked.
And has there been any major changes to the car since last year?
Quite a bit, actually. Kind of went through the whole car. You know, towards the end of last year, we went to Japan after we came year one, and then we came back and never got it back in the States, so I never really got to go through the car. So I pretty much kind of redid everything. New engine, new brakes, new aero. We got nitrous in the car now, so just a lot of different goodies.
So you're feeling very confident about the car?
Yes, but like, it's a car, you know, you never know. It's racing, so, but yeah, overall, hopefully it goes well.
I'm here with Toshi from Liberty Walk. Toshi, please introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm a Tosh from Liberty Walk in Japan. So I'm a CEO of LB Holdings, which is a Liberty Walk body kit company. So it's gonna be first time for World Time Attack.
How are you feeling for this weekend?
Wow, so I'm super excited. So Kato is excited, and my driver Hibino super excited. I can't wait that.
And this car is going to be drifting, right?
Of course. So 4 rotary, twin turbo, and over 900 horsepower. It's gonna be crazy.
Wow, we can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by Russell Cameron all the way from the US with the Team Horizon Motorsport car here behind me. Russell, what can you tell us about the car?
Well, the car is a 1973 Pontiac Firebird. It's a very unlikely car to do a time attack car with, but I'm an older generation American that grew up with these cars and fell in love with these cars. So when my son and I ventured into this project 4 years ago, I said we can build anything as long as it's a Pontiac Firebird. So his influences fell on it in a time attack and a race car way, and we came up with this creation that ended up here in Sydney, Australia for World Time Attack. Yeah.
You and Kevin have come a long way. This is a long way from home.
It's a long way.
Who else have you brought here with your team?
Well, luckily my wife made the journey with us, and so she's helping us with a lot of logistics and things like that. And then I brought a really good friend of mine named Brendan Cleve, and Brendan is actually a Kiwi, so this is closer to home for him. But he spent the last 30 or so years in IndyCar racing with me, and so I knew a lot about his capabilities, and I knew we needed somebody like Brendan to really help us with a lot of the chassis setup and things like that, and he's a very capable person. So we have that, and then we have another gentleman from North Carolina named Jeff from the Zalala brothers. They're our tuners. So he came along to do wiring upgrades and some tuning upgrades. Yeah.
And how is the car doing at the moment? Have you been able to test it on the track ahead of the event?
Well, we did on the way to the dock in Oakland, California, but that was in like June 25th. We were in Salt Lake City, Utah, and so we met Cole Paulson there. That's his home. And so we drove across from Indiana, met Cole at Salt Lake City, and we did a 4-hour test on the West Course there. And it was a very successful test. We came away from there with a lot of enthusiasm, and Cole was extremely encouraged about the car's balance and its power and speed. And at that point we said, yes, let's go. Let's take it to the container. Let's put it on the container and ship it to a Sydney. And so we did that. And then a couple days ago we were at a hub dyno at Croydon Development, and we got to look at the engine performance, and we've made some adjustments to our Garrett turbos, and we're going to go back there this afternoon and look at some more fueling. issue. So we're going to do as much testing as we can, but it won't be on the racetrack until Thursday.
What are your expectations for the car and the team this year?
Well, it's hard to set an expectation. You know, you get really competitive. You start looking around and you say, oh, you know, what if we could do this or what if we could do that? But we are the new kids on the block here, and we are here to learn. And we have a lot of respect for what other competitors have done over the years. So we're going to learn about the car, and really our attitude is we hope to have a good performance, a respectable performance, but come away from here with a good list of things that we can do for next year to come back and do it better.
I'm joined by Charles with the Dream Project S15. Charles, the last time we saw this car was at Queensland Raceway. How has it progressed since then?
Yeah, it had a few little dramas at Queensland Raceway, namely the intercooler debacle, and we sorted that out, and we've just kind of got it back on the track and kind of sort of went off from where we stopped last year, and it's all looking good and promising, so we're excited for Thomas Hack, yeah.
Now that the car's here at the media launch with this beautiful scenery, how are you and the team feeling?
Very excited. Yeah, it's always been a bit of a goal to get here every other year. It's always last minute, and we never get a chance to get to this media launch. So to be here today it's beautiful, and great weather. All the atmosphere is fantastic. So we're really excited for this week.
What are your expectations for the big weekend?
Oh, expectations. Well, I suppose we want to go back and reclaim our title from last year. We want to do another lap record. We want to test out these slick tyres. The data we've got from the testing we've done is very promising. So we're excited to come out swinging on Friday morning.
And how has this car developed since last year?
It's just refinement, a little bit of aero upgrades, just tuning, shock development, just all aspects we've kind of just refined. So it's just going to be a more stable, better platform this year.
I'm here with Rob Newan, who is the driver of the Dream Project S15. Rob, how are you feeling?
I'm super excited. Felt like a couple of weeks ago we were here, but we're back again. I'm super pumped.
So last time we saw you and the team was at Queensland Raceway. Have you had a chance to test the car even more since then?
Yes, we had a really good test. We broke a couple of lap records out there quicker than pro cars, so we're in really good shape.
So you're feeling very confident ahead of the big weekend. Are you able to share lap times that you want to beat?
It's hard to say because it's only new tyres. Well, we hold a lap record for the semi-slicks in open class. I doubt that will be beaten, but I think we're going to be at least 2 seconds quicker.
We can't wait to see you rip it up at the track. Thank you all so much for watching and for joining us along the journey to World Time Attack Challenge. A big thanks to Supercheap Auto for supporting us along the way. And if you want to support us even more, grab the merch at WTACshop.com, and we'll see you this weekend.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat, feel its heartbeat, open spaces, open arms, a place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Everything looks better, Slams, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When the carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. anything but ordinary.
Yokohama.
Now that we've all had our fair share of atmosphere out there, the pit walk bigger than ever, the atmosphere, well, it's off the charts. And just when you think that we can settle down and have a nice, relaxing, settling into the afternoon schedule, Matty Kavanagh, we certainly cannot do that. It's time to listen to the $1 million lungs, the mechanical symphony that we know is the hypercar class.
It's different to a normal car show, isn't it, where you got a bit of a lull at lunchtime when you get a chance to have a break. No, it continues, and the hypercars come out. We just go up another level once again, don't we? As we get 6 litres of V12 power to fire around this fantastic circuit here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The sun is out. It's actually a little bit warmer. Finally got some fresh air out there, Diggs.
Yeah, no, I can see that you got a fair bit of sun out there on the main straight, and the atmosphere looked absolutely electric. Of course, we're watching Matt Hall from live in here, of course, with his manager, Katie Gold, and what he was doing with the plane. And then we went into the drift demos and everything. That was really sick. And Liberty Walk, the applause from the grandstand was just amazing to hear that out there, that they're all just cheering it on and really appreciating that, you know, the Japanese team especially really knows who its fans are, and they really appreciate it. And I can't see that slackening off anytime in the next 8 hours here, to be honest, because we've got hypercars on track right now. Tim Slade ready to rip one off in the Huayra R. We've got Golding out there, minute 24.321, which is from the Brabham. Tim Slade here. Again, we've got to let this thing eat. A lot of people talking on the live stream about Diggle, shut up. So I won't take offence to that. I'll just let you listen to the millions of dollars of hypercar, eh? Say Timmy's warming up the tyres by the look of that, ready to do a flyer. And he is in time attack mode. I mean, if it's not Extreme GTR or the Skura Lotus, it's going to be this Huayra R. Now flying down the front straight now has been Fraser Ross and James Golding. 24.321, 24.321 for Golding, the Brabham. Showing up the Italian hypercars here just quietly. We won't make too much. We won't make too many patriotic statements. Let's just listen to this one, the superstar here today. I hope you folks hear this in your dreams for the next 12 months. The sound of millions of dollars Hypercar, and he's going to go again here, Slade. Let's have a listen. Echoing off the grandstands. Here we go. Never have we seen such quality all on one track at one time. And as Ian Baker said earlier on today, he thinks that for the very first time this has actually ever been achieved, where you're doing an event where we are timing cars with pro drivers. He said, yeah, maybe a little track over in Germany called the Nürburgring might have done a few things, but I mean, who wants to string a hypercar out for under 7 minutes, where you can string them out here for, well, you get more than one lap of the Nürburgring with these things. And Slade, James Golding, Fraser Ross, the whole idea of putting pro drivers in them and then putting them into a time attack situation is a stroke of genius. And as the owner of these cars, Adrian Van Diemen, says, this is what they're designed to do. They're designed to be driven hard, driven fast, or else they're just a waste sitting in the garage. And I don't care if we get another 8 to 10 here next year. I just know that we're going to have to cheer on the little Aussie Brabham a little bit, because at the moment, the way that's going to look at the end of this weekend, it's a BT62. That's quicker than the Paganis and the Ferrari, which I feel a little bit patriotic about, Matty Cav.
Oh, look, I don't blame you. I think it's great that we see the Brabham BT62 out there in the lead at the moment. James Golding is a fantastic driver as well. It's great seeing Ross here this weekend.
Oh, right, yep.
I thought that maybe that he might get a bit of a bug for this. I don't know. He's enjoying, but you know what the funny thing is, you go and speak to people. I got the chance to get out there and talk to people, and they all just love the event, even if it's not their cup of tea and it's something that they may not endeavour to build. They love coming to the event just because of the atmosphere and the enthusiasm that everyone carries throughout. You know, from the staff to the spectators to the competitors, like everyone's just really enthusiastic about the event.
And you know what, I shouldn't say it's nearly out of the reach of us mere mortals. Obviously, when we're looking at hypercars going around the track and even pro cars and even club sprint, you think, well, you know, it's nearly out of the reach of the mere mortal. But again, I suppose the people that do get to compete at World Time Attack, they come here not only as a recreation, and pretty much this is what it is. There's a lot of teams that make a lot of drivers, of course, make their living out of driving. A lot of workshops make their living out of preparing cars for exactly this, motorsport, recreational motorsport or whatever. So this is a lifestyle choice, and it's not going away. In fact, events like this continue to believe that, yeah, we live in a lucky country, Matty Cav.
Yeah, that noise takes your thoughts away, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I hope you got that in your dreams for the next 12 months.
Every time that goes down the main straight, it's like a stressful.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic.
It's just something you can't bottle. You need to be here and experience it in the flesh. It's definitely one, if you haven't decided to come down this year and you watch us in the live stream, book it in next year, start getting that leave date sorted. I'm sure we'll have some dates out for you in the near future.
Look, I wouldn't think it'd be too long before we try and lock it in nearly at the exact sort of same time next year. Now, let's have a look here. They're all obviously worn all their stuff in. 24.550. Well, the quickest he's gone is 24.321, so that's pretty good for James Golding to lap that thing around within 2/10. No matter which session it's in, it's still just as quick as that. And the Zonda, it's good to see the Zonda out there. I think Fraser Ross is driving that. And that's a crazy, crazy deal indeed. It's the little sister, isn't it? You've got the two sister cars, and then one just gets all the attention. I wonder why. Still got its own note about it, definitely does.
And Fraser Ross, though, he's slowly lapping that around quicker and quicker, isn't it? The Zonda, 1:31.96 now.
Well, if that's the case, if he's gone minute 31 963. I guess his previous time in the FXX then drops down there, I'm pretty sure. I don't know whether Ross and Stevenson have swapped between the FXX and the Zonda. And we've had Golding stay in the Brabham and Tim stay in the Wyra. So it's interesting between what Stevenson and Ross have been doing. But yeah, maybe we can get Mr. Chipper's excited a little bit of this. I know, you know, what do you do after you have Top Fueler as your recreational vehicle? What do you do after that for a recreational vehicle?
Oh, he mentioned something that he goes, you just can't compare it.
No, well, I mean, you can't. Pretty much the ultimate flex, you know, 0 to 500 kilometres an hour in 3 seconds. Yeah, that's a flex. That's a flex. But I don't know. Mr. X might like the idea of something like this around the place. I still think he wants to steer stuff. So, you know, maybe an open car. Get a few of the engineers that are in the supercar team. So, do you want to do a little side thing for us on the weekend? And then you put him in a pro car. And then if he could do it probably with a twin turbo Hemi in it, maybe he might build something, you know. Just use a lazy 500 Cuba laying around with a couple of 88s on it. 4,000 horsepower at will. It's been so good to see them out in this session, and by the looks of that, we're rounding up the cattle. And as they come down into pit lane, give them a clap, cheer and a whistle, whether you're up on top of the pit wall, on top of the pit building, or over on the grandstands. Give them a clap, give them a cheer, give them a big whistle, give them this massive round of applause, because I'm sure even the owner, Adrian Van Diemen, would certainly appreciate. He certainly got a buzz out of watching everyone's reactions with the cars yesterday, and I think that pretty much consolidated that his decision to bring them here was the right one. A lot of people in the house here, we're absolutely loving it. The first time ever, the Hypercar class, look, small improvements there. Fraser Ross managed to get the Zonda 31.963. Scott Stevenson also at their minute 40. 899. So it's good to see these guys enjoying the vehicles. Well, I don't know whether they're enjoying them. I know it's another day at the office probably for a pro driver, but if you're a pro driver and then one of the gigs is, well, how about you drive, you know, super expensive hypercars around, you know, an A-class circuit track? We're going to let them do that. Well, you know what? Now that the hypercars have kind of brushed the dust off for us, we're going to get back into some more afternoon time attack sessions shortly after the break.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Yokohama.
Great to see our afternoon session starting to kick off. Not only the hypercars, but this one, the brand new class, Yokohama Advan Neova Tuner class. Of course, it is a track tyre for the street. They're the best blend of street tyre miles and race tyre lap times. The tyres on all these cars are Advan Neova 8009s. The bold asymmetric design looks like a semi-slick. They're pretty, must admit, they're a pretty good looking tyre. A continuous tread design, no squirm tread blocks. There's a large range to fit JDM classics, muscle cars and hypercars. You can start with a 185 or 195, 55 R15, all the way up to monster sizes like 335, 35, or 325/30s, commonly used on JDM cars, Mustangs, BMW M3s, and Porsche GT4s. So Advan Neova 8009 is a great tyre from one of the most famous JDM brands we have, Yokohama Advan. The Neova tuner class, as we said, track tyres for the street. They're all wearing them.
Hasn't hurt the lap times either, has it? I mean, we know we've mentioned it down our pit walk is basically we've go club sprint, and then we've said, you know what, if you don't want to go to that extreme, let's make this tuner category where you can get in with a, you know, a fairly base model car with basically throw all the health and safety at it. That's all you're doing. You're throwing the safety features at it. You can tune them to a few small things, but it's really about just getting into the sport. Now we've got 17 here in this category, over 30 in the club sprint. We would have had 50 cars otherwise together. So, you know, to already be running 135s in their first year in this class is absolutely incredible, and it's a testament to the tyre.
Yep, I'm sure Yokohama engineers will look at that and go, that's unbelievable performance. It just consolidates that. If you're looking for a performance tyre, and again, you want to do a track day or whatever, you just want that little bit of extra control in your ride, is that you can just put those Advan Neovas on it. Ask for them at your local Yokohama dealer. I'm sure they can hook you up with a nice set. No matter what size you need, I'm sure they can help. I'm sure young Oliver Diggles is going to need a set of those if he's going to do some track days in his little Ford Escort. He might even put Neovas on his Corolla. I might have to put the Advan Neovas on the Starlet for the future endeavours. Whether we can come into the tuner class next year and have a crack. Again, all you got to do, you got to be in it. You don't have to be in it to win it. You just got to be in it to compete and be a part of the class of 2025. And at the moment, everyone's just getting those lap times out. No one's lighting up green, not just yet. You know what happens? Sometimes it'll just start to pop up. Someone that maybe hasn't had a good run up till now, maybe start to find that mojo that they're looking for, which is all we want from all these entrants, to just make sure that they're enjoying their World Time Attack experience as much as we are. I mean, we've got the best job in the world, Matty Cav. We get to sit here and talk about it. Other people have had to pay to be here, and they want their entertainment. They want their value for money. I'm sure every time the hypercars go around, we can say, righto, folks, you're all done. You're happy. You got enough. You are not going away from this event with a frown on your face. You're going away from this event with a full smile, a burning desire to do something for next year, whatever it is. Who's coming next year? Do I need to go and buy their merch? Can I have a car there next year? Have I got a friend that's got a car finished? Like, that's basically the whole vibe. If you're in that community, you and your friends are into it, or even if there's people that you're following on all of our great social media platforms, well, you'll want to be here next year as well. Now, this ain't good for the 86. He was pretty quick up till recently, and now this has happened to him. Sorry, the BR.
Did you call that an 86?
I know, I apologise. Yeah, no, sacrilege. BR's
lock that door, they'll come in.
I know. Pro Speed Racing, Sean Atherton. So there's a little bit of smoke coming from somewhere, and I haven't really had an opportunity to look under the hood of a BRZ, but you can see a lot of these guys run those. See the old-fashioned Morosso oil accumulator cylinder there? That is a more common device than you would give credit for in of course, circuit style racing, where you're pulling a lot of lateral G's, and of course the oiling system needs to keep. Oh boy, a big moment. Damien Lococo. Now, he's been loco already this weekend, Damien. I'm going to call him Damien Lococo by the end of this. He's had a couple of big oversteer moments, I think even yesterday too, but goes to show that the Supra has a fair bit of stick on the BOSCH Motorsport replay right now, on the power right now. And off it went, a little tiny pedal there. That was all it was. And he was able to recover it there, Damien Lococo. So interesting to see now. He's just sort of rolling down. And another big shout out. She's down in the pits with more action. Emily, what have you got?
Well, Lococo is definitely pushing. He's currently only trying to find 2 tenths to try and get into the top 5 shootout. So 100%, he is going flat for chat, full send mode.
Thanks for that, Em. Yeah, that's right. Lococo going Loco, big time there. I hope he doesn't mind me putting a catchphrase onto his actions out there, which I do tend to have a habit of doing, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's out there. You can be a star in an instant here on the live stream. You just got to do something spectacular, and we're going to talk about it. And that was a moment which he's managed to catch. And right now, a few more guys, including this guy. I wonder if he's back with a new fire extinguisher. Nick Spartan, of course, RP Motorsports. He's Nick Callis, of course.
I was talking about Lococo, though, just outside of that top 5, and this is the last session they've got to get in there.
So maybe do you think that was his big moment? That was his big moment to try and crack into the minute 40 somethings, yeah.
So we haven't really spoken about it yet, but this is the last session. So if you're not in the top 5, you're not going to go to the super cheap Super Lap Shootout tonight or late this afternoon. So it's the last chance for some. Now Lococo just outside, he's only got to find 1/10 of a second really, and he's pushing hard. Callis not too far behind either. You can see that only 1/1000 of a second. Rivera might be in the hunt there as well as Hunter and Wang. So there's still a few cars that potentially could try and promote themselves up into that top 5. We'll have to wait and find out because time is ticking in this session and there's always the risk of that dreaded red flag.
Yeah, you just got to keep going hard until the light goes red or the checkered flag comes out in this session. Try and find a clean bit of track. Get rid of the traffic if you can. Line yourself up and think, well, if the person in front of me is on a flyer, that's a good opportunity for me to come on a flyer. So if you're seeing someone heading off into the distance on the main straight and they've got some momentum up and starting to accelerate away from you, well, you better get on that throttle and get there too and try and get a fast one in. So Lococo, he's had his moment to settle himself down. I think he'll work himself up back to speed here. Normally that's what happens when you waste a lap. You normally can have that little bit of a gathering. You've already wasted the lap. Roll through, trigger the timers, come back, get yourself ready again. The clock's ticking. You know the next lap for Lococo is going to be a big one.
Yeah, session is ticking down too, Diggs. We are getting down to the final minutes of this session now. If they can start a lap before the checkered flag comes out, then that's fine. Let's hope this one's going to be... No, there must be an issue with the car.
Yeah, that's
you're going to run out of time. You know, unless that's a minor check, tyre pressure check.
Well,
something simple.
He did have the opportunity to pull in there. Remember, he had that oversteer moment sort of before that.
How about the lineup too? That's the next category getting ready. So we're not too far away. Scheduled to come out at 3 o'clock. The Howtech Club Sprint class for the first group.
So no one really lighting up sectors other than Davison out there now. So that is Thomas Davison in the R34. Might run out of time. No checkered flag as yet. So that's Chris Hunter now, Diversion Garage GR Yaris. So these little pocket rockets have got plenty of potential, considering that Kazmiri's 35485 is a GR Yaris. Of course, second there, Jordan Cox, BMW M2. Third place, Terence Lamb, the Civic Type R. So 3 late model machines at the pointy end with the Advan Neovas on it. Atherton in 4th place, of course, Atherton driving the Subaru BRZ that we saw had the issues, and Burton, minute 49.24 in 5th with that car on screen right now, the GR Yaris. So Yaris, BMW, Honda, BRZ and Yaris. So that's not a bad bit of diversity there. And I hope our Toyota executives get a little word in their ear before the end of the weekend to say, well, you know what, your products are still working well in the main, not only in what they're doing. Obviously, their eyes are probably over what they're going to do with V8s in Supras, but it's actually what's really happening in these new fresh classes with lots of involvement from not only privateers or workshops that work on these things. That this is worth noting. Not only are they doing work, well, I'll tell you what, that was a big push for Burton. A big push for Burton, the 3-banger. Listen to that. Listen to the Neovas screaming in pain just then. Poor Neovas, really did pour the power on. Now, is he going to save the lap here, Burton? Let's have a look. He's lost so much time on that last turn that he is just going to roll through and not get anything. So, yeah, Davidson was the only one that was sort of hotting up on the lap there, and obviously the odd little issue came in, the odd moment. He's still trying here now, so let's just see whether or not he can get another one in there.
It's warming up there this afternoon as well, so with the heat, it's not going to help him. Langham has a bit of a moment. We have a look at our BOSCH replay. Wow,
yeah.
He's caught it. Just out onto the grass. So let's head down for our BOSCH Motorsport pit report with Emily.
I am with Lococo. Now, we all saw that moment happen on track. That looked wild.
I think I'm supposed to be doing circuit racing, but I'm drifting on the circuit a little bit today. So, yeah, it was okay. It was just I got a bit greedy on that turn. The car was feeling a bit better and a bit more aligned. Got into the throttle a bit enthusiastically and managed to get it pretty sideways there.
Were you hunting for those last 2/10s? Because that was all the difference between you and 5th place.
Yeah, correct. So I was looking to try and get that in and make it to shootout. So I thought, you know what, let's go in there and give it everything I've got. And then, yeah, here we are.
Love it. Full send mode.
100%.
Thanks, Lakoko.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Yeah, no, look, that's a new name to us, and you know, he's already made his mark on the scene in 2025 by getting out there and pushing that Super as hard as he could. Not going to make that shootout, as we said, only 2/10 is what he needed, and the result was. And it can just be that one corner. You talk about one perfect lap. All it takes is one crook corner, and you are not, you know, where you maybe want to be.
Well, as we saw, half a second, which is through about 3 different positions here. And that's just in the tuner class, which you'd expect there to be a bit more disparity between, a bit more, you know, time between all the cars that have entered. Whereas when we start to get to our pro class, it tightens up a little bit in the times. Wait and see as they come in now. That brings our final open session now, and here's our leaderboard, our top 5. Adam Kazmiri, who's repairing that car in the Lamb Speed Racing. Jordan Cox in 2nd, who only came out for 2 sessions in the weekend. Terence Lamb in 3rd, Sean Atherton in 4th. After that, BRZ has no issues, and Daniel Burton in the V-Sport by Comp Friction. Toyota Yaris in 5th position, and they will head into the Super Cheap Auto Supercar, Super Lap Shootout a little bit later.
And the rest of the field there all finishing up. That's the last of the group for them today. PBs for Eleanor Terry for today. Scott Diver, Thomas Davison, Jerry Morris, Daniel Laycock, John Langham, Stuart Rankham, all part of the first ever 2025 Yokohama Advan Nova class. As we say, that's track tyres for the street. All right, folks, we are absolutely chockers here. The drone shots are showing us Sydney Dragway and I think the Associated Speedway parking on top. Is that right, Paddock?
That's all for this event.
Yeah,
they're over there.
Right.
They're coming across. It is packed in the house here at the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, and plenty more coming your way. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Yokohama.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Feel New South Wales. What a fantastic venue. State of the art, 35 years young. Beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park, the Mount Everest of time attack. Sand City, what else we've been calling it, Paddock have. This is the place where dreams are made and dreams are dreams are born. Not only made, born, and sometimes dreams are realised. And I'm sure we're going to see some of these dreams realised by the end of the day. Not every year do people's dreams come true, but even getting here, if that's a dream come true, well, welcome to reality. Speaking of reality, plenty more of that coming from the pits with Emily.
It is a dream come true for Daniel Burton. This was not supposed to be your car for the weekend. However, it's not necessarily your time. Josh set the time, but you're in the top 10, the top 5 shootout.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Big credit to Josh's ability behind the wheel. He's secured a really good and solid lap to get us in the top 5 shootout. So credit to all the boys here at V-Sport and all their helping hand, and including my family, to get us this far. Yeah, really appreciative of the opportunity.
Now, do you have 2 greens left, or have you used them?
What was that?
Do you have 2 green tyres left, or have you used them?
No, I just used them up then to try and get a better read going into the shootout in hope that we could try to secure the 5th spot, but thankfully no one went faster in that session, so we'll be making it.
Oh, perfect. Well, good luck for the shootout.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh, big news, big news, big news out there right now. Turn 1 claims another victim, but he's managed to peg it back. Boy, he did manage to peg it back. That is the 350Z of Newan. A big moment in turn 1, Matty Cav, just as we wrap that interview up with Burton. Massive moment into turn 1. The action replay thanks to BOSCH Motorsport. Here we are, ready to start a flyer as Dye. Comes through in the 350Z now, just pushes too wide. I don't know what it is here. Let's have a look. Push, 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 under. Little bit of brake, and yeah, off comes the splitter. And he is lucky that that thing didn't do anything worse than what it did there. So bang, push, push, off comes the splitter. Absolutely explodes under the car. Little bit of gravel, had to wash off the speed, managed to regain control, and that's what they call a pucker moment. Is that's a pucker moment right there?
Oh, now we got some steam coming out. Maybe there's potentially some radiator damage on that. But just, the hard part is, this is the final session, the final 10 minutes. You've got to get that one perfect lap in here at World Time Attack. Final chance to get into that super lap shootout this afternoon, and he's not quite there, and he was pushing hard for it though.
That thing is in trouble, definitely in trouble. Whatever he's hit underneath, it's definitely broken something. And you might have, if you've got something like an oil cooler or something like that under the car, and if you've just ripped off maybe some of the stuff protecting it, i.e. the bottom splitter there, it has definitely ripped some stuff up, and we can see an all too familiar side of some leaking juice under that car. Whether it's oil or coolant, we do not know. But right at this moment, we don't want to speculate other than that is fire under there. If there's smoke, there's fire. And we're just trying to work out, is that Meiji? Meiji's also pulled up here too, so issues for Meiji. Oh my goodness, Matty Cav, what do we need to do around here to get 3 minutes without a drama?
Well, final session, everyone is pushing it past the limit, right? We've got a red flag out on track, which is unfortunate because really that is going to hurt anyone who's not in the top 5 at the moment.
Check that out.
Now, it could be a watered air intercooler or something like that, just some fluids in the front. Hopefully that's something that can be fixed quite easily. I mean, for Newan, that's unfortunate because that's really going to push them out anyway. They're not going to be able to compete for the top 5, and on top of that, the damage, all the aero they've lost on the front of it, so not going to be at a competitive time either.
So what's interesting to me is that, look, Dye's pulled up in a safe place, but he's still in the car, so I'm just wondering whether he's just radioing through to the pits or whatever. You can see things like intercooler and everything out the front of the car. Could be an oil cooler behind it, but as he flies through here, just understeers out and then bang, hits that ripple strip at the worst possible angle. Now, we didn't know it was the worst possible angle until he hit it. It looked okay there, then whang, It was exciting but spectacular, but it's tragic as well at the same time. It makes good excitement on screen, but I mean that's someone else's ride there, and you'd be shattered if that was your ride and that happened to you. But Dye's coming out of the car now.
I wouldn't want to be a rear right shock the way that came through there either. I dare say they'll be sending that away for a bit of a look over as well after this weekend.
All right, so there we go. The fire crew, whatever it was, whether they managed to get a little bit of something on it or whether it went out by himself, but stayed in the car, which I would, normally. He was in a safe place, could have got out and checked himself, but instead waited for crew to turn up to rectify the situation, and then he's just made sure it's all good. So red flag, I don't know how much we've got to clean up there, and then a stranded Meiji, I don't know what's happened. We'll obviously see if we can get a little bit of a pit report for that sometime in the future, but oh my goodness. Can't even turn your back for 3 seconds around here, and we have got, again, some more... what do we call it? Sacrifices to the carbon fibre gods. There's another few.
We can't even interview someone, otherwise all the action happens out on track. That's what's happening at the moment. This is the final session for all of our categories to get out there. We've already been through our Hyper class, our Yokohama Advan Tuner class, and now we're at our Howtech Club Sprint class. Obviously, Group 1, we've got 2 groups here, over 30 cars entered in this one. So obviously, everyone needing a little bit of clear space to try and put that one perfect lap in means that we've split that category up into 2. two groups, and here we go, group number 1 out at the moment, and they are losing a lot of time while they try and get this on. Luckily, that looks like that might be near where the drift guys exit.
Yeah, it
might be able
is.
to pull that in without
It
actually
is.
getting out on track.
What I'm worried about is just actually that trail that's come out of the back of the car and for how far that did it. And obviously he's washed that off into turn 2. Either come around, you would assume on the grass, I don't know, but he's gone a fair distance before pulling it over. So whether or not obviously the thing was still driving, but it started to smoke. It's still doing something now, but he's been convinced by the track officials that there's no fire there. So obviously we've got Clark at the course, medical vehicle going around to make sure he doesn't need any medical assistance. Recovery's already got him hooked up. Maybe the leakage was retained on the grass, and what we're seeing there is just a bit of residual. But we saw the puddle kind of occur quite quickly. You wouldn't want to be driving it for too far around without an issue. But anyway, we've got some more info coming from the pit lane. That is J-Mac down there.
Very, very tough times for Newan. But Mark, you're the crew chief here for Di. Tell me, the goal was to break into the 30s. We were about a second away and it all went wrong on turn 1.
Yeah, correct. We were going out with the plan to basically attack it in the first lap in the first session. And he was doing his fly down the main straight into turn 1. Looks like, watching the action replay, there was a small bump, upset the car balance, drifted a little bit wide, but he kept it under control, and it was pretty amazing to watch him come off at turn 1, keep it straight, and come back on the track.
These curbs here at Sydney, they have the potential to really throw the car into a bit of disarray. We saw a wheel actually come up off the ground as he exited the curb at turn 1.
Yes, and then it looks like the splitter made contact with the ground. It came off, upset the car a little bit more. There it goes. We just saw it come off then. And but keeping that straight coming out of turn 1, probably looking at the data, he was probably doing 200, a little bit more than 200 when he came off.
That's a white knuckle moment right there. But the good news is, World Time Attack 2026 is 12 months away. Are we going to see you here?
Of course we will. We'll be back. It'll be our 6th year, 6th event.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward to it.
No worries. Thank you kindly.
Look, I mean, that's a heartbreaking moment, but, these events are made up of a variety of different stories from, before the event, on the lead up, the day before, the first day, the second day. We knew that we were going to have a script. We didn't know what was in it. We didn't know how many chapters, but it's heartbreaking for them. The word was obviously they wanted to go out and send it into the 30s, maybe get that chance in that top 5, and it's all come unstuck. As the famous / infamous turn 1 claims another victim, and you know what happens when you get onto that highlights reel tape? That's a spectacular corner to be having an incident on. We've got, honestly, one day we might go back through all our footage and look at all of our turn 1 moments, and we've got plenty. And, when we talk about international time attack drivers that come here and they go, what are you most excited about at Sydney Motorsport Park? What do they say? Turn 1.
Turn 1. They all say it.
Turn 1 rewards the brave. Turn 1 also bites. And there's another victim to turn 1. And unfortunately, there's no more racing for them. As we said, this is the last session for a lot of our categories anyway. So anyone that had that opportunity to get into the top 5, we've lost some with the red flag. Can we push a little bit of schedule to make sure that we get the rest in? Hopefully we can. Normally when we go to a shutdown like this, we've become a slightly bit more lenient to allow the session to open up again. And remember, this was happening literally within the first 3 minutes of the session opening with my clock anyway. The first flyer there, and that's what happened. So, yeah, we can see that they are doing a little bit of a clean at the back there. So right now we're onto it. So there was a little bit of a dribble out of that car from its first incident to where it is. So guess what? They're onto it right now. Don't you go anywhere. Enjoy the serenity of Sydney Motorsport Park while we don't have anyone running around racing. We'll take a short break. We'll be back soon.
Yokohama.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
If you follow us on YouTube, you will have seen Craig talking about his car and his build. Now, you were just telling me that you had a big slide through turn 1.
Yes, code brown, definitely. Just started the hot lap and came into 2, and there's a big oil down there and about nearly a full turn opposite lock, and managed to keep it on the track just. But yeah, certainly got my heart rate going.
Yeah, that would for anyone. Now, last time we were talking a couple of, I think it was yesterday, sorry, you had a big hole in your stump, so you were obviously managed to get that welded up.
Yes, a bit of JB weld, no worries. Yeah, the drive shaft broke and caused the engine to hit the cross member, holing the sump, but we've put the sump out and found the bit, so we just JB welded it back because no one's got a sump, and away we went, and it's gone all day, so yeah.
That is awesome. Thanks so much, Craig.
No worries. Thanks.
What was that? Code brown.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Is
Code
that an
brown.
international term or is it an Australian term? I can't remember. I can't think about that. Do they use it overseas?
This is such an Aussie event, honestly. And if you've ever met the CEO of World Time Attack, he's as Aussie as they get to. But how's that? Code brown, a code brown moment there where you've basically had that issue. But look, this you can see that thin strip, whatever it was, just a thin strip. We get that kitty litter on it, all that. Normally it was a, like it used to be a rice hull ash they used to use. It's not talcum powder, but what it does is it does absorb what's there, give it a blowout, and it should be fine from there. But yeah, no, that's just what happens sometimes. No one's not running any oil. Everyone's got to still run oil, of course, in these machines. And then when you do break something like, I would assume an oil filter, an oil cooler or something like that, it's definitely done that. And you can just about see the line he took. Took the line. Look, when you have a look at this, yes, that's not a really nice place for it to probably be initially on that first double apex there. It's kind of exactly where you don't want it. So it'd be interesting to see exactly whether anyone benefits. Well, I just don't know whether any can benefit from, you know, the condition there at the moment of that, but it just happens. It's just unfortunate. It's rotten luck, and we know that luck has a fair amount to play with how everyone ends up here. You know, obviously we want everyone to be safe. We want everyone to be fast, but then we also, you know, luck's something we can wish everyone luck, but we can't always guarantee it because things do happen. And that's just what's happened there. A big shout out to all of our Sydney Motorsport Park officials. We meet the Army every morning when we're gathering in for our early morning meetings before the start of each day, and they get their briefing, they go off to their respected areas. And I bet you too, they all just, you know, they do a lot of events here at Sydney Motorsport Park, all of our officials, but I bet you that this is one that I think holds a special place in their heart. I think they love to be a part of it because, you know, it's a full international standard event. And, you know, I don't think they don't get to see probably too much more than that, other than when the supercar show comes to town, and obviously that's next level here. They really make a massive effort as well. Mind you, I don't think I've seen Matt Hall at their event. I don't think we've, I don't think we see an international drift cup, and I don't think we see amazing
hypercars.
I don't think we see hypercars. No, I don't think we see cars 12, 13 seconds quicker than their cars. No, yeah. No, well, I still think that we've got a pretty good show here in comparison. Especially when you look at the dollars invested outside what you'd call the realms of a professional motorsport outfit, i.e. corporate sponsors paying for the whole thing, you know, and then that whole corporate part of the thing. It's just a completely different beast altogether. But we're just loving the amazing action that we've seen. It's the colour, it's the excitement, it's the last bastion of personal automotive expression, the freedom to build what you want. It's so good that people are not only marching with their feet to turn up and watch, but turning up with cars. Yeah, you probably, if you've been here and you've seen our Shannon Stylised D car show in the past, our show and shine, I'm sure if you've been here and been up and down there several years in a row, you might go, that was here last year, that was here last year. But I'm sure you're walking through saying, well, that's new. That's new. And it's not just this side. Over, of course, where the Super Cheap Auto guys are all set up, and on the other side there's all these builds, you know, these cars in the build. And some of those are amazing what's going over there. There's an original Mazda Cosmo, ratty as hell, with a 20B that's going to come out. It's going to be incredible. So that's one of many builds. So we've even just, and a lot of guys were talking about even those show and shines where there's cars here that aren't finished. People are digging the project.
How cool is it just that the GCG turbos bring those Pontiacs out?
Yeah, that was...
Like, you know, the original turbocharged small block Chev Pontiacs.
Yeah, that was cool. And a friend of mine had one of those, actually. So, yeah, I do a lot. Yes, we certainly can. The Helltech Club Sprint class. I was going to explain the Pelican, but I'll explain the Helltech Club Sprint class, of course. Engine swaps, you can do them, but it's got to be the same brand for the car and the number of cylinders. Factory subframes must be retained as well. All that stuff's easy for us to check. Paddle shifters are allowed. Radiators are allowed to be repositioned only up to 75 mil from factory. No Lexan windows allowed. Dry sump, yep, billet block. This is the stuff that's changed over 10 years. Now a dry sump, now billet engine blocks allowed. Aftermarket transmissions are allowed as well. The minimum weight, 1425 or OEM minus 5%. And you've got to use that Yokohama Advan 8009 or that A052 tyre. And they're quite a healthy beast, some of our Club Sprint vehicles. Emily's got some more information down from the pit area.
Hi guys, I'm down here with Paul. Now, unfortunately, with no disrespect, every time I've walked past pit lane, I've seen this car up on Jackson, you're working with it. And today, you're finally out there.
Yeah, no, got out today, had a bit of fun, which was great on the old tyres from last year. So it was a 0.8 of a second off my PB, so I'm happy with that, which is great. But yeah, we had an issue with an oil leak out of the oil drain for the turbo yesterday. So that took us the day to pull the turbo out, get all the gaskets done and put it back in. So yeah, that's part and parcel of racing.
Nice. Now, this is a Porsche 944. Tell me a little about it and about the build.
Okay, this one's an 83 model. Originally a 2.5 litre 5-speed, but now it's running a 3 litre 6-speed with a Garrett GTX 3582R turbo. Roughly about 320 kilowatts at the rears. And yeah, good bit of fun.
Love it. Now, we love what's in here, but I love what's on your bonnet. Let's pop that down. How good is that, guys?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the Ricky Bobby, all right. That's the Ricky Bobby. He told me, he leaked that info to me that he was thinking about doing that, you know, because he loves coming to Time Attack and he wanted to do something different for himself. So he's had a pretty challenging year, Paul, and he said, you know, he said that's the one thing, especially over the last 12 months for him, he said that's the light at the end of the tunnel. And he said, you know what, not only am I coming this year, mind you, I reckon he could have got a new set of tyres without doing the bonnet, but I'm glad he did the bonnet, you know. It's got that Ricky Bobby moment about it. Great pickup there, Emily, great pickup indeed. Here he is, I can see, was that Jamal out there just then? This is the Club Sprint class brought to us by Haltech, session number 7. And this is where the shuffling could just happen, Matty Cav.
Well, this means we're in Group 2, so Group 1 never made it back out after that red flag. Knowing and saying that, our top 5 have been in Group 2. All right. I expect this is where we could see some time start to move around potentially. Mikowski and Garland, I think at 131 potentially after last year, might actually be in there, but we'll wait and see. Let's see if we can follow this one around though. Calibria up on our screens at the moment.
Yeah, so in the background we had Jamal and Garland on their flyers, but now we're keeping an eye on Calabria. Minute 33.263. He needs something like a minute 32.628. Muggleton will be the same thing. There's a lot of push there through turn 1. It's making it stick so far. He is now going to be on a flyer. This is what it's all about. You're running out of time now. Your last session potentially of the whole event, and you've got to make it stick. You're either out there to get your money's worth or you're out there to make a difference. And Calabria's going to have a good red-hot crack at that. I'd say Muggleton might try and do the same thing when he gets out there. Jamal Asadi is fourth with a 32.248, but keep an eye on that. He wants a bit of podium at the very least.
Garland on a personal best. It's not the best time overall, but a personal best for him. Somewhere out there on track at the moment. Chapman also on a personal best. So they're pushing now when you think we've probably only got 5 minutes in this session now. So after the out lap, you're probably only going to get 3 or 4 laps. You know, the tyres, well, they last a little bit more in this class. So you could get 3 flying on laps on it potentially, depending on how your cooling system goes, on whether you've got any ductwork going on those brakes, whether you can hold on to those for the entire time. We'll have to see who's going to wait till the dying moments of this session to try and jump into that top 5 to go to the Super Lap Shootout a little bit later on today.
Calabria's maybe his one last lap, one last shot. So far not lighting up any sector. That's green. Jamal goes 32.047. 32.047. Still stays in fourth. So close to Grubel's 32.032. So Jamal still in the Super Lap Shootout, no doubt about that. Grubel, remember, can't compete anymore. They've blown the motor up, so he's going to have to sit there and see whether or not he stays on the podium or not. Calabria 33.652 and Garland 31.727. Garland comes out of nowhere. Look, it keeps him in the same spot he was. It's just an improvement. Yeah. 31.727. 33.632 is an improvement for Martin. 37.961 for Chapman. So guys are lighting up greens, getting their PBs for the weekend, but Garland, that was one big shot. He was missed out by 2 tenths on Mikowski. Mikowski's just keeping the powder dry, you would assume, for the shootout. Grubel, as we said, won't feature because the car's not running anymore. Jamal, 32.047. All he's got to do is come back on that one perfect lap and try and kick Grubel off the podium. And you got that one lap to do it in with no traffic, conditions cooling off, and if you have saved a set of tyres, fresh skins. So who knows?
All we need is Walker to go a little bit faster, and our top 5 would be faster than our winner last year.
Well, Walker, yeah.
It's almost like, so our top 4 are actually already faster than the 132.23 they set last year, and that was Trent Grubel.
Yeah, all right. So Rahul Victor out there, Hugh as well. The lineup is, well, their last couple of laps, last couple of cracks and getting some lap times. Jamal just cooling down. That was a good flyer there for him. But that still keeps him in fourth and in fighting position for a podium. And, you know, you can barely split that. That is it, 32.047, 32.032. And then 231s, a 31.727. So close to Mikowski's, well, I think second lap of the whole weekend, 31.580. So out there now is Daniel Cunningham, finishing off his account for the 2025 tilt. Chapman out there now as well, minute 40.072. So a few of our guys still having a good old crack at it. Garland, I think he's going to try and fire himself up there for another lap. So I reckon the WRX is on a flyer coming through turn 1. Heard him come down the main straight. We're keeping an eye on the Gulf right now to see if he can improve a little bit. But I definitely thought Garland, it did sound like Garland was on a march, an absolute march.
Yeah, it's Josh. Is Muggleton still in this one, or we got Wang? I think we got Wang actually in this car at the moment. That's a Zestec Australia Mcloud Motorsport entry, the Subaru WRX in the pits at the moment. Now, that is not in our top 5, so
yeah, no,
that's out or not, I'm not quite sure. I'm sure our team will get down there and find out what's going on.
All right, so lighting up an intermediate here is Rahul Victor, so he's finding a little bit more. Muggleton 32.722, just out of the 5 and not in the mix.
That's
so
what's in the pit.
There we go. So it's obvious in its absence, isn't it?
Well, in saying that, with Grubel out, will they promote 6th place?
I think they will probably do that. That's normally what's happened. If you're a no-show for the shootout, they'll normally bring the next one up from there. And a lot of the times it may not even feature then or swap something around. I think we've only had one opportunity where someone's come from there and at least jump one spot. So you might see someone jump a spot but not jump all the way to the top. It's pretty hard to get all the way to the top. History has proven that. Cunningham's still out there flying around in the Gulf. Garland was on another flyer, but it sounds like, judging by no more lighting up of the timing here, that no more intermediates are lighting up. So
the times aren't there, but the sector was still pretty good. A 134 in the end, so yeah, backed off that just a little bit in that final sector.
That's the joys of these categories, is that more and more, thanks to the aftermarket, yes, you can get on a motorsport ABS if you want. Yes, you've already got a pretty good tyre to choose from, but you know, you can adjust your aero, you can adjust your power output, infinitely adjustable, these vehicles, and I just think that that's one of the great things about what we've achieved with World Time Attack in this country, is that the quality of vehicle per head of population is just off the charts with what, if you want to build a track weapon like these guys have built, well, these things, you can just play with these toys all weekend. We could give them a week to play with them. Someone would still find after a week, probably more performance after a week. Mind you, a fair few of them would also probably have run out of tyres, or maybe have run out of engine, run out of brakes, you don't know. I mean, these things they're fit for purpose a lot of the time. We're not doing 1,000 Ks flat out in them. Well, maybe when we see that GT3 Porsche later on, but not in these classes, I don't think. There's not too many that you could say, he is pushing, why not? Let him go. Chapman, let him go.
First sector's led up to personal best for Chapman. Currently sitting in 13th position, trying to maybe clinch a top 10. They're all on 137.
Yeah.
He's going to have to go quicker than 135.7 though. Oh, wow, got the back hanging out.
Tell ya, hang on a sec.
That looked like tyre smoke to me.
It's lighting up something there. He is really, really pushing here. Now, where was Chapman? Oh, look, 37.961. He could get himself, well, it says here that he was up a fair bit. Tell you what, the torque split got that just about perfect to suit his driving style at the moment. And he is up in Sector 2.
Yeah.
Now, this is not too bad considering what he was. If he keeps this on, oh, I don't know whether it may not be a 32. It could be a 33 or a 34. That is full send. That's going to wash off time. Oh, an Evo Lancer in its natural habitat.
No, he's just doing what the NASCAR guys do, where they just bump the wall for a bit of side bite.
Yeah, well, let's have a look with it. It's cost him a little bit. Hey, it's gone 38.726. Geez, he was up, and then, yeah, there was that moment there where he really pushed hard on the last lap, but he had that thing squirrely for about half the lap. Got our attention there when we went to, I think we got him about probably 5 and 6 there, and he's just got that thing drifting sideways.
He's out of the top 5, but he's on the highlights reel.
I'd say, yeah, well, I'd say the tyres. That's a big highlights reel this year. There was definitely maybe the end of his 80-52s, you'd say.
Will we just do an episode on highlights reel?
Yeah, that'd be moments of Time Attack, and then it's just all these moments.
That'll keep us busy for the next 12 months.
Oh, I
think release a couple of them every week.
I think that'd be a great film clip, actually. Do it in slow-mo. Do it all in slow-mo. Do a bit of classical music. That'd be fantastic to see. And, hey, Chapman's just about finished off the account for 2025. 13th spot, none too shabby. Minute 37.961 was the best he was able to achieve. He was up by a fair bit in all of those sectors, but just could not get it all bolted together for that one perfect lap. As we said, one corner can wreck it for the whole lap, and that's what it was, the BOSCH Motorsport action replay. So here he was pushing through this corner, and that's got our attention here. It's like, that's some pushing. That is some pushing. Now, only a couple of corners later, this comes out. Hang on, the drift cup's on tonight, mate. The drift cup's on tonight. That's a full send out of there. That is a full send out of there, and he made it stick, lucky enough.
Maybe he's trying to get an invite for next year.
Well, he didn't.
He's sending in a resume.
Well, the ripple strip didn't rip the splitter off it, so lucky enough there. But the Evo goes for a big moment. Crazy. So, look, on paper, when we have a look at we're starting to crunch the numbers here about the top 5. Now, normally in the past, if there is a no-show in the top 5, in other words, it'll be up to the team. Normally it can be up to the team. Normally the team will be the first ones to say, we're out, we can't be in it. But 9 times out of 10, the officials will come up and go, are you in? And they're definitely going to know already whether you're in or out. And then normally you'll find the likes of Muggleton might be alerted to say, listen, you're going to be the sub, and normally we'll still put 5 out there. It's not like even if we had 2 out of the 5 still running, we're still going to want to see 5 out there. So if you can't make the Super Lap shootout, we'd normally pull in a substitute. So that means if there's no Grubel there, then we'll have to swap. All right, down to M, more action in the pits. It's a big moment for Andrew Price. I think PB's in the Hyundai by the look of it. You there, Emily?
Moments down here for Price as We just get them out of the car. We've got Emily lined up for a quick chat in just a hot minute, but just wanted to see this celebration moment with the team. It's been a monumental, mammoth effort. Let's get in here and have a chat. A massive World Time Attack Challenge. How are you feeling right now?
Incredible, incredible. Fastest Hyundai so far, so that was the goal. And in with the Type R, so I'm over the moon.
Amazing stuff. Tell me, how much of a trek has it been to get this thing to this level?
Look, we built it in about a month, 6 weeks. Cherry, Grub, Neotech, Adro, Shockworks. Like, we've had so many supporters on board that have made it happen. Grub was here until 5 a.m. Friday morning fixing something up that had gone wrong, and like, without these guys we wouldn't have been here. So I'm over the moon.
Brilliant stuff. Let's just pivot over here. Let's have a quick chat with Emily. She's got Mr. Muggleton lined up.
So I've got Josh Muggleton. Now, you are currently 6th, only by 1/10, but you've made it into the top 5 shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate for DC Jap. You never like to see another competitor have a mechanical issue, but gives us a great opportunity in the shootout in good conditions. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Now, rumour has it that you've actually bought a set of green tyres off Trent's car for the shootout.
Yeah, like Colin was very great to give us a set of tyres. Not give it, but we've bought them from him because unfortunately they're not going to be able to use them. So, yeah, puts us in a great position, great opportunity. So I've just got to maximise it now.
Good luck for it.
Thanks.
There you go. So what a story to finish off our Club Sprint Class 4 2025, and then look forward to the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout a little bit later on. So Alex Mikowski is going to go into the shootout in provisional top of the podium, minute 31.580. Michael Garland, they were starting to make some moves there with the WRX. Muggleton going to be there now as the substitute for Grubel. That's third at the moment. Jimmy Assad there in fourth, going to be in the shootout. But plenty of action per category, it seems. Let's see how much more action and drama we can drum up after these messages.
Yokohama.
Right, one more time, and we were just talking about it off air there about who can come out in the penultimate session in the open class and try and make a dent before the Super Lap Shootout. And we're thinking, well, you want to save all your powder for the final, and we're thinking, well, no one might come out, and then sure enough, it's this Lamborghini. I've never seen a Lamborghini thrashed so much, Matty Cav. It's good to see Alexander Rulo. Every time he comes out, though, he seems to make it a little bit quicker, and at the moment, he's second on the podium.
Yeah, small increments, I think, out of this team. It's been very intelligent moves where they've just decided to make a big change and then dial it back just a fraction, try and find that sweet spot for Rulo as he gets around. I think he's just getting more and more confident with the car. Interesting, this morning they made changes and wouldn't tell him what they did. So they're obviously saying, give us some confidence, trust us, take the car out. There may be a little bit of a difference in opinion of what they want to do to the car, but it's been getting faster every time he goes out. Currently sitting second fastest overall when it comes to our M-Tron Pro Class category. Todd Hazelwood up the top there there with a 1:19, and you know, fastest he's ever been around Sydney Motorsport Park with the thousands and thousands of laps he would have done here with testing and supercars and all other forms of motorsport that he's involved in. So that's interesting for him, and I reckon they've got a bit more in that. We saw how much that car jumped around the Tanuki S13, whether they can settle that down or whether you just got to position the car maybe, you know, we could be talking 300 mil to the right or to the left, just to miss that bump. So it's going to be a great shootout here this afternoon.
Now let's just see if he gives it a full throttle out of here. No, just short shifting it there and everything. So whether or not this is, yeah, there we go. It was just a little bit of a sighting lap, whether or not that had new tyres on it or not. I suppose when you're in this situation, be it the super lap shootout or whatever, no need to even really spoil it too much. But I would hazard a guess, and we're hoping this is going to happen for the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout at the end, that we do get to see, well, Slade out first in the Skura Lotus, Rulo out for one flying lap in the Lambo, and then Hazelwood to close the category out. And I suppose all he's got to do is just turn up and run. The 19365 might just hold on for now, but he already heard him say, if we get a chance, I want to send this thing into 18's territory. And even just to consider that Tanuki, that in 2025, 1 year since RP968 went like a minute 17, to be able to say that we are only, you know, we're a breath away from RP968, considering how long that journey was to get that car to that enigma level that it is, that's going to be a hell of an achievement if they could crack an 18 out of Tanuki. And it's a more fitting team, I don't know one. I don't know a more fitting team that'll be able to do that. Beautiful skies. There we go. I think that's Warragamba there. And we do back off that. And what a beautiful view out, nearly towards the city, off to the left, of course. But it's the big reservoir there. And a beautiful venue, of course, Sydney Dragway off to the right there as well. So, yes, drag racing in Australia, very popular, recreational motorsport especially, on every level, at every racetrack in this country, well subscribed, great for jobs, great for employment, and it's a multicultural enclave. Blacktown offers a kaleidoscopic range of experiences. And, of course, out here in Western Sydney, Blacktown, you can spend the day channeling your inner racing car driver at our motorsport megaplex we're seeing now. You can encounter the exotic and native animals at 2 different zoos, enjoy the thrills of fantastic water slide park just down the road there as well. There's a lot to see and do in Western Sydney. Pretty much the heartbeat of Sydney, especially this part of the world when it comes to motorsport. And J-Mac, more news from the pits.
Well, Alex Rouleau pulls in after basically just a settling in just to make sure that setup's good. Overheard the chat between himself and the crew chief. Yes, feels good, feels comfortable. We are ready. I said, come on, humour me, throw me a number. What are we going to run in the shootout? He was around at 21. So let's see what we can get out of this incredible GT3 REX. It is absolutely stunning. It's actually perfect that we are right next to the Extreme GTR pits, because I see Michelle right here. We're going to loop you in. Let's have a quick chat. It's been a crazy World Time Attack Challenge 2025. How are you feeling with the development of the Extreme GTR over the course of the weekend?
We're learning a lot, but this isn't the place to learn it, unfortunately. We ran out of time for testing, which the big changes that we did make, we really would have liked to have been able to do a lot more. But with the wet weather and things like that, some of the practice sessions were cancelled. So we're doing it here, but it's not unusual. It's World Time Attack. But we're about to go out now and do a soft run, more to see, because we've made a lot of different changes in a few different areas. Normally, ideally, you do those one at a time. Today, we're doing about 3 or 4 things at once. So we're just going to do a soft lap, see what the results of that are, look at the data, and save our green tyres for tonight.
So what Michelle's effectively trying to say, for those of you that aren't familiar with setting up a car to the same degree that Michelle is, they've lumped every possible change that they can think of that might make an improvement into a bucket, turfed it at the wall. They are going to see if it sticks. It's an interesting way to try and live, but World Time Attack Challenge is the place to do it. We can't wait to see what Tim Slade has in order.
We just hope she comes home.
I'm sure she will.
All right, thank you.
Yes, of course, Michelle, the owner of Extreme GTR, and calls it a she because that's her prerogative. Here's our leaderboard in the M-Tron Pro class, no changes, and as we've just touched on, 21s could be coming from the Lambo in the Super Lab Shootout. There's a little Honda-powered Lotus out there that could change things up as well. When it's time to set it on kill, that's about the time to do it at Super Lap Shootout time. So we are settling into an afternoon of fantastic motorsport, world class here at the world class Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm breaking back with more soon.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
The next session, as we just heard from our owner Michelle Guy, Extreme GDR coming out for the Pro Open class brought to us by Motec. And it is one hell of a class to talk about here, Matty Cav, because there's a few weapons in here that are all going to probably have a crack, you would assume. Now, look, I've had a little whisper from the Dream Projects crew. I've got a little bit of an inside message thing going on here. Rob Newan's been sending me, pictures of eggplants and pictures of the spare engine, so we had to bring it out to scare the other one. And then there's always just the odd little aubergine in there, the nickname for the engine. Of course, they call it God's engine, the SR20, and that Dream Projects S15, that earlier 23092. A few of the locals hooking in a little bit of tucker here this afternoon. And good to see Mr. Pelican going to be one of our, well, probably got Mr. Kangaroo around. We've got Mr. Pelican. We've got, of course, a million Mr. Bin Chickens. We've got a few, chuck a few crows, a few magpies in there as well. I think the magpies have moved out actually this weekend. They were swooping all of our staff on Friday. What a welcome to Australia that is, Matty Cav. Have you been to Australia before? No, watch out for that bird, It just got swooped by a magpie. All right, so here we go. Newan, Slade, Morecambe and Mcloud. Now, I'm not a betting man, but I bet you Mcloud, that's, we saw it out there for the pit walk, but I don't know whether they were going to fix the MCA car. It was going to, I think, just go tuck back in and they'll fix it a bit later. I don't know whether I should release this information out here right now, but Rob Newan is on a 3/4 flying lap. And guess what? Yeah, I think, well, I don't know whether he tried it or not. Now, we're just going to wait to see what happens with that car after what we just saw there. Now, he's trying to accelerate down the track there. Now, whether or not that was just, an intended thing or not, but the word is that I've heard from the guys, and look, he wouldn't be telling me if he didn't want me to tell everyone. He just tried the 200 shot, sorry, it was a 200 shot, but it wasn't a 200 horsepower shot. It's a 200 kilowatt shot of nitrous oxide on the straight just there. So he said that he's got that in store for the Super Lap Shootout. He said, I'm coming out for a sight lap and I'm going to use the nitrous for the very first time. I hope whatever that was there was just purely wheel spin out of that car and that wasn't anything, nothing that broke anything, you know what I mean? Because old Mother Horsepower can snap a few things if pushed.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be using that throughout the lap. He'll save that for some of the straights here at the moment. Morecambe, I think we're going to see 4 guys come out in this one, well, 3 at least, whether Mcloud comes out, and whether they string an entire lap together, I'll be surprised. I'd say we're not going to see any green tyres on there. They'll all be used tyres. Whether we'll see people come out, I'm not sure on these tyres whether it's better to come and do 1 lap on a new tyre, just sort of bed them in a bit, whether they like to just take the stickers off, or whether they'll come out green as can be when they want to do that shootout a little bit later on. So we might see some sector areas, like we say. Newan, he's going to try a little bit of giggle gas on that car and just see how that goes down the straight. We might see some others maybe you know, reset the boost on a button down the straight and a few other. I don't think we're going to see. They're not going to show their cards right now. This is a shakedown. Try and get some temperature in the brakes so that when we go to the Super Lap shootout later on, they don't have to build as much temperature. So this is going to be a lot more sedate than what we've seen in the previous sessions. But take nothing away, it's building. I can feel it.
Well, absolutely, and all things look good here for the Global Aircraft Services, GAS Evo, Global Aircraft Services Evo. It all looks good. He hasn't lit up any of the incrementals there to say that's on a PB lap, but it looks like it's a good settler here for Morecambe, getting everything ready for the Super Lap shootout here tonight. That's what we're starting to find with the advent of the shootout. The last sessions normally for a lot of our guys, especially the highly strung machines like these, is just put that siding lap in, check a few things out. You're not fighting for the position as much as the guys that have got an oversubscribed, or I shouldn't say oversubscribed, more than 5 in the class subscript. So that's not a bad run from him. I'd say Morecambe, they pulled a rabbit out of their hat in the past. Here's a guy that not only pulled the rabbit out of the hat, he nearly had the rabbit out of the hat, and then the bottom of the hat fell out last year. So I think Slade had an issue. I'm trying to forget what the last moment was of it last year that cost him it. I can't remember whether it was just one corner or something gave up the ghost. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, that's right, it was the tyre. Well, good memory it was indeed. Something to do with the tyre on that final, while trying to get the one perfect lap out there. Not only was it going to be, I think, its first 24, it was literally going to jump over and claim the win in that class, but it didn't happen. That tyre, good memory, it didn't. It just went on, I think, third or fourth corner. It was all over once that tyre delaminated or did whatever it did. I don't know what it did. It failed. Whatever it did, Slade wasn't able to complete the lap. It came in on 3 up and 1 not. And then you think the year before when he absolutely wrung the neck of that RB, and that thing was, I shouldn't say it was hurt by the end. It was blowing a lot of steam like a kettle at the end of the lap. So that is one of the more highly anticipated GTRs we have in this country, and I'd say it's only a matter of time and only a few more minutes ticking in this session. We're seeing Morecambe on the cool-down lap. We saw Newan out for a quick check, whether or not that was a new set of tyres or whether that was a case of, you know what, let's just make sure the nitrous oxide works. And what we heard on the straight there, it sounded like a whole bunch of wheel spin. That's what I'm hoping it was. I hope it wasn't a whole lot of breakage, because you know, if you're already making 1,000, 1,200, whatever horsepower, and you want to give it another couple of 100 kilowatts on the nitrous, well, it can be the difference between, you know, keeping together and breaking point. We just don't know. So all is in readiness here, and I'd say in a couple of, you would only hope in a couple of seconds' time, Extreme GTR gets an afternoon session to himself, with Morecambe pulling in, and I think Dream Projects in there as well. So here is one pulling out there that we can see whether or not that's waiting for the next session or not. It might be the car. I'd say that might be heading there. It is. All right.
They're waiting for clear road.
All right, so we won't be doing much talking on this one as well. We'll talk Slade up on the warm-up lap here. But this car, like as Michelle was saying there before, it's a she, because he keeps calling her a she. They've made about 3 different changes in one go here. Her regret for not being able to get the testing in. Now Rob's still in there. Franz is still in there, is he? All right. So whatever they did, they've done a systems check and they're out there to have a crack. Now whether or not that's maybe a quick little data log read to just see maybe EGTs.
Maybe turn it down. Or maybe need half the shot you put in there.
Or maybe it only needs 100 kilowatts, not 200 kilowatts. But no, I'm sure that was just a bunch of wheel spin there or something. But yeah, a little systems check, and that might be a quick little data log to see, well, you know what, were our EGTs when we did the nitrous, whether or not it's all safe, whether we can do that. Now remember, the air conditions between now and when we go Super Lap Shootout, it's going to be slightly better, it's going to be a little bit cooler, everyone will be making more horsepower. But again, in the turbo era that we live in, the air quality doesn't really matter too much. It'll just naturally make more power without you adjusting it. But of course, everyone tweaks. Everyone tweaks with these things, including some new news from J-Mac in the pits.
So a super quick chat with Michelle Geyer again. They did bring Tim Slade in. I asked, were they happy with the installation lap? She said, no, there was a couple of things they needed to tidy up. They said they found a glitch. Wasn't able to go into too much detail. Said they were able to find it really quickly, and they have got him back out for the last few minutes of the session.
There we go. So, yeah, well, he did go out. We didn't see him go out, but we did sort of see him show up and then duck around the back. So
they're testing down the main straight again. Whether they just test these first couple of corners, because that's looking pretty smooth. It was bouncing around a bit, wasn't it? It was a messy lap when he did do that time previously in the 1:23.3, and we knew he was going faster in the last session. Unfortunately, just a little bit of lap traffic there saw him go a little bit wide and didn't quite make anything faster than 1:23.37. Is that Newan?
That is Newan on a flying lap right now. Tim Slade starting to build up the speed now. Mid-corner there, had a little bit of correction mid-corner, so whether they are struggling with a bit of front-end grip, I don't know. Now, remember the LSD change yesterday? Maybe we're now getting some front-end grip issues now that we've got both wheels sort of driving at the same time. It's just amazing sometimes the balance of these cars. One thing changed might upset a few other things, and Michelle said, yeah, if we had the test days, we can sort of iron out all these little knickknacks, but I'm sure they weren't thinking about going from LSD back to a spool. I don't think that was one of the things considered. Considering how bouncy and upset the thing was yesterday, seemed a lot better, and he's popping through the gears. Newan was on a flyer from what we heard in the background, but all eyes on Timmy Slade there. He won't be setting any records right now, but it's not a bad installation lap, is it? It's a nice check. He didn't take it all the way through turn one under full push. Whether or not he has a test at turn one at full push this time, he'll go in, maybe give it a little bit of feedback, whether they make then a change before the shootout or not. But one thing you can walk away with this weekend is Extreme GTR is now a 1 minute 23 second time attack car, and there's not too many in that club.
No, Newan's probably the you know, currently sitting top of the table. That's going to be the competition there at the moment, but you've still got to get that perfect lap in. It's the pressure of knowing one warm-up lap, two, to get the tyres in the zone. You're not going to go out there and, you know, the slightest mistake and you go, oh, well, that's all right, I'll just roll around and get one more in. You've got to get the car into that window in one lap before you get one perfect flying lap out there here at World Time Attack Challenge. Newan will go in as well. Didn't that thing sound angry? Whatever the little change there with the laptop did something, because it sounded very angry down the main straight. I'm sure they'll be overlaying some data right now, and there'll either be some frowns or some smiles in that pit as well.
Now, that's probably the quickest SR-powered time attack car that we've got in the world, I reckon, the Dream Projects car. Of course, under Suzuki's was a pretty quick car, but now Newan going, you know, minute 23s, that's pretty impressive. And as he already made a prediction, you need a 22 to win it tonight. That was his prediction earlier on yesterday from Franz Newan. But yeah, minute 23.092 going into the Super Lap shootout. Tim Slade, that little sighting lap. Nathan Morecambe did his. Cam Mcloud, well, yeah, he'll be watching from the clubhouse, and look, you know what, that had all the potential in the world, and they were creeping up on it, but it looked like it was some sort of broken rear wing strut, upset the car and set it off into that incident that it had there. So it's sad, just one of the many tales of grief that we've got here this weekend, where our cars have succumbed to a failure, again through no human error. There's a few human errors out there in different categories, but so far what we've seen is a fair bit of mechanical failure or mishap, pretty much. But it doesn't.
Mechanical abuse.
Well, look, it is mechanical abuse.
There's only so much they can take.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And of course, you know, anything that's engineered is always going to have its engineering tested. Tell you what, we're going to get a cup of tea, have a quick break, and we're going to be back soon. You better be too.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Yes, GCG, thank you very much for your ongoing support. And you know what a red hot class open is. And have a look at this. This is a good side there, Matty Cap. No one packing them up just yet. Session 7 for these guys, and they're all going to come out and have a little bit of a crack. What's it going to take to get into the top 5? Well, something quicker than 1:31.681. So let's just see what happens in this group. Dan Day in the WRX on the outside looking in. Only needs that 10th to jump in front of Cole Powsam. That's driving the Kua Got It Rex WRX STI. Bishop's got his place in the final. Darren Bishop with the Evo 7. Muggleton, Josh Muggleton, the Mitsubishi Evo, the Gas Evo. John Boston, Bozza back in there with the Motive Video S14. Jimmy Tran, the BYP Integra, 31.231, and there's Cole, 1:31.681. So it's going to be anyone's, well, this session, who knows? Who knows? Let's look for a push. Let's see whether Kamakura can't pull out an amazing time with more familiarity with the track. Maybe Dan Day in his WRX might find a little bit. Remember, you can turn the old power up on these things. Nothing's stopping them from doing that. These things are absolute animals in the open class. You can see how they've evolved over the years. They're almost like pro cars in the waiting, some of these, you know. All you need is that extra $250,000 spent on them, and then you're into the next class kind of thing. I'm joking with that. It's much more than that. Retail. Hey. Let's just say retail. All right.
4 GST.
Yeah, and tell you what, Kamakura will be one of our quicker rotaries around here ever, and it just keeps on washing out.
Wants to go 131.
Oh, well,
that's the goal, right? This one, GCG Turbos Open Class. Of course, the People's Choice. If you haven't already, go and find the QR code. You can see it, the GCG Turbos stand and vote for your favourite open class car, and you can win the Yeti Ultimate Road Trip Pack. They've got 20% off all Garrett and Borg Warner Performance Turbo Chargers, as well as Funk Motorsport Turbo Beanies and Diswork fuel pumps using the discount code found on the GCG billboards around the venue. So go and get 20% off and boost your life. Boost it.
Thank you, GCG, for your ongoing support. Now, Johnny Boston was the first one to say, you know what, I'll get the party started. Let's go on our first flyer.
Oh, green, straight up.
Yep.
He's only had one session where the car's been, let's call it, within the 90 to 100% zone.
So this is going to be a good one for Boz. Got it in the 12. Oh, he's held it up. Oh, boy, that's not good at all. Where did that happen? The unhinged Civic has become truly unhinged right now, and that is bent both ends. That is a shocking way to finish for Andy Thomas. He was in trouble in the last session, I think, also having an issue. This time, this is a much bigger issue. It looks like near turn 1, maybe. Let's just have a look, see if we can find the replay.
And the boys, again, are going to get a red flag session. They just can't get a run out of the Kiwis.
That's heart-wrenching. And J-Mac's got an update for us down there.
Super, super tough. You can see JP with the response there. Every single session that you guys have tried to put down a time in, red flag through no fault of your own. JP, for the NTR 56 machine, it is tough, isn't it?
It's been a pretty hard weekend. We've had engine issues. We've had all kinds of things. Yeah.
What'd your driver say?
He said something's not feeling right as well. So there we go. We've got another mechanical issue. But yeah, it's been a really, really hard weekend.
It's a long way to come, and I know you didn't rock up to fornicate with arachnids, but I feel for you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, World Time Attack, for having us.
Awesome stuff. We hope to have you back for 26.
It sounds like we're coming back.
Yeah, there'll only be a couple of people to get that reference, won't there?
It took me a minute, but yeah, there we go. But yeah, that is one bent-up car, and unfortunately for Andy Thomas, that'll be game over for him. I think he's from WA, because I think I caught him getting... Well, I didn't catch him. He was just trying to get some E85 for this thing yesterday, and he had issue with his card reader not working. He had to go back and get his credit card for it. But he said, we're all the way from WA, and the price for E85 is the same here as it was over there. But that was all our conversation was. Now that I see him out of the car, I recognise him. But that is a big one. Obviously, we've got a nice big high sniper view from where that is, but I'm still trying to nut out exactly what the location is. It's it might be after turn one, because there's the 100. There's the 100. Yeah, turn 1 and 2. So I would dare say without, and you know what, we didn't catch a replay on the thing, and you know that's what happens. I suppose the thing, because it's green, it's camouflage, we couldn't see it. But again, it's the things that happen when you're not looking that that'll remain a mystery. So that one won't make the highlight reel, but whatever it was, those people that are watching there live on the hill, they saw exactly what happened. Some of them may have actually probably filmed it if they were coming around. You know, that's just not the corner to find out the deficiencies in your vehicle, whether or not that was understeering, and you know, you get that lift-off oversteer that can happen with front-wheel drive cars, and whether or not there was a moment there where the thing bounced or did whatever, but it's had a fair lick on that side, Matty Cav, and I'm only, well, how do you assume it's hit any other wall other than somewhere on the right-hand side of the car? Unless that looped around one more time or whatever, but I don't know how that thing or what that thing did. If he had any sort of in-car, I'm sure in the future we may actually see footage of that, but that is not a good way to finish for Team Unhinged. It's ironic. It's ironic that the team called Unhinged have, in fact, become unhinged in the last session for them in the GCP Open.
If we go
further
further back, is there any sort of evidence? That's the question, whether he's gone out on the grass. It doesn't look like there's too much.
Yeah.
And I can't see any other cars out there. Like, that's the other option we haven't really discussed, is whether there is another car in the field somewhere with some potential damage on it.
No, look. The only thing we can rely on is if
the scratching on the side makes it look like it's gone down the wall.
Yeah,
I'm going to think it's actually spun around and gone along the wall and spun back around.
That's pretty.
Because to go that far out to the right between 1 and 2, you're not coming. Yep. You're not going to end up back over this side.
Yep. Yep, so it very well could have done that, but it's weird that it's ended up on the inside there. I'm sure if he's got GoPro on there, well, here we are. We're surveying the trajectory area here. There's a million there that tell a million stories, but probably not all from this weekend. I know that, you know, this is a pretty famous place to be running off wide, but yeah, when you have a look at all those, there'd be quite a few time attack ones there, a few stories to be told. But yeah, that may have gone and whatever it's done, it's had a fair whack. That poor little Civic has been bashed from one end to the other. It's a little bit of leakage there on the inside, which will get sorted. But that poor car, yeah. I don't know historically whether they're marks. Those marks could be 10 years old. You don't know.
They could be.
Those marks could be 10 years old.
Big shout out to the A+ towing team this weekend. They done a good job getting out there as quickly as possible to recover some of these vehicles.
But yeah, look, if there's some in-car, they'll have that. They'll be able to survey it. Obviously, he's got his own story that he'll be able to tell us about too, Andy Thomas, if we do manage to get him back in the pits at some stage. But, geez, just when you think we're going to pick another class and stay free of drama, think again. This is exactly what we've become accustomed to, unfortunately. Machines on the edge, Matty Cav. Machines on the edge.
Oh, do we call this the red session? Because we've had a lot of red flags, isn't it? I mean, this is like we said, they've been building to this point, and now some people are exceeding the limits of the vehicle.
Right, machines on the edge, and look, it's great when it goes perfectly. It's horrible yet exciting when it goes wrong, and that is unfortunately someone's pride and joy, and that's going to need a fair amount of love front and back. And remember, because these things have got cages in them too, so you're less prone to try and just get another shell and try again. Yeah,
oh, it's bent up there. You can see the back wheel off the ground.
You can't just swap
front wheel down.
Well, you can't just sort of, swap shells on these things. You more or less got to either start from scratch or just work out how badly pushed in it is. It's had a nice lick on the front. It's had a slap on the back, and that is a wounded soldier. One of, unfortunately, too many this weekend that have bitten the dust in various ways, but that's by far one that, normally we can stretcher them off, tow them off. They're rolling under their own steam, but that one, yeah, it's a tilt trade job, unfortunately. And the way that is travelling, we'll have a bird's eye look at that thing shortly, because that's coming up right near a commentary box real soon. But Emily, you might have some news on what might have happened.
So I've got the engineer from the Honda Civic that everyone's talking about at the moment. There is an engine down there that doesn't look good, and now that engine also doesn't look good. Tell me what's happened.
So in the previous session, Andy's didn't let go. It was a stock Honda Accord engine, been running a lot of power for a lot of RPM for ages. So these guys are crazy. They had a spare engine in the garage ready to go. 3 hours later, I was in the car and running, which is an epic effort. 6 humans lifting the car off the engine, no crane. So Andy wanted to send it in the last session for the weekend, but unfortunately he sent it a bit too hard and he's had an off. He's in the wall, but the car will be repairable and we'll be back out at some point in the future. But I know everyone's had a great weekend out of the team, so they love it.
Wow, what an absolute mega story. That's crazy.
Oh, it is. It was a pleasure to be part of it, and there was a big crowd out the garage watching them go hard. Everyone was enjoying it. To me, that's the story of the weekend.
Oh, that is beautiful. Well, thanks so much. And yeah, unfortunate way to go, but hopefully we'll see you back here next year.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, now that's a sight. You know, six guys lifting up the Honda onto the, obviously, where it looks like it's running a K series in it, as a lot of people tend to do, because they are an engine that normally keep on giving until they don't. And it sounds like this one may have done the same thing, whether or not the off was related to the engine or not, but there was a wounded soldier in the corner there already. So it's interesting, and look, it goes to show teams are pretty well committed, Matty Cav, when they're turning up with the spare engine. And if it's a K series, they're ending up bringing a spare K series with them in case they, they lean on these things too hard. And look, they're a beautiful engine. They make a lot of horsepower to a certain extent, and then you've got to start, hooking into them as far as holding them together a little bit more. Maybe better on the head sealing. Maybe a set of studs, head and main studs. Where it is, they are still good to 1,000 horsepower on stock cranks, so it's not like they've got a habit of breaking crankshafts in them. But you start putting big boosts through those engines, especially if you haven't really altered the static compression ratio in them. Can you lift a head? Yep. Can you, if you miss the tune, can you torch the things? Probably, but a lot of the times, simple lifting of the head's got nothing to do really with the tune. It just becomes the mechanical parameters of the engine that it just can't handle. And it's not the first or last time we've seen that happen with a boosted K series, not only in time attack, but drag racing in general. They're pushing the K series pretty hard all over the world.
Well, it's been the engine of choice for Victor since the early 2000s as well, I think. Very fast and furious back then. We've still got a little bit of oil out on track between 7 and 8 at the moment, so a little bit of a clean-up on aisle 7. We can see that little Honda Civic in the back. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of a reference for you.
No, that's good. That's good.
I could see you there. We've just, it's just toned down a bit. I was talking to you off air that it's a bit like the eye of the cyclone, really.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Or the eye of the tornado, if you're over there in the States, is that... we had all this excitement and everything building, and now we've just had a few red flags and a few of these categories where we've lost a couple of cars and we've already sort of know our top 5. And it's sort of like the eye, really, of the cyclone, isn't it? And I feel like it's coming around because we're about to get hit with another massive, wind of excitement.
Look, I was just about to see whether the cameraman could have heard us there. He's down at Dream Projects S15. They're changing a little bit of exhaust heat shield out of that dump pipe that sort of comes out near the door. But I was going to try and see where the nitrous bottle's installed in there. And, if you are completely committed to weight in these cars, well, you don't normally want to run a metal bottle in there because they do carbon fibre nitrous bottles. But I don't know what the Dream Projects car would pack as far as nitrous, J-Mac.
Well, down here having a look and just having a chat. It's always a scary sound when you do hear the cutters going off, the angle grinders, the die grinders in the pits. Tell me what's going on. I see we have some charred remnants of bodywork here, some melted composite. What's happening here with the exhaust of Dream Project S15?
There's a lot of exhaust pressure going on. So the titanium exhaust is just getting a bit bent with all the horsepower that's flowing through it. So it's got worse and worse over the weekend. It just got behind the edge of the carbon, and then obviously the flame and the heat just caused it to melt, and hence what we're doing here. It's an owner's job to get the grinder out, and that's what I'm doing.
Mate, and you're doing a fantastic job. Trust me, people, this will look $1 million by the time this man's finished with it. So you've got yourself a bit of heat shielding there. There'll be another piece of composite to sort of help just plug all this up. Trust me, it's going to be fantastic. We are looking for a big number, aren't we?
We are, mate. Let's go to Shootout.
Let's go to Shootout. Those are the words, guys.
Yeah, first of all, Charles has got to cut up the exhaust shielding and put that back on the Pride and Joy. But you like how casual they all are. Oh yeah, bit of flame, titanium exhaust, been degrading, all the power we're putting through it. But you know what? I'll patch this up and then we'll send it. That's the attitude to have, as you said, Matty Cab. It feels like the calm before the storm. You know what happens when you're in an environment that's overwhelming? It overwhelms you to the point that you actually nearly get exhausted from the overwhelming feeling that you get. You know, when you think you've seen, heard, touched, smelt too much, and then you get that feeling of overwhelmedness, if there's such a word, you start to just really feel exhausted and fatigued. And look, we all are guilty of going through that. But right now, I'm starting to get the old blood pressure up here because I know before too long, once we get the rest of these cars out, we've just had Pro Open. We were at the start of Open, apologies. We had Pro Open out there before, and that's what the guys were fixing on. But it's just a case of now getting the rest of the guys out in GCG Open, because that happened, again, only, 3-4 minutes into the session. We've got to close it because, someone's had a massive off.
I don't even think we got 3 or 4 minutes. I think that was the opening lap.
Yeah.
Well, first flying lap. We've come around one. Still got the Plasman Pro-Am class, but one of your favourites is coming up this afternoon because we know another high horsepower head-to-head bit of kit is the Turbo Smart Flying 500 that'll be coming up after that. While everyone prepares for this Super Cheap Autos Super Lap Shootout. So we've got the Flying 500 and then our Shootout hits the track. That's going to be out for about an hour and a half. We've got 5 cars in each category to get through. It's going to be a fantastic finish to this event. And then we continue on with the drifting later on after that. Of course, the Garrett Advanced in Motion International Drift Cup as well. So it's still plenty to really play out in this book of World Time Attack, the history books where everything's going to really be documented and put down in for 2025. And you can see all the people there still getting around out in the pits as the sun's starting to just sort of fade off in the background a little bit. It's not going to get dark anytime soon, but it's not above us anymore. And as it goes over the back, we'll start to see the shade appear on parts of the circuit. Have a look at some of those paint jobs still glistening out there in our show and shine. There's our drift pits as well. That's going to really fire up in the next couple of hours. We saw them go through some of the pools last night. Some big names in there like Luke Fink, Matty Hill. I mean, international superstars. Mad Mike is there. You know, they've managed to fix that 808 wagon that, goes back 20 years of history with him with that wagon. Had a big incident last night in the front. They have thrashed on that car and got it out there. So much more still to write in the history books here for World Time Attack Challenge in 2025. And it looks like you can see there getting out on track as quick as possible for our GCG Open class. There's a few that still have some desire to try and do a little bit better, including Yuki Kamakura, who wants to get into the 131s.
Yeah, and Kamakura's son is going to give it a red hot shot.
Well, John Boston probably wants to get another lap in as well. Like I say, they've struggled with that car this weekend, deciding a late entrant into this year's World Time Attack Challenge, and caught up with Andrew Hawkins, the car owner, a little bit earlier, saying, well, we've been over there, promoting our show over in the States and organising some hype to get some people over here in Australia for his event. And so Monday they were picking the engine up, still putting it together, doing some traction control and ABS setup on Thursday. They've sort of had to iron through the bugs over the weekend. He finally got a flying lap in last time, and Boston went to 3rd fastest in this category, the GCG Open category. And, well, we'll see. Can he really bring out another lap? Will he want to go for another flyer, or would they have made some really big changes on the car? Or you reckon this is more a finite tune from now on?
Oh, look, I just think every lap is, they're just going to try, just forget that there's a long game here, knowing that they're in that top 5. I think they're just going to continue to push. The thing has been very, very reliable. And some of these combos are so well sorted. It's just interesting to know what the strategies are for everyone. But all I know is that if you're not in that top 5 and you don't think you've got a snowball's chance in hell, well, you're still going to send it as hard as you can. So Jimmy Tran gets his first flying lap out here. Whether or not it's a new set of tyres on it or not now. But
I don't think this is going to be too many laps either.
That quad rotor screaming down the main straight here. Another one of these amazing motors you need to hear in person to believe. And Tran out on his flying. Now, looks like he's down to business pretty quickly, checking out grip levels, also handy too. No point just assuming the grip levels are down. You've got to go out and feel what that grip level's like for yourself, it appears. And there's some guys on flyers now. Johnny Boston back in the groove, just coming down the main straight now. We're keeping an eye on Jimmy Tran. And again, he's just backed off the throttle there, whether he had a moment there. I just missed it checking the timing. Dan Day is out there as well in his WRX. And of course, Kamakura only knows one throttle position. Wide open, here he is.
Look at Day, he's still got to make a 10th if he wants to get in that top 5. The Super Lap shootout a little bit later on. Kamakura is not away. If they can think they can get into the 131s, they're potentially going to get in the top 5 as well. Bishop and Muggleton are probably safe, is what I'm going to assume, just judging by the times they've run.
Tell you what, Jimmy Tran definitely had his mirrors on and saw Kamakura on a fly, decides to get way out of the way, and he is pushing this quad rotor through hard.
I think that's potentially a tyre there with the smoke because it was on the left-hand side of the vehicle.
Yeah, it's been close to the bodywork for all day yesterday as well. When pushed hard through various corners, it blows the smoke out. There we go. He was flying. Johnny Boston is flying right now. That's Jimmy Tran, and I tell you what, Kamakura's son, you might have to watch out because you're going to get Johnny Boston coming down the straights. You better stay to the left, son. Better stay to the left. I'm sure Boz is going to be coming down on you very, very quickly. No, the checkered flag is out, so he can make it stick if he wants to come through. Johnny Boston. He comes flying through. Boz is going to get one. That's the checkered flag. Right now, Boston goes through for a minute 37.81. An improvement keeps him on the podium and keeps him in the Super Lap shootout. And would they love to repeat history last year and do a 20-something in the Super Lap shootout? Well, it looks like that's a pretty good checkout lap there for him. Started to see things happening in slow motion there, Matty Camp. We saw Kamakura just casually rolling down the main straight. We knew Boston was on a fly. I thought, don't get in the way here, son. Bozza is coming through at a great rate of knots. Check your mirrors. And lucky enough for him, he was able to get the lap in. Did it affect him at all? No. Well, every sector lit up, and as we know, it hasn't had that many laps here this weekend. So Darren Bishop, minute 26.819. Will he front for the Super Lap shootout? Only they will know. If we see extra substitutes there, if we start to see Yuki-san and Dan Day maybe turning up, maybe some of the guys in the top 5 may not even be there. May not even be there at all. All right, Tony Bishop's got some news from the infield, one of our great partners.
Right near the Turbo Smart Flying 500. We are only a few minutes away. What an incredible facility to see thousands of horsepower run the opposite direction down the front straight of Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm standing here in pit lane, ready with the drivers, going to head out. I tell you what, there is all different types of machinery, different personalities kicking around. I'm sure there's a bit of wages going on here, a bit of bragging rights. Everything from Dados. We've got a 4-banger Evo, a GTIR Nissan Pulsar, another Evo. We've got a Lamborghini. We've got a second Lamborghini. This Flying 500 is going to be hot. I suggest, guys, get yourself a place in the grandstand or on the roof of the pit facility for the best view and the best sound of the Flying 500. Very thank you to Turbo Smart for bringing this to life and keeping high-speed straight line action happening, as well as all the time attack happening here at World Time Attack. Ready for it, guys. Let's go.
All right, so the horsepower is ready to go. Are you ready to go? Make sure you get your vantage point where you can see it all happening. The Turbo Smart Flying 500, not too far away, as Tony Bish has alluded to. We're just wrapping up the open class thanks to GCG. A break and back for more here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise, and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Well, welcome back here to Sydney Motorsport Park. The crowd, well, it's not going anywhere. In fact, it's getting bigger this afternoon here. Look at all the cars on the left-hand side. We've filled up the drag strip car park. We've filled up the Speedway car park. The atmosphere is absolutely intense here as we start to get into the business end of the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. A Turbo Smart Flying 500, not too far away. We've still got our Plasma Man Pro-Am class to get through to lock in our top 5 before we head into that Super Cheap Autos Super Lap Shootout this afternoon. So still plenty more action. And then, of course, the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Cup will take out the South Circuit tonight, and we saw plenty of action unfold last night. There was some high impact, some high speed sideways action as well. We've got the international flair here in the commentary box. Can't wait for that still to play out. We're really only about 3/4 way through the weekend, Diggles, and look, we're at the pointy end though. It's the other end of the cyclone's about to hit us.
Yes, indeedly doodly, and we certainly can't wait for that. You know, we save a little bit of horsepower. You know, we meter our horsepower out. You know, we start with a little bit. You know, and that's our Neo Tuner class cars. Yeah, some of them make 600, so that's not a bad start. You know, we get to the pro cars, they're making 1,000 to 1,500. Yeah, that's not too bad. Everything else in between is between 1,000 and 600, and then you get the Flying 500, and then we kind of turn it all the way up to a couple of thousand. And in Australia, it's very hard to win a roll race in Australia unless you're packing upwards of $1,000, 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus. Can you win it with a rear-wheel drive car? Sometimes you might. A lot of the times, the ultimate weapons are still the killer platforms that have laid the benchmark for World Time Attack for over a decade, and that's that four-wheel drive platform. Evos, GTRs, they are still a weapon and a half. And then all of a sudden, of course, hypercars, there's nothing that discriminates against hypercars in roll racing, because really, last time I read the rule book for roll racing, there's no rule book. There's no a blank piece of paper. You want to open the rule book, open page 1, 0, just send it. Just don't go over 80k an hour, and don't tromp it before the light goes green. Simple as that. I mean, it's easier said than done. Well, my experience with roll racing, especially QR, is that, you know, they start them as they come around the last corner, so you can't get it on it early anyway. So it's a great equaliser sometimes to not be able to do that. The screaming American Eagle, here it is.
He said he was going to turn the boost up in this, potentially in this session, hunting for a 124 here around Sydney Motorsport Park. Will he get in this session? We can see a little bit of shade in some areas, and it's starting to cool just a fraction out there. The sun's still, plenty of sun still there for the crowd though. Well, he's just getting off that for a second. Maybe he's just searching for some setup. Oh no, we are warming the tyres up.
More temp for Ferris Katumi. Whether that's a new set of boots on it right now, I dare say, because look, there's nothing better than having green tyres and the opportunity to put one or two laps through it just to make sure everything's okay. Them screamers out there now, Nicholas Geyer out there having one more crack.
Now we're talking about the substitute. We know Paulson is out obviously in the Gordon Developments GDR. That's got a diff issue. They've decided that that's not going to come back out. So already potentially going to sub in Day from 6th position. But Kazakowski, have we seen him?
Well, that's the thing. If we see an Alfa Romeo in the Super Lap Shootout, it's fair to say we've lost Paulson and Kazakowski. They'll be on the podium provisionally, you would imagine, because when you look at the performance between the rest of them, they're going to keep those positions. Minute 28, 3:33. Minute 27, 7:42. They'll be hard to beat in any Super Lap Shootout. I mean, there is one car there that ultimately has the potential, and that's going to be Nicholas Geyer. But geez, it's a lot to expect from the guy, essentially in his first World Time Attack. All right, here we go. Minute 31, 2:74 for Ferris. I'd say it's now time for a flyer from him, by the sound of that. You You're not coming down the straight under full throttle like that unless you are trying to register some sort of feedback in real-time simulation, just to get that grip level up. And this Porsche, if we had time attack for 24 hours, that Porsche would still be running. It'd just do 1 million laps. That's all that car continues to keep doing. I wonder if he's still on the same set of tyres as well. It'd be crazy if he was. Moody in the Alfa Romeo out there now having another go. Alfa Romeo 4C, BSM Motorsports. Sean Day, we're monitoring his times. Sean Day's gone a best of a minute 47.64. Dyer with minute 35.989. He's chopped second after second after second off that car, but it's a fair stretch to expect another 7 or 8 out of him now.
Well, we'll just wait and see. Let's head down to pit lane now for a BOSCH Motorsport pit report.
I'm here with John Boss, and now no driver wants to be towed back into the pits. Tell us what's happened.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. At least it wasn't a mechanical drama. We've just been struggling with alternator issues and charging the battery, so having enough power in the battery to actually do a lap. So we had enough power to do a lap, but didn't have enough power in the battery to actually make it back to the pits.
Now, you are in third position, so you've got to make the shootout. What's the strategy going into that?
Oh, look, we just wanted to try and bank a lap with high boost, so we're actually just trying to do a super lap shootout practice run. The track certainly isn't there this afternoon, we know that, but we wanted to get enough data from the car, so it helps us obviously with tonight. So tonight what it's all about, and we know the track will come back to us, and it'll be, 11 out of 10.
Perfect, thanks so much and good luck.
You're welcome, thank you.
There we go, so alternator issues. If it's not one thing, it's another. So there's an alternator issue there. The old Porsche continues to belt it out, minute 43.562 from the Stuttgart Special, and doing a good job out there. But yeah, Ferris, a nice settler there for him, and I think he'll put the greenies on it now and head it into the Super Lap shootout. Word is that he didn't have the greenies on at that time. So
what are the ducks
We've got ducks. We've got Australian ducks walking across the track. I mean, welcome to Australia. Here's a couple of feral ducks walking from pond to pond.
If Ferris went past there under boost, he would have sucked one of those in.
That would be...
We could have had some Peking duck.
Then I'm starting to think of the old MotoGP years ago when I think we cleaned up a seagull. Didn't that seagull become famous? Wasn't there a national memorial for the MotoGP seagull that got cleaned up on live television? So let's hope it doesn't happen again, let me tell you. But yeah, ducks, just no fear. I suppose if they're native here to the ponds of Sydney Motorsport Park, yeah, on any given day, they know the quick cars when they see them. And Ferris, that's enough for him, cooling the jets and getting ready, put the brand new stickies on. And arm out the window, all cash, and ready to put on the new set of boots, wait in the lanes and be called for that Plasma Man Pro-Am category climax that we have at the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout for all of those. So the big question will be, because we haven't heard from anyone from the Got It Rex team, whether Alek Kazakovsky has got a car to bring out for that Super Lap Shootout. As I said, Cole Powson, also the same deal. He took the Croydon Racing Developments carbon wire out there, put it on the podium, and then had that front diff issue, which they've elected not to fix. Maybe it was too big a job or done too much damage. So if no Cole, which means at the very least we might see the Porsche out there, but then if we do start the Super Lap Shootout in Pro-Am with an Alfa Romeo, well then it's confirmed we might not have Kazakovsky or Powell. Well, we know we won't have Cole back, but it's whether or not we get Kazakovsky back for one more screamer. But yeah, we've had the substitutes in there before, have we not? Breakage, the numbers get in, can't turn up for the final. Again, some of those numbers aren't defendable. Some numbers, and I had this little vision last night, we're going to see something in Club Sprint or one of those categories where you can throw a blanket over about 7 of them. I think that's going to happen. Well, you know what? Get yourself ready. Ferris Katumi getting himself ready for a Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. Cole Powson, as we have just talked about, will be waiting to see exactly which step on the podium he will be. I would say number 2, Alek Kazakovsky, the same, number 3. Nick Geyer, minute 35.989. I don't know, that's a lot to ask, but it's good to see him in a Super Lap Shootout, as is Harry James. He's thrashed that little VTEC 86 around, and look, we haven't seen him for half the day. So again, that's whether or not he's even there. We might end up seeing the Porsche of Sean Day and the Alpha of Brad Moody. And you know what? The more the merrier. We're very inclusive around here. Especially, you know, it's got that little Hunger Games feel about it, isn't it? You know, if you know, it's a game of survival. Can you be there at the end? And if not, well, you know, the survivors come in and make up the numbers, no doubt indeed. All right, well, you know what? Thanks to this amazing live stream of ours, we've got a great little package from one of our great sponsors that help us with that, BOSCH Motorsport.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime.
Hi everybody, my name's Dane Keevers. I'm from BOSCH Motorsport Australia. We're here today at the Sydney World Time Attack Test Day, working with the Tanuki vehicle and reigning 1000 Bathurst champion Todd Hazelwood, working on the Tanuki vehicle with some Japanese engineers that we brought over from BOSCH Motorsport, trying to maximise the performance of our BOSCH Motorsport ABS system in Todd's attempt to win the WATC for 2025. So one of the reasons we're here today is to work with Todd and upskill his driver skill set to really maximise the Motorsport ABS application. So this vehicle's equipped with BOSCH Motorsport ABS, and the difference between BOSCH Motorsport ABS and road car ABS is that it's adaptable to the conditions available at the time, be it on the circuit or what the driver preference is, aero load or tyre capacity or tyre grip levels. With Todd's experience racing TA2 cars, V8 supercars here in Australia, coming out of a non-motorsport ABS car and working with the team at Tanuki, or the Tanuki racing team, BOSCH Motorsport ABS engineers, we're really able to garner his initial feedback on maximising that ABS capability. Sydney Motorsport Park here is a really good application for BOSCH Motorsport ABS. Some of these corners are very heavily braked. In fact, quite often 63% of the lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park is under braking or under turn. What we're looking to do with Todd and the ABS engineers is really focus in the Tanuki vehicle with its massive aero loads, really wide tyres and huge horsepower output to make sure that when we run a lap, we can extend those straight line speed windows by decreasing the braking zone to increase the time that we're going fast.
It's been really cool to be working with the BOSCH management system that we have in our Tanuki S13. We've actually got some engineers from Japan giving us a helping hand and trying to, I guess, help us understand how we can maximise this baby here behind us. It's been a lot of cool. The tunability with the ABS system is probably the best part about it, and just how accurate it is. So for a highly strung, you know, absolute beast behind me here, to have the technical support from BOSCH, but also knowing that they've got the capability, they've got the experience, and they're giving us the best product possible for me to give myself as a driver all the confidence that I need every time I'm hitting that brake pedal. You know, we're talking of forces of over 4 tons of downforce, and obviously when you're hitting the brake pedal for the first time, there's a huge amount of energy going through my leg into the brake pedal, and having that confidence of the ABS system is absolutely paramount for us to be able to achieve the lap times that we're doing. So we've been trying a few different modes with the ABS system. It's all part of our testing program as we lead into the event tomorrow, and looking forward to tuning it up, making it even faster.
One of the key differences between road car ABS and BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that road car ABS is based on a predefined envelope based on the vehicle's weight, its centre of gravity, its available tyre contact patch, and has to be calibrated to suit all manner of drivers in any sort of conditions. The key difference with BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that it is focused on using the sensor-based inputs and the driver's requirements based on track temperature, track surface, the inclement weather, rain, different tyre compounds and aero loading to really use ABS to improve their ability to maximise their lap. As we said earlier, one of the key features of BOSCH Motorsport ABS is its ability to be changed to suit the conditions on the vehicle. So in Todd's case here, driving the Tanuki vehicle, as the surface temperature changes here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and he feels that the braking distances are allowing him to maximise that lap, he can change the ABS intervention threshold to make sure that when he trusts that brake pedal, it's going to reduce the amount of slip and maximise his grip into the corner, producing more predictability of his turn and also increasing that braking distance into the corner so that he's going faster for longer.
So what we're looking to see over the course of the weekend, with Todd driving this vehicle and us leveraging the expertise of our ABS engineers, is as the weekend develops and Todd gets more and more comfortable in the car and its braking threshold, we're going to recalibrate the BOSCH Motorsport ABS to really make sure that it's in parallel or working in conjunction with the available grip, the changing conditions, and Todd's requirements of the vehicle to really maximise that lap in the lead up to the competition on Saturday night. If you're interested in having BOSCH Motorsport ABS applied to your vehicle, please reach out to our dealer network or visit BOSCH Motorsport Australia via our website to find out more information about how you can maximise your lap time, potentially here at Sydney Motorsport Park or for a World Time Attack event.
BOSCH Motorsport Pit Tour through the Extreme GTR pits. Now, of course, there is a theory that proper planning prevents poor performance, and you can add a certain adjective in there. But let's have a look at just how prepared this team are. Straight away, if we look up onto the roof, you can see they have a countdown timer for the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. We are currently at 1 hour and 52 minutes. It is all coming down to this. Just here, off to the side, you'll see that we have the nitrogen gas cylinders running through this hose into the air jacks here. Now, why use nitrogen? Because it's predominantly used in a lot of functions for cooling and whatnot. It's actually used because it's an inert gas that repels moisture. Obviously, when you're pumping these things full of a gas, you don't just want to use pressurized air because you'll bring in a lot of moisture and then your go jacks end up corroding out. Come on down, we can actually see, this is an interesting one. Underneath the go jacks, they actually have these stands that are braced to the car. Even if the go jacks fail for whatever reason, maybe someone knocks the air lance, the car will not fall. It's basically a really, really fancy CNC set of axle stands or jack stands. You see, we've got our tyre warmers ready to go at a moment's notice once they know that they are going to be coming on through. Down into the back here, and what I really love is they've got so many bodies here, but everybody has a job. In fact, I am the odd man out here, and my cameraman as well. We've got all the tools set up. We've got everything that they could possibly need. Everything's nicely labelled. If you actually have a look, I could just about come into this setup, and I'd be able to find all the tools to turn the Extreme GTR around. If we turn around, we have another roll cab full of tools, but this right here, this is rubberized gold. These are green, unroaded Yokohama Advan A60s. Slick tyres, they'll go into the warmers and they'll get them up to temperature so that Tim's able to get it out and keep the tyres up to temperature. Let's come on back down here. We can see we've got the live stream up on the left. We've got timing on the right. Michelle's watching on here in Mission Control. We've got our engineers having a look through. We can see all of the telemetry. They're looking back. Tim Slade's getting in the zone, scrolling some social media. But this is what it takes to put together a top flight World Time Attack Challenge campaign. And it's all happening down here as we get ready. It's going to be an absolutely wild time as we get ready for the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head and the Super Cheap Autos Super Lap Shootout coming up here at World Time Attack Championship.
Hi, I'm Woody. I've got a YouTube channel called The Skid Factory. I love everything and anything to do with automotive, whether it be bike, fast cars, four-wheel drives, anything with wheels, anything with an engine, I am really passionate about it. I've been working on cars since, even when I was a young fella, when I was 14, 15 years old with my older brothers, flying project cars. And since then it's turned into what you see here, which is my workshop called The Skid Factory.
It's super at Super Cheap Auto.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Oh. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the next part of this amazing four-wheeled horsepower show is going to be the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. Chris Diggle's joining us, joining you with Matt Wright from Turbo Smart now. Matty Cav last night and you. That was a nice taster, but tonight we're actually racing for podiums in both two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive.
We are out to win tonight, mate. Last night was a good warm-up. Tonight is where you come out to play for the bacon. I've been through the pits. I've spoken to the boys, and they are. Mate, there's some grudge races ready to happen tonight. It's all on. It's all on.
And you know what? It's something we talk about with roll racing in the past. You know, initially you just let everyone race each other, but then you find that, you know, maybe four-wheel drive cars get all that power down more than rear-wheel drive cars. So then we've had to split them up, and we're going to see the best of probably the both. And you know what? It's an international standard now, roll racing. We don't measure elapsed times. We just measure who's there first and who's there second. The platforms seem to be the same all over the world. Throw a few hypercars in there, 2,000 horsepower GTRs, and then a lot of freak shows in between.
Hey, where else do you get to see this level of horsepower going head-to-head down a straight? No prep on the track. It's not like a drag strip. You've got thousands and thousands of horsepower in each and every race here. So I'm super excited to see. I mean, there's Lambos out there with two turbos. We've got a bunch of Turbo Smart powered twin-turbo Lambos out there. V10, 5.2 litres worth of turbocharged goodness. Side by side, where else are you going to see that, mate?
You know what? It's just all over the world. It's this international motorsport that, you know, it's pretty easy to participate in. So people talk about drag racing. Oh, you know, drag racing's easy. You go in a straight line. Roll racing's easy. You go in a straight line. But no, they don't necessarily go in a straight line.
I don't think they were watching last night because you say straight line. There is a lot more than 500 metres being covered by a bunch of these cars here as they go left, as they go right. You get a four-wheel drive car and it's got four wheels spinning. Which one's a steering? Well, I can tell you there's none of them.
I've seen some loose runs down this track. If you keep up with your YouTube and you watch, you know, the normal Sydney rolls that are down here, and there's not an easy night here for anyone.
I want everyone in the crowd there to look out at that track, see how wide that track is right now.
Yep.
And when we get two cars racing next to each other down this track, that track gets super, super narrow all of a sudden as they take up every last square millimetre of track, just trying to beat the guy next to him ultimately. I mean, this is the kind of race that you'd see on a street almost back in the day, back when we weren't safe.
Yeah, well, that's it, and we're pretty safe. We're as safe as we can be here. We're on an A-grade circuit, of course. I love it. I'm sitting in the grandstands last night. Now, look, growing up from Brisbane, I didn't get to come here when it was the drag strip, of course. It was a dual-purpose venue. But, you know, some of the best drag racing that you ever used to watch on Channel 9, that would happen here. And just to watch some of the replays last night and see them tearing up the straight here took me back to those early days of drag racing here at when it was just obviously good. It's called Eastern Creek, but now Sydney Motorsport Park. The quality is definitely there, and we're back to a couple of the same old traditions. A couple of cars that are running in here have actually got you know, probably photos of them running here at the drag strip.
Absolutely, yeah. I remember coming to this track. Actually, I've seen some. Mr. Helly, for example, that definitely has run here. Oh, he's Scotty from. We called this car a 180 last night. It's actually an RX-7.
Yeah, it looks like an RX-7 to me. Now, these are all test runs to start off with, Matty. Is that right?
That's it. Yeah, we're going to send them down once, and they're going to want tyres. We've got a bit loose there. Took a run with the RX-7. It's 13B turbo. A couple of Turbo Smart wastegates in that bad boy.
Now, you think, you know, he's bringing a butter knife to a gunfight there.
You think that. He was neck and neck against 2J last night, so...
Now, look, I don't know the name of this guy, but, you know, that's got a lot of cubes, big tyre on it. Definitely going to be a contender for the rear-wheel drive class tonight. We don't discriminate here. That'll work. If you can hook it up, that's it.
I've seen this car running no prep races. This car knows how to move. Below 7 seconds, car from memory. This Capri's been around. It's been around the block. This car's actually been around for about 100 years. I got a feeling it might have been the old trick Mansueto Capri.
Very well could be. I mean, you know, we've got the quickest and toughest Capris in the world here in Australia. A lot of them down the drag strips, of course. And that thing is fantastic to see. And you know what? For all those people watching in the grandstands, you're going to get enough thunder through the acoustics of this amazing main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I still think it's one of the best venues in the world to watch roll racing at, just because of that grandstand and what it sends off the top of the roof of the grandstand.
Looks like we got a...
I think we're boosted this thing because
twin turbo LS this is.
Yeah, I heard it last night, and yeah, got enough tyre underneath it, but yeah, the rear-wheel drive aspect to it, it's you know, you feel like on most nights it is a disadvantage, but then you see some of the quicker rear-wheel drive cars. Mr. Helly's got a good setup in that Datsun.
He does.
On some occasions, we've seen rear-wheel drive cars upset everyone. And that's
well, they're running their own class tonight.
Yeah,
actually,
good.
some of the rear-wheel drive guys said to me yesterday, "Oh, we won against the four-wheel drive guys." Okay, you guys must be confident. So
yeah,
we'll see how it goes. This orange Tirana here, turbocharged LS setup built by Stathy down at Independent Motorsports in Morwell in Victoria. So they've made the trek up. The car's made the trek up from Victoria.
Hey, isn't it good that we've got a couple of different interstaters running tonight? Of course, Disco Dean from Queensland, never been to a World Time Attack, brings the Barra-powered Escort panel van down to try a bit of rolls.
I just want to see this little match up here. We're looking at
there's going to be
blown versus turbocharger. Some classic Australian muscle at the lineup here. You expect to see this over at the drag strip, but here at roll racing, this is a real treat. This is going to be a bang-up race. Turbos.
Yeah, look, he did his
How strong are they at the top of the track?
He did his very best not to break those tyres loose on that Capri, because he could just do, like, if you wanted to do, he'd just do the power skid for you, but it's not about that. It's actually trying to, you know, you want to try and take a few scalps tonight. This is a practice run for everyone. Hey, I know Dom Perry, 20B on board the RX2. I love it, but what is lurking in the S14?
That's a RD, actually. I think it's a D. From that one, from memory, that's got a diesel block, RD30.
Wow. Okay, so that diesel block,
the one.
You can be fast with cast, they reckon. So
that's certainly fast, no doubt about that. Oh. Now look at it. The back side of that car definitely ran at least 50 metres more down that track than the front. It was all over the place.
Yeah, this is where, you know, when you try and get all that horsepower down on this snow prep surface, the good ones can do it. The ones that are a little bit challenged can just be loose and crazy. We've seen some wild rides in the past. And here we go, Mr. Johnny Habib. A couple of good friends of mine out there right now. Johnny Habib, I think it's about 598 or 565 cubes.
583 said yesterday. 583 cubic inches, naturally aspirated, nitrous powered, just muscle.
And Disco Dean lights it up, the Barra-powered panel van.
Still turning those tyres. What a classic. What a classic.
Yeah, good run. A bit of chrome bar. You know what? Baker loves anything cool. And you know what? Back in the days of with OG Time Attack, we wouldn't let chrome bars in here. But now anything with horsepower, we've got to let in. And why wouldn't you?
Look at it. Classics. Absolute classic matchup there.
Both 8-second street cars in their own rights as well. Okay, Super versus Mr. Helly. VR38 in the Datto, is that right?
VR38 with a big turbo in the back of that thing.
Yeah, that's...
No doubt. Doesn't weigh much.
Yeah, he might be the guy to beat.
Well, Frankie won last year in that Datto Ute, so he's going to be hard to beat again. It's he's a tough man. He's been racing for 185 years, I think.
I've never seen such natural driving talent in my life, Frank Canestro.
And just so calm.
Yeah, just a good steerer. You know what? I think that initially came out. Didn't he build it with a 20B? And
yeah, it's had a road. It's had 13B. It's had a 20B. Now the VR38.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the other one. They hunt in packs, these two, the Capri and the Datsun 1200.
This is a full track burnout. What is this? Is Zach in the tip behind the wheel or what?
Yeah, no, could be. It could be. That could be very much it. But to be so...
oh, look at that!
Yeah, that's crazy. Come on, put your hands together, Sydney. You know you want to. And I hope you got a bit of blower wine out of that as well. That's one of my favourite engine noises ever. And I'm sure a lot of people out there love a good injector hat blower.
Who doesn't?
Wine.
Who doesn't?
That is, it's tough, and you know this is Australia. We grow cars with blowers out the bonnet. It's not everyone's got them, but there's a lot of people that are living that blowing dream.
I've seen that car actually in the burnout pit over at the drag strip on occasion as well. So that's that burnout is quite at home in that thing.
Yeah,
you knew what he was doing there.
Yeah, well, some people say you got to be blown to be known, and some people continue to live that up. So that was our rear-wheel drivers. I would say it's a matter of time before our all-wheel drivers are ready to come out and have a crack. And these are the natural-born killers. You know, initially the manufacturers decided to design a vehicle that was going to be quite capable, quite powerful, the ultimate vehicle. And guess what happens? Owners get onto them and decide, you know what, the aftermarket in Australia is too delicious. We can make as much horsepower as we want. There's a few things we pull out of the ground here in Australia that we sell overseas as coal, aluminium, uranium, and billet aluminium. We grow billet blocks out in the field, don't we?
Seen that way.
Okay, here we go. First matchup of the four-wheel drivers, and yeah, Audis tonight. I just think Audis might be the guys tonight.
Well, that Audi's obviously 5.2 litre twin turbo smart turbos at the back of that thing. It's going to be hard to beat. Four-wheel drive. Apparently that thing's got near enough to 1,800 horsepower under the deck lid, the rear boot.
Yeah, but I think we've got a couple of R8s here. That is this another R8 right now? Yeah. Let's have a look.
Pretty similar setup in the back of these, both built by Precision Racing out here in Western Sydney. And they go.
Yeah, nice checkout pass. I watched them pair up last night. Watched them pair up last night. It was so good to see because they are quite quiet, these two. For the spectator sitting in the grandstand, yeah, you don't hear a lot of noise until they're past you, and even then, that was quite an eerie noise. The V10s together, I think.
The V10s they've got such a different note to the V8s.
Yeah.
And those extra 2 cylinders, the firing order is different. The best way to describe it sounds like a spaceship when they go by you.
They are.
Not that I've sat next to a spaceship as it's gone by me, but
yeah, but they're near hypersonic.
It's what I imagine a spaceship sounds like.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I think it's exactly what they sound like. And then of course, there's
check this out.
There's these things.
We've got an STO versus a GTIR. I mean, can you get 40 years difference in build, but both for their time, coolest car on the road. You would remember Diggers, wouldn't you, growing up? GTIRs.
Yes, the baby, what they call it, the baby Godzilla.
Baby Godzilla.
The baby
They
Godzilla.
were the car to have.
Yeah.
You have the GTR, I mean.
Yeah, SR20, four-wheel drive.
Individual throttle body and turbo.
Yeah, they were ahead of their game. And you know what? If only Nissan had brought them out just for World Rally, I think they were intending to make it the World Rally contender.
They were very limited numbers.
Yeah.
From memory.
That was a car that sort of went begging, you know, because, you know, we grew up with a lot of hot hatches, four-wheel drive.
It was before its time.
Rally weapons. Yeah, definitely. The GTIR, there wasn't too many other guys playing, other manufacturers playing in that realm.
At the time, you had maybe the Mazda had a Familia that was a 323 four-wheel drive thing.
Yeah, the BPT motor in them as well.
Yep.
But yeah, the old SR20 still goes well. I'd love to know what they both weigh. That's one thing I don't think we don't do enough on these cars.
Power weight ratio.
How hard would it be to write the weight of the car?
Seriously.
Somewhere
Run them over.
there.
There's got to be a set of scales here at the Motorsport Park, surely. Now this GTI billet block SR, we're up against a pair of turbos and a V10. It's hardly a fair matchup. I reckon the GTIR is going to bring something here.
Sorry about that, Matt. When the CEO of World Time Attack rings you, you've got to answer.
You know, I overheard you there. You rang to say, guys, it's Father's Day tomorrow. If you haven't already got your dad a gift, which you probably have, but if you haven't got your dad a gift, you need to head down to the vendor midway behind the grandstand there.
You got it.
I've got to tell you, there's some of the best merchandise anywhere in Australia down there. I don't think you'll see another motorsport event in this country, or maybe the world, where you can get the quality and just the range of merch. I've been around the world to different motorsport events, drag racing, circuit racing. You know, I've been to SEMA, the Power. I've been to all of them, and I'm here to say that here at World Time Attack, the merch is absolutely on point, best in the world. And what better day before Father's Day, crack down there, get that a t-shirt, get him a hoodie, a hat, a beanie, get him everything. I can guarantee if you buy your dad something from here today, he's going to love you more than he would have yesterday.
What can you get a father that knows, has everything? A piece of merchandise here specifically. You imagine if you could get something that, you know, I'm sure between now and the end of the night, if you hang around, might even get it autographed by a star or two.
Oh, could you imagine?
You know what I mean? Mad Mike or something like that. I mean, there's been plenty of opportunities for that through the VIP experiences. But yeah, that merchandise, as you said, Matt, is on point. I don't know how much we've got of the World Time Attack merchandise left. And I know last night it was particularly cold. It got really cold up, especially on the hill.
That's a fair point. If you're here today watching this Flying 500 and after this I know you're gonna head straight up to the drift hill, or you're gonna watch the shootout, and then they'll be drifting afterwards. Don't go up to that hill until you've got yourself a hoodie and a beanie from one of the vendors here, because you'll freeze.
Yeah, that cold weather certainly drives up the price, drives up the sale value of these beanies and hoodies. The cold weather stuff sells itself. As soon as it gets cold, you get a little breeze through there. Next thing you know, hoodies are out of stock.
That's it. And the last thing you want to do is walk all the way up top of the hill and realise, oh no, I've got my hoodie.
Yeah.
Get it on the way through. I'm telling you now. Public service announcement, I'm telling you now.
I made that mistake last night. I went up there without a jumper, and it was pretty damn cold up there. But I know
if you want to share body heat with the person next to you that you don't quite know, that's on you. I mean, hey.
Well, I mean, it was Matty Cav and J-Mac up there, so it was okay.
You really think we're going to believe you didn't do that on purpose?
The company was pretty warm. It was of course, Christian, Naomi and the Golby's people before that. That was nice and warm as well. We had a nice warm catch-up. We haven't seen each other for about, I don't know, 2 weeks.
A week,
since Jambo.
Yep.
So here we are again in another festival of extreme horsepower and the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. We've just done our rear-wheel drive, guys, and we're doing, well, we had, I think, one pairing of four-wheel drives. We're ready to set cut the next pair loose. And again, it's something they might have picked up, whether it was a little bit of shrapnel or a little bit of leakage out there that we want to sort out. We know a lot of our cars, they're so well prepared, but when you want to wind the horsepower into these things, the most prepared vehicles built for horsepower can still have issues. And we've seen that. Look, if you're new to the whole event in the last couple of days, I think by now you've learned it comes at a cost sometimes, horsepower. It comes at a cost.
It does. It absolutely does. I mean, it's not easy. Especially when you come up, you look next to you here, you look next to you, you're up against 1,800 horsepower worth of some of the finest ponies that Europe can produce. Then it's enhanced by some of the finest turbos, wastegates,
absolutely.
That we put together here in Australia with some of the best workshops in the world. It's no doubt.
The horsepower comes out of the ground here in Australia. It's almost a natural flowing resource, and we're proud of it.
You walk down through some of the manufacturers on display down there, and there's world-class manufacturers that are right here in Western Sydney. You've come up from Melbourne, come down from Brisbane. Some of the best manufacturers in the world are right here in Australia, and it's a testament just to the motorsport community that we have here. How many manufacturers are exporting to the world, propping up the world economy, the Australian economy, sending our goods overseas. It's been a privilege for myself to work for a couple of these manufacturers, but man, we do pretty well on the global scale, and it's all on display here. It's pretty good to see.
And you know what? We've had to kind of do it here in Australia without relying on mainstream promotion of motorsport. It had to be through sort of our counterculture, our tuner culture. And, I'll throw Jamboree in the mix as one of the first sort of real events, especially in drag racing side of things, that the horsepower started to go up. World Time Attack's been around for, nearly 17 odd years and has done exactly the same thing. And in between that, of course, that whole industry has sort of exploded to where it is today. If we sat back and relied on a lot of mainstream motorsport to get us there, we probably wouldn't have been there as established as we have been, thanks to these other promoters like Ian Baker, like the Jamboree, Ray Box initially in the early days, and now, of course, Colin, of course. We are world class. We punch way above our weight for this little nation of ours. I just think it wouldn't be the same without those promoters that have helped build this industry through racing, through a lifestyle, through something that has been a little bit off the side of what we've been fed.
Well, it's a passion. That's the reality. It's come from a passion that we have, a passion for motorsport, passion for going fast. So much of it is driven from turbocharged engines. You look at our motorsport series here, a lot of naturally aspirated is sort of our biggest series in the supercars, but everything you see here pretty much is turbocharged. Everything you're going to see at Jamboree is going to be turbocharged. There's so much of the performance industry has been based around forced induction that we've been able to build on here. And everything in the pit there, you look at the amount of turbocharged cars in that pit for both the Flying 500 here, but also the whole World Time Attack Challenge. It's boosted the industry.
Absolutely, pardon the pun. And looking at our drone shots here, we're pretty well full to the gills in most places. You can see all the parking areas there, the infield, the figure eight where all our staff parkers are in there. A few smattering on the hill, plenty in the grandstands, plenty on top of the pit building. This place is absolutely packed. And yes, the average horsepower, I was trying to work that out over 35 years of Jamboree. What was the average horsepower of each competitor in year one to what it is is now, and so the average horsepower is nearly 1,000 per car. Roll racing now, 1,000 per car. World time attack from the first one at Oran Park when it was a super lap. From what horsepower they had there to what they have now, it's just gone up on this massive, well, I wouldn't say a massive graph, but yeah, definitely it's always been up and up and up.
Ridiculous. It never goes backwards, does it?
No, not a year where we were down on horsepower at all. All right, here we go.
No racing.
Now, I don't mind an underdog winning here tonight. I don't mind the underdog.
Let's see with the GTI gets a good start.
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't a walk away, was it? It wasn't a walk away. The Lambo, as you would expect the hypercar style cars to have plenty, but I still root for the little underdog there. And again, whether he's got to run a H pattern in that GDIR or not, that's another thing I've learned. If you've got H pattern, you're also at a disadvantage.
That's exactly right.
If you're sequential, you've got half a chance. Oh, hang on, where was he going? Practice run. There we go. It's a practice run. Remember, don't be crying to say he jumped. Whoa, 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 whoa! Some noises at the end there. Was it from the Evo or the Lambo? But yeah, look, because it's a practice run, everyone just goes, oh, hang on. This isn't exactly a roll race start where you've just got to be more measured. Just roll that up to 80, wait for the light. This is the practice hit, so it's not going to matter. Not going to matter right now. Practice hit.
There's a big tank slap at mid-track there.
Yeah, there you go. It's all about going straight. Yeah, that was far from straight. That's the GDR walk. I call that the GDR walk.
The crab walk.
That's the GDR walk. All power to all four wheels, and then try and steer that thing. That must feel surreal to be steering that car. So we're still all practice runs. These are the four-wheel drive cars. Turbo Smart Flying 500. Oh, we're into racing. Oh, okay.
We're into racing.
Oh, okay.
Skyline from B2R here, Cowboy Turbo Smart Turbos, they're everywhere.
Oh boy, that was a close one. We almost need the camera right on the finish line, you know. Let's roll tape. Click, click, click. No, it was very, very close indeed. So
photo finish.
Yeah,
let's have a photo finish for this live stream.
Oh, well, I'd say your texting is going to go off the charts here shortly.
But you're on the finish line. You let me know who's winning these things because it's hard to tell from the strong results.
Whoa, hey, a whole lot of horsepower vapor coming out of that car there. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. We might even have a trail coming out of that there, but it's it's dumping some. It might have done the rear end. It might have done the transfer case. It might have done something more than, I don't know. But when it's dumping that much stuff, and nowhere near the front of the car either, there, Matt. Nowhere near the front of the car. That is a lunch and a half. A big lunch. That is the extra large HSP. That one. That is a massive. that is loaded fries plus everything else on top.
Yeah, I think the underneath that car felt every part of that HSP the next morning.
Yeah, all right. So we've got him stranded off to the side, and whether or not we've just got to tend to him or not, but we're ready to get the next line up there.
This is the first of the rear-wheel drive by the looks of things.
Okay, first of the rear-wheel drive. Where's your money at? Where's all the Aussie muscle fans out there? Where's all the V8 fans out there? Who's going for the Tirana, eh? What about that Sylvia? What'd you say? RD block in it?
I believe that one's got the RD block in it. So really a diesel block with a 2.6 That's the one.
Okay, rear-wheel drive, we're off and gone. Tirana out there in front. Here comes the power. V8 versus six-cylinder to the stride.
Oh, it was tight.
I think Tirana. Do you think Tirana?
Yeah, I think Tirana had that one.
You say Tirana, I say Tirana.
Something like that.
Well, we'll both say Tirana. It's in Australia. Well, there we go. There's our little wounded GDR on the side there, by the way, in case anyone wanted to know. There it is.
Just get the flyby.
Yeah,
get to watch everyone go by.
Yeah, so I'd say Tirana by just about a car length.
I'd say car length on that one.
Yep, all right, here we go. All Capri battle here. Do you want to go blower? Do you want to go all engine? I don't know where it's going to be. Some Aussie rear-wheel drive.
I'm going all motor here. I'm going all motor.
All right, okay. Feel the thunder, the Aussie thunder as it goes through the grandstands there. The acoustics just quite amazing when the big Aspo V8s come flying through.
Isn't it? Nothing quite like.
All right, so Johnny Habib against Dom Perry.
They're two of the nicest blokes in racing here.
Yeah, they are. Johnny Habib. Johnny Habib, I'd say by half a car. Half a car from Johnny Habib. A little bit of smoke out of Dom's 20B, but...
Johnny doesn't have the most horsepower, but that car is planted.
Oh, always. Perfect with no prep. Disco Dean gets a run here. Barra-powered Ford. He's, tell you what, he's going to
taking it to the 2J.
Disco Dean, what happened there? King 2J, was it? Was it King 2J he was up against? So
it was.
That's a shock. For all the Barra Power fans out there, we've got one Barra at least in here tonight. And
you might be the only Ford fans.
Might be the only Barra I've actually seen. So a little bit of a carnage corner going on up there.
Yeah.
Bit of a carnage corner. Here we go, Mr. Helly. Yeah, this is a weapon. If you have not seen this car in the flesh, I mean, he's always had nice cars, but mind you, the first Datto 1200 wasn't exactly a show car. It was a go-kart.
No, it was a go-kart. Well, there definitely was a go-car.
He does a pretty mean pizza too, does
Mate,
Frankie.
Frankie bought us pizza for lunch today. What a guy.
Yeah, he's
fantastic.
He's sure good. So here we go. What are we? Oh, this is Edna with the. Is this the 2J in this? I think, isn't it? This is the S13.
S13. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So where are we? Do you want 2J S13 or VR38 Datsun 1200? Right now, I think the word is that we are going to have to do a bit of fetching. The flag isn't up yet. I think we're just walking back to get a bit of intel. We did have a little bit of a tale of carnage up the top corner there, which I think
trying to move something off the top of the track.
Yeah, the R32 and the RX2 both up there. Last time we saw them. And yeah, for Dom, it's interesting that much smoke blowing out of the RX2 there. Normally it's a reliable jigger. I think it's run 8s on 20-inch wheels, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's been a pretty reliable. It's been around for about, again, at least 15 years. That's a solid build.
Yeah, and you know what? A God RX2, I think, is the license plate for it, I think, isn't it? Yeah, so I mean, it's a beautiful car. I think that was one of the claims to fame when he sort of brought it back out. He had the big 20-inch Simmons on it.
Yep, that's right.
And then ran an 8 on the 20-inch Simmons, and that's a fairly decent claim to fame.
No doubt.
Again, one of the many out of the Pack stable, and a big shout out to the Rotary royalty. I know they're probably hanging around here. They love World Time Attack. There's a definite interest here, and I'm just waiting for a few more Pack customers to take up the circuit stuff. I know they had the Ingram brothers, remember the RX-7 from a couple of years ago that they brought out that we didn't know it was turning up, we didn't know it was in the country, and then we found out that it had such a history to the car that Baker goes, well, why don't we get it out on track? Next thing you know, the thing's out on track. And since then, the Ingrams have gone and carved it up in championship circuit racing with those cars, all rotary powered. So it's good to see the finally meet the boys a couple of years ago when they first sort of burst onto the scene. And of course, when you got Rocky, George, and Rodney in your corner, that's if you want to build some good rotary power, they certainly do that. But
no doubt, they know how to tune those Doritos to perfection.
Yeah, what are the odds here that we're going to have, sort of side-by-side breakdowns here? Now, look, honestly, whatever came out of that 32, I mean, that
no,
was
I don't know that.
a
I'm just getting a
shocker.
message here. I'm just getting a message that we're cleaning up some glass. Apparently, the window came out of the Escort Pano.
Oh, really?
Yeah, windows come
Jeez,
out. Doing a bit of a clean-up.
We couldn't do more in a 5-minute period than ever. That's incredible. So what, Disco's lost maybe a panel van glass or something?
Going to need some race tape. I think yesterday we saw that window cocked out the side a little bit there.
Yeah, well, this will explain it.
They only put the 100-mile-an-hour tape on, not the 160-mile-an-hour tape on by the sound of things.
Yeah, you need to ramp that tape up. I mean, I thought by now we'd have billet tape out there, using billet tape.
There's a market there.
Yeah, I think so. Something that sticks better than normal duct tape, but you did see that long shot with the camera. It is a full moon tonight, so you know what's going to happen up in the Drift Cup. It's going to be off its head.
It's going to be off chop tonight.
We'll eventually get to Flying 500 finals. Eventually, the carnage rates off the charts. I'm still curious as to what came out of that R32.
Everything.
It dumped.
I think everything is the answer to that question. Everything has come out the bottom of that.
That's a lunch with the works. That's what that is.
Yes.
And whatever had happened, it's definitely going on the trailer and not coming back. And I can't believe that even Dom had to get the RX2 removed as well via tilt tray. It all happened in a 5-minute period there. R32 drops its guts. Great pairing between Dom and Johnny. And next thing you know, Dom's needing a tilt tray as well. Not good to see. But, you know, these machines, they're designed to thrill, and some of them are on kill.
they're all on kill. They know they are racing. They're racing for the win today, so I think everybody has turned it up to 11.
Yep.
Put on a show for the crowd here.
Well, you talk about no prep surfaces. Well, let's throw some rice hull ash down there and a big brush to pick up that little strip. And I suppose all you can do as a competitor looking down that is try and straddle it or get to one side of it, I think.
I don't know what you do in that.
I kind of wish you could change lanes right now, you know, that's the thing. But yeah, whatever it did it good, and did it. Well, I honestly didn't see too much coming out of the front of the car, but it sort of seemed to be the middle and the rear, and whether that's something like transfer case.
Yes, if I was
whatever.
to guess, I would say it's transfer case. The volume of it as well.
Yeah,
it's probably a little bit.
There's a fair bit there, but yeah, we're on the dust and getting that all cleaned up for now. But RX2 out and extracted, so that's one four-wheel driver and one rear-wheel driver that we won't be seeing again, you would assume, tonight. And it's a shame because the attrition rates normally, well, it can be big on some nights because, again, if we all came out and did 400 horsepower roll racing, you would have not one stoppage.
Oh, that's exactly right. Not very exciting either.
Well, it'd be fast, but now that you're used to this amount of speed, you couldn't go back to 400 horsepower roll racing. Yes, you'd see 3 hours of roll racing, but you'd go home going, yeah, I don't see anything super quick, because all of a sudden 400's not enough for us people, is it?
That's exactly right.
All you horsepower snobs out there watching and listening on the live stream and here live, 400 horsepower roll racing won't appeal to some. You want the 2,000 horsepower roll racing, that's what we're giving you. But you know what 2,000 horsepower roll racing looks like? Sometimes a bit of oil around.
Sometimes a pair of tilt trays.
Yeah, a pair of tilt trays simultaneously, and a lot of that horsepower.
At this rate, we might be racing tilt trays down.
And a lot of horsepower juice spread all over the joint too, which is unfortunate, but it's customary, it does happen when these machines are pushed to the absolute limit. So there'll be some new bits going in these cars, I would imagine, before the next time the owners even look at them.
I think there'll be some billet parts on order.
You reckon? Oh, absolutely. You know, we just go out the back paddock and dig down a little bit. You might pull up a billet block. Just dig in your own backyard. You'll probably find one.
I'm out now. I'll be back.
We're creating these at an alarming rate, and so many great manufacturers out there doing it more and more each week, it seems. The horsepower race, well, the race is over. We're already up there. We've reached the destination. There's the horsepower that you've always wanted. It's right there. The market will let you have it if you want.
I think the marketing people for New South Wales, it was Destination New South Wales. Yep. Well, this weekend it's Destination Horsepower.
Destination Send. You know,
well,
that's pretty much
Sand Dune.
Well, it says Feel New South Wales. You know, it's like Feel Horsepower New South Wales. This is a massive horsepower festival, and sometimes the fluids come out, and that's a goodie. I'd love to know what they are on, whether it is coolant or whether it is transfer case oil or whatever, but we're blowing that dust off. We've got a nice light. It's almost like we've got a new centre line out there. It's a little bit off to the side, but it is a powdery white substance nearly near the middle of the track for a fair distance from there. I knew that GTR was on an absolute tear, and then it just went wrong halfway through the send. Broke something again, banging gears or whatever. But yeah, H pattern. Even with a H pattern, it's hard to win in rolls these days. I mean, you know, guys with manual transmissions, it's that gap between gear changes that sees, I suppose, the automatic equipped cars or the dual clutch cars or the sequential cars just drive away from those H pattern cars.
Well, with H pattern, you got a clutch. There's the loading, the unloading of the suspension as well.
Yep.
So when you come off the clutch, you come back on the power, the suspension unloads and then reloads, and the tyre shakes a little bit, and that just can unsettle the car. So it just adds a level of complexity. It's not the shift time itself that adds to the timing.
It's everything.
It's everything else that comes along with it. It's unloading the suspension, it's the tyre, and you've got to get back on that, bring the power back in. So it's definitely a tricky.
It is crazy. And I know we're only spitballing at the moment because we've seen so much carnage out there on the track already. But yes, so we're breaking up from all-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive.
Yep.
Would you think there ever could be a space just for a H pattern class as well?
I mean, I think if we had the field, a H pattern class would definitely be worth doing. I mean, you definitely drag racing. You have a stick shift class.
Yeah, it's going off the charts all over the world.
Yep, it's all over the place. We have small tyre cars, which is like no prep.
Yep.
So this is effectively like a no prep race,
yep,
drag race with a rolling start. So yeah, I mean, if there was enough cars out there, I think a stick shift or a H pattern class would definitely be interesting, it'd be exciting. It'd bring the crowds in. I think it'd be really relatable because obviously I don't know about you, but I'm not driving anything that doesn't allow me to.
Yeah, no,
thing.
I'm a bit of
no sequentials in my house.
I'm a bit of a stick shift tragic myself too, but also when you look at the realities of things, I don't think I've seen too many H pattern cars win any of these. And the other thing I've noticed about this stuff too, Matty, is that it is a little bit sheep station-ish. You know what I mean? Yes, it's a night where everyone gets to run their cars and they either win a few or they lose a few. But when it comes down to who's actually going to win the night, I mean, it gets serious. I mean, there's calls for reruns, people jumping. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe that for a competition that has very limited rules, we get that many people want to have a whinge about, oh, he got the jump, he got this happened to me, I forgot to turn on the nitrous, whatever. Do you find that, for some reason, even though this is supposed to be, and again, remember, all these people, not pro racers, these are personal transportation or recreational vehicles, they're all in. In other words, they've got something tough. They want to have something they can use in various ways. So it is a recreational toy, but yet it becomes sheep stations.
I mean, these guys are serious. They love what they do.
Yep.
And
they want to win.
Everyone's friendly in the pit, but when you strap that helmet on, when you pull that harness tight, I'm telling you, you want to win. There is no one's going easy out there. They are in this to win this. And here's the guy that won last year, rear-wheel drive class. It's the Heli.
Yeah, I love the acoustics of the VR38 just bellowing here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But for some reason, we just sent Heli on a solo. For some reason, whether or not we're just still tending to that stripe in the other lane, whether or not we're going to give Edna, I think his name's Edna, ran at Jambo a couple of weeks ago with this car. Going to send him in this lane for now. Yeah, 2JZ in an S13. I mean, it's wild. Rear-wheel drive car, as you can see. Plenty of fat on the back. 2JZs. I mean, they look, even when you put an RB in these things, they kind of look factory. That's
they
what
do.
I love
I mean,
about
the engine
them.
bay was really designed to take a six-cylinder.
I'm amazed Nissan never did one.
But the four-cylinder looked too small in there.
Yeah, I'm amazed that a little RB20 or something didn't go in
That's
these
exactly
things.
right.
Missed opportunity, Nissan, just saying, but that
We
was
could
all the
wind
way
back
back
the
in the
clock a
late
couple of
80s,
years.
or the late 80s, early 90s.
Where were we back then?
But guess what? The automotive aftermarket and the average petrol head decides what they want to put in the cars, and if anything, they out-manufacture the manufacturer.
Absolutely. Well, as you can see here, no one's going backwards when they do these mods, are they?
I'd love to get some Nissan engineers from the early days to come and look at what the products they designed in their career.
This is what grew out of your creation.
Grew out of your creations. All right, so Edna's going to get a go here. No, just deciding, you know what, let's just have a nice little run through there and we'll work out the details later. So that pairing, for whatever reason, we're just going to keep in that lane. Of course,
not sure anyone's super keen to go in that, go down the white stripe.
You're not going to send anyone down that lane. No one's going to want to go down that lane, pure and simple. And I don't know how you solve a problem like that. Hey, you know what? Send a couple of these guys down in that lane. That'll be the way to sort it. Send the blowing Datsun 1200 down that lane. That'll sort things out.
This guy's likely to just loop-de-loop the whole way down the thing. That last burnout, you could burn out. Look at that, whole track burnout. You could have burned all that.
Yeah, on that side.
You could have burned the oil clean off.
Yeah, get that into you, Sydney. Get that into you.
You want burnouts? I'll show you burnouts.
Yeah, that should have been the other lane. That would have really helped us with that stripe there, I'd say. You know how you get rid of one single white stripe? Put two black ones.
Two big black ones in.
Put two black ones each side of it. All right, here we go. We're back with the RX-7. Another hit here. Go the rotors. 13B. And I do notice that one packing an auto transmission. Look, I know that up to a certain amount of horsepower, you can use your factory Jatco gearboxes. That could be a Turbo 400 or a C4. Seems very popular in the rotaries, especially if you want to roll race with with a rotary, or even GTRs now. Like autos just seem to work so well when you've got big horsepower.
Yeah, they do. I think again it comes down to that, especially if you're running an independent rear suspension still, which a lot of these cars are, to get off and on, to shift the gears. just upsets the car so much. It's so consistent with the auto. You can feed the power in with your boost and with your tune-up, but if you don't have to unsettle the chassis with a shift, you can really dial your power in pretty progressively and linear with an automatic transmission. And you might lose a couple of percent to a torque converter, but that's just about pound of boost, or shot of nitrous, so you can get around that.
And I've noticed a lot of sort of small tyre, no prep cars that do very well. There's a little Gemini in Queensland called Nana, which is 800 horsepower. Gemini won a lot of stuff, won some rolls even with the car. That was a 3-speed auto, so like he'd come up to speed, you know, from the 80k an hour. When the light went green, he'd nail it, hit second straight away. The thing would spin, but it's spinning all the way out through second. He's still got the momentum up to then hit third, and the thing's quite a weapon that way. So, but then when you've got, you know, things like DCTs and sequential boxes, they work even better. So here we go, the Audi. Look, what are we doing? Rolling the whole field?
Yeah, I think we're going to roll through. I think we're going to give the track time to repair here. I think unfortunately, I think we're looking at the clock.
Yeah, well, we're going to, they're either all towing out for now, or whether or not, as I said, I reckon a burnout in the other lane would have solved all of that. So that's not on the right place there. When you have a look at that white stripe, if we're going to do things like super lap shootouts in the future, that's something that I suppose we've got to look at, especially this end. But I don't think it dumped it all up on the, like if we're talking about super lap shootout in the future shortly, is that, you know, that's lucky enough that oil's not on the hot side of turn one, you know what I mean?
No, that's right. You're coming down the left-hand side of the track to get into turn one there. And it's definitely top of the track. I don't think turn one's going to be your issue.
I just wish you all you guys gave it a nice stab up there. That'd be good for the fans if we could do all that. So I don't know where this whole horsepower corrals off to. Rolling themselves around the place. Disco Dean, is he missing the glass? Trying to see which part of the glass. Is it a quarter glass? No, he doesn't have quarter glasses in it. Was it a back door glass from the panel van? I do not know. But we're taking him on the short route there anyway. And let's just see where we line him up from there. I can see he's still. Yeah, all right. So we're just rolling them around there. A good taste of horsepower for now. But super lap shootout time coming up very, very shortly. You're breaking back for more Sydney Motorsport Park. Can that?
Yokohama.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Everything looks better, Slams, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. Anything but ordinary.
Biggest obstacle is obviously 70s vehicles, so, you know, trying to find cars that can do modern day stunts cool enough to compete with the ads that we've done in the past. We had to get really creative, and, you know, we've built that MX 911 Porsche drift car. We've used the hot rod because of its era specificness. We've prung the Penrite buggy back to the 70s. Then we've got the XY wagon that was already a 70s car and had been in a BPO, that was a no-brainer. And then we've introduced the Tirana.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. It's time for the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout per category. It must be a full moon, Matty Cav, to explain all the mechanical lunacy that we've been seeing here for the last couple of days, and I think that's where the term lunacy came from the lunar happenings. That, you know, people relate a lot of happenings around the moon and its movements, and that's all I can explain for what we've seen today. It's been unearthly. I can't believe that we got to this point of it. We were just about to crown all of our regular, all of our categories and all of our champions. Now, of course, there will not be a Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout for our hypercars, but I do think that we want to hear those things one more time. There's going to be a session somewhere where the hypercars have a run. I think it's straight after the Super Lap Shootout, Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout, or we might send them out first. We do not know, but whoever we've got rolled up in the marshalling area will start to kick out here shortly. And you've got your pad there ready with all of our various categories. Of course, the name of the game, Matty Cav, isn't it? As we say, we take the top 5. We let the 5th guy go first. He'll roll out from pit lane, do a warm-up lap. You cannot go past the start-finish line on this one. Not under full power unless you have a problem and then you're pulling over. But the whole idea of the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout, it's very much back to the first time I ever saw it in 2008 when we did it at Oran Park. You put the 5 in the lane, you'll send the 5th fastest out. He'll do a warm-up lap. He'll get up to speed, scrub the tyres, come down, and when he comes down the main straight to start the flyer, that car is on 110% send. Guess what you do when you see that guy come past pit lane? You send the 4th quickest guy out straight after him. Now, you'll watch him disappear into the distance on his flyer. You've got to warm your tyres up, and then, of course, they'll finish and cool down. You're on your flyer. So in about a 10-minute package, if everything works well, you'll see all 5 do that one last shot. So that's what's going to happen. Let's just see how it works in practice. It worked so well 8 years ago when we first did it there. It was just amazing. Yeah, g'day to all you people too. Great to have you in the grandstands. We know you need a bit more of your horsepower fix, but that horsepower equals carnage sometimes, and we've had enough carnage this weekend to have our fill, have we not, Matty Cav?
Oh, it's time to end the carnage and get on with this super cheap auto, super lap shootout, and I do believe our hypercars are going to be the ones that come out first. Now, they're not going to get the traditional super lap shootout.
Nope.
They're going to get a 10-minute session, is what I understand.
Yep.
So they take a little bit more time to warm the tyres up in those cars, but you're right. And now, Diggles, we need to clarify this. If we have a car who's, let's say, second fastest in the session, they don't make it out to the super lap shootout, but that time remains as the second fastest time of the weekend.
Yeah, we never
end up in second.
That's right. We never get rid of those times. Those times, whatever you did, it could have been the first session yesterday. If that time's still the quickest time of the weekend for that class, yes, you're going to be at the top end of the podium. However, it's just what normally has happened in the past. When you've got a few nipping at each other's heels, you might find that, fifth and fourth are only 2 tenths away from each other. So, yes, on occasion, we've seen fifth put in a lap quicker than fourth and fourth not be able to defend it. I think the biggest jump we've seen has been a first to third. I think we've seen. And then sometimes we've had, dramas last year. We're watching Tim Slade on a flyer, and then the damn tyre, I think 4 or 5 corners in, let go, and that was the end of the lap. He was up everywhere, and sometimes you just don't get what you want. That's the thing about automobiles. You think you can get everything that you want, and then something will let you down, and if it's a tyre or mechanical breakage, very rarely driver error, because these guys are so dialed in by this time of the weekend. Plenty of laps, plenty of practice for most of them, that, what you see out there is going to be in the hands of the gods, the moon and the stars.
Well, the difference being is the sun is well and truly setting in the background. So we're getting shadow over the entire track at the moment. Now, talking to some of the drifters out there while I was out of the commentary box, was that they noticed that between demos during the day and when they went out last night, how much the track actually grips up. And it's going to do the same for the circuit races. So they're going to have to take a bit of a guess based on the data they accumulated yesterday and today, and some of these drivers' data that's been accumulated over a number of years, that how much the track will change between what they did this afternoon and when they go out for this one-lap, super lap shootout, all thanks to super cheap auto. So that's going to be the difference there. Potentially we'll see some times drop. It is cool, and there's a strong breeze going across the track at the moment. So it means the track temperature will actually drop. Whether those winds will affect any aero in some of our pro classes as well. So there's all those tiny little things to really take into account here. The lights are going to come on, and of course, they got this a few years ago here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I mean, it's almost like daylight, isn't it? It's like a neon. If you put it up on your wall, one of those neon signs of this track, that's basically what you see from an aerial shot.
What I love about this venue is that you can turn up here. Just say you've flown here from interstate. You're on your way out to the circuit, and you get here after dark, and you see all the lights on, and of course all the amazing video screens we've got everywhere as well. That just adds to the magic of the place. And when you can see guys out there running around here until sometimes 10 o'clock at night, that's crazy to see. And it's so good that just because of this multi-million-dollar lighting system that we've got here at Sydney Motorsport Park, it's enabled racing to go into the evening. Just when you think, you used to have to stop when you couldn't see, well, now that the lighting system's here, it is so good. We want to see, the glowing brake discs and the hot exhaust. We're going to see all of that once the sun goes down. We're very close to that. I can see 3 of the most amazing hypercars out of the Van Diemen family's collection ready to go. A Zonda, a Huara, and the BT62 Brabham at the back. They have one more 10-minute session. So this ain't a hypercar super cheap auto super lap shootout. This is 10 more minutes of hypercars for you, the fans here at Sydney Motorsport Park. All of our great fans of Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. These are for you. We don't have to talk too much again here, Matty Cap. We do get a lot of people on the stream wish that we'd shut up. Well, I'm sure we've got a lot of people here live that wish the same thing. So we'll just have to let it go for now. We get a couple of minutes. And you know what? It's not like we sit here and twiddle our thumbs. We sit here with our eyes closed and listen to them tear down behind us here. We're only a couple of metres away from the main straight when they come past. So, folks, enjoy it. If you don't think you got your money's worth, I'm sure hopefully in the next 10 minutes, your ears will certainly convince you, the rest of you, that you have. So, listen to some of the most exotic hypercar machinery we've got anywhere, and unbelievable, for the first time ever, it's believed, to have pro drivers in hypercars in a time attack format. We've seen the numbers out there with these cars. Crazy to see that it is actually the Brabham that's the quickest out of the four that we've got here this weekend. And hats off to James Golding for peeling off amazing times in that Brabham with very highly rated Paganis from Italy. The Aussie Brabham doesn't do too bad with this little 5.4 litre Coyote base V8. So let's just let him go here, Matty Cav. Let him sing.
See Tim Slade and Happy Golding as they go past Fraser Ross. We know they've been the quicker of the three hypercars out on track, and wait to stretch the legs. It's time now.
You know what? I didn't think we'd ever have to use multi-million-dollar hypercars to blow the dust off, but I'm loving what they're able to do. Check the aero. It's like a bit of free wind tunnel simulation right here as they come through this dust. I think Slade just said, get out of my way. Is that Slade that's heading off, or Stevenson there?
It looked like Slade, yeah. Golding, can he fire up a record run for the hypercar class? First year out here. Cool air now, the sun's gone down, the track will start to get a little bit of bite to it. The Brabham BT62 underway.
Yeah, 24.321 he got out of this car. And you know what? It's not like we don't have pro drivers in every other hypercar. So, you know, this is a pretty fairly decent comparison. Have a listen to the Brabham, 5.4 litres, V8. Yeah, the boys want to stay off that line, don't they? I kind of wish they just need to go over there and do us a little favour there, I reckon. But it's good to see it punt on through. He's back. Our favourite Pagani is back. We've got to let him eat.
Golding goes a little bit faster in that first sector. It's not his personal best. Slade, though, up on your screen, and he did go in for a slight change in the car. I don't know what they made a slight adjustment, but he's back out. He's in fresh air as well. Let him get another lap in to try and get this thing wound up.
So yeah, Slade, I don't know whether he went in for a tyre pressure check or whatever, but he went through pit lane and came back out. So we're just going to let this thing eat for the rest of the session.
Starts to wind that up. Tim Slade, this won't be the lap for him. It's going to be the next lap, I think. Golding now in the 24.79 in the first set, so that's what we want to see him in the 24s.
Yeah, good number there from Golding. Still proving the Brabham just as quick as it is on its last laps than it was on its first laps. So they've all shown such great consistent pedigree. I mean, if that's not a tribute to a hypercar, I don't know what is. All right, Golding up on a second sector there, so he's got a fly coming together.
Wow, that insane 6-litre V12 goes past the start lap. Tim Slade, will this be the one?
I just want to know how this is practice for Extreme GTR and maybe the Skura Lotus. Yeah, tell ya.
15 hundredths of a second off his personal best time out there for Golding. In the Brabham. Can Slade respond? Remembering he did go into the pit, so he's a couple of laps behind in terms of just the tyre warm-up and how the cars get settled out there. And Golding's rolled off of it.
All right, the Zonda goes through with Fraser Ross there. Minute 38.212, back to Timmy Slade, turn 8. What a beautiful sight. Here we go. Let it eat down the straight here for all you fans of mechanical wizardry. There we go. Running through for another lap now. Quickly, J-Mac's got some info about Tim Slade.
So I had a quick chat with the team why Tim Slade actually pulled in. It was just for a check over, of course, the lead car going over all the concrete dust that we've used from the oil down in the Flying 500 head-to-head. Perfectly fine. No need to check tyre pressures. But I tell you what, it is kind of tough to see a multi-million-dollar hypercar covered in concrete dust. Everything A-OK at this point in time, though.
Yes. Well, I mean, if it was, you know, if it was Gucci concrete dust, maybe, but when it's just good old Cement Australia, well, I don't know. I think it's rice hull ash, so it's not quite concrete dust, but you know what I mean. It's the stuff that we have to pick the oil up with. And yes, when they went through there the first time, maybe Slater didn't see it or whatever, drew a fair amount of it up. So, yeah, we just don't want to use multi-million-dollar cars to be our dust extractor, but it certainly turned out that way by accident. But it's been an absolute pleasure to have these cars here. Brainchild, of course, of Ian Baker to say, well, why not we race hypercars against each other in a super lap style or time attack style, and it's been an absolute pleasure. And they've been banging on these things since Thursday, Matty Cav.
Yeah, it's not like they've done 1 or 2 laps. We haven't just brought them out of the showroom to putt them around at 80% or you know, or they've just done one precious lap. They've done a number of laps out there throughout the sessions, and it takes a number of laps to warm up as Slade goes in, and that might be our session run and done. James Golding still leading after that session earlier today, a 1:24.321.
Put your hands together, clap, cheer and whistle for our hypercars. They've been fantastic over the last 2 days. As Timmy Slade brings that one in, make sure that you show your appreciation. I know it's had a lot of people around the cars all weekend. They pulled them up there just in, outside race control, but that's been some amazing performances from those cars. We didn't. I know if there was speculation as to what they might run, you just don't know until you put them out there. There's always, you know, claimed performances from these vehicles, but until you give them a common measuring stick, and this has been Sydney Motorsport Park, the Mount Everest of time attack. Well, once you measure yourself there, well, you've got a fairly decent comparison. So that means for Golding, minute 24.321. That's pretty impressive. 26.578 there, I think, for Tim Slade. And Fraser Ross, minute 31.963. Great to see those cars. And, of course, Scott Stevenson made an appearance on occasion with those cars. So, you know what? That's the hypercar. Last time we'll see them. It's now time to go Super Cheap Auto Super Lab Shootout. But we need a break before that. We'll see you soon.
Super Cheap Auto has been making its super since the 70s. Whether it's a quick trip to the shops, driving to work, driving home from work, circling for a car park, or you're just out chasing bad guys. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
That's right. Everything auto, much, much more. Make it super. Super Cheap Auto, Super Lap Shootout. So good that we've got one of our largest retailers for automotive parts on board here. Feel New South Wales, feel new Sydney. It is the best place to be right now, and the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout about to kick off. Which category will it be? Normally, we would normally start with the first one we saw out yesterday, and that would probably be the tuners. But let's just have a look. That's our. We've just seen the 10 minutes of hypercar. It's now time to bring here our first competitor. Normally we say we bring out 5. We bring the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd and the 1st out in that particular order. That one flying lap. It's Lococo. He got the call up, hey? Here we go. He did get the call up. Damien Lococo. I think he was just outside that window, but then because... Yeah, he did that on the 6th lap, minute 41.015. Lococo, one final crack at it. And let's just see how he goes. Again, one lap to do it in. Now, has he done the flyer yet? I don't think we've seen him on the flyer.
No,
so
this is the warm-up.
This is the warm-up.
How good is it, though, when the lights have to come on, the sun goes down, we start to see those flames coming out the exhaust, the brake rotors are going to light up. It's a spectacle under lights.
Of course, Mozza used to call them the smashed carrots, the old flames out the back, and I love this. We still call them the smashed carrots today. So Big Moz riding with us here, all the atmosphere of World Time Attack. Always remember the big guy this time of the event. All right, license plate tax break. Yeah, well, he's Lockman's advisor. Advisors, EEP and TurboSmart, his sponsors. Damien Lococo getting himself ready here. As you can see, the top 5 on screen: Kazmiri, Cox, Lamb, Atherton and Burton. But that means Lococo's come from outside the 5. Obviously, we call him the substitute. Oh, 2 looks at it. Lococo getting back to his old tricks. All right, now that doesn't affect him because here comes the lap time now. So that talk about getting all the entry you can onto the main straight. He's staying out of the white stripe, and look, he's going through turn 1. The action replay coming onto the straight. How many times have we seen guys have 2 looks at that exit there? 2 looks at the as the wash-off coming onto the main straight. 2 looks. We're back to the lap. And Lococo, well, he looks like he must have finished his lap there. Minute 42.424. Now it's time for entrant 81 to come up, which was, of course, Dan Burton. It's Dan Burton. All right.
Yeah, it was Muggleton that ran the time actually yesterday. That managed to squeeze him in there in 4th position.
Yeah.
4th fastest. Was it 4th fastest out there? I do believe it was, yeah. Oh, no, sorry, 5th fastest.
I'm starting to speculate now, right? So Lococo was 6th, Burton's 5th. or was Lococo even one back from that? So Burton being...
Lococo was sixth.
Okay.
Fifth.
That means we can expect Atherton, Lamb, Cox and Kazmiri, because even if one of those other guys was going to say that they're out, well, we would have maybe our 7th guy in there. So this is looking like this is now one of the scratchings. Let's see which scratching it was if we got Lococo in there. It might be Kazmiri. We do not know. But at the moment, Burton, he's our next guy out. He was 5th coming into this, minute 49.24. He's coming in as our 4th competitor out of the 5. And again, these numbers all weekend, they stick. We don't lose them. You just get that one opportunity to reset a faster time. Let's just see how they go here. So Burton, the GR, you know what? It's got enough potential as the same as Kazmiri. Look what he was able to do with the Yaris. So let's just see what this Yaris can do. It's on kill. Burton out there pushing hard, pushing these Advan Neovas into new territory here under full competition. And Daniel Burton, first sector, lighting up red, so nothing to write home about just yet. He's early at minute 47.29, safe for now. Minute 49.24. But if he was to come out here right now and go minute 40, say 7.28, yeah, Atherton will end up provisionally 5th. It actually does affect you, whether you're on the podium or not, or in your final standings. This Super Lap shootout time is important. It can upset on occasion. Will this model work this time? We'll have to wait, I think, until a couple more classes up to see whether or not we can juggle a couple of these numbers.
Well, you can tell how hard he's breaking in the late model cars. Obviously, you see the hazard lights come on when the ABS engages in the car, and we've seen that so many times here in the Yaris. The final few corners to get through, though, in the 81. Can he do it, Burton? Can he jump up the ladder? He's throwing absolutely everything out of the final corner. He's already been sliding the car around, and he goes out wide, but he just grabs a little bit of dirt on the outside of the final corner, and he's down the main straight, waiting for the time to come up on our screen as he goes across the finish line. Wow.
Oh, 41.531.
41.5, yeah. Doesn't go any faster.
Well,
he's already running that car.
Yeah, he holds on to that minute 49.24, and right now is provisionally 5th in the standings, as he has been all weekend. Obviously, Muggleton first had the car earlier on in the weekend, but then when Burton was out of a drive, handed one of his, I think Muggleton had 3 drives there, handed one over to him, and a nice run there from Burton. And of course, one of the things about Super Lap shootouts, you can't just slow down. So Burton's got to be at about 3/4 pace now, because he's got someone else on a flyer. Which one is it? Let's see. We do not know. Is it Atherton that's next? Is it Lamb that's next? Is it Cox? Who is the next one? Somewhere, okay, the action replay, a little bit of action near turn 2, where he really did push out the Yaris, a little short wheelbase car. And just look for a front-wheel drive car. Good push through turn 2. That looked so smooth it wasn't funny. All right, here he is. Entrant number 90, that is Sean Atherton. So, okay, so far, it's not Atherton that's the scratching. It's not Lamb that's the scratching. It's not Cox, or is it Kazmiri? We do not know. We certainly know that it's the BRZ. And he's just getting his brakes all warmed up here. And getting himself ready for his Super Lap shootout final lap. Bit of front end temperature getting in. And let's just see whether or not he can do a little shuffle. Now, look, this is quite possible. Minute 47.29 is what he finished up with so far. However, Lamb at minute 45.10, just ahead of him, Terence Lamb in the Civic Type R. He's got the potential now to put Lamb from 3rd to 4th. The potential, again, if he can pick up a couple of tenths from where he was already over the weekend, Lamb could end up off the podium right now. If he gets this and makes this stick, he has, Lamb's got to defend. If Lamb's still a goer, Lamb can defend, and he's going to have to defend. You've got to rest on the laurels right now, and he's going to have to give it a real crack here, Atherton, and there he is, just working up brakes, working up tyres, getting himself ready. And that's the one thing that we've got to look at is normally we would shoot the Atherton should have been straight out after Burton was on the flyer, but it looks like Atherton's taken a bit of time. Was that Falcon cam then, was it?
No,
we strapped a camera onto that bird, have we?
That's what I thought.
Now, that's a great one. All right. So it's got to count right now. Here he comes. He's going to try and send this BRZ into next week. Sean Atherton's flying lap, one final lap, the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout.
We've seen a 30 seconds to the first sector, a 30.6 around there, and they've all been in those 141. So he's going to have to try and go a sub 32nd to the first sector if we want to try and see a big improvement there. So can Atherton hold on to it here? Has he got enough temperature in those tyres that one lap? And he took his time out there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
They're very aggressive to scrub those tyres in as well. Waiting for that first sector time as they head up towards the timing markers. 30.01, so he's very close to that 29, so he is going a little bit faster than what we see Burton do as well, who was just outside the 140s. But he's got to go 0.2 of a second, or just a little over 0.2 of a second faster than he has done all weekend to go past Lamb. It's going to be a big ask to catch up to Cox and Kazmiri.
You've got to be absolutely reckless right now. You've got to take maybe a little risk that you may not have taken up till now. Now, that's only if you want to try and stay on the, try and get on the podium right now. So Atherton is fighting for that podium spot. He just got to find 2/10 on what he's already run. So far, no sectors are lighting up green as yet. So it's going to be another consolidated run for him. Talk about giving it one last red hot crack. You would put a few more pounds of boost into it, you would think. Run the thing on as minimum fuel as you can. But this is his last shot, his last lap of the weekend. He's got a sector there lighting up that we can see, 43.363. So Atherton's got to make it all stick right now. Got to be perfect on the exit. Perfect on the exit. He's taking a little bit there. Now it's all power down. Let's have a look and see whether or not Atherton can move from 4th to 3rd. He only needed 2/10. He only needed 2/10. 41.274. He can't do it. He stays in 4th. Stays in 4th. That was a fairly decent crack there from Atherton, but could not make it pay off. This is the thing about Super Lap shootouts. We can really get it cranking if everyone's on. We start seeing sectors light up, well, we're going to turn the intensity up as well, because that's the sort of intention of this. It's to give you that last maximum intensity at the end of the weekend. All right, the action replay here on Peregrine Falcon cam or drone cam. Beautiful shot. Of course, getting ready for the drifting tonight. How good is the drone action for the drifting tonight? It's a pearler. All right, here he comes. Who's this one? It's the Honda. All right, it's the Honda.
Terence Lamb, that'll be coming out in the Truster line entry, the Honda Civic Type R.
All right, so Lamb on the podium already. And look, there's not much. When you get to this stage, you just have to make sure number 5 and number 4 didn't topple you. And now as number 3, look, you can put a good lap in here, but it's not for sheep stations now. He's on the podium. The first ever Advan Neova tuner class, the class of 2025, will feature the likes of, what a diverse 3. The Yaris, the BMW M2, and a Civic Type R. So that's going to be our top 3, but he's still got the lap to do here. So this, I think, will be our second last guy if that's the case. If we've seen Lakoko, Burton, Atherton, and now Lamb, it's bets on. It's going to probably be the Yaris or Kazmiri that might be missing, because that was a hell of an incident for that big flame on there earlier on today, when you wouldn't the least expected it, but it certainly did it. But he's still going to get the marbles here this weekend.
The Lamb on 29.3 to the first sector, so fastest we've seen so far in this category for the Yokohama Advan Neova tuner class. Might be in the 140s once again. It was a 145, fastest lap of the weekend, just outside personal best for sector number 2.
Yeah, good lap here for Lamb. Nice way to finish off. It would be nice to finish off with a PB for the weekend, wouldn't it, on this last lap? No pressure. And I'm pretty sure his crew probably would have radioed to say, listen, no pressure, mate. You're still on the podium. It's hard to find 4 seconds in this class. Hard to find 4 seconds anywhere. Look, 39 though, hey? 39.865, got it into the 39s, and that's a great way to finish off a stellar weekend for Terence Lamb, the Truster Line Civic Type R. So nice to see, and you know what, I reckon in the future we're going to see a few more of these crop up in time attack circles, I'm sure. They're a great weapon. There's Mr. Lakoko down there. Thanks for all the highlights this weekend. Damien, thanks for all the highlights, mate. That's been fantastic. He's been the human highlight reel this weekend. So here we go, the BMW. This will be the last guy, because I think, Kazmiri will be the no-show because of that big flame on in the Yaris earlier on today. So Cox, can he do it though? He's going to have to pull out an amazing lap here to unseat Kazmiri, but that's all his to do. The BMW M2 competition. I mean, how much can you unbottle out of one of these cars in a absolute final lap? Super cheap auto, super lap shootout. Can you pull out enough? Let's just see.
Have you met Jordan Cox? Have you watched him drive a car of any way, shape or form? If anybody can do it, it's going to be Jordan Cox in this little category. And there's the team watching on as well. Well, they've got the aero down low, don't they?
Yeah, so you don't see this during the day. Oh, here we go. Plenty of effort there. Plenty of effort there for Jordan. So he was got that BMW on a string. He's not lighting up the world sector-wise, but we're enjoying him throwing this BMW around one more time. And yeah, he definitely did bottom out that front splitter. And yeah, we've seen the brakes. We've seen the brakes light up. We're seeing the splitter sparking. We're seeing a little bit of flame out the exhaust on some of them. Comes down into turn 8. He's still going to try and put a good one in here. The second sector will show whether or not he's been a very fast boy over the back. No shortage of power coming down there. So again, a red sector, nothing to write home about, nothing to shatter the world with, but it's still going to be another banker. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another minute 36, maybe perhaps a low minute 37 here. It was going to be hard to do that minute 35 at Kazmiri, but if anyone could do it, Jordan Cox and a whole ton of boost and more horsepower could have done it. But here we go. Finishes off our first Super Lap Shootout category, the tuner class, thanks to Advan Neova. He goes through for a minute 37.472, and that is done. He has finished second on the podium, of course. Kazmiri, minute 35.485 will be on the top step of the podium. Cox second, and a fantastic third there as well. So good to see in that final lap. A great 3, a great 5. Congratulations to all of our Advan Neova class of 2025. No matter where you came in the group, whether you're in the top 5 or in the bottom half, it doesn't matter. You're part of something special. The first ever Advan Neova tuner class, and I'm sure we're going to see, as you said, Matty Cab, a lot more diversity in this class moving forward. This will pretty much rebirth the factory muscle car feeling, the tuner cars of the future. I think this is where they're going to be coming through, and that was great to see so much diversity throughout the group.
Yeah, you spoke about like when we get to the Volkswagens and things like that, the Golfs. I think this is where they're going to start to show up a little bit more. But let's head down though, because it looks like we've got some happy people in pit lane with Emily.
This is so exciting, Adam. Congratulations. Now, unfortunately, not so great for your car, but you've won.
Yeah, it's unbelievable feeling, to be honest. I thought, yeah, Jordan was going to get us, so he's got an amazing team and he's a great driver, but lucky was enough. I did one lap, so with our dramas, but thanks to everyone in the team. We worked hard to try and get the car going, but unfortunately we couldn't be here to do the shootout. So.
Well, one lap is all that's needed.
Yep, that's right. It was enough for once.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see him on the top step of the podium for the Advan Neova tuner class. And yeah, look, Adam's been in this situation before. He's one of our guns. He's been with us a while in a few categories. We'll take a quick breath. We're going to get the next class up very, very shortly. A break and back with more soon.
We know it's more than just a project car. It's a passion. Some may say an obsession. Every detail, every part, hours spent on late nights that turn into early mornings. We're here for the online shopping sprees and the last-minute parts runs. Every problem and every solution comes one step closer to the big event. Or just the next drive. Super projects start here. Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
All right, let's get ready to rumble. Haltech Club Sprint class time, and it's the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. Who be the first one? Who be the fifth one, Matty Cav? We'll have to just see who pops up here right now. Car 75, yes indeed, that is Josh Muggleton, the Zestec Australia Ebb Grit Motorsport. And where Muggleton finished up, I think he was just outside the 6th. Does that mean we might have another scratching in there? We'll have to wait till we get our charts up.
Yeah, we just got him up on our timing screen. I'll actually confirm that because, yeah, I think he was outside the 5 as well in the Howtech Club Sprint class.
Yeah, we'll just see.
Once he comes around and we get a sector time, we'll actually see him come up on our screen and confirm that.
And then we'll play the who's missing, where's Wally scenario, where it's who's missing. Is it Mikowski missing, Garland missing? Well, we know it's Grubel missing, so that means that's it. And again, this is what happens, short-term memory problem. We knew about Trent, but here we are. We needed that little reminder. It's been a couple of hours, but here we go. Muggleton, the wild card, if you may. What was his time earlier on today? Muggleton will have to find it.
That was 1:32.722. So only just outside by a 10th was 6th.
All right, so yeah, when you have a look at that, 37. Trying to read that number again there for Muggleton because timing's all over. We've got timing all over the place here right now. But anyway, here we go. He's on the flyer. If he goes quicker than 32.628, well, next thing you know, he's going to end up 5th instead of 6th. But here we go. He's absolutely going to be legging this Rex out here this time. Let's have a listen to him on point here, Muggleton. Is he another one of our hot shoes here?
Out there, maybe, you know, they're going to take a risk. It's a green sector, 27.44, sector number 1. Pushing hard up on 3 wheels for a second there, and a big wiggle is a moment.
Oh, he's got this thing on the edge, Josh Muggleton. He's doing exactly what we want you to do in a Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout. Drive 11 tenths, 110% for one last lap, one perfect lap, one quick lap, and he needs quicker than a 32.628 to finish 5th. Can he go quicker than 32.047 to finish 4th? We've still got to let the other guys defend themselves yet, but Muggleton...
Grubel better watch out. Yeah, he's up quite a bit on his personal best. Another personal best, 39.72 in the second sector. 107.17 overall. And we are green up on our timing boards.
All right, here we go.
Is it going to be enough, though?
Strap yourself in here for Muggleton. It could be something in the vicinity of a low 32. Somewhere there. I'll tell you what. It's a flyer here for Muggleton's got all the boost in it, all the horsepower, comes to the final stripe, and it goes a minute 32.512. 32.512, finishes 5th for now. So that's the whole concept, isn't it? Turn up, try and get a number in, and you know what? It'll feature in the end results if you can pip someone. So from 6th to 5th, and again the wild card because Grubel's a no-show. It's the only chance he had to get in there. There was a lot to talk about in that lap, Matty Cab. Rear wheels in the air, double shots at the corner. I mean, with a 4-wheel drive car with all that horsepower, if you're on the throttle too early, it can talk steer you out. A little bit of understeer before you need to point at the right spot, whether that's a lift or you just trust it. But that's what happens in Super Lap shootouts when we've got what we call the wild card situation. When someone in that top 5 cannot turn up, we've just got to bring this one up one level there.
Oh, now for 48, Stuart Walker. He has just gone out of the top 5.
All right,
but he's got a redemption round 2 because he can make things super because he's in the Super Cheap Autos Super Lap shootout. Now, can he try and pip him here? Can he get back on that top 5? Totem that we've got up on our screens. Here the Rex wind up and the boost as he goes down the main straight. Sorry, there's Subaru Impreza on this one, the Overtime Motorsports entry.
Extra late on the brakes, lighting those brakes up. 2 shots at the apex here, all nice and clean for Walker. Doesn't this get your attention, doesn't it? Just when you think, oh, you know, it's hard to get into the zone, and then all of a sudden you're forced to get into the zone. All of a sudden, Walker's got to do an 11 out of 10 lap. He's got to give 110% now. He's just fighting for 5th place.
Slower to the first sector at 27.6, so he's 2 tenths down already.
He's definitely got all the turbo on that. You can just hear that thing nearly in surge mode there. And he's absolutely breathing as hard as he can. Those big brakes pulling it up, but yeah, that 11 tenths lap. The times are showing us that it may not be enough, and he might end up just in 6th. And Muggleton ends up in 5th. Of course, Podium is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but it's nice to be in that top 5. One last shot there for Walker, using plenty of room.
It's a personal best, but he's 4 tenths down overall so far as we're 2/3 of the way through the lap.
All right, one more corner, and Walker's weekend is over. Puts the power down, Stuart Walker. Oh, Stuart Walker does the best Colin McRae impression I've seen for a while, and he's going to finish the lap off with a whole lot of excitement. Give him a clap, cheer and a whistle as he comes past you for 110% effort and goes minute 33, 9.93. Did he try hard enough, folks? Did he try hard enough for you? He tried hard enough for me, Matty.
That was a 12 out of 10
Yeah,
for
that's
me.
a 12. That's the biggest send we've seen off that side. Here's the action replay. Here's your send for the last corner. That's a big send. Oh, bang, bang, get out my way. And that is a massive moment there for Stuart Walker. I don't think they're deliberately trying to make the highlights real. They just are the highlights real. So that's some big effort there. And I hope, all their heart rates are up, because it got my heart rate up watching that effort from these guys. Oh, God, isn't he got more Jim's mowing on the front of that thing. There's no need to whippersnip that corner by the end of the weekend. We don't need the lawnmower people up in that part, nor near turn one for that matter.
More grass than Cypress Hill on the front of that.
There's more grass than Chappelle Corby in there. So there he is. He's finished his lap. It's now one of my favourite guys, Jamal Assad. Here goes Jamal.
Yeah, it hasn't come without some... he's had a few moments this weekend, hasn't he? They've had to do a few repairs on the car as well, Jamal.
Yeah.
And the team have been busy there from Team ERS, and now he's got to put it all in there. He's got to make it up to him. The Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout now gets underway. For Assad, the 49, can he improve? He was only 1/100th of a second behind Grubel, who's not going to make it out here for this Super Lap Shootout. Can he surpass him?
All right, Jamal in full send mode. He knows that he's just got to go a little bit quicker than what he's done already today, and he might end up on the podium there. He's no stranger to the podiums, Jamal Assad. He's been at the pointy end of Club Sprint for a long time, but it's nothing like putting yourself back in that uncomfortable position of having to fight for a podium. He's going to try and give it all. Now remember, Grubel.
26.7 in the first sector.
Oh, he had to pull it up. It took a little bit of effort to pull it up there. He really went in late. He tried hard. He got a purple sector there, but it cost him a little bit trying to wash off the speed. He got that thing pointed. He got it pulled up, but I think it might have cost him a little bit. How much, we do not know. And I don't know whether Jamal has. A few of these guys have something called scramble buttons, but you might just want more boost. You need that power to make up. Let's have a look. We'll find out maximum send here into turn 8. Oh, I'll tell you what, nice little drift out there for Jamal. Let's see if he can pull it all up. Nice and gentle here. Look for power. There's the power. Power down. Let's have a look at that sector. Lights up purple. It's purple for Jamal Assad. Here we go. Here we go. Does he go to podium? Does he go to podium?
Oh, I reckon he's on a flat 132 at this point. If we look at the two sector times put together, he's got to be around there, but can he use this final sector? Can he get it under a 132? Oh, no.
Oh, geez, they're all going for it. It's rally cars in their original DNA coming out of it. If it's not the WRX or the Evo, does it cost him? Does it cost him? 32.633. It does cost him. It cost him big time. One corner to get it right. And Jamal, well, you can see some collateral damage on the front of the Evo. The action replay, well, look at this. Pulling it up, he cost a bit there, but I'm amazed he remained purple all the way through to sector 3. He remained purple, and this was the one place that Jamal has lost it. He'll know it. He'll know it. As soon as he did it, I reckon he knew it. He tried to keep the pedal down, and it just cost him those valuable tenths of a second, and he's going to end up, well, for the first time in a while, off the podium. But look, a valiant minute 32.047. When he comes back into the pits, give the man a big round of applause, because he has provided the entertainment out there, Jamal Assad.
Just think about this, though. This weekend, he has gone nearly 2.5 seconds faster than he did last year. 2.4 seconds faster.
Well, you know what? Here comes the next scenario. I knew Club Sprint would probably bring it out in this Matty Cav, but Garland has it all to do. Now, if we're going to gain some Subaru pride here, we've got an Evo provisionally on the top step of the podium, but only 2 tenths behind is this car, and it's Garland. One more crack at it right now. All right, Garland's time to shine. The Got It Rex, Subaru WRX, all full commitment. Plenty of sparks off the splitter there in turn 1. BOSCH Motorsport turn 2, plenty of sparks off the splitter as well. Puts it out deep, brings it back in tight, power on early. Normally a short shift through there to settle the cars down for a lot of them. Little lift through there. Plenty of sparks coming on the outside of that splitter, and he is firing it through. Firing it through right now.
27.5, that's down. Garland's not going quick on this one. Something's not quite ready in the car. That's we're talking 0.6 of a second down on what we saw Assad do in that first sector. He's really going to have to make up for it through this section of the track, and some cars are quicker in the second two sectors.
And some drivers, I think, are just natural. There's favourite corners of drivers, I think, that they really feel they nail, and maybe some of those corners are, you know, and whether or not that's the driver or the car that doesn't quite handle the corner as well as they like. So he is giving full commitment here, Garland. He's going to have to, whatever power he's got, if he's got more in reserve, he's going to need to feed it. He needs to send it right now. He's up in the second sector. He's up in the second sector right now. So to have a look at this, minute 31.727, he's already second on the podium, but if he can go 31.579 something, it's all up to Garland. Check this corner, check the corner, short shift, keeps it under control, no washing off of the speed. Here comes the last send for Garland. Is it enough for top spot? Here he goes, 31.403, Garland on top. It's all up to Michalski. It is all up to Michalski, and he's got to do it in one lap. What a run there for Garland, full send from number 2 to number 1, and now Michalski, he's got to do it all in one perfect lap. Oh, this is, I knew Club Sprint was going to give this Matty Cav. I knew it was going to come up. It was so tight. Here's the action replay for Garland. No highlights reel to speak about here. It was nearly a perfect lap for Garland. And how about that one? 31.403. So for the Subaru fans out there, the Rex is on provisional top of the podium. He is in the clubhouse as the leader. However, Alex Michalski has it all to do right now.
Mr. Plasma Man himself is going to be out on track and see if he can now go a little bit faster. He has to shave off 0.2 of a second off the fastest time he's done all weekend, and they have been saving this car. We haven't seen him out in every session. It was all about leaving it for this final. Super cheap auto, super lap shootout. Garland, well, he didn't make it up in the first sector. It was the final sector where he made up most of that time. So, I
mean, that's throwing it to the wall, Matty Cav. That is throwing it to the wall. This is what time attack is so, that's why it's so exciting. It's a driver taking it upon himself to go, well, the team's giving me everything I can. I've got to give the rest. All right, this is the balls to the wall moment. Alex Michalski's got to do it all here to go back to the top of the podium. Garland unseated him in that perfect lap in the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout, and now all eyes on Michalski, whether or not he can uncork a lap quicker than a minute 31.403 to get that one back for the Mitsubishi guys, for Plasma Man and all of his team. It's all up to him. He did quietly say that I would love to turn it up in the last session, and I want to see a 30. And he meant it. He wanted to run a 3.0. Let's check the first sector. Here we go.
That's quick, very quick, much quicker than what we saw Garland.
Okay, so far so good. The 4G63 on song. Here it comes. All right, full send here for Michalski. Only a handful of corners left. We'll find out just how well he's going. Geez, I tell you what, it is set up aggressive. Here it comes. Check this out. Blind corner over around there. Set yourself up for turn 8. Gather it all up. Get out of here under power. Don't wash off too much on the run out. Garland so far on provisional top of the podium, but here comes Michalski. Check out the second sector right now. Lights it up. It's purple.
Oh, it's quick.
It's purple right now. Hang on a sec.
0.6 of a second faster than Garland.
Right. I'll hold your hats, folks. We might see a minute 30 here shortly. He did predict he might be able to go minute 30, which is unheard of in Club Sprint. Here he goes. Final corner. All clean. Michalski comes flying down the straight. One last shot at it. Michalski comes through. It's a minute 30. 7.18. The lap of Club Sprint. Club Sprint history. Club Sprint history. He said he could do it. He did it in the final lap of the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout for Haltech Club Sprint. Minute 30. 7.18. That is the Club Sprint lap of the gods. That is the lap. Like Garland's lap was a lap. And then Michalski, every sector, quick, no mistakes. No mistakes at all, and all horsepower. And I wouldn't be surprised when he came out of turn 8 and slowed right down there. I reckon he's just turned another dial in there to go, I'm going to need everything. I'm going to need everything right now. And he has dialed that power in, drove it like a champion. What a lap. What a lap. Wait till the plasma man, wait till the head man comes in here and gets the response. That is a lap and a half. You have got to admit, folks, that is the adrenaline that we all hang for. That's the time attack moment we all hang for. That super cheap auto, super lap shootout feeling. Look, hats off to Garland. He made a fight of it there. That was a hell of a lap for him. And just at the last minute there, like Michael Garland, we thought we had him. Thought we had a Subaru on the top rung of the podium, and then Mr. Plasma Man decides to just send out the first ever minute 30. That's a 3-0, Matty Cav. You know what? That's almost a 20-something, which we would not think we would ever see in Club Sprint. But we are there, and that's the moments that we need right there. Look at him tearing up. That's a big moment. That was the balls to the wall. That wasn't 110% out there, Matty Cav. That was like 125%.
1.5 seconds faster than last year. 1.5 seconds. That is a massive improvement.
Give him a clap, cheer and whistle, folks, as he comes down. You have just witnessed Club Sprint history. In 2025, we are still setting the world on fire in the Club Sprint class. Give him a clap, cheer and whistle as he comes down. I hope he did the same for Michael Garland. I hope he did the same for Jamal Assad, Walker and Muggleton as well. An amazing moment. An amazing moment, and here comes the man. Wait for this moment as it unfolds right here. The sweet, sweet taste, all that time, all that effort, a well-developed and well-oiled machine. I reckon right at the last minute near turn 8 before he made the lap, I reckon he dialed some more power into that thing. I think he needed it. So here he comes. The baddest Club Sprint car in history here at Sydney Motorsport Park. What a moment. Oh, what a moment, what a moment.
A lot of celebration. I don't know how we're going to get into even talking.
Yeah.
Have a look at the crew. They're coming from absolutely everywhere.
All right, Emily, get in there, Em. Get in there.
Alex, you said you were going to do a 130, and you did it!
Woohoo! That's it. It had heaps more in it still as well.
Oh, wow. Do you reckon we could have done a 29?
What was that?
We could have done a 29.
Yeah, 29. I just made a few mistakes, but yeah, there's heaps in it.
Well, congratulations. What a perfect lap.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, how about that? And there he is comfortably saying after that, I made a few... I'm sorry, mate. Can you show me where you made the mistakes? Did you see any mistakes out there? I didn't see any mistakes out there, Alex. You're a hard marker, mate. Well, I suppose that's why Plasma Man make the best platinums in the world by the look of it. Okay, here we go. That is the way we finish it up. Unheard of. Minute 30, 7:18. Minute 31, 4:03. Minute 32, 0:32. Minute 32, 0:47. Minute 32, 5:14. So that is amazing times there. And you know what? Here we were thinking that Jamal was on his way to get Trent off the podium, but just that last corner, it just all did not go to plan. All right, here we go, folks. Now, this is an exhibition lap. We're tagging in at the end of the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. We're letting him come out one more time because, folks, I think we got to, of course, praise and respect all of our visitors. Yuki Kamakura, we're putting him on the end of GCG Open. He is the 6th competitor out of the 5, and this is an exhibition full send lap for him. He just wants to drop his time a little bit more before he goes home.
We had that red flag, didn't we, in his session? He's had a couple of red flag sessions. He wants to be the fastest NA car to get around. A 131 is what he's aiming for, and he's getting one more perfect lap that he needs to put in to try and get that opportunity. Kamakura, it was great to see him down on the pit walk, wasn't it? His translator there with him. He just, you know, you could feel the energy coming off of him, loving being in Australia.
Let's just let the quad go for a little bit here, I reckon, because he's on a flyer. Oh.
First sector's not too far off considering what we just saw in Club Sprint. He goes to 38.5 in the second sector, 105.97 overall. That is faster than what we actually just saw Mikowski do. This is going to go down there.
All right, folks, give him a big round of applause. Clap, cheer and whistle as he comes down through here for the last time. Yuki Kamakura from Japan goes minute 31. There you go, 31.349.
Well, we're going to have a short break, not too far away from getting into our Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout for our GCG Open class.
Hi, I'm Al and this is my shed. I built my first car in our farm shed on a dirt floor, stripped it all down, painted it, rebuilt the engine, retrimmed the interior and put it all back together. We didn't have an engine crane, so we used to use an old cylinder mower with a bunch of block and tackles and some rope and some tent pegs and wind it up on the cylinder mower to get the engine out. Very safe.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
All right, heart rate down just below 100. So let's go again. All right, Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. Here we go. Our top 5. And that looks like it's our friend Cole Powelson in 5th position. So he gets one final crack at it here, Cole. So he was again 6th, but now one.
No, he's 5th.
No,
just
he was.
Kamakura that we gave an extra lap to surpassed him.
Well, I think we already said to all our competitors, look, Kamakura is coming out. He's going to do a lap. It's not going to count in the final standings. That is the understanding, and I think Kamakura was happy with that as well. So here goes Cole. No pressure, Cole. He's just got to go better than. Well, let's have a look. He's got to go better than 31.231 to make any inroads. If he can go 30 quicker than 31.349, well, he's back in his original 5th spot according to our timers. But that was a hell of a lap from Kamakura. But here goes Cole. I reckon they've wound up a little bit more into this. This is the Kua Goddard Rex WRX STI. So the Goddard Rex team in Club Sprint on the podium. Let's see if they can do something here. Super Cole out there flying around in this Rex. All you WRX fans, cop a load of this.
He's a little bit down in sector number 1. He's really going to have to make up for it here, but like we have seen a couple of cars very strong in the second sector. A 107.91 between the two sectors. He might be just outside of 131 here. He's going to struggle unless he can really bring it home. This final corner has been troublesome for a number of our drivers, especially the all-wheel drive. Will he keep it on the bitumen? Looks like he'll just cut the corner, but it's clean. Down the main straight. It even looks like it wants to get a bit of power steering going on there. You can see it as he plants the foot. A 133.25 though, and Poulsen will not improve on that 5th position.
All right, well, there we go. Cole's had one final crack at it. Now we're back into the regularly scheduled program. I can hear Kamakura in the background, limiter bashing the quad rotor down pit lane, and I hope the crowd's cheering him on for that. We did ask for the crowd to cheer him on. You know, you don't have to do too much to get these guys excited because they know their guests. They're very humble to be in someone else's country, doing what they love, and then to see all the fans come out and praise him. I think it's just the highlight of that young man's life, and I hope we get Kamakura-san back in the search for minute 20 something in the future. All right, Jimmy Tran, here we go. Jimmy needs something like a minute 30.780 to tip out Johnny Boston right now. We know Benny has taken the BYP flagship into unearthly territory, but you know what? For his first full world time attack from recent memory, Jimmy Tran is going to take that BYP flagship for one more perfect lap. Here's hoping. Let's have a listen to this supercharged K-Series start this flyer.
This car has gone in the 20s before as well. And Jimmy this time piloted around. It's how you take corner number 2. There's a couple of different ways. That double apex looks quite smooth there.
Yeah, that's a nice lap there. He's definitely mastering this circuit, Jimmy. I mean, Benny can nearly do it in his sleep, I would imagine.
26.78. That's quick to the first sector.
That's a good lap there so far for Jimmy. Now here we go. Look at this blowing Honda up the hill here.
You're going to want to see him around somewhere in the 106s once we put these two sectors together. It's a little bit later on in the lap. It'll be just after they go through this hairpin. That's smooth as well. Come up in a second. 105.45 between the two sectors. We might push this down into the 120s.
All right, this is not a bad lap for Jimmy Tran. Of course, BYP stands for Backyard Performance. You know, I did not know that till just the other day when I'm watching all the lead-up videos and the tales of the twin brothers and what they've done on the racetrack and how they've turned that into a business. A fantastic Honda tuning shot. Here comes Jimmy Tran through the finish line. Oh, 30.586. Johnny Boston's got to find a couple of tenths now. Tran, minute 30.586. He's provisionally on the podium. The action replay, where do we see it here? Maximum push through there. Maximum push. A couple of smashed carrots out of there. But that front wheel drive warrior pushing hard and pushing good, and nearly a minute 20 something out of that car for Jimmy Tran, but he has uncorked an absolute pearler of a lap, and so far now the pressure is back on the gun, Johnny Boston. He's going to have to repeat what that car did last year and put it into the 20s to get back on the podium. And knowing Andrew Hawkins, it's got everything in it.
They would have known that Tran could have gone faster, so I think they'll wind some stuff into this. But they had a charging issue before, which was what they said. They didn't make it back under their own power.
Alternator
so
issue,
have they fixed the alternator issue, or have they hot swapped the battery into this one? The question is, have they got a battery charger, or have they got the tow car out the back, just swapping the batteries over?
How would you feel knowing that if you have a drop in voltage in any of these cars like this, I mean, if you start to put more power, more boost into these cars, I mean, you run the risk of developing a miss. You run the risk of, maybe your ABS not working as well. If you can't get steady voltage to all your functions and systems in the car, then you might be a little bit stranded. So hopefully that charging system problem has been solved. But you know what, car owner Andrew Hawkins looks like he's got a lot of power on board now. He'll send it new tyres and all the boost that the SR can handle. All right, Boz, you've got it all to do now, because Jimmy Tran put down a minute 30.586 and has tipped you off the podium for now. So it's going to have to be a pretty special lap here. It's going to have to be a very, very special lap.
126.8 last year. Can he try and replicate that?
And wouldn't that be interesting at the moment? Bishop, all-wheel drive. Muggleton, minute 28.873. Four-wheel drive, and then front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. So that's
27.2. It's
all right.
It's not as quick. We know some cars are stronger though in the back half of this lap.
Yeah, it might have some longer legs, but just the dynamics, the grip levels. And he's definitely getting the power down to the ground through there. But I mean, if it's a fresh set of boots on it, there's a fresh set of boots and all the boost. He doesn't have to make too many corrections there. You know Johnny Boston, he just knows this place. You nearly blindfold him and drive around Sydney Motorsport Park. A lot of our guns that are here all the time do the same track, the same lap in their minds all the time. He's had to do a bit of lift there, had to do a bit of a lift through there.
He had a 105, 106.19, so he's a little bit behind Tran. He's really going to have to push these final couple of corners, and we know how dangerous it's been on that final corner, people going wide. Can he hold on to this one? Is it gripped up enough to turn out? Doesn't go too wide. Looks good, he's on the edge of the track, but he makes it. It's a run down to the finish line. Boston, can he get it back into third?
Oh, 35.23. He kicks out Jimmy Tran by 6 tenths, not even that. Wow, 600ths. Wow, Johnny Boston, the lap so far of GCG Open. Oh, mind you, Jimmy Tran, I've got to say, that's the lap. But yeah, Boston's been in minute 29 territory. But when the chips were stacked against him, this one last lap here, look, he's tapping the brake. He's trying to keep it settled here. Look, bit of tap here, ready? Bit of brake, bit of brake, and then on it. And then look at the power. Look at it disappear, all of that power. And he has put it through. Johnny Boston back on the podium just when I thought Jimmy was going to get his first. Boz has just got him at the last minute 35.23 to finish off the lap. All right, Muggleton, you can see there, ready to go. The Global Aircraft Services Evo. We've got Bishop yet to come. That's the Evo 7. Here's the other Evo. So, yeah, some Evo Lancer and WRX battles still continuing. but this will end up one rear-wheel drive car in the top 3, 2 four-wheel drive cars above. But in which order? That's a big jump between Bishop and Muggleton, though. So he's going to give it 110% here, Muggleton. Let's go with him. Look, unless he's got the magic couple of 100 horsepower up his sleeve, Muggleton's going to maybe find it hard. But we've got to check their first sector to dispel any theories about that, because you just never know with guys like Muggleton. And those teams, they can wind up some power, find the performance just when they need it, on demand. No more traffic out there, just yourself.
26.3 is not too bad. It's not looking like a 126 though.
Not looking like a minute 26, but yeah, look, it's going to be a lap that's going to still keep him second on the podium. Heard word from the Global Aircraft Services pit area that Nathan Morgan took his car off-site to the dyno to try and sort a tuning gremlin out and has brought it back to the track after being on the dyno. So word is that car is, has had something, a bug ironed out of it. Something they were looking for they couldn't find out in the session. So there's some hot news going around the place right now. Muggleton is up in Sector 2. So, again, the characteristics of some of these laps is just incredible.
103.9, fastest we've seen is a 105, so it is quite a bit quicker than what we saw Boston go around.
All right.
We've got a second and a half. We're still in this final second. The four-wheel drive cars, well, they've ventured off the track quite a few times, but no, he's on there. Muggleton down to the finish line. We're waiting for the time to come up. Checkered flags out.
Oh, yeah, having a crack at it. Had a crack at it, Matty Cav, minute 28.023. I had to squint then. I thought it was a 26-something. 28.023. Muggleton finishes second on the podium. Boston third, but it's now up to Bishop to give us it all. All right, here we go. Action replay thanks to BOSCH Motorsport. No harm in trying here. Maximum push mid-corner. All that power coming out. It must be hard to steer those things four-wheel drive with all that horsepower. Little check to settle the car down. This corner has been, well, tonight, the Bermuda Triangle for a few cars, and didn't get sucked into the vortex that time. So Muggleton finishes it off with his best lap of the weekend, short of what Bishop was able to dish out, Darren Bishop, and we're going to see Bishop all on his own now. Nothing to play for, but I guess lower your best time again. That might be the thing to do. And you know the capabilities of these cars for Muggleton to grab what he grabbed on that lap. Well, what's to say Bishop can't grab a whole bunch as well? Why not? I mean, he's already on top of the podium. There is nothing to play for, but if you're here and you've got the track all to yourself, weather conditions are definitely favouring high horsepower. If he could let it eat one more time, not only for himself, but for his crew and for everyone watching in the World Time Attack universe, right around the venue and right around the world. Well, let's see whether Bishop can give it all. One last time. All right, he's tried hard, he's warmed the tyres up. We're going to let this Evo go. It's Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi 1, Mitsubishi 2, Nissan 3rd, Honda 4th, Subaru 5th. So here we go. He's going to try, though. Absolutely going to try. Darren Bishop, there they are. Johnny Boston, what a number. But eyes on track right now as he is pushing forward. Bishop, he's still trying. Here we go.
.26.9 to the first sector.
No, he's gone cash. He has given it a crack, and I don't know whether or not that was just a something there that gave him an issue maybe after turn 2 or turn 3. But yeah, he is not under the urgency that we first saw him at the beginning of the lap. And certainly whenever he pulled that lap out this weekend, which lap was it that he did it on? Trying to work out when he did do that minute 26.819, lap 11. So Bishop gets to...
and it's hard when you know you're on the... You're taking the win home no matter what. Find an issue with the car, it's in the back of your mind that you don't need to break it any further right now. It's not where we've seen the other competition where you have to risk it all. He's already got that 126.819, and that might be the time that he's going to finish with.
You know, you can let him have a full swing, but when you realise you can hurt yourself from the swing, let's just save it all. And there he goes. He's got to run the lap now anyway. And this is not a bad lap anyway. Look, a lazy minute 43.15, and Darren Bishop will clean it up for GT Evolution, the Evo 7 in first place. Josh Muggleton, the Gas Evo, Mitsubishi Evo in second place. John Boston, the Motive DVD, S13 in third. Fourth place, Jimmy Tran. Great effort by him, minute 35.86. And look, because we let him in the shootout and he said it didn't matter whether his time counted, we'll have to say that's provisionally Cole in fifth, I would say, after that. But it was good to see Kamakura come out and do one last lap in that shootout format, after obviously talking to all the other competitors to say, is it okay if we let him do that? And you know what? We've got a fair amount of flex around here when you talk to the right people, i.e. the CEO, Ian Baker, to let it happen. So there we go, the way it finished, the class of 2025 Matty Cab. Darren Bishop, all the chocolates, minute 26.819. Josh Muggleton, nearly into the 27s on that last lap, 28.023. Johnny Boston did what he needed to do, minute 35.23, in front of an amazing lap from Jimmy Tran, minute 35.86. Yes, it says, it does say Yuki Kamakura, minute 31.349. Cole Powson, minute 31.681. Dan Day, minute 31.764. Ben Trevetta, 35.506. Justin Goyeneeks, minute 35.914. And 10th spot, Andy, with a great performance. And that is open for the year, Matty Cab. Some great weaponry. And those Evos, I mean, I'm sure in the next 10 years, Evos are still going to be quick and they're still going to be cool and they're still going to be hard to buy. A break and back with more. We need to take a breath. You should get a small one and be back soon after these messages.
Supercheap Auto has been making its super since the 70s. Whether it's a quick trip to the shops, driving to work, driving home from work, circling for a car park, or you're just out chasing bad guys. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, make it super. Supercheap Auto.
All right, here we go to the victor goes the spoils, and rightfully so. Darren Bishop, the GT Evolution Evo, cleaning it up in the open class this year, and what an amazing effort from the team and for Bishop. As we said, the 11th lap in all of our sessions starting yesterday at 26.819. That was going to be a hard one to chase, absolutely hard to chase for anyone. And talk about send out the challenge to everyone. That was a hell of a lap. And yeah, didn't have to throw it all up for nothing. So here he comes, helmets off, and the man is here. 2025 GCG, GCG Open Class winner, Darren Bishop.
Darren Bishop, congratulations, mate. Winner of GCG Open Class. Drink it in. How good does that feel?
Yeah, amazing. Couldn't ask for a better weekend. The team, I cannot thank them enough. Trent, Desi, Luke, Andre, and Ben. Everyone just speechless. We came here to do 28s, to finish on a 26. Over the moon. Couldn't ask for a better weekend. Absolutely amazing.
Congratulations, mate. Go and join in with the team. You guys have deserved this. Have a party.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, very happy, and you know what a great team. Just had it all together. The Evo, what an absolute weapon, and that open class. Boy, oh boy, I love that we've still got diversity in these classes, whether it's front-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, rotary, piston. Doesn't matter what it is. These things are very, very quick in every form of evolution. And those Lancers, they're always going to be hard to beat, but it's good to know that there's always going to be a Honda, or you know, I'm sure in the future, even the old Sylvia still might be a fighter. Even throwing the old RX-7, it's still going to be a chance on any given day. But that's a hard thing to try and beat there, Matty Cab. Minute 26.819 there from Darren Bishop. All right, it is time for more Supercheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. This is the Motec Pro Open Class, and there he is, Nathan Morecambe now, there's only, well, we could have 5, but because Mcloud's not there, it's going to be 3. 3, 2, and 1. And now word is that at Morecambe they had to solve some little issue with the car that they couldn't get by sitting in the garage with it. Certainly couldn't probably get it when they were out there in their session. So I do hear that there'd been a quick run to the dyno with this car to do a little tune on it. And now it is back out there, and it is all or nothing. And I think he's been in this situation before, Morecambe. Nathan Morecambe, I don't know whether he thrives on these moments or he just sort of, gravity just pulls him to these moments sometimes, I think. It's just amazing that he gets at this time of the day. You know what this thing's been doing all weekend? Under power, the thing's been bouncing all over the exits to each corner. What's he got in store for us this time, Matty Cab? He's got a hell of a task ahead of him here. Minute 25, 191. He needs a fair march now. He needs a big number, one of the biggest numbers he's probably ever pulled out in order to get, you know, he's on the podium. But yeah, just to try and tip out that minute 23, 375 there from Tim Slade in Extreme GTR.
Well, is he going to find that number? Did they find it on the dyno, and will it pay off now? It's been a lot of effort for this final Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout here in the Motec Pro Open class. Morecambe gets it started through turn number 1. Lots of sparks under braking there. Wow, he pulls it up though. Does he get a nice line through turn number 2? That's a very tricky moment in this track. We'll have a look. The first sector's not too far away. I expect to see this one somewhere in the 24, 25, 24.99. Yeah, it's fast. It's on. Power to the ground. All 4 wheels trying to make this car go as fast as possible in this last Super Lap Shootout. Oh. Up in the air. We see a little bit of air. Plenty of sparks.
Maximum commitment there for Morecambe. Look at this thing, all over the place. It's just, it's fighting all 4 wheels. It's fighting itself, wheel to wheel. All 4 corners of the car are completely conflicted. At that mid to low speed, the suspension just can't handle what he's giving it to it. What's it going to be like out of here? Actually quite clean, quite clean. Let's put the power down. Here's the green sector lining up here for Morecambe. Is it going to be enough though? That's going to be a massive effort to see if he can peg something from a 25 back to something under 23.3. But you know what? These cars, nothing surprises us. Power-wise, they can just set that thing off and make that 1,000, 1,200, whatever you want to do out of the 4G63s. Here he comes, Morecambe, one final lap, and it is a minute 25.396. 25.396, gave it 110%. You could see how much effort he put into that lap, and that's an amazing lap anyway. The action replay, here he goes, like just bringing this thing through so well. I mean, it was a little messy here. Now, if we hold the shot here, it's bouncing out of this corner, which was crazy. Bouncing out of this corner was absolutely crazy there for Morecambe. That thing was all over the joint. I think at any one time, all 4 wheels are off the ground, not all at once, but I'm sure if you played slow motion on that thing, it would have absolutely shown that it was floating off the ground there for a moment. It's hard to get the power down when the wheels aren't on the ground, but one last send there for Morecambe, and that is going to be it. You can see how the old adrenaline gets up there, Matty Cat. Imagine trying to steer that with a brief to send it as fast as you can.
I thought those first 2 sectors, it might have been in the end, but yeah, that car, he's put that on kill mode. That was bouncing around. Really, that exit, I think, they come out of 4 and 5. And you saw it go over the concrete and launch up in the air. Like that moment where the car's not accelerating, that makes a massive difference. Now, these are the next 2 cars we're waiting for. Rob Newan, or as we know him, Franz Newan, trying to keep his name inconspicuous there. He pulled out a time and he said a 122, you'll need to do that as a minimum to win this category. Now, Tim Slade, we know that when he was on a flying lap and he had his best 2 sector times, he had to go around the car and he went a 123.377. So expect, if everything comes together, that they potentially will drop down to a low 123 or maybe into those 122s. Wouldn't that be a massive effort from the Extreme GTR? He's probably been lucky enough to do many, many laps. The Hypercar racing meant that he's done a lot of laps around here this weekend. Tim Slade will be dreaming about the corners when he goes home tonight. He won't be able to get them out of his memory. But here we go, Extreme GTR. They've had to make some drastic changes to this car throughout the day. They didn't get much testing time coming into World Time Attack Challenge.
All right, I think we're going to have to let this Extreme GTR RB breathe for all the fans of Time Attack right across the world, and we'll pick it up, Tim Slade, near the last, about turn 8. So good through that corner. So good through that corner, Tim Slade. Short shift, settle the car down now. Power on from here. Let's get back to the RB. Here we go. Purple sector for Slade already. Purple sector. That's good sign. That's a good sign.
24.17 and a personal best too for Slade. Purple sector time, brakes are warmed up.
Oh. How's the smash carrots, Moz? You'd be loving it.
Flat 1 minute, 1 minute 4.88. Wasn't the best time we've seen him, but overall, this is the fastest he's gone. Will this get the 20s? Look at how much he's having to steer that. He has to oversteer it around the corner, all 4 wheels, and he's holding on to it for dear life. Slade comes down Extreme GTR.
Oh!
Wow!
22.804, the quickest Extreme GTR has ever gone. A big number, a big lap for Tim Slade. And we know, look, someone else told us that a 22 was going to win it, but it wasn't Tim Slade that told us that. It's the guy that's going to have to answer to that. This is where we're down to again, Matty Cav, a super cheap auto, super lap shootout. Epic moment, epic moment. Sorry I blew the speakers off the headphones there, but that's a big moment, a big lap. Tim Slade, I mean, we bow to you already, sir. That is a superhuman effort here, and yeah, you're right here, Matty Cav. He had to drive this thing, wrestle the 4-wheel drive out of there. If he still got the live axle in the back, it would be trying to push it all around. A lot of front wheel steer there as well. The bangs, the pops. Sheriff had that thing off the clock.
Bit of redemption for 2024, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Where he's managed to get the full action lap in here. 1 perfect lap there from Tim Slade. I'm sure he'll never say it's perfect. He'll always find something he wants to improve on. But for us watching, that was 1 perfect lap. And someone else who might be able to match that is out on track at the moment.
Here we go. Franz Newan, of course, Rob Newan, the Dream Projects. S15 from Queensland. Billet, we just saw Billet RB. It's now Billet SR, although rear-wheel drive, not 4-wheel drive. So here we go. This car has been on a march. They've been sort of bobbing and weaving, little problems coming up, no throttle, little bits of, like a dropped cylinder, which might have been hopefully a lazy. I think they got their injectors clean and it all came back, so it was just a dodgy injector. Didn't have to do an engine swap, and here they are. Just 1 lap away. Now, they didn't come down here to Sydney Motorsport Park for anything other than gold. I think their dream, their lead up, everything that they've done. And remember, you heard from Michelle earlier on, they got this car here with barely any testing. Test days were washed out. They never had any opportunity to test. However, great testing for Dream Projects at Queensland Raceway. So they've had a better lead up than Extreme GTR to be at this moment. So look, whatever happens there, may the quickest car win this right now. May the quickest driver win. Tim Slade, you're a god. Rob Newan, well, let's just let the Billet SR sing one last time here. Pro Open Shootout.
He's got the blue bottle on board as well, and it is glued to the ground into turn number 1.
Wow. Did you see the vortices there? Did you see that vapor vortice coming out of the side of the front splitters? He was pushing that aero to the absolute max. Rear-wheel drive, completely different balance of car. Traction, you think's a little bit more compromised than 4-wheel drive. Maybe a little bit better to drive and handle in mid-corner. Whoa, massive flame out of this thing. He's up, he's up. Green sector.
24.37, yeah, it's quick. He's matching Tim Slade. It's within a couple of hundredths of a second.
You know, it's not over until we get to the end. Was that a lock-up? I hope that was just a lock-up with a brake. Power mid-corner. Oh, I'll tell you what, Newan is on a full attack mode. It's like Mighty Mouse all over again with double the horsepower. All right, Newan, a couple more seconds here to go. Let's just watch it here.
One flat. He needs to get a one flat here if he wants to match Slade. Oh, one flat. He nearly goes under 1 minute. A 1 minute 004. He's on a charge. Can he get Tim Slade? It's his final couple of corners. It's brought a couple of drivers unstuck in our previous classes. He's out wide, no, a couple of sparks, but he's on. The nitrous is lit up. We can see the flames out of the exhaust. Here we go.
Oh, on the limiter to break it. Oh, 22.286. He got there. He was on the limiter. I don't know whether he broke something. Something happened right near the finish line, but it's enough. It's nearly a 21. It's nearly a 21. Something happened right near the end. He's pulled the thing up. He's broken the thing. I think he broke it. He broke it, but he's on top. He told me a 22 would win it. I didn't know it was going to take two 22s, but there they are, one after the other, folks. The two quickest laps I think we've seen out of these cars ever, and he's had to pull the damn thing up because whatever happened, it broke right at the end. The last place, well, the first place you want it to happen is there. The last place you want to do is happen 3 corners from the end. Look at that, power on, nitrous on, everything on, bang, 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 and right near the end here, limiter, right here, where's the start finish? Where's the start finish? Bang, limiter, limiter, limiter. Something happened there. Something happened right near the end, but it's enough. It could have been a 21 Madicav. It coulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda. 1 minute flat, 0-0-0. There's bits off the back of the car there. We've got some shrapnel, some breakage. Was it a tail shaft? Was it a transmission? I don't know what it is, but that was limiter, limiter, limiter. Rob, there he is, cool as a cucumber. Check his heart rate, 62. I'm sure that's over 100
I don't know.
right
Surely
now.
they're talking to him. Get a bit excited there. Look, who knows what they're doing down the pits? We know this team is a bit of fun, but I tell you what, running the Franz Newan name on the side, inconspicuous, has worked for him this weekend. He's channeled a bit of Max Verstappen style, hasn't he?
If you find a stuffed aubergine out of the car, if you find one of those things off the car, then you know that they're taking it. So he's got the speed tape on the bonnet, which of course you're allowed to do to stop the air getting in under the hood. The recovery crew is there. They might be convinced that there could be something a little bit more serious than what's there. Like there's no smoke, there's no flame, there's a hell of a lot of shrapnel that's come out of the back of the car. I'd love to know what it was that broke. But it was all on limiter near the finish line. Like if that happened, 100 metres earlier, it's all GDR, it's all Tim Slade. But that happened right near the stripe, lucky enough. Something happened at the last minute, launched it, something mechanically. Nothing engine-wise, I don't think, because that SR's happy on the limiter there. But Rob's just putting the hood on the back of the recovery vehicle to have a quick look under there. But I'd hazard to think what that is. Did it blow the diff up? Did it blow something in the transmission? It free-wheeled itself? But that is enough.
Did it just take a bit too much bottle?
It took, I think it took a
lot of blue bottle.
I think it had 150% eggplant in that thing.
Yeah.
Like they're bits of shattered eggplant out.
It was a blue pill, not a blue bottle. Is that what happened?
Oh, here we go. The top hat. We've got some super fans out there now having a look, and that is a magic moment. It's a shame we can't bring our boy back under power because whatever happened got lunched. Absolutely, whatever let go has got absolutely lunched. J-Mac, quick interview.
Down here, congratulations, a 122, top of the charts for Pro Open. Rob Newan, Dream Project S15, yourself and the team right up the top where you belong.
Yeah, we came here with the goal in mind. It's been hard the last 3 to 4 days. It's just been absolute chaos. We got one lap in this morning. We just turned it up to 11. The motor, I don't know what's happened, but it got us to the line at a 22.2, which is just an incredible time. Rob is an absolute legend of time attack, and we're so lucky to be here. And this beautiful weather, beautiful event. Thank you, Ian Baker and Alan's. Thank you, M-Tron. What an experience.
Congratulations, mate. Drink it in with the team.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Diggles, I'm a numbers guy.
Man, go for it. Yeah.
That is 2.2 seconds faster than he... sorry, actually, it's more. It's 3.2 seconds faster than what he did last year.
Yeah, that is crazy, and that was nearly a 21. If the tail shaft didn't break, because apparently they're picking up bits of tail shaft yoke, so it's done something in the drive shaft area or drive line area. So Charles Warland and the team, congratulations. That's incredible. But it looks like it's tail shaft. Here comes the car. It's going to be towed back. You know what? It's a wounded warrior, but it's the it is the quickest Pro Open class and the 2 quickest times we've ever seen in this class. Right now, let's get our heart rate down below 150, have a break and back with more. We can celebrate with our winner shortly.
Well, there he is going back into the pits. The team already celebrating. He's got to try and join the party. We do believe tail shaft, drive shaft, something in the back of the car. And it was before the finish line. What could have been?
Yeah.
That means we've got a little bit in the tank for 2026.
I wish I had a little angle right there. I know the drone couldn't keep up with it. Like as it came out of the corner, watching Rob come through that last corner, and of course the drone can't keep up with it. They kind of call off the chase around then, but there's the start-finish line. You can just see off the left there on our screen. I want to know where that thing was on the limiter. Like that was limiter, no more drive, and a coast. 22.286. That's not only one of the most badass laps I think I've ever seen Rob Newan do, but what's left for next year when it does that. Breaks the tail shaft before the finish line, coasts, and goes 22.2, not 22.9, not 22.803, does it by 6/10, coasting, wounded, but it lasted it to the end. It's Nissan 1, 2, and Mitsubishi 3. But what an incredible category. Now, hopefully we've got here's the cameras down there waiting for the wounded warrior. Here he is. And we've got to get the reaction from, and you only got to call him the Iceman because he's just so cool and calm. He doesn't really overreact. He does love to play the odd joke, though. I'm sure, I don't know why they don't have a bloke in an eggplant suit right now. You know, down there, Miss Captain Eggplant, that's what we need. Captain Aubergine, that's what we need there right now. Here we go. Badass.
The tail shaft, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're just trying to debrief. I mean, and despite all the chaos, the win, the big win too by 0.6 of a second, they're still debriefing on what could have been J-Mac. Come on, let's have a listen to this and we'll go straight down to J-Mac.
So Rob Newan was given one job before he could come and have a chat with us about winning Pro Open, and that was just to make sure that the motor still lives. Rob Newan, congratulations. Tell me, how much faster have you pushed this car since last year?
I don't know. We didn't get a clean run. We at least 100 meters before the start-finish line, I had no drive. I was just on a limiter. With no drive, and I could hear the tail shaft dragging along the straight.
An amazing performance. Look at that. That's the drive shaft. Absolutely toast. Oh, wow.
Yeah, whole prop shaft.
An amazing feat. Tell me, this has been a massive weekend. You've been relatively cool and calm. Was there much going on under the surface that had you worrying you weren't going to get this result?
No, we wanted to turn up the power to 1500, and we did a few test runs the last session. It didn't like it, so we turned it down a little bit, but still more than enough. The car's very fast. The team did an amazing job.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's epic, hey? And you know what? I told you the story was going to write itself, and you have to wait to the end to see how it finishes. You would not predict at the beginning of this weekend that we were going to see that, even though halfway through yesterday he said it's going to take a 22 to win. So that's a crazy result. The engine still mint, the tail shaft not. 100 metres, he says, before the finish line. He's rolling, had enough momentum to get over the line, coasting to a 22.2. Oh my goodness, where are we going to see the end of the dream project?
100 metres. Look, we come from a drag racing background. We know 100 metres when you lose acceleration, how much mile an hour, kilometres an hour that goes so very quickly.
And considering all the drag that's on the car, remember Dr. Sammy talks about it, you know, you need the horsepower to compensate for all the drag. So that had a maximum amount of drag, no horsepower getting to the ground because the shaft's broken, and it coasts to a 22.2. Oh my goodness, here we go. We are into the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, the Super Jeep Auto Super Lap Shootout. And as we said, if we see Brad Moody in the Alfa Romeo 4C, it's because of a couple of scratchings above us. But as far as the numbers are concerned, one more final lap for him. He's got a chance to try and go PB here for him. I think he just do his fly, did he? Might have just done it.
Yeah, actually he has. He's done that, so they've got that away very, very quickly.
Well, we had a few moments there where we were celebrating and looking at broken tail shafts and everything like that. So Moody, he has gone through for one final lap, and I love where the Alfa Romeo 4C may end up with a little bit more development, a little bit more horsepower. And it's just good to see, again, another different platform that we don't normally see. And not everyone could be a Mitsubishi and Subaru and Nissan guy. That's what we've seen there, an Alfa Romeo guy. So who is it with these headlights? None other than this trusty Porsche GT3 RSR. One more final squirt here for Sean Day, and we're going to let the big Porsche eat here. Yeah, we reckon this thing could go 24 hours and still do the same lap times. This thing ain't fickle. This thing ain't, fragile. This thing is just the best of German engineering ever.
This is why we can't leave the lights on here tonight, because it'll just hang around and keep doing laps.
Just keep doing laps, but he's going to punt it here anyway. Look, if anything, the conditions are good enough that maybe he gets a 39 out of it before he goes tonight. So that's the goal, maybe to go quicker than his minute 47.64.
Well, we've seen the grip levels seem to have come up for all the cars out there. We're seeing some amazing times as they just screw heaps more horsepower in. I know he's not going to have a horsepower change in this car. It's a GT3 RSR Porsche.
You can't ask another 500 horsepower out of this thing right now.
No, but you've got a bit more grip right now. So you can start to push the limits potentially in this car. We could see that 139 this time around.
Smash carrots everywhere. That's what we love. Big shout out to all of our Tassie friends down there, of course, Squeak and Hooch. And all of our great Tassie friends that normally would come up to be here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Around this, we'll start heading up towards Celebration Hill. Celebrations are getting on board this year, and it's going to be a big night up there too. The International Drift Cup, not too far away. The food's up there, the crowd. There's already the drift fans are going up there, so that's not too far away. You see it all in the background there, can't you? So much more still to come here at World Time Attack Challenge. But on screen right now, the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout was in 6th position. Sean Day in the Porsche GT3. Oh, 142, doesn't improve on that 140 he ran throughout the weekend.
But it's good that he gets that one last free lap there.
Look, he ran his best time. He's done 43 laps this weekend.
Is that right?
43.
That's almost got to be the record, 43 laps. I mean, Golding in the Brabham has done 38 laps. 33 laps there for Jeffcott, but that is he might have won the most amount of laps here.
Well, I think Slade would be the only one that would outdo him running 3 cars. But in one car, that car's done the most amount of laps.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. 43 laps with this car, and so good to see. And fits so well in that class. Let me tell you, the Pro-Am Shootout. Well, that is Day.
So out of this Pro-Am Shootout, we know Paulson's out.
Yep.
As Kazakovsky gone, because we didn't know, we haven't seen him come out for the last couple of sessions, and we weren't sure whether the number 8 was somewhere.
Look who we've got here. It's Nick Geyer. All right. So that means we've got Nick Geyer. We don't have Harry James.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes more sense.
He did nearly wear the thing out, though, of course.
We haven't seen him all day in that VTEC powered 86.
It's like he wore the thing out. Did 20 laps yesterday. So here we go, Nick Geyer. Now, look, he's got the potential. Definitely potential to improve. That means we've got Kazakovsky, maybe Powson, maybe Katumi. Let's just see what comes out here.
Yeah, we don't have the Croydon developments.
No, I know. So
Kazakovsky must be back.
Yeah, okay. Let's just see.
He's saving it for tonight.
Yeah, could have. Very well could have. And again, his name has not been up anywhere today. He did literally 2 laps yesterday. That was an up. Talk about a one and done. There we go. Nick just getting himself ready. Again, you know, this is on debut. I mean, he's had this car getting built for a fair while, and what a beautiful car it is. And it's got all the right bits, all the right pieces. I still think even Sheriff's overlooking the power of this thing, so we know it's not short of power. We have been treated to an absolute noise fest so far here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. A feast for the eyes, a soul-fulfilling encounter again, as it always is. Burns the fire brightly for all those car enthusiasts out there. And let's hear the screaming RB one more time for Nick Geyer.
29.5 to the first sector. It's pretty smooth at the moment. You know that's going to be well and truly in the 30s if we can keep this going. The Platinum Man Pro-Am class in our Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout right now.
Of course, this is FSU Racing. Sounds the business.
We'll have to go through this hairpin. That's where we pick up our second sector times. Just wait and see whether we can potentially push it a little bit here to 112.8. It's probably round about. He might actually go a little bit faster than a 135, just judging by the sector times here at the moment. And potentially, well, it's a lot of time to go up into third, isn't it? Like, that's a bunch of time.
All right, one more time for Nicholas Geyer. Can he get a PB? Let's get a PB, shall we? 38, no, 38.362. His best time was a 35.989. So, look, he finishes fourth, his first ever Pro-Am. So that is not bad on debut. And you know what? It's a long time to get a car finished for these events sometimes. And you know what? Builds don't happen in 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 minutes. It might be a six-year build. But you know what? You can just ease your way in. Can't win it all in the first time you've ever been there, but if you can put that thing back in the trailer, it's still in one piece. It still looks as brand new as it did when it rolled in here. That's a pretty successful first World Time Attack. All right, J-Max got the news for us down in the pits.
Down here with Tony, one of the crew members for Nick Geyer, and it's been a long journey to get to this point and take home fourth, isn't it?
Absolutely long journey. 3 years we've been waiting to get here. Many problems with previous builds of the car. Big thanks to Brad from Race Tech. He got it sorted. We're here, we completed, we're happy. We had fun, that's all we wanted to do, and we're happy.
Time to blow the top off a couple of frothies. It's well earned.
Definitely, thank you.
Yeah, definitely indeed. That's what we're all going to be doing at some stage here tonight, and a few of them are already doing up at Celebrations Hill. And it's good that we'll be able to do the same eventually. We'll get there eventually. We nearly have to knock. Well, you don't knock off yet because you're going to do presentations, Matty.
I've got to go down and give some trophies out.
Sounds like work, but it isn't.
And then I get to go and enjoy the International Drift Cup up on the hill. Mad Mike's back. He's got that wagon fixed overnight. Luke Fink's coming out. I actually think he's changed cars as well.
Really?
So, yeah, like there's a few bit of movements there. Jason Ferrins there in the Keep and Rig wagon, that fresh build. I mean, so many names. Aaron Dewar's out there, Scott Shembry. I mean, look, the list goes on. Matt Harvey, Brendan Bogger O'Grady. It's all happening, so don't forget you can get up there. If you're here at the venue, you can head up to Celebrations Hill after the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout, because we've still got a couple of cars to come in our Plasma Man Pro-Am class, and then it's our M-Tron Pro class. To finish that off, we've got our trophy presentations, and we'll have a short break, and we'll be back with some drifting not for long after that. So still action to come here at the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Here's the beers. He's got the beers ready. He's got the beers ready. Here you go, beers. Drive-through service. Drive-through service. I'll be doing all my traditional stuff here Saturday night. I'll be going right through those pits where they are right now, catching up with all the teams. and getting our normal family photos that we get this time of year. This is the best Father's Day gift ever, says so hopefully everyone else out there. So grab some merchandise before you leave tonight, because it is Father's Day in the morning, and happy Father's Day to all of our dads out there. Here he comes, Big Nick, happy with his first ever Pro-Am. Something singing. That's the pump, fuel pump, I think.
Feeding it all the good stuff.
All right, here's our friend. Here he is.
So are we missing the two?
I think we might have. So here we go.
Wow.
It's time attack Hunger Games sometimes, isn't it? You know, there's a big battle of attrition. Here we are. Our mate Ferris, you know he's going to send it one more time for us. I'm going to let that Turbo LS sing a lot here too, because I love the guy. This guy is so cool, loves the place so much. He's going to send it for all you people too.
Here we go. How much boost does he want to wind into the LS? He's brought it all the way from the States for the second year in a row.
Just got pipped by the Fat Cat last year, of course, Sammy Sevenin, so he would love to get himself on top of the podium, which he is already guaranteed, but he's going to try and crack a time somewhere in the 24s. He's already up in the sector.
He was saving green tyres, wasn't he? He said, I got the stickers still on there. I want to go into the 124s here this weekend. One thing to get the win, but it's another to get the time.
Oh, here he is. A couple of corners away. Listen to that LS heat. All that TC kicking in there. All right, he's up in sector 2. He's got the nitrous oxide on board. Why not a little squirt now, Ferris? Well, not right now. How about now? Give it the nitrous, give it all. Here comes Ferris. He's going to be on top of the podium for Pro-Am. Is it a 24 something? It's a 23.269. 23.269 for Ferris. 23.269. He takes the Pro-Am record as well. 23.269. That is the that's the lap record, guys. That's the lap record. That's the lap record, guys. That is the lap record. 24.630 was our Pro-Am lap record, and guess what? It was worth coming back to do it, and he has done it. He's banging the top of that Corvette, and what a lap from him. New territory, a new lap record for Pro-Am. Ferris Katumi couldn't go to a nicer bloke, and what a commitment to come back from the USA. It was second on the podium last year, of course. Sammy Sevenin brought that R8 Fat Cat 1-1 over, and Ferris was second on the podium, but not today, not to be denied, and a new record. J-Mac.
Ferris knocks it out of the park with a 1 minute 23.26. You asked 3 times, are you sure that's the right number? That is the right number. How do you feel?
I think from coming last year and having all the issues that we did, Ferris really wanted this, and I think he put a lot of effort in, and so did the rest of the team. And just as here at 3, man, we're going to have a good time tonight, that's for sure.
It's going to be party central right here in Ferris's pits. Congratulations, it's been an awesome weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone that's come out to support us. It's been fantastic. Till next year.
We'll catch up with our friends down in pit lane shortly. A quick break and back with more.
As the president of the Super Cheap Auto Club, our head office has invited me down here to explain our new spend and get. Okay, so step 1, club members spend $100. Step 2, club members get $5 credit. And step 3, there is no step 3. No points? No. Okay, so just to recap, spend and get. That's it.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
All right. 2 cars left on track. It's the M-Tron Pro class. The Hunger Games continue. 2 cars between us and the podium celebrations. It is going to be Alex Rouleau. You can see him getting the Gallardo up. I can hear the limiter bashing there from the Corvette of Ferris as he comes down into the pits. But all eyes on this screaming Lambo. one more time.
It's unfortunate Tim Slade won't make it out there.
All right, so I guess the Skura Lotus unable to return, and here comes Ferris. 23-269, 23-269. And that is a big moment for him and his crew. He wanted to set that record. He wanted to come back and be on top of the podium. And he has done it. All right, Rouleau out there, his final screaming lap. Let's listen to more of this beautiful Lambo. Raging Bull. Oh, Miji. Hey, Miji and Ferris. Miji. So, all right, here we go.
He's got a big step up. He wants to take on Todd Hazelwood, but we know they have been working on this Lambo, and everyone was very coy in that last session, weren't they? They came out and just did some little sectors. He got 2 green sectors, a 1 flat 0.29 as he comes down to the finish line. Looks like he's on for a personal best at least. Can he beat a 123? Oh. 122.76.
Yeah, wow, everyone gets a 22. Minute 22.765 for Alex Rouleau. A PB for him here at Sydney Motorsport Park in that car. And that goes to prove that even on that last lap, he can still put one out, and why not improve? What a big lap, what a big number. And I love this part of the night where it is just full send. You got that one opportunity, no traffic, perfect conditions, full send if you're game, if you're brave. You want to put more power in it if you're bold, if you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing. Can you pull it off? That last 4-letter word, L-U-C-K. You need a whole bunch of that. A lot of people's luck has run out this weekend. A few people have had the luck. And what about that one? Ferris, minute 23, there was no luck there. That was just a full, pure send there from Ferris Katumi. That's a full send there from Alex Rouleau. He will finish second on the podium in the M-Tron Pro class, this super cheap auto, super lap shootout. And you know what, we're just going to have to try again next year. We'll have some heavy hitters back in there, we hope. It's a shame that the rate of attrition on these highly strung cars can bite them. They're beautiful in their exoticness, but they're also beasts when they go wrong. And this thing has not had a perfect run all this weekend either.
Oh, it's ominous, isn't it? The mythical creature that it is, Tanuki, as it comes out of that little, just the angle makes it look like it's in the shadows and it comes out, but they're all sitting on the edge of their seats now. It was a 1:19.365. It's the fastest Todd Hazelwood has ever done a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. Now, last chance. They're going to throw absolutely everything at it. We've seen that they've had to brace that front wing because it was starting to crack just due to the amount of downforce, and it's time to put the power down, get some heat in the tyres, and let's see if we can break a 119 and go a little bit lower. We know that the class record in here is a 117.444. I'm never saying never after the power that we've seen. After seeing Rob Newan and breaking that 100 metres for the line where that could have been, it's all now in the hands of Todd Hazelwood, and he's coming to terms with a car with this much horsepower and downforce. Nothing he's ever experienced in his racing career before, and it all starts one perfect lap. Can he do it? Looking much better around turn number 1. Not as bouncy as what we saw in some of the previous sessions.
That is full commitment into turn 1 and turn 2 for Todd Hazelwood. We know no difference to the man. He has got what it takes to be one of the fastest time attack drivers in this country. He's up in Sector 1. He is up in Sector 1. It's a 23.01 in Sector 1. Let's just see if the rest of the lap is as clean.
Best time we've seen all weekend.
Whoa, lots of brake effort, lots of brake effort. He's got a full set of stoppers on this thing. This is all looking good for Tanuki. Flies over the hill, comes down now into turn 8. Very important out of here for Hazelwood. If he lights it up on the other side of here, hold on to your helmets, folks.
Can he go faster than a 34.03 in the second sec? 33.67, he's 3 tenths down. 3 3/10 quicker in the second sector on this lap. He's got 2 purples. He's on to smash a 1:19. He just has to get the final couple of corners to come together. Here we go. Is it smooth out of here? He uses every little bit of that outside ripple. Can he get it down? Pedal to the floor. What time is it?
Oh, boy. Oh, 18-1, 18-1, 18-1. Oh, I'm gone dizzy. 18-1-6. What was that last increment? It was like it was a nuts. It was 56 or something. It was nuts. Minute 18-169, the baddest lap ever for Tanuki. And you know what? That's about the second. Tell you what, Australia's got 2 of the world's quickest time attack cars. RP968, minute 17.7. We have now got a new contender, and its name is Tanuki.
Oh, the mythical creature has appeared, hasn't it, in the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And look, that has responded to last year's winner. I mean, this just opens up what will be in the future. Let's head down, though, to our M-Tron Pro Class winning team with J-Mac.
Congratulations, you have the quickest, fastest car here at World Time Attack Challenge 2025. How did it look from right here in pit lane?
Nerve-wracking, yeah, but we did it.
You did it, and by a massive margin. The weekend hasn't been easy. There's been a bit of adversity, but the whole team's rallied around you. Your race engineer, your crew chief, all of the technicians have put in a mammoth effort, and Todd Hazelwood punches it out of the park right there for one perfect lap.
Yep, that's it. Crew were here until 10:30 last night, and we came out here, did a 19, and now we're in 18s.
Congratulations, you've done a brilliant job. Well done.
Thank you.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. And as we said, always, when you come to a Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, you must stay to the very end of Saturday evening to see how it all went down. And all those people in the main grandstand, you had probably the front row seat to see how it all went down, not only for this class, but the others. You must say, are you not entertained? That was, God, you know, when you think about all the little setbacks we've had with, competitors with mechanical breakages, failures, setbacks, people fixing, replacing, changing, modifying, and then the end result, after all that hard work, the second quickest time, the second quickest car ever. So a minute 17.444 for RP968, and now an 18.169. We have a new contender. I tell you what, I think the Porsche needs to be back next year, because now the opposition is here. Competition so close you can taste it, and that is phenomenal scenes down here in pit lane. Toddy Hazelwood, the quickest he's ever been around in a tin top, guaranteed. Yeah, son. It feels like he's just done 1,000 kilometres. 1 minute 18 feels like 1,000 Ks, I'm sure it does. That is a lap and a half. The man is fast. The man is now etched into World Time Attack folklore. And some of the names that have come before him, Van Gisbergen, Slade, Luff. We've had a few guns in the seats of these cars, and now Toddy Hazelwood has fired out an amazing shot in Tanuki, and that would be an amazing thing. J-Mac, get the feeling.
Todd Hazelwood, you've won the Bathurst 6 Hour, you've won the Bathurst 1000, now you've won World Time Attack Challenge 2025 in Tanuki. That was fast.
Bloody oath, it was fast, and it felt amazing. What an absolute joy to drive this rocket ship here behind me. It's been one hell of a journey joining the team. So we only drove the car for the first time Friday last week. So to turn it all around, we had our gremlins, we had our challenges, and to get a taste of an 18 is just an incredible feeling around the circuit. And I cannot thank the whole team here behind me. We've got a mountain of people here cheering me on, and big thank you to Wayne from Tanuki Racing for the opportunity. All the boys at GT Auto Garage, can't thank them all enough.
That effort was absolutely mammoth. Was there any point in there where you really thought, geez, it could all go pear-shaped right here? You are that on the edge the whole lap.
Right from the start. Went through turn one, and the steering got real heavy, and I had a big understeer. more than what I've experienced all weekend. So, yeah, she was a spirited lap. I had a proper crack then. We had, as we can see behind me, we pushed everything to the limits. So it's still trying to scare me, this thing. This thing's been scaring me all week, I swear to God. But, yeah, it was a lap that I was pretty proud of. Probably overcommitted a little bit into the second to last sector, but I think I got away with it. So, yeah, just can't wipe the smile off my face. What an awesome day.
What an animal. Congratulations. Go enjoy the night with the crew. You guys have earned it.
Yeah, I certainly will. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
You know what's more alarming than any of that is the fact that the man was only in the car like literally a week ago, and to come from only driving the car recently to that, a minute 18.169. Well, the future, unbelievable. The future looks so incredible for Tanuki. They're only just getting started. They're at the beginning. Well, I shouldn't say right at the beginning of the development of that car. They've had a couple of years into it, but boy, they are honing in on the gold. I mean, that 18.169, you could already see that he admitted that, a couple of times there, I think I might have overcommitted, but geez, the car just continued to give and give and give. Whatever Todd Hazelwood wanted it to do, he just gave it and gave it and gave it. The car gave it him back, and that is amazing. And I hope that the adrenaline is right up there. I know you can have your one-lap shootouts. But I tell you what, when you're doing it with that much horsepower, that much aero, that much commitment for one perfect lap, you must admit that is one cracker, stellar way to finish all of our World Time Attack program here. And we look forward to trophy presentation shortly for all of our categories, which we will bring you on the live stream. It's not too long before we're going up the hill for the International Drifting Cup, and that is going to be an amazing feat as well. But you've got to soak it all in here for now. That is incredible. You know what? Let's relive that lap. Why not? Let's go. Right about now, Todd Hazelwood's asking himself whether it was a good idea to agree with all of this. And as he said, he had a big understeer through turn one. He said he felt the steering go heavy. He felt like he had overcommitted to the corner, but he said that was just only a fleeting glance, a fleeting feeling. Everywhere else looks perfect here. Everywhere else looks perfect. Tiny bit of traction control out of turn three. Plenty of power on from here. And I can't believe this guy only drove this car a week ago. Look at this. That goes to show you the talent in this guy. Tiny bit of TC out of that corner. It was on a mission, burning the brakes up pretty hard there. TC from there, and that's some commitment over that hill. Through here, we're wondering, well, you know what? We're only 3 corners away from greatness. As Todd Hazelwood got what it takes. Power on from here, a bit of TC on the outside. All that power from then on. And this corner has made and or can make or break you. Wash it out, get it fed in tight. Do not take it too far outside there. That's been the Bermuda Triangle for everyone else. All horsepower from here. Make sure all the gears selected correctly. And through that thing there for an unheralded 1 minute 18.169. And yeah, you betcha. You betcha. That's an awesome lap. J-Mac's got more of that pit lane atmosphere.
What an incredible push to the finish. Keziah Dawn joining me down here in pit lane. Todd Hazelwood just goes to another level in Tanuki.
Oh, that was absolutely incredible. And being here right next to the team, the excitement, we were watching every sector. When we got the first purple, you got the second purple, and then you just see him coming flying down the straight here, sparks flying, knowing that he has won it.
Maximum attack.
He wanted a 119, he got a 118. The team is stoked.
As I was saying, maximum attack. It's actually so surprising to hear that on such a fast lap, it sounded like there was potentially still more that could be extracted from this car. It's going to be amazing.
And we keep saying this, Todd's been in it a week, and he said he hasn't done time attack before. This is the fastest he's ever gone at Sydney Motorsport Park. it's amazing to think what could happen next year.
I think this is truly the feather in the cap for a driver who has proven himself to be so multi-dimensional, like I was rattling off earlier. Bathurst 6-hour winner, Bathurst 1000 winner. He's won championships in Trans Am, and now he's got a WTAC crown in the fastest car here this year. It's amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. And talking to him throughout the week, I mean, he's so excited to be taking on these different opportunities, especially now that he's stepped away from that full-time supercars drive. He's a co-driver now. He has a lot more time to drive a lot more different cars and take on a lot more challenges. One of those is driving cars like this.
Well, the celebrations are continuing. In fact, they're amping up here in pit lane. Let's talk a little bit about what else happened here at World Time Attack Challenge 2025. Rob Newan in the Pro Open Shootout. What an amazing story. The car hits the limiter, destroys the prop shaft meters before the finish line, and he still breaks the record by a massive margin.
It's incredible, and you know what? They're the stories that make this weekend. These teams have all come together and everything is on the line, absolutely everything. So when you can cross the line still in that condition, in that space, it's just amazing. It's mind-blowing.
We've also seen, obviously, new classes coming out to Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. The Yokohama Advan Nova tuner category doing an amazing job at showing just how accessible World Time Attack Challenge can actually be. The action was still super hot.
Absolutely, and this is, again, when we talk about next year here, we're talking about the excitement out of this weekend. That is one of those categories that can build and we can see more opportunities there.
And of course, the hypercars. Now tell me, True, what was your favourite sounding car?
Okay, I really did like the Brabham BT62. Like, I definitely thought it was the Pagani at the start of the weekend. I rave about them. I absolutely love the Hoira, but that BT62 was pretty good, and James Golding drove it amazingly.
And then our man from the USA, Ferris Katumi, in the Pro-Am, coming out, running. He forecasted 24. He wanted a 24. He absolutely smashed it at 23.26.
It's actually amazing because I went past the pits just before he went out for that last run, probably about an hour ago, and he was just saying it's one thing winning, but it's a whole other thing when you can get that record. And so that was the most important thing of coming here this weekend. So again, watching those sectors go up, 1 purple, 2 purple, absolutely sending it at the end, and having that excitement at the end, the team getting pumped up. Brilliant finish.
It's going to be interesting to see because I did have a chat to him and he said, look, if I get the record, odds are that this car will not actually come back to World Time Attack Challenge and that he will be working on the new one. There's still a long way to go, but there is so much potential in that new build. So keep your eyes peeled on the socials. No doubt we'll be sharing the information as well as we look forward to bringing him back for another Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Absolutely, and he's not just a brilliant driver, he's a brilliant car builder. He's got to go back to Texas in America. He's going to get back into the workshop, and you know that it is his heart and passion is going to go into that new build.
And of course, it wasn't just about the on-track action. How cool was the stylized car show out the back?
I have to admit, that's where I spent most of my time today. There was a really cool F-truck that was fully black. To me, that was the coolest one out there. But there's also some really cool Japanese cars, a lot of cool wraps, a lot of different styles. Like when you see show and shine, normally you see a lot of older cars, but there was a real mix-up there, a few luxury ones. I really enjoyed it, and also wandering through the pits as well, being able to see Mad Mike working on his car throughout the day. There was plenty of action over that side.
And of course, going even further out the back, the Garrett International Drifting Cup, that had part 1 last night, and it was an action-packed affair, tinged with a little bit of sadness. You touched on Mad Mike. Unfortunately, an incident saw Mad Mike in that RX3 wagon actually contacting the back of Rob White's Nissan, and some major damage, but I heard there was some really good news out of today.
Absolutely. So I went over there about lunchtime. He was kind of confident he would get out there for the demos. When I went over there to talk to him, he found out that the steering shaft had been bent, so then that became a whole other hurdle. So they had to work on that this afternoon. They're going to try and get one warm-up lap if they can. So put that car to the test, but otherwise it's going to go straight into competition.
Here we go.
Look at these
we
guys.
need to get this in. We need to have a look at this. The guys whipping out. Some of the
this is the
decals
moment.
here. Yeah. Of course, an amazing amount of effort going into the result here for Tanuki.
Oh, look at the smile on Todd's face watching this happen too. This is just great.
He's absolutely drinking it in. I tell you what, lucky you know how to make a car go fast, because you're struggling with a decal. We'll let him carry on with that. Let's just look at the carnage down here.
Yeah, I know.
That massive radiator, or that coolant
You were doing an
pop.
interview with Todd when they did
Right
that,
when
and
it
it just
happened.
completely blew up. But it's, yeah, it goes to show the absolute limit this car was put to achieve that time. And that's what this is about. It's about pushing the cars to the limit, getting absolutely every inch out of them.
Yeah, we've seen such an incredible event this weekend. We're looking forward to more. Obviously, we have our podium presentations about to happen very, very shortly. But, of course, finishing the night off, finishing the weekend off, the Garrett International Drifting Cup. Tell me, who's on top of your list?
Well, my night's far from over, because I'm going to be heading over there into the pits. I'm excited to see Mad Mike hopefully get back out there. Plenty of action. There is a few names floating around. Matty Hill is still in the mix. Saxon Moyes obviously won it last year. He's doing really well this time. Matt Harvey. We'll have a few conversations with Brody Mayer, whether he can get back out there. He had to drive to Newcastle and get some parts to fix his car. He didn't finish the night last night. So there is a few stories to watch in the pits there. And Jason Farron doing really well in his brand new wagon build as well.
Yeah, that Keep It Reap machine, definitely one that you can't really miss. I'm loving the looks of a lot of the cars here, bringing that heavy, heavy Japanese influence. So make sure you don't go anywhere. The Garrett International Drifting Cup is still going to be serving it up, Kazai.
Absolutely, and I forgot to mention, we have absolute Japanese legends competing in it as well. So a lot of the Australian and New Zealand drivers are just excited to have the opportunity to go up against some of the best drifters we have in the entire world.
Man, oh man. I've run out of things. I mean, for a moment, I am just about speechless with what we've seen here
It's been a long
today.
weekend. It has been incredible, though.
It has indeed. I'm thinking that that's where we're going to have to tap out, because we've summed it all up. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2025. Give it to me in as few words as possible.
I was just trying to think, what have we missed? Because I feel like there has been so much more. The women in motorsport, I just want to quickly give them a pump. It is the first time we have had the female drift demos getting out there. Yeah, the girls section. That has, for me, been an absolute highlight.
Well, so much more yet to come. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break. We're going to try and soak this in. And
You're going to go
let's
get some
ready.
rest, because you've been in this pit lane absolutely killing it all day. I'm going to go get ready for some drifting.
Let's get after it.
Yokohama. Everything looks better slammed, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. Anything but ordinary.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Well, what an amazing conclusion to the time attack part of the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And of course, it's all about giving out some trophies here now. Oh, I just have to thank every one of the drivers that took part and the teams took part in that Super Cheap Autos Super Lap Shootout, because that was absolutely amazing. But it's time to give away some trophies. Let's get some of our drivers up here. Let's start with our Hypercars, and a big thanks to the Van Diemen family for bringing them out this weekend. I think everyone can agree that the sounds those cars made were absolutely incredible. A symphony that we got to hear, all those valves firing down the mate straight. Let's start off with third position, Fraser Ross in the Pagani Zonda R. Fraser here. Wow, that was incredible too. He had the Ferrari too, got to drive that one. We'll see if some more of our Hypercar guys here. Tim Slade is here around, another one of the Pagani Hurrah R. That thing was incredible, that V12. We'll get a little bit of feedback. Let's see if that's a bit better. And have we got James Golding? Is he somewhere? Oh, there he is. Come up here, Jimmy. The Brabham BT62, the Aussie Flair. Yeah, get your champagne. We'll let you get down there. Oh, should we have a quick word? We got one quick word, all right? One. Mate, incredible there to get the Hypercars out. How was that driving the Brabham?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. Cool car to drive. Obviously a bit different than Supercar, what I'm used to, but awesome fun and great to be a part of this event. It's just absolutely incredible to see all these people out here. Can't wait to come back next year.
Who knows what you'll be behind the wheel of. Congratulations, Jimmy. We'll let you get off the Hypercar class. Incredible. The sounds, it was worth the price of admission just to come and hear a couple of those cars go down the main straight. Let's get on now to the Yokohama Advan Neova Tuner class. And in third position, in the Civic Type R, the Truster Line entry, Terence Lamb. In second position, in the Southern BMW M2 competition, Jordan Cox. And your winner in the Yokohama Advan Neova Tuner class for 2025, in the Lamb Speed Racing Toyota Yaris GR, Adam Kazmiri. One more big round of applause. Our Yokohama Advan Neova Tuner class winners. Terence Lamb, Jordan Cox and Adam Kazmiri taking the win. Just hold on to the champers till the end, mate. Come on, I know you're getting excited down there. You can get me later. We'll get you all in one big celebration here. Next time we move on to the Howtech Club Sprint class. And in third position, the DC Jap Automotive and the Subaru STI, Trent Grubel. What a shame we didn't see that in the shootout here tonight, but big effort this weekend from the guys and girls there in that team. In second position in the Howtech Club Sprint class, the Got It Rex Subaru Impreza, Michael Garland. Lap of the gods there. And your winner for the 2025 Howtech Club Sprint class, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 from Plasma Man, Alex Makowski. Keep it going for your 2025 winners in the Howtech Club Sprint class. All right, we'll let you get off to the side. We'll bring you all back up in a second. We're going to have one big group celebration right at the end. We'll move on now to our GCG Open class for 2025. And in third place in the S14 Sylvia, in the Motive D video entry, John Boston. Yeah, bring up Hawkins. He just wants the champagne. In second position in the Gas Evo, Mitsubishi Evo, Josh Muggleton. And your 2025 GCG Open Class winner is Darren Bishop in the GT Evolution Mitsubishi Evo 7. Here are your winners for the 2025 GCG Open Class. Big round of applause once again. Oh, you got to get your photo opportunity. We got it? We'll let you get down. We'll let you get down. We'll come back and celebrate in a second. We'll get you all back. Don't worry about that. We love the party here at World Time Attack Challenge. We'll move on to our Pro Open, the Motec Pro Open class. And wasn't this exciting? In third position in the Gas Evo, Nathan Morecambe. Stunning Mitsubishi Evo. In one of the most exciting showdowns, it was between the next two, but in second position in the Extreme GTR, it is Tim Slade. Incredible lap to see Slade out there. And in the Motec Pro Open class for 2025, it'll go down in history. The Dream Project S15, Rob Newan, your winner. Leaving a little bit in the tank with that broken drive shafts, broken tail shaft. So our look next year is going to be even bigger and better as they celebrate it. Get everything. Here you go, your winners for 2025 in the Motec Pro Open class. All right, I think we've got it. You can go down for now. We can come back and celebrate in a second. We're going to move on to our Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And another one that was pretty exciting to watch. In third place, in the Goddard Rex Impreza WRX STI, Alek Kazakovsky. We missed you today out on track. You laid it down pretty quick yesterday. Is Alex around? There he is. In second place in the Plasma Man Pro-Am, the super sub out of the USA, driving the Croydon Racing Developments Carbon Warrior, Cole Powson. And your winner for the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, he came here to crack into the 124s. He did a 123 out of the USA. Ferris Katumi in the Katumi Racing C6 Corvette. We'll get your photo opportunity. Get up there. Big smiles. A couple of these trophies getting taken back to the States, so we'll have to get them back next year. We can't let them keep them. Yeah, leave that one with Croydon, you reckon. All right, we'll get our photos. All right, we'll let you get down for a second. One more category before we get all our winners back up here. It's the M-Tron Pro class. Wow. Unfortunately, didn't make it out there in the Super Shootout, but Tim Slade in the Lotus Exige in the Secura Motorsport. Slade is still here to get another trophy. In second place, with a massive improvement over the weekend in the Lamborghini Gallardo at Rouleau Motorsports, Alex Rouleau. And your 2025 winner in the M-Tron Pro class for the fastest lap around Sydney Motorsport Park for 2025 and the Tanuki Racing S13 Sylvia, Todd Hazelwood. Here it is, your M-Tron Pro class winners. We'll get all of our winners back up here now. Come on, where are all our winners with their bottles of champagne? Oh, we'll get some photos first, but we'll get our winners start heading back up here. Yep, start heading up. Come on, where are all our winners? An incredible into the time attack section of this one. Of course, we've always got the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Cup still to go up in the celebrations hill, so don't go anywhere. The action will continue for the 2025 World Time Attack Challenge. But here's all of your winners in the Hypercar, Tuner Class, Club Sprint, Open, Pro-Am, and Pro categories for 2025. Cheer them on, Diggles. It's exciting to be down here. And look, we're looking forward to 2026, but it's not over yet.
Oh, Matty Cap, well done. Congratulations to all of our podiums, all of our categories, all of our sponsors, all of our partners. And it's a champagne fountain here in Sydney. And it's incredible. Celebrate the class of 2025. Well done, gentlemen. There is some talent on that stage there right now. Not only the ones that get to drive them, the teams that get to prepare, test, repair, repeat, do it all again. And we're going to do it all again. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2026. You can be guaranteed of that. We've made a lot of all of our favourite friends back and some unfinished business, I'm sure, for a lot of the categories. It's an absolutely fantastic. We've got the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drifting Cup next on the schedule. Jared Deander, Warren Sayre, Keziah, Tony B, a cast of thousands. Join us at Celebrations Hill shortly, but it's been fantastic. Good night.